Introduction. Armed with the Demon Hunter system, Clay Mandler enters this Game of Thrones as the heir of White Harbor. Drink this thunder potion, and you shall be invincible on the battlefield. Don this master-level armor, and you shall fear no blade. Wield this alchemical bomb, and you shall bring devastation and death to your foes. Do you desire all of this? Then consume this herbal concoction. Thus, a formidable army emerged upon the continent of Westeros, renowned for their immense strength, superior equipment, and explosive prowess, wreaking havoc and standing undefeated. No one knew their name, only recalling the wolf's head emblem upon their chests. An infusion of Demon Hunter elements into the world of Game of Thrones. Chapter 1. White Harbor. Year of Conquest 298. White Harbor, the largest city north of Neck, welcomed another sunny morning of a long summer. The White Knife River flowed into the sea from here, with numerous fishing boats departing the port, commencing their daily toil. The ruling Mandler family resided in the new castle atop the city's high hills, and today marked a significant occasion for the entire Mandler lineage. Clay Mandler, the third-generation heir of the family, concluded his 2-year journey through the trading city-states and returned to the Mandler estate. Clay's father was merely the second son of the current Earl of White Harbor, Waymon Mandler, and according to inheritance laws, Clay was not entitled to become the third heir. However, 6 months prior, the wife of Clay's uncle suffered an unfortunate miscarriage, leading Maester Chormer to deem her incapable of bearing children. The aging Earl Waymon urgently dispatched messengers to summon Clay back from the trading city-states. Except for Earl Waymon and his 2 sons, all members of the Mandler family gathered at the port to welcome the young man, soon to inherit his title. Unbeknownst to them, the young heir stepping off the ship had been replaced by a soul from another dimension. Before traversing to this alternate realm, the soul had been lamenting the next-generation updates of a certain Demon Hunter game, only to find itself in the familiar world of ice and fire. Upon receiving the memories, Clay discovered he had become the third scion of the Mandler family, a person who had never existed in this world. Not long after arriving in the trading city-state, he received an urgent summons from the family, personally delivered by Sir Marlon Mandler, a senior member of the clan. White Harbor remains unchanged, still reeking of fish, Clay remarked as his feet touched the soil of Westeros, inhaling the persistent and pungent scent of fish in the air. "Ah, it seems you have grown accustomed to the fragrance of pintos," Sir Marlon quipped lightly, a man of strong family values, harboring a tinge of discontent towards the young master who had been away for 2 years. At the inner harbor's dock, the city's guard was fully armed and lined up in formation. The mermaid flag fluttered high, with a throng of people clustered between 2 lines of guards. "Come, meet your 2 sisters," Sir Marlon beckoned, leading Clay towards the crowd. The 2 female members of the Mandler family, Valefield and Vera, adorned in deep green gowns, led the remaining members to welcome the arrival of Clay. "Oh, 7 gods! Sister, look, he has grown so much in just 2 years," exclaimed 15-year-old Vera, linking her arm with her sisters in delight. Clay, slightly older than Vera, had just celebrated his 16th name day aboard the ship. As he approached the gathering, the Valefield sisters and the remaining distant relatives bowed solemnly to Clay under the stern gaze of Sir Marlon. Though still young, Clay's status as heir elevated him far above all those present. Since the bloody civil war of the Targaryen family, known as the Dance of the Dragons, had concluded, the establishment of an heir, particularly a male heir, had become a paramount concern among the nobility of Westeros. Once the formalities were completed, the dignified elder sister, Valefield, took Clay's hand and smiled, saying, "Clay, grandfather awaits you at Newcastle. Let us hurry." Clay nodded. He too longed to see his grandfather, for it was only with the Earl of Wyman's approval that his status as heir could be firmly established. Mounting his horse, Clay and his party traversed through Fish King's Square, ascending the castle steps, where a grand and imposing white stone fortress emerged from his memory, reappearing vividly before his eyes. This immense stronghold, ranking among the top 3 in the north, was the ancestral home of the Mandler family, distinguished from the old fortress at the mountain's base by its appellation, Newcastle. Under the guidance of the sisters, Clay entered the Mandler family hall, the very core of power in White Harbor, which was also known by its more illustrious name, the Hall of Mermaids. Although he had visited this place numerous times in his memory, Clay was once again struck by the profound wealth that underpinned his family. This hall, reminiscent of a palace, featured ceilings and floors intricately crafted from thick wooden planks, the surfaces of which had been exquisitely carved by the skilled artisans of White Harbor, depicting a myriad of marine creatures. At the center of the room stood a grand, elevated throne, symbolizing the absolute authority of the Mandler family. Clay reflected that the hall's design was undoubtedly far more opulent than that of House Stark's Winterfell Hall. While it still lacked the grandeur of the Red Keep's throne room, it was undeniably unique given his status as an earl. Seated upon the throne was a tall, robust elder, his silver hair illuminated distinctly by the flickering candlelight. Clay recognized him immediately as his grandfather, the Earl of White Harbor, Wyman Mandeville. Valefield, pulling her pouting sister aside, left Clay standing alone in the center of the Hall of Mermaids, meeting the stern gaze of the old man on the throne. Taking a deep breath, Clay stepped forward, placed his hand upon his chest, and bowed, declaring, "Grandfather, I have returned." With his head lowered, the two remained locked in silence for what felt like an eternity. Raging seas, the Earl suddenly bellowed. Somewhat taken aback, Clay quickly recollected that this was the family motto. He promptly lifted his gaze, meeting the old man's eyes, and responded with an equally loud voice, "Tempestuous seas." The Count of Wayman's ruddy visage melted into laughter as he grinned broadly, exclaiming, "Ha ha, it's good to have you back." The robust figure of the old man sprang from his throne, hastening to Clay and circling around him, scrutinizing him with rapid speech. "Indeed, this head belongs to my grandson. Even the hair on your lips has grown. TSK, I must admit, you were quite ugly as a child, resembling your father, but now you have certainly become handsome. Excellent. You've returned rest for the night, and tomorrow I shall take you to Lord Ed to secure a marriage contract." Clay listened, his expression one of helplessness. Vera in the hall couldn't contain herself and burst into laughter, while Wilfred maintained her ladylike demeanor, though the corners of her mouth betrayed her inner delight. The Count continued his rambling, but upon noticing the expressions of his two granddaughters, he realized he had spoken too much. He shot them a stern glance and muttered, "I shall marry you two off next month." His voice perhaps too loud, both unmarried ladies fell silent, retreating to the corner like ostriches. "All right, Clay, you may go now. Traversing the narrow sea is no trivial endeavor. Your room has been kept ready for you these past 2 years. We shall discuss dinner later, as your father and uncle are also returning." Clay nodded in agreement with his grandfather's words. The astute Wilfred quickly took her simple-minded sister by the hand, leading Clay away from the Mermaid Palace to avoid further reprimand from the old man. Lying on the bed, which had not changed at all from his memories, Clay pondered. The Count was indeed correct. He had business to attend to in Winterfell. Chapter 2. The Monster Hunter System. Perhaps the satirical remarks he made before his journey were so strikingly genuine that they resonated with some unseen entity. He did not arrive in this world of ice and fire empty-handed. With a mere thought, a dark blue panel unfurled before his retina. Monster Hunter System Level 1. Potions expand. Bombs expand. Equipment expand. Mana pool, 70. Unlock sign, none. Items expand. After a period of exploration, he began to grasp the purpose of this system. The Level 1 system contained empty recipes and blueprints under bombs and equipment, while the potion section held a recipe for concocting the potion to transform into a monster hunter. The recipe was as follows. Spine fluid of a fork-tailed dragon, reusable. Venom gland of a griffin. Tongue of an albino vampire and a mature leech. Bark of the yam root sentinel. Ghost grass of the long-leaved plantain. Mandrake root and coppergrass. The system had already found reasonable substitutes for Clay within this world. Upon laying eyes on the recipe, Clay immediately expended all the gold dragons he had brought from White Harbor to procure a dragonbone bow from a collector in Pantos. This was an exceptionally rare acquisition had he not been the scion of White Harbor. Obtaining a dragonbone in a land where dragons had vanished over a century ago would likely have necessitated a clandestine infiltration in a King's Landing, akin to a master thief's escapade. As of now, he had managed to gather all the necessary ingredients, save for the bark of the sentinel tree, which theoretically only grew in the Wolf Woods to the northwest of the north. Merely having the materials was insufficient in the world of witchers. Undergoing mutation required the assistance of a mage. Attempting to mutate without magical support for bodily stability was tantamount to courting death. In this realm, Clay had traversed the trading city-states, yet he found no means to augment his initial 70 points of magical energy storage. He had also visited the Red Temple, but regrettably, most of its inhabitants were mere charlatans skilled only in fire-breathing performances. He was acutely aware that when the stars wept blood and the glass candles of the Academy reignited, the world's magical forces would awaken, yet he could not afford to wait that long. During this northern journey, the largest fishbeam tree within the Stark family sacred wood was another objective of his endeavor. According to the system's annotations, Only with a magical pool of 100 could he ensure a success rate exceeding 80%. Moreover, an increased magical storage would gradually enhance the likelihood of successfully avoiding negative effects during the mutation process. Clay was unwilling to see his younger brother rendered ineffective, nor did he desire to become paralyzed. He contemplated for a considerable time in the original timeline. The ill-fated current king would soon meet his demise through poisoning, leading to the dire southern advance of the Starks. Once Robert fell, a brutal war would inevitably ensue. Thus, in the approaching chaotic times, possessing formidable personal strength was paramount for survival. Just as he was a mere count's grandson, observing the tragic fates of the children of Lord Eddard Stark made it evident that titles were but hollow illusions, utterly unreliable. Furthermore, with the wealth of White Harbor at his disposal, who decreed that the trial of green grass could only serve him, provided the recipe and magical concerns were resolved, one could trust that given sufficient time, Clay could muster an army of witchers for the Seven Kingdoms. Before he realized it, afternoon had arrived. A series of knocks interrupted Clay's reverie. He rose from his bed, took a seat, and then spoke, "Come in." The door swung open, revealing a small head with hair dyed a pale green, which peeked in, showcasing two prominent canine teeth as it giggled. "Clay, it's time for dinner. My sister sent me to escort you to the hall." "I am well aware of the way," he replied with a chuckle, shaking his head. Standing up and stretching, he followed his sister through the opulently adorned corridor. They soon arrived at the hall, where Clay noticed the servants had already arranged a long table in the center, while the kitchen was busy preparing the evening meal. Clay and his sister arrived early, and the other family members had yet to arrive. Only the elderly steward was present, directing the servants as they bustled about. Upon the arrival of the young master, the old butler greeted him with a warm smile. "Master Clay, you and Miss Vera have arrived quite early, however. The banquet has yet to commence. Shall we take a stroll in the garden for a while?" Noticing that the banquet had not yet begun, Clay perceived that his cousin, whom he had not seen for 2 years, had something on her mind. He refrained from stating the obvious, nodded, and followed Vera into the garden. Leaning against the railing that overlooked the entire White Harbor, a gentle sea breeze caressed his face, and the twinkling lights of the city appeared particularly enchanting. Observing Vera, who seemed hesitant to speak, Clay affectionately ruffled her hair and inquired with a gentle smile. "What is it that you wish to discuss, Vera?" Clay, you noticed, didn't you?" With a smile, Clay nodded. Vera bit her lip, hesitated for a moment, and finally said, "During dinner, Grandfather might ask you to visit Winterfell. Would you take me along?" As she spoke, Vera's lavender eyes sparkled with hope. "Why would you want to accompany me to Winterfell?" Clay asked, somewhat perplexed. "To explore, of course. You know Grandfather's temperament. He believes that us noble ladies should remain within the castle until we are married," Vera asserted passionately. Somewhat taken aback, Clay saw Vera as a caged bird, flapping her wings in a desperate attempt to escape her confines. Just as he was about to agree, the old butler's voice interrupted them. "Master, Miss, dinner is ready, and the Earl has summoned you both." Returning to the hall, and thanks to the efficient efforts of the Mandeville family servants, a beautifully arranged dinner awaited them on the table. The servants lit the candles, casting an even more divine and mysterious atmosphere within the Mermaid Palace. Earl Waymon sat at the center, flanked by two burly men with bald heads. To his right sat his eldest son, Willis Mandrell, Clay's uncle, while to his left, the man grinning broadly at him was his father, Wendell Mandrell. "Please take a seat. You two can chat after you finish your meal," Earl Waymon said, his face glowing with warmth from the candlelight. Clay and the two sisters, Vera and Wilfried, settled in together, and once Earl Waymon took his first bite of bread, they focused on the food before them. "Clay, in the next couple of days, prepare to visit Lord Ed with my letter of introduction," Earl Waymon suddenly remarked. Clay pondered for a moment and grasped the Earl's intention. The old man sought to extinguish the ambitions of those who coveted White Harbor. As long as he met Ed Stark, from any perspective, no one would be qualified to inherit the title of Earl of White Harbor ahead of him after his uncle's passing. "Understood, Grandfather," Clay promptly replied, recognizing that although the old man was primarily concerned with the stability of White Harbor, it was imperative for him to adopt this attitude. Just as he finished speaking, someone stepped on his foot with considerable force. Gritting his teeth, he glanced at Vera, who was casting him meaningful looks, and with a wry smile, he addressed Earl Waymon. "Grandfather, I wish to take Vera with me to Winterfell." Chapter 3. Journey to Winterfell. What brings you to Winterfell? Count Wyman queried, scratching his chin adorned with a scruffy white beard. his expression steeped in confusion as he regarded his granddaughter. Observing the astonishment etched on Verfeld's face, Clay discerned that Vera had not shared her intentions with anyone prior. Isn't Clay going to meet Lord Eddard? Perhaps he could even forge friendships with Lord Eddard's sons. I shall simply befriend Lady Sansa, Vera asserted with conviction. In truth, she was not entirely mistaken. Her sister Verfeld had accompanied Count Wyman to Winterfell several times in previous years, and from her accounts, they had become quite close friends, engaging in embroidery together. Unbeknownst to Vera, the seed of her desire had likely been sown the moment she heard of Clay's return. What a nuisance. Just behave yourself. Vera's father, Wylus, bellowed, his bushy beard bristling as he scolded his daughter. This burly man, resembling a bear, appeared utterly bewildered in his attempts to communicate with her. Clay caught sight of Vera tugging at her braid. Her lips pursed, and found it amusing. He was about to interject in her defense when he noticed the contemplative expression on the elder's face and swallowed his words. As the head of the household fell silent, all dining ceased, and the grand hall of the Fish Palace fell into an eerie stillness. To everyone's astonishment, the usually opposed Count Wyman, after a moment's reflection, surprisingly acquiesced. Very well, Clay, you shall take her under your wing and keep a watchful eye on her. Clay was momentarily taken aback, although unexpected. He nodded quickly to avoid further missteps. He was uncertain of Count Wyman's intentions. In such a noble household, the presence of progeny, especially females, held significant implications, often indicative of potential alliances between great houses. Count Wyman had presided over the family for decades, his thoughts inscrutable to all. However, one thing remained clear to everyone. The Verfeld sisters, having reached the bloom of their youth, would never be wed to families of lesser stature than the Manderleys. Was the old man intending for Vera to make her presence known before Robb? If such was the case, then his earlier decision to take Verfeld to Winterfell likely stemmed from a similar motivation. Was he clinging to hope? Clay could not be certain. Yet he recognized that this was not a matter for him to ponder at present. 2 days later, by the banks of the White Knife River. Hold this wine for me and deliver it to the Master-at-Arms, Ser Roderick, in Winterfell. Inform him it is a repayment of my gambling debt, Wendell Manderley declared, slapping his son's back with a grand gesture as he outlined the acquaintances he had in Winterfell. Clay, accompanied by Vera and 10 gleaming armored guards, journeyed northward along the river. If fortune favored them, they would arrive in Seaguard within a fortnight, subsequently embarking on the King's Road, where they could hasten to Winterfell in a matter of half a day. The river flowed gently, shimmering like a silver ribbon beneath the morning sun, gracing the expansive green plains. Even amidst the summer heat, the north retained its allure for travelers. Behind Clay, perched upon a snow-white steed, Vera was exclaiming with exuberance, a stark contrast to her sister Verfeld's composed demeanor. Steady yourself, lest you tumble from your mount, Clay advised. Oh, I know. Do not prattle on like an old woman, Clay, Vera replied nonchalantly, her laughter ringing like silver bells across the desolate riverbank. Clay chuckled softly, choosing to disregard her. His gaze fell upon the family guards encircling them, clad in armor emblazoned with the mermaid crest of House Mandeville, the formidable plate-armored cavalry of the Mandeville family. Although most soldiers in the north were generally equipped with chainmail, often due to the region's economic constraints that rendered full-plate armor prohibitively expensive, House Mandeville, being the 5th largest house in all of Westeros, harbored no such concerns. As Clay was aware, the family's armory could swiftly equip over 500 fully armored knights. Upon learning this, Clay had been perplexed as to why such a formidable force remained concealed during the subsequent War of the Five Kings. Earl Wyman had preferred to let one of his sons be taken captive while the other perished alongside Robb Stark at the Red Wedding. And even when Jon Snow launched his counteroffensive against Winterfell, he did not deploy this force. What was he scheming? It was evident that had this contingent been engaged in battle, it could have decisively struck southward to King's Landing while Tywin Lannister remained ensnared by Robb at the river, potentially bringing an abrupt conclusion to the war and averting the ensuing turmoil. Clay realized that, including his own family, the ancient noble houses that had thrived for centuries on the continent of Westeros harbored depths far beyond his perceptions. He could not afford to make hasty judgments based solely on his impressions. Vera had not been entirely mistaken at the banquet. Clay indeed needed to meet the Stark family during this visit to Winterfell. As the third heir of House Mandeville, he was inexorably bound to the chariot of the north. The harsh winters and old gods' beliefs had bestowed a tenacious spirit upon the Stark family, yet it was evident that they seemed to lack sufficient political acumen. Witnessing the series of bewildering decisions made by Eddard and Robb Stark, it was clear they bore an undeniable responsibility for the downfall of the North's promising situation. Nonetheless, while politically inept, The family was competent in leadership. At the very least, Clay preferred they lead rather than those grotesque fiends from Dreadfort who delighted in flaying skin. What should not have been an urgent matter had been prolonged, as Vera meandered about, turning a 15-day journey into a full 20. As the sun set on the 20th day, they finally beheld, against the backdrop of a golden twilight, the imposing gray-black castle rising on the horizon. From afar, a melodious horn echoed, accompanied by the thunderous sound of hooves. 3 warhorses bore knights clad in full armor, heralded by the fluttering banner of the dire wolf, approaching the assembly. The leading knight instantly recognized the mermaid banner of House Mandeville, and, without any suspicion, jovially inquired, "Friends from White Harbor, welcome to Winterfell." This inquiry essentially sought to ascertain the purpose of Clay and his companion's visit, a responsibility resting upon the shoulders of the Stark family sentinels. This knight possessed a keen discernment, quickly identifying the opulently attired Clay and Vela, realizing that his previous words were directed towards them. Aware that it was his turn to speak, Clay urged his steed forward, and his guards instinctively parted to create a passage for him. "I am Clay Mandrell, here to meet with the Lord Protector of the North, Lord Stark." Although he could not recall a young man of the Mandrell lineage, none in the North would dare misuse the Mandrell sigil. The knight nodded, spurring his horse, stating, "The Lord is within the castle. I shall escort you. Follow me." Trailing behind the banner of the dire wolf, Winterfell gradually drew near. And just before the last rays of the setting sun faded, Clay and his party passed through the grand gates of Winterfell. Chapter 4. Dancing with Wolves. Winterfell, in truth, is not a castle. Strictly speaking, it serves merely as a military stronghold of House Stark. It spans several acres, enveloped by 2 immense and formidable walls. Following the Stark guards, Clay traversed the eastern gate, which was on the verge of closing, entering the capital of the North. Guards bearing the sigil of the dire wolf ignited torches, slightly dispelling the pervasive darkness that lingered in every breath of air. "Esteemed friends of House Mandrell, please wait here for a moment while I report to Ser Roderick. He will arrange suitable accommodations for you." Clay nodded, realizing that visiting the Duke of Stark at this hour was indeed ill-timed. The guards hurriedly departed, leaving Clay and his companions quietly awaiting before the main keep, with only Vela remaining atop her steed, scanning the surroundings. Approximately 20 minutes later, a stout elder clutching a helmet emerged into Clay's view. Draped in a deep crimson cloak and adorned with a long sword at his waist, he approached with a steady gait. "Winterfell welcomes you." He spoke with a measured tone before introducing himself. "I am Roderick, the Master at Arms of Winterfell. What brings you here from afar?" Clay dismounted, prompting the remaining guards and Vela to follow suit, stepping forward to meet Roderick. He regarded the venerable man, who had devoted his life to House Stark, and smiled. "Greetings, Sir. I am Clay Mandrell, and this is my sister, Vela." Roderick had indeed heard of Clay's name, dating back to his birth. Yet due to Clay's relative anonymity and his 2-year absence from Westeros, the recollection of his identity momentarily eluded him. "A cadet branch of House Mandrell?" Roderick furrowed his brow. Having served House Stark for nearly 50 years, he had never encountered a cadet branch directly requesting an audience with the Duke of Winterfell. That is rather irregular. Yet every member of House Stark comprehended that when winter arrives, the lone wolf dies and the pack survives. The Stark family had no reason to reject or dismiss the peculiar young Manderly lad before them. "To meet the Lord, you must wait until tomorrow. For today, all of you shall stay in Winterfell," Roderick succinctly stated, showing no interest in further conversation as the evening shadows lengthened. As guests, the Manderlys had no objections. The Stark family's guards would tend to their horses and ensure their safety. With a gentle grip on the somewhat timid Vela, Clay followed behind Roderick, who was not particularly tall. The night swiftly passed, and the warm sunlight once again illuminated the ancient fortress. Having risen early, Clay was practicing the rudimentary swordplay of the Witcher's basic wolf school, wielding a finely crafted hand-and-a-half sword with awkwardness. Despite the difficulty, he executed each move with diligence. "Are you practicing swordplay as well?" A youthful voice interrupted Clay's swing. He turned to see the source of the sound. A boy clad in simple attire stood at the entrance of the courtyard where Clay and his companions were staying. With deep brown hair and a slender frame, he bore a dull short sword at his waist. Upon noticing Clay had halted, the boy approached and extended his hand, speaking with a shy tone. "I am John. It is a pleasure to meet you." Remarkably, he did not introduce his surname, but Clay quickly deduced his identity. "Clay," he replied, shaking the boy's hand, also omitting his surname. The lad before him was likely to become the future king in the North, Jon Snow, who bore the blood of the wolf and dragon. His surname was a sensitive matter, as he resented his status as a bastard. "Are you from House Manderly?" Jon inquired hesitantly, glancing at the merman banner fluttering in the courtyard. Having received no formal education in heraldry due to Lady Catelyn's indifference, Jon was woefully unaware of the intricate web of family ties. Upon seeing Clay nod, a flicker of melancholy crossed Jon's eyes. Although born into the noble Stark lineage, he would rather possess his own surname like the taller Manderley before him. He harbored a deep disdain for the cursed stigma of being Jon Snow. Quickly regaining his composure, Jon, being the finest swordsman of the younger Stark generation, had just observed Clay's swordplay and footwork, techniques Sir Roderick had never taught him. His competitive spirit surged, and he could not resist asking, "Hey, may I spar with you?" Although he had yet to grasp the essence of the Wolf School swordplay, Clay was more than willing to accept such a challenge. With a hearty laugh, he replied, "Of course, Jon." As they took their positions, the Manderley guards, now awake, instinctively cleared a space for their young master. "Exercise caution, for Sir Roderick has proclaimed that I am the finest swordsman in my family, surpassing even Robb." The Na'vi boy remained blissfully unaware that his words had inadvertently revealed his identity. Surely, which lord in the north is unacquainted with the name of the Stark heir? The two faced each other, and unbeknownst to them, a large crowd had gathered around, comprising both the guards of House Manderley and the Starks, with Sir Roderick among them, standing behind a middle-aged man who gazed intently into the arena. As the two circled each other, Jon discovered that Clay's steps were incessantly pressuring him, denying him a comfortable opportunity to launch an attack. Without hesitation, he shouted and lunged forward, sword raised. With a clang, Clay's blade barely intercepted Jon's strike at his waist. He had not anticipated the ferocity of Jon's assault. His own sword was considerably heavier, thus rendering his movement slower. Realizing his attack had been thwarted, Jon immediately withdrew his sword, but before he could strike again, Clay executed an upward slash that compelled Jon to defend horizontally. As their weapons clashed once more, Jon felt a powerful force surging through him, causing him to stumble back a couple of steps. At that moment, Clay silently thanked his time spent mastering the swordsmanship of the Wolf School, as he swiftly advanced with practiced footwork and aimed a downward blow. The sounds of clashing weapons drew cheers from the onlookers, yet the middle-aged man furrowed his brow, casting a glance at Roderick, whose own white eyebrows were knitted in concern. Just as he prepared to speak, Roderick remarked, "This does not bode well. Jon may be on the verge of defeat." Within the arena, the two youths wielded their weapons, while the banners of House Stark, depicting the running wolf, and House Manderley, bearing the mermaid, fluttered serenely in the morning light. "An intriguing lad," mused the middle-aged man, his gray eyes reflecting Clay's figure. "Once their duel concludes, inform him. I shall await him in the hall." The middle-aged man departed the throng. "Indeed, my lord." Chapter 5. Eddard Stark. The contest between Clay and Jon continued. Yet as the experienced Sir Roderick had predicted, the tide was turning unfavorably for Jon. Although his strikes were swift and cunning, he suffered from a lack of strength. Clay, though occasionally pressed into perilous situations, managed to maintain his composure, while Jon found himself growing weary. Each of Clay's slashes and thrusts required Jon to exert considerable effort merely to evade or parry, clearly illustrating that Clay's physical prowess overshadowed his own. After yet another fierce clash, the two retreated a short distance, and Jon winced at the sight of several small nicks on his short sword. As a bastard, his resources were limited. Acquiring a new sword would require significant sacrifice. With his blade held across his chest, Clay breathed heavily, wiping the sweat from his brow, and keenly noticed the slight tremor in Jon's right hand and the involuntary movements of his fingers. He has exhausted his strength, Clay mused inwardly. With a forward lunge, sword raised, he struck down decisively, only to have a blade of superior craftsmanship than Jon's short sword interpose itself between the two. A voice, equally youthful, proclaimed, "You have won, friend from White Harbor." A momentary halt ensued, and Clay, sensing the shift, withdrew his sword. Recognizing that defeating the Lord's offspring on his own territory was not a prudent course of action, despite his belief that the Stark family might not take offense. "Robb, you need not intervene. I can best him." Jon expressed his frustration towards his brother. Clay was taken aback. The tall, brown-haired youth before him was indeed Robb Stark. "Very well, you should change out of those soiled clothes, lest mother scold you again," Robb chuckled, giving his brother a reassuring pat on the shoulder. Though reluctant, Jon was acutely aware of his physical state. He was not one to shy away from defeat. He nodded slightly to Clay and followed a guard away from the scene. As the duel concluded, the onlookers emitted sounds of lingering anticipation, but they soon dispersed in small groups. Only the guards from both houses remained, along with Robb and Clay, and the approaching figure of Sir Roderick. "Sir," Robb called out, and Clay echoed the greeting. Roderick's gray eyes bore a scrutinizing gaze as he addressed Clay with a serious tone, Lord Eddard awaits you in the hall. Come with me. Robb attempted to follow, but Roderick interjected. Robb, your mother is searching for Bran. He has climbed yet another tower. I suggest you assist her. Robb, with a resigned smile, cast an apologetic glance at Clay and hurriedly donned his wolfskin cloak before departing. As they traversed the halls, Roderick led Clay to the Stark family's Great Hall. This was likely the largest structure apart from the main fortress where the Starks resided, an expansive space capable of accommodating 8 long tables, sufficient for 500 guests. Upon the raised dais, Clay beheld a man of unremarkable appearance, yet recognized him instantly as one of the 7 most powerful individuals in the realm, Lord Eddard Stark, the Protector of the North. Without waiting for Roderick's introduction, he placed his hand upon his chest and bowed. My lord. Eddard waved his hand dismissively, and after Roderick bowed and stepped aside, only Clay and he remained on the vast dais. Eddard appraised the young man who had just bested Jon, noting his towering stature inherited from the Mandeville lineage. After a brief silence, Eddard inquired kindly, which lord from White Harbor is your father? Wendell Manderly, my lord. Ah, Wendell. Is it? You are the son of Wendell? As the Protector of the North, he was well aware of the circumstances of his vassals. After a moment's reflection, he recalled who Wendell was and quickly recognized Clay's identity as the 3rd heir of House Manderly. Upon hearing the words of Clay, Roderick's face displayed surprise. Being on good terms with Wendell, he had not anticipated that the seemingly peripheral Manderly lad was, in fact, the child of an old friend. Clay retrieved a letter embossed with the sigil of Count Wyman from his pocket and placed it upon the desk of Duke Ed. Although puzzled, Duke Ed picked up the letter and instantly recognized the unique emblem of Count Wyman, which further augmented his trust in Clay's identity. After perusing the letter, Ed Stark comprehended the intention behind Count Wyman's communication. It was a request for him to relay a message to all the northern nobles, endorsing Clay's lineage. This was entirely reasonable, as it was common for a vassal to seek confirmation from their lord regarding matters of inheritance. However, given that this pertained to the heir of one of the most powerful houses in the north, the Manderleys, Ed's sense of honor dictated that he must proceed with utmost caution. Clay Manderly, I ask that you reside in Winterfell for a few days, as I will send a raven to White Harbor to verify your identity. It seemed that the elder had mentioned his name in the letter. Is it truly necessary? Clay furrowed his brow slightly, yet he found no grounds for rebuttal and could only acquiesce with a nod. Noticing Clay's lack of hesitation, a faint smile crept onto Duke Ed's stern visage. He gestured to the side. Roderick, you have met him before. Let him accompany you around Winterfell for the next few days. I hear you have brought your sister along. That is fortuitous. She can become acquainted with Robb and Sansa. Clay held a favorable impression of Jon and Robb, naturally not inclined to refuse. Acknowledging that his conversation with the North's Guardian had reached its conclusion, he bowed respectfully before following Roderick out of the hall. As they exited, Roderick remarked, Wendell has rambled on to me numerous times during his visits to Winterfell. It appears you have indeed inherited your mother's looks, though you possess the stature befitting a true Manderly. Clay observed the aging knight and thought to himself that his father's words held truth. Roderick was indeed very close to him. He recalled his father's instructions before his departure. My lord, prior to my arrival, my father instructed me to deliver a bottle of wine to you, claiming it was to settle a debt he owed you. Roderick paused momentarily, then burst into hearty laughter. Now free of any doubts regarding Clay's identity, he recognized that the debt was a secret known only between him and Wendell, unknown to others. It's rare for him to remember. I thought he would hide in White Harbor rather than emerge for a mere bottle of wine. The old knight appeared to be in high spirits, resting his iron hand upon Clay's shoulder. Lord Ed is correct. You young ones should become better acquainted. Come. You should have breakfast first, then bring your sister to the training yard to find us. As the master trainer of Winterfell, Roderick was responsible for instructing the Stark family's younger generation. It was he who taught Jon the art of swordsmanship. With a smile, Clay made his way to his quarters, needing to rouse his slumbering sister, Vera. Chapter 6. Honor must not be tarnished. It is difficult to imagine. Who taught you the art of swordsmanship? This is not the style of swordsmanship your father employed. In the training grounds, the perspiring Clay executed the foundational sword techniques of the Wolf School with remarkable speed. A massive hand-and-a-half sword carving a series of deadly arcs around him. Sir Roderick, stroking his chin adorned with grizzled whiskers, could not help but marvel. In the eyes of this seasoned swordsman, honed over decades, Clay's techniques, if paired with greater strength and swifter speed, would far surpass the efficacy of his own martial skills in close combat. This raised a question in his mind. As far as he knew, the swordsmanship of the Manderly family from White Harbor was inherited from Winterfell. Wendell, during their sparring, relied merely on his imposing stature. His swordplay was, in fact, quite rudimentary compared to his own. Essos is a land that harbors filth and corruption, yet even amidst the refuse, one must concede that occasionally, valuable treasures may be unearthed. Clay, however, diverted the inquiry, attributing the origins of his sword techniques entirely to his travels in Essos. For the traditional small nobility of Westeros, their impressions of Essos could be distilled into a handful of words: Iron Bank, trading city-states, slavery, Dothraki savages, and Valyrian ruins. Aside from those few noble houses engaged in commerce with the trading city-states, none of these terms resonated with the chivalric spirit and sense of honor espoused by the Westerosi nobility. They were all steeped in barbarism and violence, rendering the land of Essos unappealing to most. Robb, do you have news from White Harbor? Clay turned to Robb, who was instructing his younger brother Bran in archery. Perhaps. A raven arrived in Winterfell this morning, and my father appeared rather perturbed. I dared not inquire further, Robb replied in a hushed tone, leaving a reluctant Bran behind. This marked Clay's third day in Winterfell. Considering the raven's speed, today should be the day Winterfell received a response from White Harbor. And Clay trusted his father would not delay. Over these 3 days, Clay had grown familiar with the Stark siblings. Although Bran and Rickon were still quite young and somewhat shy, his sister Vela had already forged a bond with the 2 Stark maidens. The 3 girls huddled together and whispering, much to the chagrin of their governess, who had complained more than once. Clay's visit to Winterfell, aside from establishing his identity to the north, held more significance for him personally. He aimed to connect with the Stark family's sacred weirwood grove, specifically seeking the largest of the fish-leaf trees in the entire north. The faith in the old gods ran deep throughout the north, unlike others. He understood that the weirwood itself possessed a wealth of magical energy, which his parched reservoir of magic desperately needed to replenish. As for the final ingredient for the green grass potion, the bark of the sentinel tree, Clay was not overly concerned. As long as he had the opportunity to venture outside the city, he could locate such trees within the vast wolf woods, and if all else failed, Winterfell's storerooms held some, albeit their efficacy would be uncertain due to age. As they conversed, a guard from Winterfell, clad in a dire wolf cloak, entered the training grounds and murmured a few words to Sir Roderick. Robb, and you too, Cleo, Lord Eddard is seeking you. Please go to the study in the keep to meet him. Sir Roderick interrupted the ongoing conversation. Robb and Cleo exchanged glances and nodded. Since Cleo had never been to the keep, he had no choice but to follow Robb. Upon entering the study, they found Eddard Stark standing before the fireplace. You have arrived, he stated calmly, though his countenance bore the chill of a winter-esque frost that even the warmest summer sun could not thaw. He turned to Cleo. Cleo Mandrell, I have received the response from Lord Wyman confirming your identity. I have instructed the Maester to disseminate this information throughout the north. Cleo felt a slight relief wash over him at the mention of the Mandrell family as his backing, amidst the chaos of these times. It offered him a semblance of security. However, he found it peculiar that this letter should have cast a shadow over Eddard's mood. Even retrieving a piece of coal from the hearth would likely extinguish the frigid aura surrounding him. Cleo, return and gather your guards. Robb, summon Bran and the others. We are to leave the city. A traitor is to be judged. On their way back, Robb furrowed his brow in confusion, oblivious to the stiff expression on Cleo's face behind him. Cleo's mind raced, barring unforeseen circumstances. This so-called traitor was likely the deserter who had survived an encounter with the others. After enduring so much, Cleo finally found his place in the year 298 of the conquest. From a mere observer to a witness, an inexplicable thrill coursed through him as he hurriedly parted ways with Robb, issuing a command that all soldiers from White Harbor must assemble within half an hour. The captain of the guards executed Cleo's orders with unwavering determination, rallying the lethargic White Harbor Guard into formation with a mix of prodding and discipline. Half an hour later, the cavalry of the 2 families thundered away from the northern gate of Winterfell, the captured prisoner having already been escorted to an abandoned manor outside the city, a site where the Stark family upheld the laws of the realm. Over 50 riders halted at the manor's entrance, the banners of the dire wolf and the mermaid fluttering high. Bran, witnessing the execution for the first time, felt a twinge of fear and hid behind Jon, reluctant to look on. The prisoner, having fled from beyond the wall, bore frostbite all over his body. His Black Knight's Watch uniform was tattered, revealing a bruised and battered form beneath. Cleo understood why Eddard's expression was as cold as ice, a man who valued honor. He had an intense disdain for such treacherous deserters. In the south, a wealthy family might have secured a reprieve for a similar escapee, but here, decapitation was the sole outcome. Cleo recognized Eddard's intent in summoning him. As the leader of the North, he sought to instill in his young kin the significance of law and honor, which undoubtedly included Cleo, the heir of White Harbor. The prisoner was forced down onto the executioner's block, and Cleo was acutely aware of his terror, not merely of death, but of the haunting memories of slaughter that lurked in the shadows of the haunted woods. Duke Eddard Stark dismounted from his horse, and Ser Jorah Mormont, whom Grey had encountered only a handful of times, presented him with the ancestral sword of House Stark, Ice. He removed his gloves and grasped the formidable Valyrian steel blade, its dark hue reflecting the gravity of the moment. In a voice that, though resonant, carried an undeniable weight of solemnity, he proclaimed, "In the name of King Robert I Baratheon, ruler of the Seven Kingdoms and protector of the realm, I, Eddard Stark, Duke of Winterfell and Warden of the North, hereby sentence you to death." With a single stroke, the execution was executed, a head fell, and the metallic scent of blood permeated the grassy expanse of the gallows. Chapter 7. Death and Rebirth. There was no struggle. The death was swift and clean. This is the unvarnished reality of the world. Violence serves as the bond that sustains societal order, rendering the act of killing rather unremarkable. Perhaps only the purest of hearts can truly feel fear. The nearby horses neighed and reared, yet were quickly calmed by their skilled riders. "Let us depart," Duke Eddard said with a heavy heart, for while the laws of the realm were upheld, it was evident that this was not a source of joy for him. The silent assembly turned their horses around, retracing their path. Grey overheard Duke Eddard speaking softly to his youngest son, Bran, who was witnessing his first execution. In this moment, Eddard Stark removed the stern facade of the Northern Warden and adopted the guise of a compassionate father. He had just instructed the captain of his guard, a man steadfastly loyal to House Manderley, to take 2 guardsmen to the weirwood in the Wolfwood to procure tender bark for him. Though the captain did not fully grasp the young lord's intentions, he resolutely obeyed the command. As Duke Eddard ordered the return, the trio departed from the main party, plunging into the boundless depths of the Wolfwood. The horses moved slowly forward, seemingly reflecting their master's discontent. Grey felt a sense of agitation. He was aware that this was the year 298 since the conquest, yet he had never anticipated that the execution of a Night's Watch deserter would occur so swiftly. Originally, he had intended to use this journey to Winterfell to uncover the connection between the Heart Tree, known to the Northmen as the Weirwood, and the ancient faith of the old gods that had taken root in this land for millennia. Previously, in the sacred grove of White Harbor, he had encountered a small, stunted heart tree, and upon touching it, he had indeed felt a trickle of power coursing through his arm, slightly stirring his pool of magic. Grey believed that when he was finally granted permission to touch the oldest heart tree in Winterfell, his reservoir of magic would be replenished substantially. However, the plan must now be discarded. Grey understood all too well that the execution signified the inevitable demise of Lord Jon Arryn, the Hand of the King, at the hands of Petyr Baelish. King Robert I Baratheon, intent on toppling the Targaryen dynasty, was undoubtedly now en route to Winterfell along the King's Road, accompanied by his court. In the present moment, it is indisputable that Clay is merely a minor character, incapable of swaying the decisions of Duke Ed. Once the wolves descend southward, the fate of the War of the Five Kings will be sealed when the unguarded stags and ice wolves are slain by the lions. The Northerners hold honor above all else. As Robb Stark marches his forces south, it is inconceivable for Clay to remain uninvolved. Nevertheless, contemplating the noble captives of the North and the Stark family who perished in the bloody betrayal of the Red Wedding sends a chill down his spine. He is not a god, and as he finds himself ensnared in this game of power, the time left for him to alter the course is dwindling. At this moment, the two brothers, Jon and Robb, having galloped far ahead, stand upon a low hill, calling out to their father and Bran, urging them to come and see what they have discovered. In the oppressive silence, Clay glimpses the two entwined corpses by the bridge. An enormous wolf, astonishingly large, has been pierced in the throat by the antlers of the stag it was attacking. The members of Winterfell, acutely aware of their house sigil, dare not utter a word. The Northerners revere the gods, and thus they also fear them. The vivid and gruesome imagery before them instills dread in all, save for Clay. Arriving late, Clay sees 5 small wolves that have been brought forth, huddling in the embrace of Bran and his brothers. This bodes ill, a sign of death accompanying birth. Clay overhears someone murmur. The ever-smirking Theon Greyjoy unsheaths his sword and addresses his nominal brother Bran, saying, "Bran, those creatures won't live long. Toss them over to me." Clay has always harbored a dislike for Theon, particularly his perpetually irritating grin. In a moment of agitation, he retorts without thought, "They are not your wolves. Why should it concern you?" The once tranquil atmosphere by the bridge becomes so still that a pin drop would be audible, all eyes now fixed upon Clay. Theon, momentarily taken aback, quickly succumbs to anger, pointing his gleaming blade at Clay's horse. In a miscalculation of force, the sword's tip grazes the steed's cheek, startling it into a rearing position, and Clay is unexpectedly thrown off. He tumbles awkwardly, rolling once before regaining his footing. As he gazes at Theon, who grins mockingly, an inferno of rage surges within Clay, who, unaccustomed to being disrespected, instinctively reaches for the long sword that has fallen to the ground. Witnessing their lord being unseated, the guards of House Mandeville instinctively reach for their sword hilts, yet in the presence of Eddard Stark, they lack the courage to draw their blades. Say that again. Mandeville brat, Theon taunts, noticing the silence surrounding him. Gaining confidence, he prepares to utter another insult when a sharp dagger glints ominously as it hurtles towards his face. As Sir Roderick instinctively raised his sword to intervene against Theon, a sharp clash echoed through the air. The aged knight staggered back 2 steps, wielding a battered sword now marred by a significant gash, while the weapon hurled by Cregan quivered as it lodged itself into the ground before Theon's feet. Cease this at once, Duke Eddard bellowed, kicking his foster son to the ground. Take him back to Winterfell. The guards of Winterfell hastily escorted the now pale and somewhat incontinent Theon away from the scene. Duke Eddard cast a glance at the broken sword in Sir Roderick's hand, scrutinizing the now composed Cregan with an unusual gaze. He refrained from inquiring about the reason for drawing his sword, instead asking, Manderly, why do you say such things? Relieved by the Duke's lack of further probing, Cregan exhaled slightly, acknowledging his own impulsiveness as he replied, It is merely the carcasses of wolves and deer. Why must we contend with the living wolves? These are the dire wolves, which have never been seen south of the wall, Robb interjected. I understand. If that is the case, my desire is to extract the fangs of the dire wolf, procure a lion, and thrust it into its eyes. Then discard the lion's carcass into the sewers of Castle Black, Cregan shrugged. This discussion concluded amidst Duke Eddard's rare laughter, as he instructed his children to personally raise the young dire wolves, and, indeed, the white wolf belonging to Jon was also mentioned. He chose not to revisit the matters concerning Cregan and Theon. On the return journey, basking in the warm gazes of the people of Winterfell, Cregan noticed Robb beside him, subconsciously testing the sharpness of his teeth. Chapter 8. The herbal brew as the most efficient means of communication among the noble houses, Ravens bore a significant responsibility. Yet today, as she beheld her husband leaning against his great sword beneath the heart tree, his face etched with disbelief and anguish, Catelyn wished she had never received the message delivered by that raven. Lord Jon Arryn of the Seven Kingdoms has passed away suddenly. Catelyn understood her husband's deep affection for Lord Jon, but with the man gone, there was little time for mourning. For King Robert Baratheon was already en route to Winterfell. When Cregan received the news, he felt no surprise. In theory, his overt mission in Winterfell had reached its conclusion. According to Sir Roderick, as a guest of Winterfell, he was free to depart at his leisure, provided he paid his respects to Duke Eddard before leaving. This suited Cregan perfectly, as the Manderly family did not worship the old gods revered by the Northmen, thus making a visit to the gods would an unwise choice. My lord, we have retrieved the materials you requested, the captain of the guards reported as he approached Cregan in the upper corridor. Oh, excellent. Let us take a look, Cregan nodded, following the captain to the carriage. Well done. This is your reward. Share it wisely, and remember to refrain from squandering it all on frivolities. Cleary furrowed his brow slightly, offering a reminder to the guard captain, who wore a rather peculiar grin. The rough fellow chuckled, accepted the pouch of coins, and soon vanished, humming a crude tune. Once he departed, Cleary gazed at the pile of sentinel bark laden upon the cart, his lips twitching in irritation. Indeed, the antics of these rascals were perfectly aligned with the ostentatious reputation of the wealthy lords of White Harbor among the northern aristocracy. He distinctly recalled specifying a small pouch. Yet these 3 knaves had presented him with an entire cartload. While his subordinates had exceeded expectations to demonstrate their loyalty, Cleary could hardly chastise them. He leapt onto the cart, sifting through the contents until he selected the finest piece, which he dragged into his chamber. He had inquired with the guard, and his sister, Vera, was presently engaged in joyous play with the Stark ladies, leaving little time for her almost forgotten brother. Just as well. He had finally gathered the last of the materials needed to concoct the herbal potion. With a thought, the Witcher system activated, and Cleary placed the freshly prepared sentinel bark into the backpack slot. Upon inspecting the potion section, the previously unavailable herbal potion was now selectable. He focused his mind on it, and an ethereal sound of bursting bubbles and flowing water filled his ears. Subsequently, all materials vanished, save for the dragon bone, which remained usable. In his inventory, Cleary discovered a new item, 3 small bottles stacked together. Upon touching them with his mind, the following information naturally unfolded in his consciousness. Name: Herbal Potion Version. 10 Effect: Induces Witcher mutation in ordinary individual. Side effects: Significant neural damage, can be mitigated. Severely diminished fertility, can be mitigated. Pupil splitting, can be mitigated. Base success rate: 30, can be improved. Note: drink it. If fortune favors you, you will transform into an invincible warrior. A friendly reminder: if successful, the damage from the grass fork will greatly increase. Cleary instinctively disregarded the note. He scrutinized the potion he had painstakingly concocted, stroking his chin in thought. This potion certainly could not be downed in a single gulp by his brethren. A mortality rate of 7 out of 10 was utterly unacceptable. He remained uncertain of how much he could enhance the success rate with his own magical reservoir. Moreover, the side effects were wholly undesirable. Should he gamble and succeed, he might end up as a mute, impotent, cat-eyed figure. Forget about inheriting White Harbor. Merely avoiding being seized by the Seventh Church and burned as a heretic would be fortunate indeed. Alas, it appeared that a visit to the sacred grove was inevitable. Cleary sighed softly. Stowing away the system, he noted that the sentinel bark he had brought in had completely vanished. Fortunately, his stock was abundant enough to avoid detection. Having made his decision, he approached the desk and picked up a pen to write a letter to Count Wayman, far away in White Harbor. In his letter, he conveyed the news of the Prime Minister's sudden demise and the impending arrival of the king to the elder. He also expressed his decision to remain in Winterfell, hoping to meet the esteemed Lords of King's Landing if the opportunity arose. Unlike the traditional northern nobles, the Manderley family, who governs White Harbor, is rather inclusive. For a considerable duration, they have served as the North's gateway to the outside world, and this remains true today. To his knowledge, the elder frequently corresponded with several prominent families from the Riverlands and the Vale, indicating a certain camaraderie. Thus, he was confident that his father would acquiesce to his desire to stay, as befriending the significant figures of King's Landing aligned perfectly with the Earl of Wyman's principles of governance. The letter was swiftly composed, and as he dried the ink, Clay neatly folded the missive. Such correspondence could not pass through the hands of a guard. Rising, he pushed open the door and made his way to the raven cage placed nearby. This was a request from his father before his departure, intended to ensure constant communication. Clay grasped a seemingly robust raven from within, disregarding its struggles as he stuffed the folded letter into the capsule attached to its leg. Releasing his hold, the gray creature took to the skies, circling once before soaring southeastward. Once the raven vanished from sight, Clay found himself at a loss for what to do. He had resolved to infiltrate the Godswood on the night of the king's visit, when the majority of House Stark's forces would be concentrated in the Great Hall of Winterfell, located to the southeast. After all, the king's safety was paramount, and he bore no responsibilities for welcoming the royal presence, as he was not part of House Stark, but rather, in a sense, akin to King Robert, a guest in Winterfell. Acknowledging that he would inevitably involve himself in this power struggle, Clay wished to observe a few prominent players in the game beforehand. After all, as long as the boy mockingly dubbed the Great Emperor did not upend the rules, this game was still conducted within a relatively less bloody framework. Shaking his head to dispel his thoughts, Clay drew his long sword from his waist and began practicing the techniques of the wolf school as displayed in the system. The blade sliced through the air, sweeping past the delicate snowflakes falling from the late summer sky. Unbeknownst to him, beyond the formidable walls of Winterfell, a pair of indifferent eyes was fixated on Clay's figure amidst the Godswood, where Eddard Stark often roamed. This gaze disregarded all barriers, observing the increasingly rapid movements of Clay's sword, as a faint whisper echoed softly, an intriguing individual. Chapter 9. The King in the North. King Robert's pace was swift. Initially, Clay had estimated that given his indulgent lifestyle, it would take the king 2 months to reach Winterfell. However, a mere month and a half had passed, and while chatting with Robb atop the walls of Winterfell, Clay had already spotted the royal knights who had arrived ahead of him. He did not personally recognize this knight, yet it was impossible to overlook the regal stag banner fluttering proudly from the saddle. With a sharp intake of breath, Clay remarked that the majestic horns of the stag would soon grace Winterfell. "What do you say, Robb? I have heard that the queen and her 2 brothers are accompanying her this time. Have the direwolf's fangs been sharpened?" Clay clicked his tongue, gazing at the approaching knights. The banners of the direwolf and the crowned stag advancing together, reminiscent of the usurper wars from decades past. Surely, they are the most esteemed siblings in all the 7 kingdoms. I suppose I must even kiss her hand, for the rights of guests cannot be violated. Robb tightened his cloak and spoke slowly, yet his brow remained furrowed. Clay smirked, reaching out to tug at the young lord's newly sprouted beard, only to be dodged, prompting Robb to question him with a look of bewilderment. "What are you doing? Has no one ever told you that the Starks are incapable of deceit?" "Nonsense," Robb instinctively retorted, though the words caught in his throat. After a moment, he replied sullenly, "Indeed, the North has never taught us such." Robb stared blankly at the two galloping steeds entering through the eastern gate for quite some time before turning to Clay. "Am I that poor at concealing my thoughts? I am not a wolf, but I understand that baring one's fangs too early invites an arrow in response." Clay shrugged, patting Robb on the shoulder. "Allow me to offer you some advice. Aside from unavoidable circumstances, limit your encounters with the Lannisters to spare yourself unnecessary discomfort." In their recent discussions about life and women, Clay had learned not only the local flavor of Winterfell's risque humor, but also that while Lord Eddard rarely mentioned the usurper wars with his children, he had much to say about the misdeeds of House Lannister. Robb was acutely aware of the nefarious actions committed by the Lannisters upon their arrival in King's Landing, fully cognizant of how the moniker Kingslayer came to be. Thus, Clay found Robb's reaction towards the Lannisters unsurprising. Like father, like son, truth indeed. The following morning, Clay did not encounter the Stark siblings at the training grounds as usual. It was only after Vera, who had finally recalled who her brother was, informed him that Sansa and the others had been summoned early by Lady Catelyn for lessons in etiquette. Seizing the opportunity, Clay succinctly inquired about what Vera had been up to during her nearly 2 months at Winterfell and with whom she had been spending her time. To his surprise, Vera responded readily, but only mentioned 2 names, Sansa and Arya. Observing Vera's cheerful demeanor, Clay's gaze was filled with compassion. It seemed she had not grasped the true implications of their father's consent for her to come to Winterfell. He had barely heard Robb Stark's name in her lengthy discourse. Sensing that their father's hopes for his granddaughter to become the North's lady would once again be dashed. As noon approached, a splendid procession of gold and silver appeared on the horizon, and Clay finally beheld the fabled entourage of the King of the Seven Kingdoms. Approximately 300 individuals gathered, the majority of whom were esteemed nobles of noble birth, with the least among them being a knight. Dozens of flags fluttered in the breeze, predominantly displaying the royal emblem of the crowned stag, while a select few bore the image of a golden roaring lion on a crimson background. A sight that Lord Eddard would surely despise, thought Clay. From a higher vantage point, Clay refrained from allowing the guards to unfurl the Manderley mermaid banner, as it was unnecessary and he intended to stealthily enter his lord's backyard. Discretion was always prudent. Soon enough, Clay spotted the figure accompanied by 2 white-caped Kingsguard, unmistakably their most revered monarch. Indeed, even mounted atop his steed, King Robert's corpulence was difficult to conceal. However, in contrast to the grotesque image Clay had once held, this king, though considerably more rotund, still exuded a certain charisma. Those who had long occupied positions of power possessed an inherent gravitas, without needing any reminders. It was evident that none in the procession could claim the title of king apart from him. After gazing upon the king and the extravagantly adorned queen, everything else seemed rather dull. Clay held little affection for the elaborate and tedious courtesies among the nobility, despite being a true-born noble himself. He instinctively grasped his excited sister Vera's hand, only to have her shake it off, her attention riveted on the knights displaying the crowned stag insignia. Since he had already made it clear to Vera that royal personages were strictly off-limits for her, Clay found it challenging to impose upon her curiosity at this moment. The king was in the north, since the arrival of Aegon I Targaryen in Winterfell. This marked the second time a king of the Seven Kingdoms had crossed the threshold of Winterfell. Times had changed, and people had faded. The Targaryen family, once closest to divinity, now had but 2 survivors across the narrow sea, the rest reduced to dust. Nonetheless, given their dominion over Westeros for over 2 centuries, Clay understood the formidable influence the name Targaryen wielded among the common nobility. A simple illustration suffices. The reason Robert could securely occupy the Iron Throne post the War of the Usurper, aside from his prowess in battle, was undoubtedly due to his Targaryen bloodline, a significant advantage in his claim to the crown. Though he would eventually need to address the dilemma of Daenerys, for now, Clay could only contemplate, as he lacked the standing to engage in the game, given the presence of White Harbor behind him. Upon returning to his chamber, Clay retrieved his gear for nocturnal infiltration, carefully inspecting it once more. He had prepared a black cloak, easily removable, to wear over his family's outer robe. As Winterfell was a place teeming with eyes, this attire would serve him well within the Godswood, should he encounter any unforeseen circumstances that required him to remain inconspicuous. In the main district of Winterfell, this attire, which hardly exudes the essence of benevolence, is certainly inappropriate to wear, especially now that Robb has arrived. should he don it? Even a non-assassin like Gray would inevitably become one. Along the way, those who would typically pause to greet him now hurried past, often merely nodding or mumbling a half-hearted acknowledgement upon encountering Gray. It was evident that House Stark had meticulously prepared for this royal visit. As night descended, the clamor of the city grew more pronounced. Gray had been invited to the banquet in the Great Hall of Winterfell, an invitation he could not decline. Chapter 10. The journey to the Sacred Grove. Gray harbored little interest in the imminent feast. The only aspect that piqued his curiosity was the delectable fare that awaited him. Compared to White Harbor, Winterfell's material conditions were somewhat lacking, yet the quality of the kitchen was unexpectedly superb, likely due to Gray's daily indulgence in fishback in White Harbor. Initially seated near the main table, Gray sought an early escape from the gathering. Having barely eaten, he took his plate and relocated to a long table where the guards congregated near the entrance. "Gray, what brings you here?" It was Jon Snow, mingling among the crowd. The usually taciturn lad now spoke with a hint of drunkenness, his eyes slightly glazed as he inquired of Gray. "I couldn't comprehend the Lord's jokes. Seated there, I felt like a fool." Gray shrugged, gesturing towards the seat he had just vacated. "Indeed, you could leave. Just look at Robb. He seems ready to shatter his fork." Jon pointed towards Robb, who sat awkwardly across from the Queen, and gulped down another hearty swig of wine. Generally, Lord Eddard seldom permitted his children to partake in alcohol. Yet today, none seemed to mind. Gray tossed a succulent, aromatic chicken wing from the table to the white dire wolf nestled beneath, a creature named Ghost, who had grown quite familiar with him over the days. With fluidity, the wolf caught the wing midair, settling at Gray's feet to devour it eagerly. Gray delighted in petting the snowy wolf, who did not resist his caresses. Amidst Jon's envious gaze, Gray became increasingly absorbed in his fondling, eliciting comfortable purrs from Ghost as it sprawled on the floor. "Is this your wolf, young man?" a voice inquired from behind Gray. He turned to find Jon's uncle, the imposing black-clad Night's Watchman, standing tall behind him. "No, this is Jon's wolf. Please, take a seat. I shall step outside for a moment." It would be quite undignified to be sick after drinking too much. Gray seized the opportunity to rise from his seat. The chief ranger, reeking of snow and wind, hardly recognized Gray, merely nodding at him as if he were an ordinary guard before settling down to converse with Jon. Slipping out of the hall, Gray feigned drunkenness and swiftly returned to his chamber. He scooped a small basin of cool water from the cistern to rouse himself from the stupor. With a small bundle of clothing in hand, Clay pushed open the door and naturally made his way towards the sacred woods. Indeed, his assumptions were correct. The Stark family placed great importance on the king's security, with Duke Ed dispatching a significant portion of the guards to the vicinity of Winterfell's hall. The areas that once had sentinels were now deserted. Upon reaching the entrance of the sacred woods, Clay finally spotted 2 guards of the Stark family clad in chainmail from a distance, but they were engrossed in their wraps, utterly oblivious to their surroundings. Seizing the opportunity, Clay deftly circumvented the entrance. The walls on the side of the sacred woods within Winterfell were relatively low, and with the moon obscured by clouds. It was the perfect moment for a clandestine ascent. With remarkable ease, Clay scaled the wall under the weakest defense of Winterfell's sacred woods. As his feet touched the soft ground of the woods, a faint scent of decay infiltrated his nostrils. It was the aroma of layers of fallen leaves piled together, a harbinger of the summer's extensive shedding, a troubling omen. Though it was still the long summer, as the Stark family's saying goes, winter is coming. Before him lay an impenetrable darkness, the stout black trunks dominating his vision, while the lofty branches intertwined above, obscuring the scant moonlight. Clay advanced cautiously, wary of tripping over the protruding roots of the trees. The darkness was profound, and the silence was eerie. He felt an unsettling sensation that a pair of unseen eyes were fixated upon him, watching intently. Clay began to understand why the former inhabitants of this place might have developed the vague and enigmatic faith in the old gods. In such an environment, people sought hope in anything, for the deities with clear definitions could not satisfy their yearning. The brief journey took Clay nearly half an hour as he traversed what seemed like an endless expanse of foliage. At last, he beheld the ancient fishleaf tree, standing solemnly amidst the cold, dark pool of water. Curiously, this tree, possibly the largest of its kind in the north, had no other vegetation surrounding it. Clay speculated that the Stark family had cleared the area of other trees, as it was a place frequently visited by the lords, requiring ample space. As moonlight cascaded down, the tall trunk of the fishleaf tree shimmered silvery, while the once deep red leaves were forced to bow in the night, turning black. Taking a deep breath, Clay stepped forward, his ability to replenish his magical reserves resting on this singular endeavor. Ignoring the menacing visage etched into the tree trunk, which appeared even more grotesque beneath the moonlight, he finally arrived at the heart tree. An instinct told him that the face seemed to be watching him. But at that moment, he could afford no further concern. He removed his finely crafted leather gloves and extended his hands to press against the trunk. In the next moment, a colossal and tumultuous force surged through Clay's defenseless body via his arm. This force was overwhelmingly violent, akin to a rampaging bull, causing Clay to nearly lose consciousness at the onset. Thoughts flickered in his mind, and an ethereal dark blue system unfurled before him. With gritted teeth and bloodshot eyes, he fixated intently on the numbers behind the mana pool. 75. The number remained unchanged. Yet, in the next instant, it transformed into 76, followed swiftly by 77, escalating at an increasingly rapid pace. While Clay was momentarily stunned, the figure soared past 100, continuing to rise with even greater velocity. His ears were filled with a deafening hum, rendering him oblivious to the rustling of countless leaves from the gigantic heart tree. Within just a few breaths, Clay's mana pool had accumulated over 150 points of mana, surpassing double the amount he had when he first acquired the system. Capable of pushing the success rate of the grass trial to its limits while negating 2 adverse effects, Clay wished to halt the influx, but he realized he was powerless to do so. His hand seemed firmly pressed against the trunk, almost merging with the heart tree itself. Mana continued to pour in relentlessly, as if the greedy mana pool had no limits. Yet Clay's body was on the verge of collapse. A peculiar sensation of blockage pervaded his entire being. Clay gasped for breath, but the oxygen trickled into his lungs agonizingly slow, akin to a drowning man, his complexion gradually paling. A curse, not of this world, escaped from Clay's lips, and with a fleeting moment of clarity, he summoned all his strength to strike his head against the trunk. Amidst the rustling leaves, a dull thud resonated, followed by the sound of a body collapsing to the ground. On the ground, Clay gasped for air, his eyes fixated on the glaring number behind the mana pool, revealing a row of pristine white teeth. Meanwhile, far beyond the Great Wall, within a deep cavern, a blood-red eye suddenly opened in the darkness, emitting a silent roar of fury. For just moments ago, it had been wounded by none other than the largest eye in the northern realm. Inaudible sound waves rippled outward, summoning countless crows within the cavern to take flight. Soaring into the pitch-black night sky, their destination singular, Winterfell. Chapter 11. Mutation. The Monster Hunter. In the Grand Hall of Winterfell, no one noticed that Clay, the heir of White Harbor, had been missing for quite some time. His loyal captain had removed his iron gauntlets and placed them on the table, his face flushed and neck bulging as he drank heartily with a guard he had met in Winterfell. He had seen his young master leave, but thought little of it. After all, in Duke Ed's territory, no one dared to harm Clay. At that moment, the king, as a guest, was wildly gyrating with a dancer, his corpulent body glistening with oil and sweat, his boisterous laughter echoing throughout the grand hall of Winterfell. The Duke of Ed, as the master of the house, sat expressionless in his seat, swallowing the meticulously prepared dishes from the kitchen with a taste akin to chewing wax. Eddard Stark had always been averse to such boisterous environments, a trait that had persisted since his youth. Beside him, the stunning queen sat with the most decorous posture, a smile gracing her lips as she gazed at her husband within the hall, though her emerald eyes betrayed no warmth. While the king and his future prime minister raised their goblets in celebration, or wore expressions of icy detachment, Grey lay in the damp earth. Just as the euphoria of detaching from the heart tree dissipated, Grey realized a grave issue, an overwhelming excess of magic. Unable to perceive the internal state of his body, Grey was acutely aware that he could not even lift a finger. His swollen form was besieged by erratic currents of magic. Having just detached from the heart tree was already his limit, rendering him powerless. He gasped for breath, his mind racing with strategies. His first thought was to return to his chamber, where the protection of House Manderley's guards would afford him the necessary sense of security, allowing him to devise a plan thereafter. However, after merely 2 seconds of contemplation, he abandoned this idea. Grey understood the root of his current immobility. The problem of excess magic could not be alleviated by lying here for 3 or 4 hours at risk. His reservoir of magic was not a true pool. It could not simply expel a surplus. The immediate priority was to dissipate the excess magic within him, reducing the reservoir to a safe level. Magic within the blood could not be resolved merely by drawing a little blood. With a sigh in his heart, he resolved to undertake the most perilous yet effective method, mutation. Underneath the branches of the heart tree in the sacred grove of House Stark, under the watchful gaze of the old gods, he would mutate. Thoughts flickering, he activated the system and swiftly selected the 3 small vials resting quietly in his inventory. Gritting his teeth, Gray expended every ounce of his strength to retrieve the vials. He no longer had the luxury of determining the order, biting them open directly. The herbal concoction was a version 10, fraught with significant risks and potential side effects. Should he use magic to counteract them? Without hesitation, Gray ignored the risks and maximized the success rate, negating all side effects. In the next moment, magic surged within him like lightning, rushing towards the potion that drained the color from his face. Excruciating pain erupted from his stomach, swiftly radiating throughout his body. Gray became restless, his limbs twisting unnaturally, his body arching as he tore at the grass beneath him. His pupils dilated, his gaze vacant, his eyes reflecting only the pitch-black night sky obscured by the canopy above. Approximately 10 minutes had elapsed when the curled-up Gray suddenly began to writhe uncontrollably, his hands flailing in the air as if attempting to grasp a swiftly drifting snowflake. After a brief interval, his hands abruptly settled upon his chest, violently tearing at the tattered remnants of his black robe and the opulent garment adorned with the mermaid emblem beneath. His labored breaths reverberated through the hushed expanse of the sacred cedar forest, reminiscent of a terrifying beast lurking in the shadows. Amidst his incessant movements, Gray began to sweat profusely, soon soaking his attire completely. His skin, slick with dirt and perspiration, became foul and repugnant. Gray's body convulsed involuntarily, engaged in a fierce struggle against the overwhelming agony that enveloped him. While he had been preoccupied with the success rate of the green grass trial and the means to mitigate its side effects, he had neglected to acknowledge the immense suffering inherent in the trial itself. He finally comprehended why the trials of demon hunters were so perilous. Countless apprentice demon hunters had succumbed to excruciating pain. The potion relentlessly eroded his nervous system, while the magical energy within him endeavored to provide protection. From his face downward to the most vital areas, alarms blared throughout his body, yet the presence of magic sustained his consciousness, allowing him to perceive every subtle alteration in his bones, muscles, and glands. Finding solace in his torment, Gray mused that this exquisite experience should not be hoarded solely for himself. Only by enabling future kindred spirits to partake could his heart find some semblance of balance. He felt the warmth upon his face, the scorching blood flowing from his nostrils. His body temperature soared to alarming heights, though it had not reached the boiling point. Others would have long since been memorialized in the sanctuary or beneath the heart tree. Time became an indistinct blur. Gray gradually lost his sight, taste, smell, and hearing, only to have these senses return one by one, as the swelling within him began to subside. At last, Gray could sense his stomach, upon ingesting the potion. It felt as though he had swallowed a bomb poised to detonate, obliterating his stomach upon impact. The pain in his abdomen dissipated, replaced by an overwhelming urge to vomit pressing against his throat. With heightened clarity, Gray incessantly admonished himself, "Do not vomit, do not vomit." Yet, the world grew silent. Perhaps an hour had passed, or maybe two. Who could say? Regardless, this was the longest night of Gray's 16 years of existence. As the last vestiges of pain vanished, Gray's half-closed eyes snapped wide open. An unprecedented surge of power coursed through his body, without any external assistance. He propelled himself from the mire solely on the strength of his legs. Beneath the luminous moonlight, a tall and robust figure emerged in the reflection upon the lake's surface. Amidst the eerie grin of clay, he raised his left hand and performed an unusual gesture. The little finger curled, the ring and middle fingers pressed together, while the index finger stood apart, the palm gradually extending forward. A surge of magic coursed through the air, and a pale yellow spherical shield abruptly materialized beside him. Clay released his fingers, and the shield shattered with a sound, causing him to collapse to the ground, burying his head in his arms to conceal his nearly uncontrollable fit of maniacal laughter. For he was a demon hunter. Chapter 12. System Upgrade. The following morning, when the drowsy captain of the guards spotted Clay staggering towards him, the remnants of last night's drunken stupor evaporated instantly. Had he not been so familiar with his young master, the captain might have struggled to recognize him, for at that moment, Clay's appearance was far from commendable. Disheveled and grimy, he bore patches of mud on his face, his hair and clothing equally sullied, and it seemed remnants of vomit clung to his exquisite silk coat, giving him the odor of someone who had just emerged from a pigsty. "Master, what has happened to you?" The captain, now sober and wearing a forced smile, hurried to Clay's side, merely wrinkling his nose at the stench, pretending not to notice. As an elder of White Harbor, he was all too aware of the identity of the man before him. The elderly count was of advanced age, and Lord Varys, the heir, was not in robust health. So it was conceivable that one day this very figure would ascend to become the formidable and powerful count of White Harbor. Unbeknownst to the captain, Clay had vanished for an entire night, and if the Count were to catch sight of his master in such a state, he would surely have him suspended from the castle's highest tower. Clay, with his filthy boots, kicked the captain to the ground, cursing, "You wretched fool. I was drunk last night. Where were you lot? I had to sleep in the mud all night. I'll have your heads for this." Though he spoke with indignation, Clay was not truly angry. He intentionally articulated his grievances, needing to provide a pretext for his disheveled appearance. Before dawn, after erasing all traces of his escapades, Clay emerged from the sacred wood. He contemplated not returning directly to his chamber. Should he be spotted by any early rising southern noble, it would spell trouble. The southern gentry cared little for such matters, especially with Lord Robert's imminent arrival in Winterfell. Anything could be magnified in significance. "You claim you are not an assassin? Where is your proof?" "I'm sorry, but I suspect you are indeed one, and given the Queen's disposition, Robert might very well imprison him, even releasing him only after his departure." After some deliberation, Clay chose to lie down in an isolated muddy pit, grasping an empty bottle, feigning drunkenness until the early guards discovered him at dawn. Observing the flustered captain of the guards, Clay felt a slight sense of relief. His impromptu performance had passed muster. "Quickly, fetch me water for a bath," Clay commanded sharply. Amidst the astonished and disdainful gaze of his sister Vera, Clay maintained his composure as he returned to his chamber to bathe and change clothes. Finally emerging as a more presentable version of himself, he confidently opened the door. Just as he settled down, his sister Vera approached him with an inquisitive expression. "Clay, confess honestly, which noble lady did you entertain last night?" "TSK. We Mandlers have a certain standing. Couldn't you choose a more respectable place? Or is it that either you or the lady in question possesses an exceptionally unique taste?" Clay was taken aback, filled with a desire to pry open Vera's mind to discover what thoughts resided within. "Mind your language, Vera. A noblewoman should not speak in such a manner. Be cautious, or you may find it difficult to marry in the future." "Grandfather cannot control me," Vera retorted, disregarding Clay's admonitions. With renewed determination, Clay stepped outside and seated himself on a stone pedestal, the biting northern wind refreshing his senses. At last, he had the opportunity to examine his system. Upon becoming the first monster hunter in the history of Westeros, his system had upgraded in tandem. While he had been preoccupied with escaping from the ancient forest before being discovered, he had yet to ascertain the specific changes that had occurred. The pale blue system unfolded once more, revealing Monster Hunter System, Level 2, Potions, expand for details. Bombs, expand for details. Equipment, expand for details. Magic Pool, 120, unlock spell marks. Quinn, Level 1. Ard, Level 1. Igni, Level 1. Axii, Level 1. With 120 points of magic remaining, he was fully capable of enabling a subject to endure the pain, just as he had, to become a true monster hunter, albeit unable to mitigate the severe side effects completely. This signified that Clay's plan to expand the ranks of monster hunters was officially underway, and his mind was already eagerly scouting for candidates. However, what excited Clay the most was that becoming a monster hunter not only meant he had transformed into a formidable warrior with physical capabilities far exceeding those of ordinary men and an accelerated healing rate, but more importantly, he could finally experiment with the diverse concoctions of potions available to monster hunters. Upon opening the potions section, the system did not disappoint him. 4 initial potion formulas had become available: Swallow, Cat, Thunder, and Blizzard. Though they were basic, their significance in this low magic world was profound, except for the potentially soaring dragons. Every contest was determined by the clash of blades on the battlefield. The essence of this Game of Thrones was fundamentally a struggle among the wealthiest players, who wagered their violent resources as chips on the table, striving to accumulate enough to exchange for a coveted prize, the Iron Throne. To put it bluntly, those with armies were in power. Without one might as well return home. Even the one who claims that chaos is but a ladder is invariably supported by one or several powerful patrons during his orchestration of turmoil. Initially, it was Lisa Tully, later transformed into Cersei and Tywin, and ultimately, he took complete control of the Eyrie, placing himself at the gaming table. This encapsulates the true essence of the game called power. Figures like the tyrant Joffrey Baratheon and the faceless man Arya Stark engage in acts of overturning the table. Presently, with the backing of White Harbor, Cleo has emerged as the demon hunter. Once he fully assimilates this newfound strength, he too shall possess the capability to become the one who overturns the table. Cleo has not delved into the specific formulas of the 4 potions. There is no rush, for an abrupt surge of power would only arouse suspicion. As excitement wanes, he now contemplates a singular matter. What secrets lie within the weirwood or heart tree? Having experimented with numerous plants and animals in the north, why does the heart tree alone possess such immense magical potency? If one were to assert that it is the core of worship, the embodiment of faith's power, Cleo would contend that this notion reverses the cause and effect. It is likely that the worship of the old gods arose because people discovered the heart tree's magic. This leads to yet another inquiry. From whence does the heart tree's magic derive? He does not believe that this plant inherently possesses magic. There must be other reasons. Chapter 13. I want his head. After fruitless contemplation, Cleo realizes that this query is essentially akin to asking what the Lightbringer Lawler truly is, questions that cannot be answered at present. Since he cannot arrive at a conclusion, he decides to let it be. Cleo has always embraced such a carefree disposition. Summoning the captain of the guard, who stood as straight as a spear, Cleo pays little heed to his apologetic demeanor and inquires, "Have you seen Robb and the others?" "Not, my lord, but I heard rumors at the feast yesterday, suggesting that His Majesty and Lord Eddard intend for the children of both houses to grow closer." "Go on." Cleo gestures for him to continue. "You are well aware of our northern ways. It is likely that swords will be drawn to foster closeness, so I believe if you wish to find them, you should check the training grounds." Surprised by the insights of this veteran named Hoster, Cleo recognizes the accuracy of his judgment. It is entirely understandable that Eddard Stark would wish for his honest and upright eldest son to engage with the crown prince. In his and Robert's eyes, the old stag and wolf share a profound friendship, yet they are gradually aging. Thus, the young wolf and stag ought to forge an alliance from a tender age, just as they did in their youth. This, at the very least, could greatly enhance the prospects of mutual support should conflict arise in the future. However, Lord Eddard could never have anticipated that Robert's valiant son is, in truth, nothing more than a mere decorative pillow, brimming with arrogance. Cray had previously cautioned Robb against associating with members of the royal family, yet it appeared his warnings had fallen on deaf ears. However, there was some truth to his concerns. The old wolf was indeed allied with the old stag. Yet it was entirely reasonable for the young wolf to bare its teeth at a sleek, lustrous lion cub. "Let us go witness the spectacle," Cray commanded. And the gleaming armored horse summoned 2 guards to accompany him. The distance was not far, and upon reaching the training grounds, Cray beheld 2 flags suspended on the walls, one depicting the golden-crowned stag on the left, and the other showcasing the roaring lion on the right. A knight clad in armor adorned with the Lannister sigil stood guard at the entrance. As he observed Cray and his entourage approaching, he arrogantly raised his hand and declared, "Halt! Who are you?" "The princes are currently engaged in a spar with the Stark whelps. No one else may enter." The group frowned, not due to the obstruction, but because the Lannister knights' reference to wolf cubs was particularly irksome, given that they were in the north. "Sir, such disrespect towards the lord here is not a wise choice," Cray remarked coolly. The knight had recognized the sigil of House Manderly worn by Cray and his companions. Yet he remained unconcerned, believing that the head of the White Harbor Manderly family was still alive and that these individuals were likely mere offshoots. What was intended as a warning in Cray's words was transformed in the knight's ears into an outright insult, provoking his ire. "You insolent brat! I shall speak of these wolf cubs as I please. Even if Wyman Manderly were to arrive, I would say the same." This declaration was patently absurd. If the elder lord were to appear, the knight would be compelled to yield the path, for the formidable stature of the Earl of White Harbor, commanding a great city and thousands of soldiers, would deter any affront. As soon as these words were uttered, Cray remained relatively unfazed. Yet the 2 White Harbor guards reacted vehemently, immediately launching into a torrent of curses, with one audaciously resting his hand on the hilt of his sword. "What are you doing?" the knight bellowed, quick to act as well. In an instant, a beautifully crafted longsword was unsheathed, its gleaming tip aimed directly at Cray's eyes. Seeking death, Cray murmured softly to himself, for he harbored a profound disdain for anyone who dared to point a sword at him. He had initially intended to defuse the situation, but the knight's audacity provoked a different response. Perfect for practice, with a swift motion, Cray transformed into a shadowy figure, rapidly closing the distance to the Lannister knight. As the knight made his move, Cray delivered a precise strike to his carotid artery. The intense pain and sudden wave of dizziness caused the knight to relinquish his sword and retreat unsteadily until he found himself seated on the ground, his longsword slipping from his grasp, only to be seized by Cray. As the knight shook off the haze of unconsciousness and regained his composure, he found Cray's sword pointed threateningly at him, rendering him utterly rigid and unable to move. The once arrogant knight, now reduced to a mere jester, could scarcely muster a coherent word. Cray regarded this spectacle with disinterest, shaking his head in disappointment. With a sharp clang, The long sword was sheathed back into the knight's scabbard. The frosty voice of Clay echoed beside the trembling figure of the knight. It is merely the Lannisters. Mind your head well, for without that lion, they are truly unstable. After dealing with this minor character, Clay strode into the training grounds, where banners of roaring lions were prominently displayed. While those of the golden-crowned stag and the dire wolf were scarcely visible, Clay immediately spotted Robb, standing in the center of the field, his face flushed with anger. While the golden-haired, blue-eyed Prince Joffrey lounged in a soft chair, rudely mocking Robb. "Is this how you Starks train?" Joffrey sneered, stepping on a wooden sword beneath his feet. "Shall we don our prince with wooden armor as well?" chimed in a nearby attendant with a grin. "Indeed, since this is the sacred tournament of House Stark. Let us chop down their fish beams and craft a few suits of armor. The rest we can leave for the pups. Perhaps they might fashion a few wooden swords as well." Joffrey nodded in satisfaction, already contemplating whether to send someone to indeed cut down the fish beams. Clay observed Robb and Ser Roderick, who were on the brink of eruption, realizing that he finally understood the cowardice of the fool outside. It was clear that the apple does not fall far from the tree. Following such a master, he indeed epitomized the worst. Clay was aware of the Lannisters' might. But that was merely a stereotype. He had never anticipated their audacity could reach such heights, practically rubbing the Stark family's face in the mud. To chop down the heart tree was an act akin to defiling the statues of the Seven in the South, truly a death wish. Clay had underestimated the patience of Robb and the old knight. Had it been him, he would have already struck the jester who had spoken out. Robb, after holding back for what felt like an eternity, continuously reminding himself that it was the prince, found the raucous laughter of the surrounding Lannisters unbearable as never before in this training ground. Finally, unable to contain himself, Robb hurled his sword with force and stormed out of the training area, only to be met with Joffrey's triumphant laughter. "Oh, a Stark warrior flees." Witnessing this scene, Clay deemed it unnecessary to enter further. He turned back towards the exit, waiting for Robb to emerge. However, before Robb could appear, a guard from House Manderley rushed over, breathless, whispering urgently into Clay's ear. Upon hearing the words, Clay's expression darkened immediately. He roared at Hostar, "Gather everyone. All of them." Before anyone could respond, Clay viciously questioned the guard. "Where are they?" "Near the blacksmith shop." "Go summon them. Surround the blacksmith shop. I want his head," Clay bellowed, at that moment resembling a lion far more than most in the city. Chapter 14. Murder. Clay was utterly enraged. How dare anyone challenge him? Just moments ago, the guard brought forth alarming news. Vera, the younger sister, had strayed from her escort while meandering through the city, and upon the guard's realization, she found herself the target of unwelcome advances from a minor noble of House Lannister. Upon the guard's arrival, he declared his identity, and only then did the brazen young man comprehend that he had indeed been harassing a lady of noble birth. Yet, the matter was not resolved. His method of handling the situation was to toss a few copper stars onto the ground. Such an act was tantamount to rubbing the Mandrick family's dignity into the dirt. It was truly intolerable. Upon hearing the details from the guard, Hoster's eyes brimmed with rage. First, the young master had spent a night in the mud, and now Vera had been subjected to Lannister-esque affront due to the guard's negligence. If this matter were not addressed properly, even 3 heads would not suffice to escape the wrath of Count Mandrick. "Young master, I shall gather the guard at once. These ruffians must learn what the wrath of the sea god entails. This is far from over." Without waiting for Clay to respond, Hostar, trembling with indignation, dashed out like the wind. To be frank, the several dozen armored cavalrymen that Clay had brought would easily handle a minor noble. Yet openly resorting to violence while the king resided in the city required careful consideration of the consequences, despite the anger that surged within him. Although it was imperative to display the Mandrick family's fury through a show of force, Clay, having calmed slightly, sensed something amiss in this entire affair. The incident seemed rather implausible. While Vera was indeed somewhat naive, she was by no means foolish, and the guard was no pushover. After such an extensive period of protection, Clay understood that the strength of Vera's guard surpassed even his own as the heir. The notion of losing sight of her was inherently unrealistic. Could it be mere coincidence that she was harassed the moment she slipped from the guard's view? Clay keenly detected the scent of a meticulously arranged conspiracy. Hastening to the scene, the White Harbor Guard, clad in gleaming armor and brandishing drawn swords, had surrounded the few Lannister nobles who had been firmly apprehended by Vera's escorts. Hostar was gripping Vera's hand, and upon seeing Clay, she immediately leapt into his embrace, weeping with a sense of injustice. "So, you are her brother?" From a distance, Clay could discern the unmistakable stench of alcohol in the speaker's words. He cast a cold glare at the Lannister noble still mounted upon his horse. his face etched with disdain, feeling a blend of anger and confusion. Enveloped by dozens of armored knights, Clay issued a command that would turn those oblivious fools into mere remnants. House Tywin Lannister maintained a respectable lineage, yet how could these offshoots be so utterly foolish? Devoid of any semblance of intelligence? Ignoring him entirely, Clay softly reassured Vera, relieved that matters had not escalated further. Otherwise, it would have necessitated consulting his father for resolution. "Dismount, Lannister," Hostar declared, his sword pointed towards the center of the encirclement. As his words resonated, the White Harbor cavalry, with their heavy-breathing steeds, slowly advanced, tightening the circle, the blades drawing ever closer. The deep blue mermaid banner billowed, encircling the solitary roaring lion at the center like an isolated island. The commotion drew the attention of Duke Ed, the owner of the estate, who quickly learned of the unfolding events while engaged in conversation with Robert about their ancestral sword. Ice. Upon hearing the news, his expression darkened, and he strode out with his massive sword in hand. Similarly, King Robert, upon receiving the news, overturned his chair and hurried after his close friend, but paused at the doorway to instruct a servant to fetch the queen. Inside, witnessing that Clegane was ignoring him, the arrogant nobleman believed his status intimidated the other, and thus he called out more brazenly, "You cowardly eel, you do not deserve such a lovely sister. Hand her over to me, and I shall show her the beauty of King's Landing, far superior to this frigid hellhole." The room fell silent, all eyes fixated on Clegane. Truly, he was courting death. The more the nobleman boasted, the more curious Clegane became about why such a foolish individual had chosen to confront him. Concerned that his emotions might take control, he refrained from striking, knowing it would fulfill the desires of certain onlookers. Yet, it was unacceptable for Clegane to remain passive when his family's honor was insulted, especially since the Earl of Wyman held the moniker of Lord Eel. As the heir, it was his inescapable duty to uphold the dignity of his family and its patriarch. Releasing his sister and handing her over to a nearby guard, Clegane sighed. And in the next moment, his body, transformed into a weapon after becoming a demon hunter, propelled him like a cannonball towards the frozen-faced Lannister, drawing his long sword. The sickening sound of steel-piercing flesh accompanied by the agonizing cries of horses filled the air. Clegane severed the front legs of the leading Lannister's steed, causing it to collapse and pin its rider beneath. The faint sound of breaking bones echoed as the unfortunate noble, suffering from some degree of osteoporosis, found his thigh crushed by his own steed, emitting a piercing wail of despair. Approaching the fallen noble, Clegane raised his blood-stained sword. Having taken action, he resolved that it would be cleaner to end it swiftly. Spare me, came the desperate pleas from the once proud figure, now reduced to a pitiful state. "It is too late," Clegane replied coolly, plunging his sword down, blood splattering in all directions. Amidst the gasps of the onlookers, the Lannister noble clutched the sword embedded in his abdomen, his eyes bulging in disbelief that Clegane would actually kill him, for he was a Lannister, after all. King Robert and Duke Ed, who had just arrived, halted in their tracks, gazing at the impassive figure in the center of the arena. "Seven gods," Robert murmured. Accustomed to the cycle of life and death, he was not averse to corpses. But he was struck by the realization that the young Manderly he had met at the first feast was indeed a formidable character, one who would kill without hesitation. "Enough." Clegane, Duke Ed stepped into the fray, surveying the scene before addressing Clegane in a grave tone. "It is of no concern, my Lord Duke. The honor of House Stark is as unyielding as the ice of the north, pure and untarnished, and as your vassal, House Manderly upholds the same." Cray slightly bowed, acknowledging Ed and Robert with a gesture of respect, and uttered, "Your Majesty." Robert, feeling a twinge of stiffness, nodded awkwardly, realizing he had just committed a foolish act. The words he had spoken to Lancel earlier had now summoned a far greater dilemma, as the figure of the queen loomed in the distance. He had intended to wield the authority of the king to deliver a severe reprimand to that Lannister, then allow the queen to escort him away, forbidding him to return before his departure from Winterfell. However, Cray's swift and ruthless actions left him no opportunity to assert his royal power. A small contingent of soldiers adorned with the Lannister and crowned stag insignia forcefully parted the crowd, and the queen entered the scene, her gaze falling upon the corpse, Cray, and the bloodied sword he had just withdrawn from the lifeless body. Chapter 15. Imprisonment and assassination. No matter how exquisite a woman may be, the moment she emits a shrill scream, she is rendered grotesque, resembling a de-evolved monkey. Her affected shrieks were abruptly interrupted by Robert's roar. "Silence, woman!" Cersei ceased her screaming, casting a cold glance at her husband, her eyes flickering with a barely perceptible hint of resentment and disdain. She icily declared, "Your Majesty, the Stark family has trampled upon the sacred rites of hospitality. They deserve to be cursed." The queen's summation was evidently well-learned and adept at distilling the essence. Yet it was a charge that no one could bear or was likely to hold valid. The bewildered Duke Stark hesitated, prepared to speak, when Robert struck him with a slap, sending Cersei staggering, indifferent to how such an act might be perceived by the royal couple's onlookers. "Do not speak of hospitality rites. Did Tywin not teach you how to articulate properly?" The king intended to unleash further ire, but Duke Ned intervened. "There is no need for such outbursts, Your Majesty." He glanced at the bewildered royal guards, who finally reacted and supported the queen, who was covering her face. Robert was eager to depart, yet Cersei barred his way, her emerald eyes flashing with anger. "Your Majesty, my father will never allow the Lannisters to be slain while the murderer remains unharmed. Do not invoke that old lion Tywin to intimidate me." The king growled in fury, casting a glance at the silently standing Cray, and irritably commanded, "Then imprison him until my departure. Remember, I want him alive. Ned, you shall be responsible. That is final." With the king's decree issued, no one dared to voice dissent. The king's rotund figure vanished, and the queen scoffed coldly, departing with her guards, having not cast another glance at Cray throughout. All eyes turned toward the remaining Duke Ed, whose expression was grim and serious. He sighed softly and approached Cray, saying, "Young man, there was no need for you to take his life. Do not trouble yourself. My Lord Duke, you should attend to your own affairs. The Lannisters do not abide by the rules. Rest assured, my lord, they cannot harm me." Gazing at the grinning Cree, Eddard Stark found himself perplexed by the source of his confidence, yet he acknowledged the futility of the situation. The Lord of Winterfell felt a profound sense of helplessness, unable to protect his vassal even within his own domain, which only intensified his disdain for House Lannister. He instructed Ser Roderick to escort Cree to the dungeons, ensuring he would be well taken care of, while also summoning Vela and the people of White Harbor into the keep, for that was the true sanctuary of the vast north. He particularly urged Ser Roderick to personally oversee each of Cree's meals and to station guards around the clock. In his 2 lifetimes, this marked Cree's inaugural entry into a prison, and truth be told, it aligned closely with his expectations. Though he was a nobleman and the jailer of House Stark showed sympathy towards him, a prison remained a prison. Ser Roderick led Cree to a dimly lit chamber that was somewhat more spacious. "You shall remain here. This is the finest cell Winterfell has to offer. Damn Lannisters." Roderick muttered in a curse, then meticulously relayed various details pertinent to the prison. He could not remain there indefinitely, should an emergency arise. Cree would need to rely on his own judgment. Cree attentively noted Ser Roderick's words. Although he was a demon hunter, immune to the poisons of the hunter's brews, he considered that the Lannisters likely wouldn't resort to using high-grade poisons like Tears of Lys for an assassination. He was, after all, not deemed worthy of such an effort. If an assassin were to approach directly, Cree felt unperturbed. Despite his sword, his tool of the trade, being confiscated, Ser Roderick had provided him with a dagger. As long as it wasn't a crossbow or a pitchfork, Cree believed he would be safe. This entire notion was predicated on the assumption that Cersei would indeed dispatch someone to eliminate him. Cree suspected that Cersei was not quite so foolish. Despite her lack of brilliance, her engagement in such overt actions left him baffled as to how she had maintained a relationship with Jaime for so many years without Robert's awareness. Cree spent 2 quiet days in his cell. On the second night, while lying in bed and dozing off, he suddenly became aware of faint footsteps at the door. The sound grew increasingly near. Although it was subdued, Cree's heightened senses as a demon hunter perceived it, as though marching in formation. Instantly alert, he remained motionless, lying on his side with his eyes narrowed against the darkness, fixated on the entrance. Before long, a gaunt figure cloaked in black stealthily opened the door. Illuminated by the flickering candlelight, Cree recognized the key, presumably still at the jailer's waist, assuming that the Stark jailer had not betrayed them. "So, they truly have come to assassinate me. What kind of mind does Cersei possess? Is this the extent of her capabilities?" As Cree observed the assassin prepare to approach, he exhaled a sigh of relief. Yet countless questions flooded his mind. Wait, what if this assassin was not sent by the Lannisters? In a fleeting moment, like a flash of lightning, Cree abandoned his intention to unleash violence, for he had heard the assassin's whispered words. "My Lord Cree, greetings from the Lannisters." The sound of slicing air reached him, and Cree suddenly rolled aside, narrowly evading a lethal strike. The assassin, momentarily taken aback, had not anticipated that his seemingly assured blow would miss. Cree had managed to escape. There was no time for further astonishment. His mission was clear. Cree must perish. Instantly, he prepared to pursue Cree, but as he raised his gaze, A hand appeared before him, forming an odd gesture, thumbs apart, the index and middle fingers together, while the ring and little fingers curled. In a daze, the assassin seemed to glimpse a pale green inverted triangle flash before him. Yaki's Kramer, he murmured. The blade that was to descend upon him abruptly halted midair. The assassin's dark yellow pupils dilated, his gaze vacant, standing there in silence like a lifeless corpse. Fortunately, Kray had been ready for this. He had already prepared to strike with his dagger should Yaki's prove ineffective. The reason for his hesitation in delivering a fatal blow was a sudden realization. If he were to be assassinated, nearly everyone would assume the Lannisters were responsible. However, what if someone wanted that perception to prevail? To kill him on Stark territory and frame the Lannisters was not outside the realm of possibility. Leaning against the wall, Kray inquired, "What is your name?" "Haliko." Kray could not recall who this person was, perhaps merely a minor character. "Who sent you?" This question seemed to inflict great torment upon the assassin, his features contorted beneath the dark cloth, yet he ultimately succumbed to Yaki's enchantment. Thus, Kray heard a name, Peter Baelish. Chapter 16. The pawn. Upon hearing this name, a large question mark arose in Kray's mind. Peter Baelish. Littlefinger? After merely a second, Kray recognized to whom the name referred. The infamous schemer from the Game of Thrones. Why would he send someone to kill him? To be candid, Kray felt a peculiar emotion that was difficult to articulate. It was not quite astonishment, yet it approached that sentiment. Wait, that's not right. Robert had not brought Littlefinger along when heading north to Winterfell. The assassin would not target him merely because he was the heir of White Harbor. It must be due to his conflict with the Lannisters. But how could Littlefinger be aware of this? Did he truly send an assassin to infiltrate a prison from such a distance? Moreover, what manner of communication was this? Considering the timeline, only 2 days had elapsed since the incident. How could that be swift enough for a round trip? As far as Kray knew, the training ravens in the south had always been superior to those in the north. Even the well-fed ravens from Winterfell would take a day to flutter to White Harbor. By calculating the distance, if it were indeed a raven delivering messages, the speed of this messenger raven must be at least double that of the one from White Harbor. For some inexplicable reason, an image of a muscular, well-built raven suddenly flashed in Klay's mind, a rather jarring sight. Shaking off the thought, he resolved that it would be better to ask directly. "How do you communicate with Peter?" "Ravens," the assassin monotonously uttered, his tone devoid of warmth, rigid and lifeless. "So it truly is a raven?" This revelation indeed reshaped Klay's understanding of such creatures. Employed skillfully in warfare, the disparity in information could be wielded with great advantage. Yet, he wished to steer clear of these presently inconsequential details and was more eager to understand why Littlefinger sought his demise. The formidable magic of the Valyrian sigil was indeed a weapon against the common folk, but it soon became apparent to Klay that this assassin was merely a tool executing orders. As for the reason behind the attempt on his life, that remained a mystery. Klay delivered another surge of Valyrian magic to the assassin and commanded him to lie face down on the ground, unwilling to let the sight of this unsightly man affect his mood. What next, if he cannot extract any answers? In the silence of the cell, Klay murmured to himself. He could not afford to kill him, though it would be a simple task for him. He could even command the assassin to take his own life. However, whether it meant his own death or that of the assassin, Littlefinger's objective would be fulfilled. Should he perish, the queen would have to confront the wrath of Duke Stark and the insufferable humiliation before the king. While the queen would not be deposed due to his demise, she would irreparably tarnish her standing with the northern nobility. She was acutely aware that she had not dispatched the assassin and might suspect it to be a ruse orchestrated by the Stark family. Conversely, should the assassin die, his existence alone would achieve the same outcome, with the only difference being that Klay would still be alive. Thus, regardless of how the situation unfolded, the schism between House Stark and House Lannister had already been successfully instigated. How sinister. With this thought in mind, Klay inquired, "Was that foolish Lannister also part of your arrangement?" "Our task was merely to guide him there," came the reply. Slightly distorted due to his face being pressed against the ground, yet Klay comprehended it well. There was nothing more to ask for the moment. The assassin remained prone, intimately acquainted with the cold stone floor of the cell. Klay pondered how to handle the aftermath. He was not a sorcerer capable of resurrecting the dead. What should he do? The candle flickered quietly, wax droplets cascading down as time flowed slowly by. Habitually, Klay cast another surge of Valyrian magic, but just as he completed the incantation, his hand froze midair. Of course, I cannot kill him, but I can compel him to leave. The thought struck him with clarity, and as he refined his plan, he commanded the dust-covered assassin to rise. With a voice that was both serious and clear, he instructed, "Remember, you have killed Klay Mandler. You are to leave at once and report this matter to your master, Peter, and cease any further inquiries related to Clay. Indeed, I have taken note. The assassin replied mechanically. The duration of the Valyrian seal is limited. Although it constitutes cognitive manipulation, it is but a temporary measure. All that Clay required was to relay the message to Littlefinger. Imagine this. Once he has sent the message to Littlefinger, as long as he does not actually witness Clay's existence, he will harbor no doubts about himself. Individuals rarely negate their own perceptions. Moreover, even if he were to discover that Clay was indeed alive, what could he possibly do? Send another letter to Littlefinger stating, "My apologies, my lord. The one I previously dispatched has returned to life. Please wait. I shall eliminate him once more for your viewing." Provided that this assassin is not a fool, he would refrain from such actions, for to Littlefinger, this would be a clear act of treachery or indicative of a cinder completely unhinged. A tool that has lost its value or has betrayed its purpose should be promptly discarded or destroyed. Littlefinger undoubtedly understands the importance of minimizing losses. Thus, as long as this assassin wishes to prolong his existence, perhaps with the hope of fleeing to the other side of the narrow sea, he must accept that Clay is dead and choose to ignore any evidence to the contrary. Within the king's entourage, there were 3 individuals, yet only he had received the assassination order, which emboldened Clay to act in such a manner. Stumbling about in a daze, the assassin, resembling a lost soul, departed, ensuring to close the door behind him. Before leaving, he returned the key to the waist of the guard he had incapacitated, demonstrating an impressive level of service. Upon reflection, Clay found himself inexplicably entangled as a pawn in Littlefinger's machinations, sowing discord between House Stark and House Lannister, a realization that left him deeply unsettled. Simultaneously, he recognized that his own position was still quite precarious. It was only when confronted with imminent danger that he discerned the slightest hint of treachery. Nevertheless, the tide of events had turned against him, and he had fallen victim to a minor ploy that landed him in a cell. Even from 1,000 miles away, Clay could sense the icy malevolence concealed behind Littlefinger's sly grin. At this juncture, despite being merely a pawn, Clay found himself standing squarely in the center of the chessboard, an undeniably disadvantageous position. Having unwittingly entered the fray, Clay resolved not to remain in the confines of his cell any longer, for the information blackout rendered him passive in all matters. He pondered whether Bran had witnessed the Queen and her brother in their intimate escapades. Curiosity stirred within him. The second son of House Stark, rendered crippled, was not a significant issue while Robb was still alive, but with Robb's untimely demise, the North's ruler would be this young invalid. The Ironborn's audacity to boldly march hundreds of miles into Winterfell was closely tied to this reality. In this world, a healthy and robust male heir is of paramount importance. Countless lessons of blood and fire have taught the lords and nobles of Westeros that only a master capable of wielding a sword can keep malevolent neighbors at bay. Chapter 17. Insight. The idea is commendable, yet the question remains, how does Clay escape? Although he is a noble and will not suffer the indignities of imprisonment, especially under the aegis of House Stark, this very fact complicates his desire to leave the dungeon significantly. The logic within this situation is intricate yet simple, ultimately revolving around matters of reputation. For instance, if Clay were to find himself imprisoned in Castle Black, and were to slay a guard and eliminate a Lannister sentry to escape back to the north, he would not face the repercussions of the kingdom's loss. Instead, he would be hailed as a hero. However, regrettably, Duke Eddard is his liege lord, and Clay's escape from his prison would signify a severing of ties with the northern aristocracy, a grave matter indeed. In the dialect of the North, this would be termed a violation of honor, an act that would never be forgiven. On the following morning, Sir Roderick, his face etched with frost, hurriedly entered Clay's cell. Early that day, he had received reports that a guard had been rendered unconscious, and the seasoned nobleman immediately understood that this was directed at Clay, for apart from him, there were no other valuable targets within Winterfell's dungeons. As he made his way, his mind raced with thoughts, fearing he might discover Clay's lifeless body, which would indicate that Lord Eddard had irrevocably severed ties with the Queen. Although he knew his master's composure would prevent any confrontation with the Queen while the King was present, it was evident that the previously discordant wolves and lions were now baring their fangs at one another. Muttering to himself, Sir Roderick hastened his steps and soon came upon the young guard, standing bewildered with a large bruise on his neck. "Is Lord Clay unharmed?" Roderick inquired. The guard shook his head, and the old nobleman sighed in relief, casting a disapproving glance at the guard before storming into the prison. Navigating through the flickering candlelight, Roderick reached the innermost cell, the one with the most favorable and tranquil conditions. Clay, dressed in plain attire, leaned against the wall, engrossed in a book borrowed from the Winterfell library titled Tales of the Old Gods of the North. "My Lord Clay, are you injured? Did you catch a glimpse of the assassin?" Roderick's heart finally settled. Though he was struck by confusion, Clay seemed utterly unscathed by an assassination attempt, his demeanor radiating ease. "Pardon, Sir Roderick, what do you mean? Assassin?" A look of perplexity crossed Clay's face as he gently closed the book and approached the door. Roderick accepted the key from the guard who had followed him and unlocked the cell door to step inside. "My Lord Clay, this fool was knocked out last night. You are unharmed?" Sir Roderick's mind was somewhat disoriented. The fact that Clay had not encountered an assassin was entirely unexpected. It was indeed peculiar. Someone had infiltrated the dungeon, incapacitating the guard, yet it was not with the intent to assassinate Clay. What, then, was their purpose? Were they merely there to engage in violence for sport? An assassin, if one could still label them as such, undoubtedly existed. The seasoned Sir Roderick could discern that the marks on the guard's neck could not have been self-inflicted. "Are you certain you did not encounter anyone last night?" Roderick was in disarray, persistently asking once more. Clay, bewildered and innocent, shook his head, leaving Roderick utterly perplexed. In his subconscious, he believed that Clay would never lie. After all, if someone intended to kill him, why would he fabricate a falsehood? Sir Roderick, having spun in circles contemplating this seemingly bizarre matter, decided to adhere to the commendable tradition of seeking counsel from his superior. When he recounted the entire incident to Eddard Stark, the stoic Lord of the North, a contemplative expression emerged on his otherwise impassive face. After Roderick finished, Eddard fell into deep thought. The silence lingered, rendering Roderick uncertain whether to remain or depart. He ultimately mustered the courage to address him. "My lord?" Eddard looked up, immediately realizing the urgency, furrowing his thick brows as he commanded, "Fetch that lad Clay and bring him to me. Ensure he is properly attired. We cannot allow the Queen's men to see him." A bewildered Sir Roderick complied, and half an hour later, a properly dressed Clay in Stark attire stood once again in the great hall of Winterfell. Eddard dismissed Roderick, leaving only the two of them in the vast chamber. His gray eyes scrutinized Clay, as if attempting to reacquaint himself with the young man. After a prolonged silence, he finally asked, "Clay, was that your first time taking a life?" As he posed the question, Eddard gazed intently into Clay's eyes. Without much deliberation, Clay nodded. "Yes, my lord. What was it like?" "I didn't think much of it." Eddard merely nodded, seemingly dissatisfied with Clay's response. He sighed softly and gestured toward a nearby chair. Clay, without pretense, sat down. "As your liege and elder, I can only impart this wisdom. Those who wield blades lightly will ultimately fall by them. Lives bear weight." Eddard adjusted the roaring fire, observing the contemplative Clay, and suddenly smiled, speaking gently. "I understand. You are correct that honor must remain unsullied. And this is precisely why you stand here today." He halted Clay's instinctive response, pausing before continuing. "I know the assassin exists, but you wish he did not, correct?" Noticing the sudden rigidity in Clay's expression, Eddard stepped closer, patting the youth's somewhat stiff shoulder. "You need not explain. The assassin poses no threat to you, which is commendable. Although reluctant, it is indeed unwise for the Stark family to engage in conflict with the Queen at this moment. But understand this, lad," he said, locking eyes with Clay, enunciating each word. "A wolf must never fear a lion. Courage is the foundation of our survival in the North. I am pleased to see that you possess wisdom granted by the gods, surpassing that of your father. May you apply this wisdom in supporting Robb in the future." Upon concluding his remarks, Eddard Stark strode out of the hall, leaving a bewildered Grey behind. Grey was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Duke Eddard would see through his faade so effortlessly. He had believed he could deceive everyone, yet his illusions were shattered almost instantaneously. The wisdom reflected in the old wolf lord's gaze left a profound impression on him. Undoubtedly, he was an astute individual. So why then did he falter so miserably in King's Landing? Grey sensed that the events about to unfold in the southern capital of the Seven Kingdoms were far more intricate than he had initially imagined. Chapter 18. Conversations. Eventually, Grey returned to the dungeon. He was surprised that Duke Stark did not inquire about how he had managed to drive off the assassin. It seemed this detail was of no consequence to the nobleman, who was solely concerned with the outcome. The wolf and the lion maintained a tenuous peace, though it appeared exceedingly fragile. Following the incident, Duke Stark issued orders permitting the White Harbor Guard to temporarily replace the dungeon guards, ensuring Grey's personal safety. However, from Sir Roderick, Grey learned that he might not remain in the dungeon for long, as his family's patriarch, Lord Wyman Manderley, was hastening toward Winterfell with 100 armored knights. This modest force posed no threat to the royal presence or House Stark, serving merely as a display of White Harbor's might to intimidate the Lannisters. Gray could distinctly perceive the admiration in the eyes of the guards as they regarded him. Some among them had rallied to the call of their liege during the War of Usurpation, marching southward, and thus, like Duke Eddard, harbored great disdain for House Lannister. However, they found themselves powerless against the formidable might and immense wealth of Tywin Lannister, forced instead to return to the icy northern lands, cursing their fate. In their eyes, Gray had valiantly defended his family's honor by decisively eliminating a Lannister, accomplishing what they had longed to achieve but could not. In the dungeon, Gray welcomed 3 visitors, the Stark brothers, Robb, Jon, and Bran. "What brings you 3 here?" Gray inquired, gesturing toward a wooden chair in the corner. Undeterred by its dirtiness, they seated themselves. A glance at Bran's waist revealed that he had yet to attempt climbing the broken tower. "We came to see our northern hero. Father has always forbidden us from visiting you, but with the guards being replaced by your own men, we managed to sneak in," Robb said, scratching his head apologetically. The young men of the north, after spending time together, had come to regard Gray as a true friend. "Father says you are a genuine northerner, and my brothers agree," Bran added, his youthful innocence shining through. Gray wore a broad smile, yet his eyes betrayed a flicker of astonishment and contemplation. Since becoming a demon hunter, his body had grown exceedingly attuned to magical energies. However, within his line of sight, Bran's form was enwrapped in tendrils of arcane power. This was not right. The last time Gray had encountered Bran was at the king's banquet, and he could not ascertain whether Bran had been entangled with these enigmatic magical threads all along or if they had only recently manifested. Regardless, something was amiss, for he had not observed such phenomena on his fellow brothers, Robb and Jon, indicating that this matter bore no relation to bloodlines. What was happening? Was this not a low magic realm? For a fleeting moment, Gray questioned whether he was indeed in the world of ice and fire, yet he quickly dismissed the thought, recognizing that he himself was the greatest anomaly in this world, not others. However, where there were threads, there must be a source, and Gray was fervently intrigued by the notion that someone in Winterfell dared to challenge his monopoly on magic. This simply could not stand. He silently prayed for his father to arrive swiftly, ideally to intimidate the queen, so he could hastily depart from this wretched place. His desire to escape had never been more fervent. "I must craft a badge befitting my status," Gray muttered softly, though no one could discern his words. Jon inquired, "What did you say, Gray?" "Oh, nothing. Could you enlighten me on the happenings outside?" Gray quickly diverted the conversation. Robb regarded him for a moment, pondering, and then replied in a tone that was half smirk, "Very well. I shall recount the tale, Gray, my lord," deliberately elongating the title. He gathered his thoughts and continued. "After you were imprisoned in the dungeon, I heard that our king had a fierce argument with the queen. That very night, he chose not to seek her out, but instead spent the night with 3 of Winterfell's noble maidens." As Robb recounted this, he clicked his tongue, clearly envious of King Robert, whose hormones were evidently surging. Regrettably, Catelyn kept him on a tight leash, leaving him with nothing but wistful longing. "My father has instructed the family to cease all contact with the queen's entourage, and I am relieved to no longer have to play the fool for that deranged prince." Robb scoffed. Gray understood that those days spent with Joffrey must have been among the most humiliating of Robb's life. "I truly did not anticipate that King Robert could father such a prince," Jon remarked. As a bastard, he had seldom crossed paths with Prince Joffrey and had never engaged with him directly. Yet his instincts told him that the prince bore no trace of the stag's essence. Instead, he was overwhelmed by the repugnant scent of lions. "Indeed, Joffrey bears little resemblance to our king. Frankly, I find he resembles more the spawn of a regicide and a queen," Robb concurred with Jon's observation, entirely oblivious to the peculiar expression on Gray's face. With a sigh in his heart, Clay pondered that this might indeed be the reason. No one would actively investigate Joffrey's lineage, yet it was undeniable that he bore an uncanny resemblance to his uncle, devoid of any hint of Baratheon features. The current trio of Stark brothers, Stannis and Renly, held a profound affection for Robert. Had Joffrey mirrored the youthful visage of Robert, exuding masculinity, they would not have hastily rebelled following Robert's demise. It can only be said that the misdeeds of adults shaped this outcome. Joffrey had no say in the identity of his parents, and his later hysterical demeanor was largely influenced by his mother's upbringing. "And what of Myra?" Clay recalled his sister. "Alas, what a brother you are, Robb, to have done this to Clay. Fear not. Father has already brought her to the keep, where she shares a chamber with Sansa at night. Rest assured, once Lord Wyman arrives, Father will entrust your sister to him." Nodding in agreement, Clay felt a sense of relief wash over him. Jon then produced a small pouch from behind him, placing a stool as a makeshift table and revealing its contents. "What's in there?" Clay inquired. "See for yourself." Inside was a small jar, and as Clay opened it, a rich aroma of wine filled the empty cell. John, Father, doesn't he permit good boys like Robert? Clay instinctively frowned, only to realize how tedious his remark was. Besides, he was quite tempted himself. The two brothers shielded the oblivious brand from view. Thus, in the cramped dungeons of Winterfell, the youthful generation of the North passed around a small bottle of wine, their laughter echoing through the stone walls. Chapter 19. The arrival of the Earl. To be frank, when Lord Wyman Manderley received the message from his granddaughter Myra via a raven, he nearly choked on the golden arbor gold he was sipping. By the gods, what on earth has that rascal Clay been up to in Winterfell? Slaughtering Lannisters like cattle before the Queen's very eyes. While Lord Manderley admitted to being delighted, he was equally alarmed by Clay's audacity. Upon receiving the news, he promptly issued a gag order to the maester managing the ravens, not even informing his two sons who were training soldiers outside, despite the fact that Wendell Manderley was Clay's father. The following breakfast, he announced his intent to visit Winterfell, leaving his eldest son Wylis in charge. While this was peculiar, none dared defy Lord Manderley. Hence, Clay's grandfather set forth with 100 of White Harbor's finest fully armored cavalry and another 100 infantry, completing the journey in 5 days. A feat that had taken Clay and his companions over a week. Naturally, the news of his northward march reached Duke Eddard Stark of Winterfell well in advance. The latter, feeling helpless, recognized that Wyman was eager to rescue his heir, and being a Northman himself, he could not command Lord Manderley to turn back. King Robert, originally intending to hunt, canceled his plans upon hearing the news. The northern cavalry from White Harbor had left a lasting impression on him during the War of the Usurper. As a king who had conquered the realm, Robert's veins coursed with the essence of violence, compelling him to prefer witnessing this formidable troop over pursuing his hunt. Standing atop the lofty Arrow Tower at the eastern gate of Winterfell, King Robert was joined by Lord Eddard Stark, the Duke of Winterfell, draped in an enormous fur cloak. The king cursed aloud. By the gods, Ned, what manner of cursed place do you inhabit? This is summer. I wager that even in winter, King's Landing would not be as frigid as this. How do you northern folk endure? Duke Eddard smiled wryly, observing his once brother's portly form, and replied softly, Your Grace. The Northmen, the Stark family, have long since grown accustomed to it all. We shall endure. I know. You Starks are a stubborn lot, as cold as stone. The two men fell silent, for Eddard understood that Robert's thoughts had drifted to Lyanna. Since his arrival at Winterfell, every blade of grass and tree reminded Robert of his deceased betrothed. Eddard too felt the pang of nostalgia, though he could keep his sister's memory alive in his heart. From this elevated tower, only the banners of the crowned stag and the dire wolf were visible. The detested Lannister banners were nowhere to be seen. After approximately 10 minutes, a melodic sound of horns echoed from afar. The deep blue banners of mermaids emerged before the eyes of the king and the duke. Wyman Manderley, the Lord of White Harbor, approached with his forces, presenting himself before the king. As the troops advanced to a distance where Robert could clearly see, he cast a surprised glance at Eddard Stark and, with slight bewilderment, inquired, 7 hells. Ned, is this the army of your vassal? Why are they so well equipped? By the gods, I thought such sights were reserved for Tywin's Old Lion. As the Lord of the North, Duke Eddard was well aware of the capabilities of his vassals, so he was merely slightly astonished by the splendid cavalry before them, maintaining a composed demeanor. He clapped Robert on the shoulder and explained, Your Grace. The Manderley family does indeed possess White Harbor, the 5th largest city in all of Westeros. It is entirely reasonable for them to support such a force. I had armies like this in my day. I could have stormed King's Landing and slain those wretched dragon spawn in a month, Robert growled. Duke Eddard furrowed his brow slightly and replied in a solemn tone, You have already achieved that, my liege. No, it is not enough. Do you not understand, Ned? Across the narrow sea, the last blood of the dragons still hides there. I shall eradicate them. The king's voice was low, yet anyone could discern the seething fury and inextinguishable hatred that lingered within. Eddard Stark, wishing to steer the conversation away from this topic, remarked, Your Grace, I must go to meet Lord Wyman Manderley. Go, Ned, and convey a message to that old eel. Do not trouble the queen, for the sake of my reputation. Wyman can take that boy and his sister away at any moment, and the Lannisters would not dare to interfere. Upon uttering these words, Eddard Stark felt it was the moment Robert resembled a king the most throughout the day. Below, at the forefront of the procession, sat an imposing and opulent carriage, where Earl Wyman commanded the march to a halt. Through the window, he beheld the 500 cavalrymen of Winterfell, arranged neatly before him, while his liege lord, at that moment, sat astride beneath the great banner of the dire wolf, gazing at him from afar. Having achieved his purpose, Earl Wayman spoke to the coachman and, without guards, made his way alone towards the direwolf's banner. From a considerable distance, his deep, gravelly voice resonated. "Your Grace." As Earl Wayman approached, Eddard Stark inclined his head slightly and dismounted. Wayman, aware of the trouble his visit might have caused his liege, promptly offered a courteous bow. Eddard understood the reason for his arrival and did not wish to make things difficult, assisting him to his feet as they exchanged pleasantries before entering Winterfell. "Your Grace, that lad, Grey, has truly stirred up trouble," Wayman ventured cautiously. "But he is far cleverer than your two sons." With that remark, regardless of whether Wayman grasped its implication, Eddard proceeded, leading him toward the dungeons. The king was correct, while he comprehended Wayman's actions, in a certain sense. The Manderley family's maneuver bore the guise of a palace coup. If the queen were to create a disturbance, although the king might wish to, he could not endorse such behavior. Thus, it was prudent to resolve the matter swiftly and allow Earl Wayman to depart with his grandchildren, averting further complications. Without hesitation, Eddard Stark advanced briskly, causing the stout Earl Wayman to perspire heavily in his wake. Upon reaching the dungeon, the White Harbor guards, having noticed Eddard preparing to bow, were startled to see their own lord's silhouette appear beside him, prompting all to lower their heads like quails. The heir of White Harbor had been confined to the dungeon, and a noble maiden had been harassed by the Lannisters. The guards could hardly believe they bore no responsibility in the matter. Gasping for breath, Earl Wayman regarded the White Harbor guards with a heavy snort and a glare, then followed Eddard Stark into the dungeon. The heir's safety was paramount, and the guards could be dealt with later. As they neared Grey's cell, Eddard's stride faltered, for his nose informed him that someone was drinking, and his ears discerned 3 familiar voices within. In a fit of impulse, he kicked open the cell door, glaring at the trio who were reveling inside. The smiles of the youths froze upon their faces. Chapter 20. Before returning home, Rob, can you explain to me what you are holding? Eddard Stark inquired sternly. This truly came as a surprise. The situation with the children caught in wrongdoing by their parents perfectly mirrors the current predicament of Clay and his companions. Clay cast a sidelong glance at Rob, the future king in the north, who appeared completely dazed, his lips pursed, struggling to articulate a single coherent thought, while clinging to that bottle of wine with a death grip. Apart from Clay, both Stark boys were honest children, visibly contrite and bowing their heads in acknowledgement of their faults. Unwilling to engage with these troublesome youths, Duke Eddard had pressing matters to attend to and shifted slightly aside, revealing the imposing figure of his father. Grandfather? Clay was taken aback by his grandfather's swift arrival. He was well aware of Lord Wyman's intentions. Truth be told, he had already surpassed his objectives upon reaching Winterfell. Firstly, through Duke Eddard, Clay's status as the heir of White Harbor had gained acceptance among the nobility. Secondly, he had successfully prepared the potion for the Witcher's elixir, and by fortunate coincidence, he had also completed the Witcher mutation, albeit through an arduous process. Furthermore, during his stay in Winterfell, Clay had forged connections with the younger generation of House Stark, sharing the commonality of noble birth. Although he possessed the Witcher system, theoretically allowing for a rapid expansion of his influence, that would require time. At this crucial juncture, cultivating a good relationship with House Stark was imperative. His lineage dictated that he must firmly align himself with the Wolf Pack for the time being. As for the future, that remained to be seen. Of course, there were downsides. He had been manipulated by Littlefinger, and despite his efforts to mitigate the consequences, his sister's reputation had inevitably suffered. Marriage prospects for her were now non-existent for the next couple of years, though that aligned with Vela's wishes, as she had no desire to wed. Moreover, both the immense and mysterious magical power emanating from the Heart Tree and Bran's unsettling threads of magic that triggered a deep-seated fear of clusters hinted at a strange magical presence saturating this seemingly tranquil northern capital. Clay contemplated seizing an opportunity in the coming days to investigate the source of Bran's magical threads. Truthfully, he harbored some suspicions, though they remained unverified. However, the abrupt appearance of his grandfather disrupted his plans, leaving him with the sole hope of possibly seeing Bran once more before his departure. This was not mere sentimentality on Clay's part. From his perspective, he needed to comprehend the origins of the magic. Otherwise, he would be wary of the power he intended to utilize for training Witchers. The lad is quite capable indeed. I merely summoned you to Winterfell. Yet look at all you've accomplished. Lord Wyman was genuinely pleased with Clay's actions, though he had inadvertently caused Duke Eddard considerable trouble, prompting him to admonish Clay lightly. Enough. Wyman, Clay acts in the honor of House Manderley. There's no need for such reproach, Duke Eddard interjected, gesturing to halt Lord Wyman as he led the forlorn John and Rob out of the dungeon. Once they departed, Only Clay and Lord Wyman remained in the dimly lit chamber, exchanging glances until they both burst into laughter. Well done. You surpass your father. Back in the day, when your father and I followed Lord Eddard after the Lannisters conquered King's Landing, we entered the city amidst chaos. Those brutes committed unspeakable acts of violence against women and pillaged without restraint. Our soldiers from White Harbor attempted to intervene, only to be cast into the flea pit. As he spoke, Count Wyman's eyes brimmed with nostalgia, yet it was evidently not a pleasant reminiscence. After a moment, he continued, your father had drawn his sword, yet he lacked the courage to slay under the banner of that golden-red roaring lion. You are stronger than us, splendid. The old count patted his grandson's back with vigor. It was clear to Clay that the Lannisters had left a terrible impression among the northern nobility. At that moment, the hurried Captain Hostar arrived, and, upon seeing Count Wyman, without hesitation, unsheathed his sword and laid it on the ground, kneeling on one knee with his head bowed in silence. Humph! Observing this derelict captain, Count Wyman scoffed. Yet reprimanding a servant was not fitting here. He commanded decisively, rise, gather your men, and bring Vera from the keep directly to my entourage. Without delay, Hostar picked up his sword and strode away, much as he had arrived. It was already commendable that the Lord did not choose to chastise him at this moment. He could not expect too much. Let us not waste time here. Let us go. Count Wyman straightened up, taking Clay by the hand, ready to leave. Clay hesitated. He could not foresee the future, nor could he predict when they would return, or who might be in charge by then. Let fate decide, he sighed inwardly, and addressed his grandfather. Before we depart, I wish to see Robb and the Stark boys. Upon hearing this, Count Wyman slowed his pace, furrowing his brow as he turned to Clay, awaiting further explanation. I have become friends with the Stark boys. Leaving without saying goodbye seems improper. Besides, grandfather, you brought me to Winterfell with the intention of fostering good relations with them, did you not? Though phrased as a question, his tone was resolute. You speak with such frankness. It appears you have done well. Indeed, there was no need for denial. The grandfather before him had aligned interests, thus honesty was warranted. Then go. I shall await you outside the city. Remember, do not stir up trouble again. Duke Eddard graciously consented to Clay's request to meet Robb before departing. He was a man of loyalty and naturally appreciated Clay's intentions. Thus, in the great hall of Winterfell, Clay encountered the unfortunate Jon and Robb once more, along with the youthful Bran. As for the youngest, Rickon Stark, there was no necessity for their meeting. He embraced both Robb and Jon, having shared a drink. They were indeed like brothers, a universal truth among men across all realms of existence. However, the true objective of Clay was not those unfortunate souls. His peripheral vision was fixed on Bran, specifically on the intricate threads of magical energy that ensnared him. Before embracing the somewhat timid Bran, Clay discreetly activated his system, awakening the reservoir of magical energy within him. The moment his hands brushed against those intangible threads, he perceived that they seemed to have found their origin, flowing into him from the point of contact on his and Bran's backs. Instantly, Clay's gaze sharpened, for this sensation of magical energy was exceedingly familiar to him. It was a feeling he had previously encountered at the Heart Tree. Chapter 21. The Three-Eyed Raven. This was a source of magical energy akin to that of the Heart Tree. Clay was even certain that at the obscured end of those threads lay a connection to Winterfell, and perhaps to the largest heart tree in the entirety of the North. In the vast hall of Winterfell, little Bran rested his head on Clay's shoulder, his face adorned with an adorable smile mixed with a touch of uncertainty. Summoning his resolve, Clay intensified the pull of his magical reservoir, not merely absorbing the threads of energy emanating from Bran, but instead tugging at the invisible strands that traversed the walls. Clay was eager to discover what he could extract. Within mere seconds, the thread was drawn taut from its relaxed state, and Clay distinctly felt a peculiar force of tension, not conveyed through touch, but rather as a direct reflection in his mind. Let us try again. The onlookers, aside from Clay, were oblivious to these threads of magical energy. All they perceived was Clay's fondness for Bran. None, including Clay himself, noticed when a raven suddenly swooped into the open hall. This raven, cloaked in darkness, perched upon the chandelier, its deep yellow eyes swiveling, casting a chillingly human gaze at Clay's back, rife with animosity. Heightening his monster-hunting instincts, Clay made a gesture of patting Bran's back, engaging him in conversation about bringing him some of his favorite things next time. Yet, in reality, he was relentlessly tugging at the fraying magical thread, almost able to hear its mournful whispers. Suddenly, Clay was overcome by a pungent scent of decay. He described it as a sensation rather than a smell, as it filled his mind directly, instilling an instinctual discomfort. Within this foul aroma, he also sensed an intense chill, as though an ancient iceberg loomed behind him. A phantom crack echoed, though no one heard it, as the magical thread finally exhausted its strength and snapped into two segments under Clay's relentless pull. Like a tentacle, the unknown end swiftly recoiled, while on Bran's side, with the severance of the magical threads, the energy entwined around him withered like a vine deprived of sustenance, instantly turning desiccated and lifeless, ultimately fading into the air as a gray hue symbolizing death. Before he could contemplate this sudden transformation, a raspy whisper abruptly echoed in Clay's ear. "You have triumphed, herald of the outer god." A tremendous force surged through every part of Clay's being, and before he could react, the scene before him blurred, his mind enveloped in chaos. When clarity returned, Clay's expression froze. Everything around him indicated that he was no longer in the grand hall of Winter City. "You seem surprised, herald of the outer god," a pale, monotonous voice resonated from behind. Startled, Clay snapped back to reality, revealing a figure cloaked in black robes. "Who are you?" Clay inquired in a low tone, raising his hand to form a spell seal. A pale yellow circular barrier materialized, enveloping him within. "I am but a mere fragment of desiccated bone." The figure stepped closer, removing its hood. Long, snow-white hair cascaded down, appearing withered and distorted. It possessed only one eye, with a pupil as red as blood. Some root-like tendrils protruded from the empty socket of its other eye, while fungi sprouted upon its forehead. This visage bore a resemblance to certain mythical beings associated with nature. Yet Clay could sense that the entity before him was devoid of vitality, predominantly exuding the aura of death. Indeed, this is the essence of the outer god. Its voice, devoid of inflection, seemed to convey a simple truth. Recalling the recent dialogue, Clay pondered the entity's self-identification as the herald of the outer god. A realization dawned upon him. It likely referred to the abilities bestowed upon him by his demon hunter system. "There is no need for such trepidation. Your body brims with magic. And I neither intend nor possess the strength to harm you, herald of the outer god," it stated, seemingly emphasizing the title with intent. Clay chose to ignore it, finally seizing the opportunity to survey his surroundings. A single glance left him astounded. He beheld the Iron Throne. Not that Clay had previously encountered the Iron Throne in this realm, but its distinctive characteristics were unmistakable. He recognized it at first sight. Rather than a mere chair, it resembled a grotesque mass adorned with spikes, blades, and twisted metal. The throne itself was towering, estimated to be around 7 or 8 meters high, considering the uneven steps leading up to it. "So, I am in the throne room. My heavens, the distance must be over 1,000 miles, right? Is there a mode of transportation faster than a dragon in this world?" For some inexplicable reason, that thought sprang to Clay's mind. However, suddenly, Clay beheld something that should not have existed, which revealed to him the identity of the person before him. It was a dragon's skull, more specifically, the enormous head of a dragon, now reduced to mere bones. Clay recollected that after Robert I usurped the Targaryen throne, these decorative dragon heads were relocated to the dungeons of the Red Keep, replaced by the tapestry of the crowned stag, symbolizing House Baratheon. At this point in time, Clay could not possibly encounter a dragon skull in the throne room. Thus, he realized that this was not the present throne room, but rather a historical one. In other words, Clay was standing within the annals of history, or perhaps within someone's memory. Observing Clay's intense gaze fixed upon the Iron Throne and the dragon skull, a voice emerged once more. "The avatar of the other gods, it seems you have discerned the nature of this place." With a calm demeanor, it inquired, "So, do you wish to take a seat?" Clay fell silent, reluctant to respond, even though he already possessed an answer. "I perceive boundless ambition coursing through your vessel, infused with the arcane power of the other gods. I find it curious that an heir from White Harbor harbors the desire to occupy that chair. What sustains you? Is it the deity that stands behind you?" The entity appeared disinclined to await Clay's reply and continued its discourse. "I brought you here to confer with you. I implore you to cease your interference, be it with the heart tree or that child." Upon hearing this, Clay finally grasped the truth. The target was not himself, but Bran. Thus, combined with the ability to ensnare individuals within the whirlpool of history, the identity of this being became unmistakable. Brynden Rivers, the bastard of House Targaryen. The Bloodraven, the Three-Eyed Crow. Chapter 22. History, Present, and Future. Clay had no intention of revealing the entity's identity. Rather, he was intrigued to observe what this ambiguous, neither human nor ghostly being, the Three-Eyed Crow, intended to orchestrate. At the very least, Clay could now ascertain that Bran's encounter with the Queen and the Regicide in the ruined tower was certainly not a coincidence. The Three-Eyed Crow had guided Bran through the magical threads emanating from the heart tree in a manner beyond Clay's comprehension. Clay did not recall the precise moment Bran had fallen in the original timeline. During his confinement in the dungeon, he had been devoid of contact with the outside world, losing all sense of time. It was possible that Bran's ascent was an event that had already transpired, only for Clay's series of actions to interfere with the three-eyed crow's design. His excessive drawing upon the heart tree's magic and severing of the magical threads might have provoked the three-eyed crow to intervene directly in Clay's affairs. Clay surmised that the entity was likely wary of the non-existent deity behind him, which explained its remarks about harboring no hostility towards him. The more it speculated, the more advantageous it became for Clay. "What do you intend to do with that child?" Clay retorted, mimicking the entity's indifferent tone. The three-eyed crow did not respond to Clay's inquiry. Instead, it glided toward the spiked iron chair, draped in its long, dark robe. It ascended the steps slowly. And under Clay's gaze, as if it had performed this act countless times before, it settled upon the iron throne. Clay could not help but concede that this chair possessed an extraordinary enchantment, invoking a sense of reverence in those who stood beneath it. "There is no king here," Clay remarked, his voice cold and firm. "Indeed, but that is inconsequential," replied the three-eyed crow, tightening its grip on the armrests of the throne. Sharp blades pierced its palm, causing a trickle of pale green blood to flow, yet it remained unfazed. "I wish to make a bargain with you, agent of the old gods." Its voice suddenly resonated with intensity. "Oh," Clay was intrigued by what it would say next. "I shall use my power to place you upon this throne, on the condition that you permit the North to secede after you ascend as king." Clay was momentarily engulfed in confusion, questioning if he had misheard. For a fleeting instant, he wondered if the crow had indulged too much in fish stew prior to their meeting, rendering its mind somewhat unclear. "How many masters do you have? What abilities do you possess to make such bold claims? If you are so formidable, why was I not aware of it?" After a moment of contemplation, Clay articulated, "I do not believe you can extract the Iron Throne from beneath Robert Baratheon's posterior." Indeed, the stag was robust and vigorous, its antlers sharp. Yet the gods had not bestowed upon him a legitimate fawn to inherit the throne. As the three-eyed crow spoke, its tone seemed to drift into the distance. Yet Clay rolled his eyes internally, realizing it merely implied that Robert's 3 legitimate children were not of his blood. Did it really need to sound so cryptic? "I believe you should state your intentions plainly. There is no need to weave fanciful tales before me." Furrowing his brow and pondering the meaning of weaving tales, the three-eyed crow could only interpret this as a unique phrase of the old gods, yet it did not hinder its understanding of Clay's intent. "Very well. From this moment forth, I require that you cease interfering with my actions regarding that Stark boy, and in return, you may make one request of me, as long as it is within my power to fulfill." Clay shook his head, treating this like a whimsical version of a wish-granting lamp, and decided to propose something outrageous. "Then I ask that you procure for me a dragon egg, along with a method for hatching it. Can you accomplish this?" Clay scrutinized the face that bore a striking resemblance to driftwood, eager to witness its reaction. To his surprise, the three-eyed crow merely glanced at him and nodded calmly. "Yes. If the deal is struck, I shall have the stable boy Adu from Winterfell deliver it to you, though this will require time. You will receive my gift in White Harbor." Clay was left speechless, realizing that he had been too hasty in his request and should have asked for something grander. Although 1,000 curiosities swirled within him, yearning to understand how the crow intended to unearth a dragon egg in the north, along with an accompanying guide to awaken it. Clay had initially pondered why, knowing how to proceed, he did not undertake the task himself. However, upon recalling his ghastly visage, it became evident that his true form was likely hiding in a cave beyond the wall. "Answer me one question, and should I find satisfaction in your response, I shall consent to this transaction," Clay declared. The three-eyed raven nodded, awaiting Clay's subsequent inquiry. "Once again, I pose the same question. Why is Bran of such paramount importance to you? Cannot you seek another? What is it that distinguishes him?" The three-eyed raven remained silent for an extended period. Just as Clay began to grow impatient, it sighed deeply and, with a wry smile, replied, "He is the most suitable candidate. You must understand, throughout all of Westeros, only the blood of wolves and dragons bears exceptional qualities, and some among them are the finest vessels." To the north of the wall, the footsteps of the cold god drew ever closer, relentlessly constricting the space for the living. While to the east of the narrow sea, the scorching radiance of Lawler perpetually yearned to ignite all of Westeros. "Like you, I am but a vessel for the divine. Yet as you can see, my corporeal form is rapidly deteriorating. Bran represents my most capable successor, as well as the finest vessel for my master." Reflecting on the profound implications of these words, Clay retorted, "So, Your invitation and desire to assist me stem from the fact that the power I possess does not belong to the cold god, nor to the Lightbringer R'hllor. Your ambition for Westeros suffices, the raven responded. Are you not concerned that the deities behind me may encroach upon your territory or faith? It is of no consequence. As I initially mentioned, the North's independence is of no concern to my master, who does not mind you and your divine patron occupying the South. For R'hllor's power can expand no further. Otherwise, the balance of the entire world shall be disrupted. What of the 7 gods? Cray inquired. In my master's words, they are but 7 beings incapable of stabilizing their own existence. Relying on them to withstand R'hllor is an impossibility. In the desolate throne room, all Cray could hear was the sound of his own breathing. These few simple statements sent a tempest swirling within his mind. He had once assumed that in the world of ice and fire, deities were mere talismans. It was only today, with the three-eyed raven presenting its case, that he realized there was much more beneath the surface. After much contemplation, Cray concluded that he could trust only half of the raven's words. To believe entirely would likely lead to his own undoing. Furthermore, he could not fully acquiesce to the raven's terms. Should he do so, his plans to create a witch-hunting army would surely come to ruin. Feigning hesitation for some time, Cray sighed. Your conditions are commendable, yet I cannot wholly agree. The three-eyed raven furrowed its brow once more. Chapter 23. Departure. I believe my conditions have demonstrated sufficient sincerity, O vessel of the foreign god, it said slowly, its pale, withered skin wrinkling as if it might shatter at any moment. The three-eyed raven was somewhat indignant, yet more so resigned. It spoke truthfully when it claimed that there was no way to contend with Cray. Upon observing Cray, it was astounded by the overwhelming magic that flooded his being. It had previously attempted to utilize magical forces to thwart this heretic rampant in the north, but to no avail. No, from my perspective, you refer to me as the avatar of the outer god. Thus, we share no foundation of trust. Furthermore, dear three-eyed raven, how can I be certain that you will fulfill your promises? At this juncture, Cray saw no necessity to continue the pretense and directly unveiled his counterpart's identity. The blood-red pupil of the three-eyed raven widened slightly, clearly taken aback that Cray was aware of its identity. After a prolonged silence, it finally spoke. You once again astonish me, avatar of the outer god. I do not recall revealing myself to you before. How did you discern my identity? The inquiry earned Cray a toothy grin and a voice tinged with mockery. As you said, that is of no consequence. Cray pondered. If I were to reveal that your true form lies beyond the wall, would you not be startled enough to transform from 3 eyes to 4? Taking a deep breath, the three-eyed raven decided to abandon this line of questioning, realizing the nature of the trust foundation the vexing avatar of the outer god spoke of. Very well. As you wish, I am eager to hear your terms. To speak candidly, Cray had no desire to sever ties with the three-eyed raven. What did it matter to him whether Bran was controllable or alive? When considering the prominent nobles of the 7 kingdoms as potential investments, none could be deemed worthy. If one were to doubt this, they need only observe the outcomes. Within a few years, these renowned dukes had nearly all perished. The old wolf met his end at the guillotine. The aging lord of House Tully succumbed to illness. Lord Tywin collapsed in the privy. The Tully and Baratheon families were annihilated. Prince Doran fell victim to an assassination. And the now-deceased Prime Minister Jon Arryn could be said to have a mortality rate that was alarmingly high. Thus, it is no surprise that Jon Snow, who is imbued with the aura of a protagonist, managed to ascend from being a bastard to the Lord Commander of the Night's Watch, and ultimately to the King in the North. With all the reputable and capable individuals gone, it was only fitting that he would rise to prominence. Truth be told, Cray's foremost desire was to invest in Daenerys, situated across the narrow sea. However, he currently lacked an opportunity, and Daenerys, having never experienced the crucible of blood and fire, remained an unfit Targaryen. You may do as you wish with Bran, but the magic of the heart tree in the north must be accessible to me, and the prior demands remain valid. These were Cray's conditions. He had no intention of compelling the other party to procure a dragon or a hatchling for him. His true aim was the magic within the heart tree. Unlike Daenerys, he did not concern himself with the question of whether one could command dragons. At this stage, it was inconceivable for him to abandon White Harbor, one of the few prosperous cities in all of Westeros. White Harbor was not Essos. Once Daenerys secured her own safety, no one could challenge her dragons. Yet, imagine the prospect of raising a dragon in White Harbor. Given the rapid growth of the young dragon, no matter how meticulous the secrecy, it is inevitable that it will be discovered, leading to a delightful spectacle. The 7 kingdoms will most likely cease their internal strife, and an army will directly approach White Harbor. The most favorable outcome would be the dragon being seized or slain under the threat of military might, if fortune smiles. It may soar away, resulting in Clay being stripped of his heir status, donning a dark cloak to join Jon Snow at the wall, enduring the biting cold. However, outcomes often diverge from Clay's expectations. Very well, but I too have conditions. All the fishleaf trees under my lord's protection in the north, excluding Winterfell, shall possess magical properties, albeit with limitations. You cannot exert force as you did in the sacred grove, for that would inflict grave harm upon the trees themselves. Understood. One may draw upon their power, yet with restraint. Acceptable. Wait, did he truly agree to procure a dragon for himself? Just as Clay comprehended this, before he could utter a word, he heard his voice. The deal is struck, the avatar of the other gods. From now on, whenever you touch the fishleaf trees, you may reach out to me. I anticipate our next meeting. The throne room twisted before Clay's eyes, and in an instant, he found himself once more in the hall of Winterfell, where time had stood still, not a second passing. Observing Clay's somewhat rigid posture, Robb inquired with curiosity, "Clay?" Brought back to reality by this call, Clay finally reacted, hastily releasing Bran. In his vision, a thread of magical essence breached the wall, once again entwining around Bran's form. Yet this time, Clay did not intervene. He straightened his posture and bowed respectfully to the Duke and Duchess Stark, who regarded him with smiles. "Very well, Clay. You may return now. Remember, Winterfell will always welcome you." With the imposing walls of Winterfell receding behind him, Clay, mounted on his steed, inhaled the crisp northern air, gazing at his grandfather, towering like a fortress. "I must say, young man, you performed admirably on this venture," remarked Lord Wyman, turning his head to stroke his grizzled beard with a grin upon witnessing his grandson's gaze. He felt immense pride for his grandson who had returned from Essos, daring to slay a Lannister and forging an alliance with House Stark, coupled with impressive swordsmanship. However, he was somewhat displeased that he had allowed Vela to misbehave during this journey. Otherwise, Clay would not have found himself in the dungeons. After failing in his endeavors regarding Velfield, such thoughts should not have arisen again. Additionally, he regretted his choice for the captain of the guard. He had learned of Clay's predicament in the mud and, coupled with Vela's harassment, had felt inclined to hang this captain, Horst, had the circumstances permitted. Looking at the White Harbor guards surrounding him, Lord Wyman felt a surge of satisfaction. Just as they exited the city, the Lannister queen, having received news, indeed dispatched agents to thwart Clay and himself from departing. Witnessing this scene, his 100 cavalrymen drew their swords, causing the cowardly Lannister lackeys to scatter in fear, allowing the army to pass unhindered. Observing this scene, Clay felt a resonance within himself. Indeed, strength is the ultimate truth, regardless of one's status as a queen. In this world, when your might is sufficient to overpower all others, you ascend to the throne as king. Traveling south along the banks of the White River. A week later, Clay once again inhaled the distinctive briny scent of the sea and beheld the vast city enveloped by its towering, mottled walls at the horizon. The mermaid flag fluttered proudly, and under its embrace, Clay felt a long-awaited sense of relaxation. Chapter 24. Among family having departed from the treacherous realm of Winterfell, Clay finally had the opportunity to contemplate his next steps in White Harbor, a place where he could truly unwind. After spending an extended period in Winterfell, he realized that aside from the initial identity verification and acquisition of magical power, events had unfolded largely according to his predetermined plan. However, since the upheaval caused by the Heart Tree's magic, subsequent occurrences had spiraled far beyond Clay's script, slipping entirely from his grasp. Fortunately, despite some setbacks, he had managed to extricate himself from the murky waters of Winterfell just in time. When Littlefinger had used him as a pawn to incite discord between the Starks and Lannisters, Clay had contemplated a decisive move, considering confronting Lord Eddard with assassins, knowing that those ensnared by the Valyrian seal would divulge everything within a certain time frame. Yet, he ultimately dismissed this notion. He was already teetering on the edge of the chessboard, and taking another step would plunge him into the game. A game where there were no second chances to change one's identity. In a sense, both Clay and Littlefinger were seeking the latter, named chaos. He admired the Stark family's sense of honor and their approach to matters, but that was where it ended. As the group navigated through the bustling expanse of White Harbor, basking in the respectful gazes of the industrious locals, Clay's heart ignited with fervor. Here, the mermaid flag represented law, and he was its rightful heir. Let us return first. You have ample time to explore this city. The pirates of the Narrow Sea have taken quite a toll on Lord Stannis and our fleet over the years. But trade routes are far better than before, Count Wyman remarked, patting Clay, who was lost in the view of the city. Very well, Clay replied. snapping the reins and galloping towards the new castle where his family resided, accompanied only by a handful of seasoned veterans from White Harbor. As for his sister, Vera, despite being blameless for the events in Winterfell, Count Wyman had insisted she travel in a carriage adorned similarly to Queen Cersei's, masquerading as a noble lady of House Manderley. As he slowed down at the entrance of the castle, Clay beheld his sister, Wilfede, having celebrated her 19th name day. The eldest daughter of House Manderley was clad in a pristine white gown, unblemished by dust, complemented by golden accessories that, under the midday sun, rendered her both graceful and ethereal. Cray's demon-hunting vision allowed him to discern the intricate patterns carved upon it from a considerable distance, a trident encircled by an array of marine creatures. Dismounting from his steed, Cray approached his sister. "Welcome back, Cray. Where is grandfather?" Velfede inquired, lifting her chin slightly to gaze behind him. "Oh, I arrived first. Grandfather is on his way and will be here shortly." Cray, not pondering much further, grasped his sister's hand, eager to return to the castle. After so many days of horseback riding, he was impatient to wash and rest. Velfede hesitated, biting her crimson lip. The Mandeville family's customs were rather rigid. Ordinarily, as the eldest daughter, she should wait until the very end for the return of Count Wyman. However, she was well aware that Cray held little affection for such formalities. Her gentle nature left her in a quandary, and her feet remained rooted. When she did not move after he tugged her hand, Cray turned to see an awkward expression on Velfede's face. After a moment's contemplation, he reassured her, "It's fine. Grandfather is too preoccupied to concern himself with you right now. Today, it is Vela's turn to face the brunt." As he spoke, Cray found himself amused, recalling that during his time in Winterfell, the captain of the guard had often regaled him with tales of the amusing dynamics between the two sisters within the Mandeville family. It seemed they had orchestrated an arrangement. Over the course of a week, 6 days would be dedicated to provoking the ire of Count Wyman. The elder sister, Velfede, was too gentle in disposition. Despite her striking beauty and graceful figure, the Count disapproved of her submissive nature, having spent a lifetime being assertive himself. In contrast, the younger sister, Vela, neglected the studies befitting a noblewoman, yet her bold temperament was utterly unruly and unrefined, displaying none of the traits expected of a lady of noble birth. On Monday, the Count would admonish Velfede for her lack of assertiveness, warning her that if she did not toughen up, she would be easily bullied in marriage. On Tuesday, he would witness Vela, at dinner, making quite a mess of her meal. Yet, there was an amusing aspect to their relationship. The sisters would always grant their grandfather a day of respite on the weekends, presumably out of consideration for his aging health. Thus, when Cray remarked that it was Vela's turn to be in trouble today, he felt an involuntary sense of relief upon seeing Velfede, which brought him joy. At the evening banquet, clad in an opulent garment adorned with blue stripes, Cray was diligently tackling a plate of fried fish. Suddenly, he heard his grandfather's voice. "Our Lord Ed has consented to serve as Hand of the King for His Majesty King Robert in King's Landing, accompanied by his 2 daughters." In this family gathering, with Uncle Willis and Father Wendell absent, the statement was directed primarily at Cray. He understood that this letter from Winterfell effectively announced Ed Stark's official appointment as Hand of the King, and considering the timing, the royal entourage should soon be embarking on their journey. Although this time Clay lacked the power to halt the southern advance of the wolves, he at least prevented Bran from plummeting from the broken tower, thus sparing him from a life of disability, and ensured that no assassins would seek to murder the unconscious Bran. Though seemingly a minor alteration, Clay firmly believed that small changes could accumulate into significant transformations, and he would eventually possess the ability to alter the critical juncture entirely. The once whispering duo of Walefeld and Vela had fallen silent at the Manderley dining table. Women were seldom permitted to interject unless the matter pertained to themselves. In Clay's absence, this fact had been less conspicuous, but with his return, Count Wyman was subtly reinforcing or alluding to this reality. The dire wolves were ill-suited for the sweltering climes of the south. After uttering this remark, Count Wyman resumed his meal, muttering to himself, and Clay understood his implications. Historically, the Stark heads of family who ventured south to King's Landing met with dire fates, most notably the father and elder brother of Duke Eddard, who were burned alive by the mad King Aerys II in the throne room. The northern nobility likely held little support for Duke Eddard. They had long grown accustomed to the cold yet resilient land of the north, harboring no interest in the chaotic power struggles of King's Landing. Chapter 25. The plan. As night descended, the stars shone brightly. Through the thin veil stirred by the sea breeze, Clay reclined on a soft cushion, his gaze clear and luminous. A proper noble education informed him that the brightest constellation in the night sky, the Ice Dragon, guided the vessels traversing White Harbor's waters. By now, the hour was late. After a day of bustling commerce, White Harbor seemed to have exhausted itself, settling into tranquility. The entire port was eerily quiet, save for the ever-present sound of crashing waves and the occasional distant tolling of bells. However, there was an exception. From his elevated vantage point, Clay's sight fell upon a brightly lit area just below a section of the steps in Fish King Square. His memory clearly recalled its name, the Lazy Eel. This establishment was one of the most renowned taverns in all of White Harbor, not for its service or the quality of its drinks, but rather for its offering of the oldest winches and the worst liquor, alongside meat pies filled with lard and soft bones. Sailors adrift on the narrow sea for months tended to favor such places, considering them economical, Clay mused. Clay had no inclination to visit such establishments out of mere boredom. Rather, it was his obligation as the master of this domain. He must compel himself to perceive this vast port city through the lens of a proprietor, not as a mere guest or as a 16-year-old boy. When the dinner concluded, the elder dismissed his 2 granddaughters and other attendants, leaving only the 2 of them amidst the flickering lights of the Mermaid Palace. The elder spoke plainly, for there was no need for riddles in the presence of Clay, whose status as heir was as solid as steel. Clay's uncle, Willis Mandler, the second-generation heir of White Harbor, is, like Count Wayman himself, a rotund figure, nearly incapable of mounting a horse for battle, and in poor health. Henceforth, Clay must commence his education in managing White Harbor, engaging in the duties befitting his heir status. This endeavor presents a double-edged sword for Clay. On one hand, his newfound heirship curtails his previous whims, while on the other, it bestows upon him the privilege of accessing and mobilizing the vast resources of White Harbor. It is imperative to note that his plan for the demon-hunting army is an insatiable beast demanding constant sustenance. Clay's strategy can be delineated into several key steps. First, he acknowledges the inevitability of Duke Stark's southern campaign, recognizing that the flutter of his butterfly wings will scarcely stir the heavy walls of King's Landing. Clay resolves to remain vigilant regarding the movements within King's Landing, pondering whether the family possesses any form of espionage akin to the little birds of the octopus-like spider. If such resources exist, they should be dispatched to King's Landing. While he lacks the ability to assess the situation there, as long as the Old Wolf lives, the North's sword shall remain sheathed. Should the Old Wolf find himself on the executioner's block, neither the new nor old gods, nor even the combined forces of the others, could prevent Robb Stark from rallying his bannermen and marching south to avenge his father. Second, irrespective of the outcome of the first step, given that the three-eyed crow seems wary of the non-existent other behind him, he has not yet encountered any difficulties. Clay intends to seize this opportunity to expand his potion stockpile and devise a formidable team of demon hunters. The precise number of transformations is uncertain due to numerous variables. But ideally, the more he can control within reasonable limits, the better. In this world of ice and fire, demon hunters are unequivocally special forces. Although time is insufficient for Clay to assemble hundreds for traditional warfare, a small squad for guerrilla tactics would suffice. However, this plan hinges on persuading his grandfather, the patriarch of the family. Without his support, Clay would find himself at a standstill, unable even to gather the funds for the transformative potions, let alone select candidates. Third, should the second step prove unfeasible, Clay must allocate all limited resources towards himself. He has conducted personal tests and found that his current sigil strength is adequate for small-scale, low-intensity conflicts, yet he remains utterly unprepared for genuine battle scenarios. For instance, his current Quinn sigil is a meager level 1, sufficient to deflect distant arrows. But should misfortune lead him to a siege, facing a formidable siege engine would render him helpless. After all, such contraptions have been known to fell dragons, wielding terrifying power. Furthermore, while his current Yaxi sigil can still deceive an ordinary individual, what of those who are trained or possess unwavering resolve? This is not a game. Failure to deceive could result in a costly reckoning or a swift end by the sword. Thus, it is imperative for Clay to enhance his own strength as swiftly as possible. The significance of this cannot be overstated. Furthermore, let us address the final point regarding Clay's persistent hesitation concerning the three-eyed crow's promise. Through the last few words of the three-eyed crow, Clay comprehends that the not-so-clear-headed squire, Adu, may very well be under the crow's manipulation, as his delivery of items to Clay indicates he is entirely under the crow's control. However, this is not of paramount importance. The critical issue lies in whether Adu will indeed deliver the dragon egg and its hatching method, and if Clay decides to accept them. As a legitimate scion of the North, the act of receiving the dragon egg itself entails immense risk, and Clay finds himself regretting his earlier impulsive words. Yet, To suggest that Cray should discard the dragon egg into the sea like a mere stone would be a difficult proposition. After all, this creature, once matured, would become a veritable aerial bombardier, capable of unleashing fiery devastation, and one that could continually evolve and upgrade itself. Daenerys's 3 dragons saw only one survive, with 2 perishing beneath the onslaught of crossbows, creating the illusion that crossbows could indeed slay dragons. In truth, this is a misconception born from the fact that Daenerys's dragons were simply too small. Had they been the colossal dragons of history, crossbows would merely be a tickle, as their formidable scales would render them impervious to such attacks. Moreover, there remains the question of how to explain the hatching of a dragon in relation to Cray's lineage. Would Count Waymon doubt that he is even a true Manderly? After all, many northern nobles suffered considerable losses during the War of the Usurper, as they were the backbone of the resistance against the King's army. Cray is acutely aware of his family's loyalty to House Stark, and if it were a family like Littlefinger's, the situation would be far more manageable. Hence, for Cray, the dragon egg represents a choice laden with high risk, yet boundless potential reward. After rolling over restlessly in bed, Cray cleared his mind and resolved to set aside those thoughts for the time being. Tomorrow, he intends to seek out Count Waymon alone. All else can wait, as securing the support and recognition of the Old Lord for this monster hunter endeavor is paramount. As for the risks, Cray is fully cognizant, yet he has prepared himself. Chapter 26. The Manderleys at 8 in the morning. After hastily consuming an excessively nutritious breakfast, Cray was unexpectedly summoned by Sir Marlon Manderley to the vast courtyard at the center of the castle. Upon glancing around, Cray noted that this space was at least 4 or 5 times larger than the training grounds of Winterfell, divided into several areas by sturdy oak fences. There was an archery range filled with targets, a cavalry training track resembling a sprinting course, and a fencing training area equipped with racks of long swords. Surrounding these facilities, Cray was surprised to observe some structures resembling stands, which added a touch of levity to this otherwise serious locale. Sir Marlon, though advanced in age, remained robust and formidable, his armor appearing weightless upon his broad frame, and a short sword for combat was sheathed at his waist. He led Clay into the training ground, where Clay observed, at the entrance of the cavalry training area, several figures clad in armor. Clay possessed keen eyesight, despite the distance. He could discern that most of these individuals were quite young, none older than 30. They were gathered in small clusters, murmuring amongst themselves about something unknown. Yet Clay noted that each of their armors prominently displayed the sigil of the mermaid. These individuals were cadets from the family's collateral branches, summoned to familiarize themselves with the appearance of the Lord's heir. Sir Marlon naturally slowed his pace and addressed Clay, who followed closely behind. You will meet them shortly. The manner is yours to choose, whether to best them in drink or to best them with your sword. The decision rests with you. However, I offer an elder's counsel. It is most effective to topple them before toasting. Are you not concerned they might best me? Clay inquired with a smile. Young man, do not presume us blind or deaf. Many are aware of your exploits in Winterfell, Sir Marlon replied, gesturing to his ears. Clay pondered. He had an inkling that this orchestrated meeting held purposes beyond mere acquaintance with the Manderleys. Afterward, you will select a few from among them to serve as your attendants. In a few days, the Lord will preside over your knighthood ceremony. Initially, we intended to invite Duke Stark, but it seems that opportunity has passed. As if perceiving Clay's thoughts, Sir Marlon added, not if you understand. Clay nodded, grasping the elder's intent. This was a chance to form his retinue. Upon reflection, it was not surprising, for Clay lacked brothers. In the Stark family, the eldest, Robb, upon inheriting the title of Duke of Winterfell, would naturally have Bran and Rickon as his aides or stewards, as the trust among blood relatives is minimal. Yet, Clay did not enjoy such advantages. He was the sole male heir of the family lineage, and on the battlefield, he had no trusted soldiers by his side. As the two entered, particularly upon seeing the imposing figure of Sir Marlon, the previously languid young Manderleys sprang to attention like startled rabbits. Clay observed a portly young man with thick hair, who, while eating, was promptly reminded by a companion with a slap on the back of his head, just as he prepared to bare his teeth and throw a punch. He turned to see Marlon and Clay. Remarkably, within 5 seconds, the young man managed to swallow the remnants of his food, tidy himself, and stand at attention with a swiftness that rivaled Clay, a seasoned monster hunter, leaving him in awe. It seems they are rather intimidated by you, Clay whispered. Oh, some of their fathers I have raised since childhood, Sir Marlon stated, an irrefutable assertion of authority that earned Clay's respect. Clay stood before these individuals alongside Sir Marlon, his gaze sweeping across each of their faces, just as they scrutinized him in turn. The Mandeville family boasts a long and illustrious history. Having established their roots in the land of White Harbor for a considerable duration, generations have flourished, and aside from the main lineage, the numerous branches have persisted to this day, with the most fortunate among them holding a title of nobility, managing a small village on behalf of the main line or for their own benefit. However, the majority have lost their surnames through generations of intermarriage, and those present are likely the affluent families that Sir Marlon found capable of affording a suit of armor. The rest, despite sharing the Mandeville name with Clay, bear no distinction from ordinary farmers. This time, Sir Marlon has informed them that young Master Clay is seeking attendance, and those selected will undergo training to become his personal guards. No grand promises were made, yet every household that received the news exerted their utmost efforts to prepare the finest armor for their sons or husbands, for should young Master Clay choose them, their family's destiny would undoubtedly be transformed. You know why you are here. I shall not waste words, Sir Marlon declared, introducing Clay as the grandson of Lord Wayman and the son of Sir Wendell. Clay observed a myriad of expressions on their faces: envy, flattery, solemnity, and supplication, but there was a notable absence of hatred or jealousy. Under the considerable prestige of Count Wayman, who had ruled White Harbor for decades, envy was an emotion they simply could not afford. Stand in formation. Do I need to teach you again? Sir Marlon suddenly frowned. The crowd, previously encroaching, instinctively straightened, quickly aligning themselves into an orderly row according to height. Clay understood that Count Wayman had orchestrated this event meticulously. These individuals were acutely aware of their positions in the line, suggesting they had undergone training long before, perhaps even from the moment he had journeyed to Winterfell. In order. Please state your names. Clay's voice cut through the silence as he broke his previously passive observation. Upon hearing Clay speak, Sir Marlon refrained from further comment, recognizing that today was indeed Clay's moment to shine, and he had no intention of overshadowing him. After a brief pause, the tall, seemingly simple-minded individual hesitantly stated, Yumo Mandrell, my lord. Nodding slightly, Clay turned to the next. Ristar Mandrell, my lord, announced the man, who was slightly shorter than Yumo, and spoke rapidly. Eager to continue, Clay raised his hand to interrupt him. I only require your names. Familial ties are of no consequence to me. Next, without acknowledging the somewhat embarrassed Ristar, Clay shifted his gaze to the next individual. Rickard Mandrell. Mort Mandrell, my lord. Each individual presented their names with an expressionless demeanor. Clay felt no obligation to feign warmth. He was unfamiliar with these people, and displaying kindness would only render him vulnerable to their perceptions of weakness. When necessary, Clay felt that he could even resort to bloodshed. After all, what he sought was a loyal retinue to accompany him into battle, a foundation for the future. If showing mercy meant allowing them to return to their previous lives, that would be the greatest kindness. Chapter 27. Swordsmanship. Having listened to the registration of a total of 42 individuals, Clay, to be honest, barely remembered a few names. However, that was not the intent. Strengthening this sense of allegiance was paramount. I say, you listen, then you act, but first, I must instill in you the belief that your efforts hold promise. Clay heard their names but paid no heed to their backgrounds, conveying the message that he cared not for their pasts. They were all the same now, and he had taken note of them, worked diligently. Sir Marlon, standing beside him, cast a surprised glance at Clay. He had expected Clay to falter in speech before such a multitude, yet it was evident that his 2 years in Essos had indeed honed his skills. After finishing with the last name, Clay returned to Sir Marlon's side and quietly inquired, Sir, do you have anyone you favor? Please recommend. Clay was aware that these individuals had been meticulously chosen by Sir Marlon, and he felt compelled to express his gratitude. However, he was uncertain if there were specific candidates that Sir Marlon wished for him to select, hence his question. None. Whom you choose, and how many, is entirely up to you. Sir Marlon's response was as firm as stone. With a slight shrug, Clay accepted this. Originally, he had intended to showcase his prowess as a monster hunter to his lord father, but now, someone had fortuitously pre-selected candidates for him. Thus, there was no urgency to evaluate their skills and character immediately. Sir Marlon, could you kindly fetch my grandfather? I merely wish to assess them briefly. The Earl will review them personally later. Sir Marlon assumed Clay was uncertain and thus called for Earl Wayman to oversee the proceedings. Clay waved his hand, smiling as he replied, No, it matters little to them. Without further ado, Sir Marlon nodded and refrained from engaging in debate, turning to depart. Now, Clay stood alone, with 42 pairs of eyes fixated solely upon him. For reasons unbeknownst to him, he recalled his own military training. He was likely no different from the instructors of yore. These individuals varied in height and build, and while awaiting Earl Wayman's arrival, Clay, seeking to pass the time, decided to test his swordsmanship against them. Among you, who wields the sword best? Upon his inquiry, the Mandlers, standing in formation, exchanged glances, but none stepped forward. To his surprise, Clay had anticipated someone would emerge. Yet those within his sight averted their gazes. A moment of awkward silence ensued, but Clay remained unfazed. He understood their psychology well. Each one was eager to make a favorable impression. I must clarify from the outset that I cannot select all of you. Furthermore, I seek a retinue capable of charging into battle, brandishing swords against the enemy. If you lack the courage to unsheath your blade, it would be wise for you to depart from Newcastle at once. Upon hearing these words, the expressions of the assembled individuals shifted noticeably. Initially, they had arrived with the understanding that there would be a selection process, yet the specifics remained undisclosed. Sir Marlon Mandrell had not informed them of the criteria. But it is not entirely his fault, for he too was unaware of Clay's standards. However, Clay's two statements provided them with a hint, akin to delineating the scope of an examination, igniting a newfound motivation within them. Clay did not have to wait long. Just as he was counting the scales depicted on the mermaid flag at his side, a voice rang out. "My lord, I can wield a sword." Upon hearing Sir Marlon's report, Earl Wyman Mandrell twirled the wine glass filled with Dornish summer red in his hand, uncertain of what Clay required of him. Although he had harbored some reservations regarding Clay, his resolve to cultivate him solidified after their expedition to Winterfell. In his own words, even if Clay abstained from alcohol, he would ensure that he became a connoisseur through the finest wines of White Harbor. With nothing pressing at hand, Earl Wyman settled into a plush chair, carried by several servants toward the training grounds. Upon his arrival, he beheld the following scene. Clay, clad only in half armor, was engaged in a sword duel with a fully armored knight. Their swords clashed, straining against one another. The Earl noted that his grandson's opponent appeared more imposing, with muscular arms encased in armor resembling stone columns, causing him to feel a twinge of concern for Clay. Yet, having once fought in battles himself, Earl Wyman soon discerned that their strengths were evenly matched, with Clay exhibiting a remarkable ease. In the next moment, Clay forcefully deflected his opponent's sword to the side, leveraging the motion to execute a swift maneuver, presenting the tip of his sword at the adversary's throat before anyone could react. It was decisive and efficient. This was Earl Wyman's immediate impression, as the transition from their weapons clashing to Clay's victory transpired within mere breaths. Both the steadfast engagement and the rapid thrust of the sword were executed with an elegance devoid of hesitation. Earl Wyman noticed several young scions from the Mandrell branch standing dejectedly at the periphery. The seasoned noble could discern that they were likely the previous contenders who had failed. Upon spotting the Earl, these younger members hurriedly offered their respects, exclaiming, "My lord." Prompted by their voices, Clay turned, wiping the sweat from his brow, and smiled at his grandfather, saying, "Grandfather, you have arrived." This was not a formal occasion. Within the confines of his own home, there was no need for Clay to observe excessive deference to his elder, unlike the younger branches who were bound by tradition. Upon the arrival of the clan leader, the onlookers cast fervent glances at Clay's silhouette. Just moments ago, he had single-handedly vanquished 10 of them with a mere sword, and not a single blade had grazed his person. While some among them were indeed lacking in skill, those who had handled a sword, albeit to varying degrees, were acutely aware that a few among the defeated were proficient in swordsmanship. Nonetheless, their fates mirrored those of the inept. Each was bested by Master Clay within the span of 3 moves, either disarmed or struck in a vital area, much like the unfortunate individual just witnessed. With a casual wave of his hand, Clay signaled them to depart, and the perceptive ones quickly vanished from sight. Observing this, Count Wyman paid little heed. He settled upon a wooden stump, stroked his gray-streaked beard, and inquired with a smile, "What brings you to summon me, Clay?" Though Clay's face radiated the joy of victory, his heart was a tumultuous sea of anxiety, for he was on the verge of revealing his most significant secret to his grandfather, albeit only a portion of it. Before broaching that topic, however, he resolved to address another matter. Chapter 28. The assassination behind the scenes. Grandfather, there is something I must convey to you. Clay's earnest tone and solemn expression piqued Count Wyman's interest. In his recollection, his grandson had never before spoken to him with such gravity. "Oh, what news does our northern warrior bring?" Clay cast aside his sword and took a seat beside his venerable ancestor, carefully gathering his thoughts. "Grandfather, I encountered an assassination attempt in Winterfell." With that single sentence, Count Wyman's hand, previously stroking his beard, froze mid-air, his eyes widened in disbelief, mouth agape, speechless. This state lasted but a fleeting moment before his ruddy complexion deepened to a furious crimson. The old man erupted, rising indignantly. "Who dares to attempt the life of my grandson in the north?" The first name to surface in his mind was that of the notorious Skinner residing in the north, Lord Rusburton. The territories of their two families were contiguous, perpetually embroiled in disputes over land, over a tree, a well, a village. In his youth, he had once led cavalry to a standoff near Howwood against the spearmen of the Burtons, nearly leading to bloodshed. Had it not been for the intervention of Duke Stark, who encircled both factions, it was likely that the rivers would have run red with blood. Thus, when Clay became his heir yet fell victim to an assassination attempt, Count Wyman's initial thoughts turned to his old adversary. With a stern countenance, his voice as unyielding as stone, he asked, "Was it that old Skinner?" Noting Clay's momentary surprise followed by a lack of affirmation, Count Wyman's bushy, grizzled brows knitted together in concern. It is inconceivable that anyone would wish harm upon their own grandchild. The old count, reminded of the actions of the cunning Lord Peter Baelish in Winterfell, suddenly gasped and exclaimed, "Could it be the Queen?" However, shaking his head once more, Clay did not wish to lead the elder into futile speculation, for any ordinary person would never connect such malice to Peter. He thus revealed the truth directly. It was our master of coin, Peter Baelish, who orchestrated this. Upon hearing that name, the old count's pacing came to an abrupt halt. As a member of the older generation of nobility, he was not well acquainted with Peter's name. Yet the title of Master of Coin resonated with prominence. It did not take long for him to conjure an image of a man adorned with a sly smile. Confusion soon followed. Why would the Master of Coin wish to murder his own grandson? Was it an avaricious desire for the wealth of White Harbor? Such reasoning struck him as foolish. If Peter truly coveted the gold of White Harbor, he would resort to extortion rather than assassination. The old count harbored no doubts regarding Clay's intentions, for there was no reason for Clay to deceive him. After all, he was a grand noble who had served as patriarch for decades. Yet, he could not fathom why Peter would act thus. A flicker of unease ignited within him, prompting him to inquire, "Wait, Clay, why has Lord Eddard not mentioned this matter to me? The White Harbor Guard has provided me with no feedback regarding this incident." With a penetrating gaze fixed upon Clay, Count Wyman awaited his response. "Because I am the sole individual privy to this affair," Clay replied. "Well, not entirely. Lord Eddard is aware, but only partially. You are the only one who knows." "What of the assassin?" Clay chose not to answer that query, redirecting the conversation instead. "At that time, I was ensnared in the dungeons, and anyone would assume that any assassination was the work of the Lannisters. Our Lord Peter capitalized on this, seeking to ignite the conflict between the Starks and the Lannisters. I subdued the assassin and extracted the name of the true culprit from him. Then I allowed him to depart, for the existence of that assassin mattered not. Whether he lived or died, the outcome would remain unchanged. Peter wished for me to ignite the flames. I shall not grant him that satisfaction. His schemes may succeed at the expense of others, but not here." With that, Clay fell silent. In the training grounds, only the two of them remained, and the silence was so profound that the only sound was the fluttering of the mermaid banner in the wind. The old count pressed his lips together, his expression darkening. His instincts warned him that there were far too many hidden depths to this affair, and that this assassination was merely a pawn in Peter's game to sow discord between the lions and the wolves. Though he felt a surge of anger at the thought of his grandson being used as a mere piece in this game, a greater sense of dread loomed over him. For far too long, the people of the North had been isolated from news of the South. To him, titles such as Master of Coin, Master of Whisperers, and Grand Maester were but symbols, akin to a gold dragon, a watchful eye, and a necklace. You allowed that assassin to escape, yet you refused to reveal his identity. I still wield some power. As long as he does not hold too high a position, I can certainly eliminate him. It seems I anticipated that my esteemed father would be infuriated by my leniency towards the assassin." With a smile, Clay replied, "No need to worry. He cannot escape." "Oh." Clay, brimming with confidence, stated, "That individual is merely a minor noble from the north, so insignificant that I had him send a raven to our dear Lord Peter, claiming I have been slain. Yet, it is evident that I, quite alive, have appeared in White Harbor. This matter will soon reach Littlefinger's ears. Thus, with the assassin's letter and news of your survival, Littlefinger will inevitably conclude that the assassin himself has lied, and being a noble from the north, he is bound to his homeland and cannot flee." Count Wayman, following Clay's train of thought, quickly grasped his intentions. This young man had no intention of acting himself. He sought to utilize Littlefinger's own hand to clean house. But how can you be certain he will indeed send a raven to Littlefinger? Would he be so foolish? Count Wayman astutely identified a glaring flaw in the plan. The response he received was merely Clay's chuckling. "Do not fret. He will undoubtedly do so, for he has encountered an irresistible force." "What do you mean?" Count Wayman's relaxed brow knitted back together, struggling to comprehend Clay's words. What did he mean by an irresistible force? At that moment, he observed Clay lifting his left hand towards the distance, forming an incomprehensible gesture. With his palm open, the index finger bent and pressed against the upright middle finger, while the remaining 3 fingers extended straight and apart. Just as confusion crossed his features, Count Wayman heard Clay softly utter a single word, Ignis. Flames ignited, illuminating the old Count's eyes, the surging fire making him feel warmth even upon the cold northern soil. Gazing at the charred earth and the still-burning underbrush, Count Wayman stared vacantly at his somewhat unfamiliar grandson, his mind a whirlpool of bewilderment. At that moment, he heard Clay's slow and resolute reply. He will certainly do so, for he cannot resist the power of magic. Chapter 29. Persuasion. What is this? Even the battle-hardened Count Wayman fell into silence for a prolonged period before finally mustering the courage to ask this question. Clay understood the shock within him. After all, for the vast majority of ordinary people in this world, magic is a phenomenon confined to legends. During the past century since the dragon's demise, magic has completely vanished from existence. The once glorious Red Priests have been reduced to mere jesters performing fire tricks, while the servants of the Frost God, the White Walkers, are isolated beyond a formidable wall, causing everyone to overlook their existence. In such a moment, an individual possessing magical abilities is either a hero from epic tales or a sorcerer to be feared and despised. Magic, a force capable of conjuring flames through arcane symbols. In the depths of Clay's eyes, his father's piercing gaze bore into him, compelling him to provide a plausible explanation to the elderly man. Yet, how could he possibly articulate the complexities of the world of witchers? To delve into such an explanation would likely brand him as deranged. Reluctantly, he realized he must weave a tale, concoct a narrative. During my travels in Essos, I stumbled upon a tattered ancient tome bound in sheepskin, inscribed in High Valyrian, a language I could not comprehend. Initially, I presumed it contained accounts of treasures. Thus, I meticulously disassembled every page and entrusted the fragments to slaves versed in Valyrian for translation. To my astonishment, the text revealed itself as a compendium employed by the ancient Valyrian dragon lords to forge formidable warriors. It detailed methods to transform ordinary individuals into powerful combatants, of which this transformation constituted merely a fraction of their capabilities. Clay raised his left hand, recently freed from a magical seal, and gestured lightly. Count von Wayman's mind raced. Though reluctant, he felt compelled to identify any inconsistencies in Clay's narrative. He bore the responsibility of the Mandeville family, first as its patriarch and only thereafter as Clay's grandfather. After meticulously digesting Clay's account multiple times, Count von Wayman found no apparent flaws. The historical fact that the ancient Valyrian dragon lords had extensively wielded magic had reached him during his own crossings of the Narrow Sea to various trading city-states. The Valyrian-speaking slaves confirmed this, acknowledging they had never heard of such powerful warriors, yet the resplendent civilization of Valyria, akin to the gods, could indeed spawn unexpected marvels. Over the past few decades, whispers of magical artifacts emerging from the ruins of the Smoke Sea had reached him, yet he had never anticipated that his own grandson would acquire one and audaciously employ it upon himself. Gazing at his grandson, who bore a striking resemblance to him, Count von Wayman hesitated. As a devout follower of the Seven, he struggled to reconcile the notion of his heir engaging in magic, which contradicted the tenets of his faith. However, from a familial perspective, the matter took on an entirely different significance. Breathing heavily, Count von Wayman inquired of his grandson, "Where is that tome now?" At the moment he posed the question, he understood that Clay had ultimately convinced him. Not Clay, but rather, he had persuaded himself. "I have destroyed the original manuscript. The contents are now etched in my memory," Clay responded, tapping his forehead. He continued, "I sought you out today to discuss this matter. I wish to secretly cultivate a force of such warriors within our family." With the groundwork laid, Clay finally unveiled his true intention. "Warriors of my ilk can accomplish far more in battle than the average man." With that, Clay unleashed the Queen Seal and simultaneously drew his sword, casting it into the air. Before the astonished gaze of Count Wayman, the long sword fell, striking Kree's head, yet accompanied by a piercing clash. The sword was deflected and tumbled to the ground. Slowing down, Kree stepped forward, unleashing a sigil of Aiden at the old man's feet. Instantly, Count Wayman felt as though lead had been poured into his legs, rendering him immobile. With a forceful impact directed at the weapon-laden wooden rack, Kree executed an Aldefar sigil, resulting in a resonant sound followed by the shattering of the rack and the cacophony of weapons clattering to the floor. Confounding the situation. As the old man's gaze grew increasingly luminous, Kree unleashed the Axis sigil towards the startled horses nearby, a flash of an inverted triangle rune momentarily illuminating the air. The horse, which had just risen to its feet, immediately calmed down, showing little reaction even when Kree drew a dagger and broke its skin. Kree paused. This sequence of sigils had depleted his magical reserves, necessitating a brief respite. However, Count Wyman's gaze upon him was akin to that of a connoisseur admiring a rare treasure. As a seasoned veteran of the battlefield, he understood all too well the implications of producing such a warrior in quantity. Though the cost of creating such soldiers would undoubtedly be steep, it mattered little. The Mandeville family, with the wealth of White Harbor behind them, possessed ample gold dragons. This small squad, while seemingly inconsequential amidst the masses, embodied a terrifying quality that could haunt the battlefield. In the face of large armies clashing, this unit could achieve so much, eliminating sentinels and minor skirmishes, igniting supply depots, thereby forcing the main forces to retreat. It was well known that in this world, even a slight disturbance in troop morale could lead to catastrophic losses. They could also engage in assassination. Though despicable, it was a necessary tactic in these extraordinary times. Utilizing the Axis sigil's capabilities, they could approach targets stealthily, strike with precision, and vanish without a trace. The very existence of such a squad compelled opposing commanders to adjust their strategies, deploying additional guards to protect supply routes, and sending more escorts for high-ranking officials. This, in turn, significantly reduced the number of soldiers available for direct confrontation. These thoughts crystallized within Count Wyman's mind after witnessing Kree's demonstration. More importantly, White Harbor held the monopoly on the production of such warriors, a treasure of immeasurable worth. Count Wyman resolved to thoroughly evaluate the capabilities of these soldiers to determine the extent of investment in gold dragons necessary. One thing was certain: White Harbor would soon establish the first such squad in all of Westeros. Are you certain this ability has not been disclosed to anyone? Upon hearing this, Kree recognized his victory. The old man was undoubtedly intrigued. He vigorously shook his head. No, I can assure you. That is good. Count Wyman exhaled, glancing at his grandson, who continually surprised him, feeling increasingly content in his heart. The Mandeville family has never been renowned for their martial prowess. However, Count Wyman now seeks to alter this perception. Chapter 30. Personnel, Resources, and the Golden Dragon. While the idea is commendable, it is accompanied by a myriad of challenges. Foremost among these is the issue of personnel. This is no trivial matter. In fact, it is the most critical concern among all. The number of individuals may vary, yet loyalty is paramount. Before the emergence of a substantial force of demon hunters capable of engaging on the front lines, this small team must undertake unsavory tasks both in battle and in their daily endeavors. Consequently, the quality of personnel is of the utmost importance, and one must not be negligent in this regard. With keen insight, Count Wyman quickly grasped the implications of why Clay had summoned him today. It was to discuss the selection of suitable candidates from among the Mandeville branches. From a cost control perspective, these individual social ties are firmly rooted in White Harbor or its subordinate villages, making them relatively easy to manage once they become part of the military. Though it may lack honor, such a strategy is indispensable. The bonds of their hometown will facilitate cooperation and management considerably. To put it plainly, with their spouses, children, or parents under the purview of Clay and his grandfather, these individuals would possess a slightly higher threshold against corruption and coercion. Narrowing his eyes, Count Wyman inquired directly of Clay, "How do you intend to select them?" He anticipated Clay would mention valor, a sense of honor, or loyalty. To his surprise, Clay, without a moment's hesitation, articulated a term he had long pondered: learning ability. Learning ability? As he uttered this phrase, Clay's mind was filled with images of ordinary soldiers from another time and place engaging in guerrilla warfare behind enemy lines. His small team would similarly assume such roles in the future. It was inconceivable for him to directly command them. Only by breaking them down into smaller units could he unleash formidable execution power. However, this was an endeavor that illiterate conscripted farmers could not achieve. Such a notion was utterly implausible. The system had bestowed upon him the complete ability to cast seals, knowledge of alchemy, and even various sword techniques from different schools, yet he could not directly impart these skills to the newly appointed demon hunters. Therefore, the emphasis on learning ability was the result of his profound contemplation. As he mulled over this term, he temporarily refrained from associating it with the concept of soldiers. But that was of little consequence. Count Wyman fully respected his grandson's viewpoint. "You have your ideas. I shall not interfere. As for the selection of candidates, you need not concern yourself for the time being. We, The seasoned elders shall sift through some suitable options for you. And later you can make your selections based on your criteria. Wise individuals understand the importance of not forcibly meddling in matters beyond their expertise. This was a technical knowledge brought forth by Clay, and thus Count Wayman would not usurp the final decision-making power. Witnessing his grandfather assist him in overcoming the most challenging hurdle, Clay could not suppress the smile that spread across his face as he sheathed the sword he had been holding. If he were to undertake this step himself, he would have to delve deeply into the familial backgrounds and moral character of these individuals, which, for someone like him who possesses scant understanding of the intricacies of White Harbor, would be a veritable time sink. Having concluded the matter of candidates, let us now address the next issue. What is required to produce warriors akin to yourself? This question is one that must be answered by Clay. Yet it is fraught with difficulty, for it pertains to the enigmatic nature of magic, a topic that poses significant risks should he attempt to elucidate it to the elder. Thus, Clay resolved to sidestep the issue of magic, choosing to bear the burden himself, for he must be present to ensure stability during the transformation. With his chin resting upon his hand, Clay pondered for a moment before delivering his response. To transmute ordinary individuals into such warriors necessitates a particular potion, which requires the venom gland of a lizard lion, a mature swamp leech, powdered bark of a sentinel tree, a handful each of ghost grass and coppercoin grass. Aside from the first ingredient, the others are relatively easy to procure. Once acquired, I shall handle the final synthesis. It is not my intention to evade responsibility, however. Should any discerning individuals trace our substantial purchases of these items, they may harbor suspicions. Therefore, at this juncture, I prefer to avoid generating any written instructions for the process, as that would pose too great a risk. Clay's assertions received the elder's affirmation. They were engaged in an endeavor unprecedented in the annals of Westerosi history, and caution was paramount. Count Wyman was quite pleased with Clay's thoughtful approach. Is there anything else? He inquired, noting that the items Clay had mentioned were well within the financial reach of White Harbor. Reflecting on the entire procedure, Clay recalled the agonizing scene of himself writhing in the mud beneath the sacred trees of the weirwood, and instinctively felt a sense of discomfort. If possible, let us have the scholar prepare some pain relief medication, as this transformation is not a trivial undertaking. Clay merely provided the materials necessary for the metamorphosis into a demon hunter, leaving the specifics of collection, purchase, and transportation to others. He trusted that, given the elder's vast experience, these matters would be handled without issue. Clay placed the order and awaited delivery. However, the most crucial component, the dragon bone, was conspicuously absent, as acquiring this substance posed immense challenges. There are but 2 locations in all of Westeros where one might find it: beneath the Iron Throne in the Great Hall of King's Landing, where lie the skulls of the Targaryen family's former dragons, or within the dragon's lair atop Rhaenys Hill, as a site where the Targaryens once reared dragons. It may conceal remnants from that era. Nevertheless, regardless of the option, the risks associated with undertaking such endeavors in King's Landing are exceedingly high. Even if Clay or members of the Mandeville family were to orchestrate a theft akin to a legendary heist and succeed in obtaining Dragonbone, the material's considerable metallic content and hardness, exceeding that of steel, render on-site cutting impractical, especially given the absence of electric saws in this world. In conclusion, even if they were to acquire it, the means of transport would be insurmountable. It is wiser, therefore, to refrain from pursuing that line of thought for the time being. Grandfather, how many golden dragons can we allocate towards this endeavor? Clay sought to discern the budget of his esteemed grandfather. Upon hearing his grandson inquire about his financial standing, the Earl of Wyman, lost in thought, suddenly became animated. He extended a thick, substantial hand before Clay, raising 5 fingers like carrots. 500? Clay ventured a guess, only to swiftly realize his folly, for the disdain etched upon his grandfather's visage was unmistakable. 5,000. A cold laugh from the elder followed, as he wished to spare his grandson the embarrassment of further guessing, directly providing the answer. Starting at 50,000 gold dragons, whatever you require, I shall supply. The taxation from this port alone in a single quarter exceeds that sum. Can't you aspire to greater heights? From this proclamation, Clay felt the overwhelming aura of his affluent grandfather pressing upon him, rendering him speechless, save for a heartfelt exclamation. How delightful it is to possess wealth. Clay finally grasped why their family could afford full armor for 1,500 individuals. A lack of funds? Such a notion was laughable. Chapter 31. Potions. What constitutes a monster hunter? Signs of magic, steel and silver swords, alchemical bombs, potions, gwent cards, and sorceresses. Cough. Let us disregard the last one. Clay had become relatively proficient in utilizing signs. Although constrained by his lower level, He found the actual potency unsatisfactory. At least he had acquired some skill. The silver sword is designed to slay specific monsters, a unique element of the monster hunter's world. Should this realm not experience any catastrophic celestial convergences, he would have no need to forge a silver sword to carry on his back. As for the steel sword, the standard weaponry of White Harbor sufficed for the time being. His future ambition was to acquire a Valyrian steel sword. Although most renowned blades were already claimed, he remained hopeful of obtaining one. Cray recalled that, as a Targaryen prince, the infamous Dark Sisters were seemingly in the possession of the Duke of Bloodraven. He needed to devise a careful plan to extract some benefit from that situation. Who knows what success might await him? Regarding the alchemical bomb, the challenge lay not in the formula within, but rather in crafting the ignition point itself. Mastering the production of an ignition point would grant Cray access to gunpowder, allowing him to navigate this low magic world with unparalleled confidence. As for Gwent, that notorious game, every individual, regardless of their standing, seemed ensnared by its allure. Even a certain gentleman's daughter had forsaken her pursuits for a chance to play. As for sorceresses, best not to dwell on that. Overthinking could lead to complications. In conclusion, Cray resolved to dedicate this invaluable time to mastering the art of potion making. Having finalized plans with his grandfather, a man of swift action, the elder wasted no time. Departing the training grounds, he had mentally noted Cray's requirements and now sought to summon the family's procurement team to gather the necessary materials. Whether heading south or north. Concerning the selection of the 42 individuals to be dismissed, the Earl of Wyman entrusted this task to Sir Marlon, who was well acquainted with the intricacies of the matter. The Earl instructed Sir Marlon to eliminate at least half of the candidates, elevating the standards to ensure unwavering loyalty, particularly dismissing those who lived alone. As the Earl departed from the training grounds, the guards waiting outside finally entered the arena. Clay summoned them over, instructing them to tidy up the scattered wooden debris and attend to the injured horses. Observing the departing figure of the young master, the bewildered guards surveyed the disarrayed scene. Whispering amongst themselves, did the young master and the lord just engage in a brawl? How thrilling! After hearing the young master Clay's greetings throughout the journey, he retreated to a room within the central tower of the castle, locking the door behind him, for it was only here that he could find solitude. With a flicker of thought, the dark blue interface of the system materialized before his eyes. Demon Hunter System, Level 2, Potions, expand to view, Bombs, expand to view, Equipment, expand to view, Magic Pool, 120 unlocked seals, Quinn, Level 1, Aiden, Level 1, Alder, Level 1, Igni, Level 1, Yoxi, Level 1. Items, expand to view. This time, his focus lay on potions, as a crucial component of a demon hunter's combat prowess. The appropriate use of potions in battle is invaluable. For instance, although he, as a demon hunter, lacks a health bar, certain potions with restorative properties can activate his cells, enabling rapid division and hastening the clotting of wounds. Upon accessing the potion section, Clay beheld 4 unlocked potion blueprints: Thunder Potion Recipe, Dwarven Fire Whiskey, Ghost Needle Grass Mushroom Ash, Andragar Embryo Black-Spotted Locust Larvae Effects, enhances muscular strength, increasing damage inflicted. Side effects: muscle fibers may easily rupture, can be counteracted with Swallow Potion. Notes: tastes similar to cordyceps wine, treat it as such. But be cautious, do not share it with others unless you wish to endanger their life. Swallow Potion Recipe, Dwarven Fire Whiskey, White Flower White Rose, Water Ghost Brain Spider Crab Innards Effects, accelerates cell division, hastening wound healing and stamina recovery. Side effects: none. Notes: quite common. It is advisable to take a sip now and then, indeed, just like that. Cat Potion Recipe, Dwarven Fire Whiskey, Juniper Berry Low-Growing Cypress Fruit, Essence of Water Silver Scaled Pomfret Bone Marrow Effects, enables the demon hunter to see in complete darkness, avoiding ambushes from nocturnal adversaries. Side effects: slightly affects perception, though minimally, can be neutralized with the White-Billed Duck Potion. Note: essential for the night demon. Whether you intend to launch a nocturnal assault on Widow Village or simply traverse the darkened paths, this potion is an indispensable piece of equipment. Blizzard Formula, Dwarven Spirits, Fire Wine, White Bougainvillea Petals, Frostfire Leaves, Golem's Heart, Shadowlink's Heart Effects. This concoction extends the reaction time of the demon hunter during combat, enhancing agility. Side effects: it increases physical strain, induces fatigue, and makes muscle tissue prone to damage. Note: do you relish the thrill of bullet time? I know you do. So down this bottle of Blizzard and venture boldly into the unknown. Disregarding the overly intricate components that might elicit his disdain, Clay pondered over these 4 potions. Clearly, Each of these elixirs holds substantial practical value. He could even consume them in tandem, bestowing upon himself cumulative enhancements for damage, recovery, night vision, and rapid response. In essence, he would become an unstoppable force in the night, capable of striking down any adversary and achieving his objective of eliminating prominent figures. However, the drawbacks of this method are equally apparent. Given Clay's current resistance to toxins, even stepping outside could result in being overwhelmed by the accumulated poisons contained within these concoctions, lethal even to an ordinary person. Although each potion's creation is no trivial task, and when considering efficacy versus cost, Clay would certainly incur losses. The silver lining lies in the fact that these potions yield a base essence, allowing for multiple uses with mere additions of spirits to extract a clear solution. Equipped with these, and employing them judiciously, Clay's combat prowess would ascend to new heights. When fully prepared, he could confidently strike a pose, exclaiming, "I can take on 10. Nevertheless, there is no rush for these items. They rank far lower in priority compared to the Demon Hunter-S potions, and at this stage, they are of no immediate use. After all, one cannot consume them like a beverage." He resolved to gather the necessary components himself, resorting to his family's resources only if absolutely necessary. With myriad tasks at hand, Clay remained unperturbed, for in this impending chaotic era, strength, and more strength is the only solution that matters. By steadfastly pursuing this goal, he could not possibly err. His fingers drummed upon the exquisitely crafted wooden table, and no one knew what the young master of the Mandeville family was contemplating, save for himself. Chapter 32. The Lion in White Harbor. On the third day following Clay's persuasion of his father, White Harbor received a raven dispatched from Winterfell. Although Clay was the first to encounter the letter tied to the raven's leg, while consulting with Scholar Zyamor regarding material reserves, he refrained from opening it himself. Instead, he brought Scholar Zyamor along to present the letter to Count Wyman. Ascending the spiral stone steps of the tower, shafts of light filtering through the arrow slits illuminated them, prompting Clay to realize he had never truly observed the family castle, which, though relatively new, held an aura of history. The study of the esteemed elder resides atop the fortress tower, elevated 20 meters above the ground. This magnificent white tower, the most substantial and prominent among the entire cluster, adorned with exquisite carvings, is notably named the Tower of the Sea God. Observing the somewhat unsteady steps of the scholar beside him, Clay noticed that the scholar wore two necklaces crafted from an array of metals, intricately linked together: black iron, red copper, gold, silver, and fine steel, each symbolizing a distinct field of knowledge. For instance, black iron represented the studies of the ravens, red copper signified history, while silver denoted the medical arts. Clay found it curious that, despite the scholar's esteemed position within a noble family, he seemed to be deliberately marginalized from the core affairs of the family. The scholar, aged and weary, struggled to ascend the staircase, prompting Clay to slow his pace in deference to the elder's labored movements. "Scholar, have you ever visited Hereford? How does our new castle in White Harbor compare?" Clay ventured, seeking to break the awkward silence. The old scholar paused to catch his breath, his pale golden eyebrows framing keen green eyes that flickered toward Clay as he responded softly, "If you are inquiring about scale, then perhaps 7 or 8 new castles combined would barely reveal the outline of Hereford, albeit it has become a mere ruin." This response astonished Clay. He had never been to Hereford, and since returning to Westeros, he had not ventured beyond the north. In his estimation, their new castle was already an architectural marvel, and to suggest that 7 or 8 of them could rival Hereford ignited his imagination about its colossal size. The malevolent rulers of Hurin had extracted wealth from the Riverlands for decades to construct that fortress, the grandest in all the 7 kingdoms. Had it not been for Aegon Targaryen's Dragonfire, it might still stand as the most magnificent castle in the realm. Uncertain whether the scholar was reluctant to discuss the topic further or simply preferring silence, the conversation dwindled to a quiet halt, enveloping the staircase in stillness once more. Shrugging off his confusion, Clay accompanied the scholar to the study of Lord Wyman. Upon their arrival, 2 armored guards from House Manderley exchanged surprised glances at the sight of Clay and the scholar together. To Clay's astonishment and bewilderment, he detected a hint of wariness in the guard's gaze toward the scholar. Why would the family regard their own scholar with such suspicion? The scholar, seemingly accustomed to this scrutiny, produced a letter he had been holding and presented it to one of the guards. "A letter from Winterfell. Please deliver it to the Lord Earl," he stated with a calm demeanor. After nodding slightly to Clay in acknowledgement, the scholar turned and departed with remarkable decisiveness, leaving no room for hesitation. Once he was gone, The guard's demeanor shifted instantaneously. The guard who had received the letter promptly bent to open the ornately carved oak door adorned with a mermaid motif for Clay. As Clay stepped into the room, his gaze immediately fell upon the elderly gentleman, who was indulging in a bottle of wine. Bathed in the sunlight streaming through the balcony, Clay scrutinized the wine's hue, estimating it to be Dornish summer red. "Grandfather, a letter from Winterfell," he called out, retrieving the letter from the guard who lingered at the door. The guard smiled at him and discreetly closed the door. Is it you, Clay? A letter from Winterfell? What does it say?" The old man mumbled, tossing the wine bottle onto the table as he rose from a spacious armchair that could comfortably accommodate 2 Crays. Turning his attention to him, shaking his head, Cray entered the room, taking in the grandeur of the decor that exuded a distinct Lannister flair. As he approached his grandfather's writing desk, "No, I haven't read the letter yet." Surprisingly, Count Waymond did not immediately open it. Instead, he inquired, "Did Seomore accompany you?" How could the old man know? Cray was momentarily perplexed, but upon reflection, it made sense. The bachelor was indeed responsible for delivering messages. So the old man's question was quite reasonable. "Yes, but he didn't come inside. He probably has other matters to attend to," Cray replied, only to be met with a scornful laugh from his grandfather. He has no business to speak of. It was rare for Cray to witness such unabashed contempt and disdain etched on the ordinarily affable face of his grandfather, leaving him somewhat bewildered. In the future, refrain from associating with him, Count Waymond muttered, seizing the wine bottle for another hearty gulp. "Why, grandfather? Isn't the bachelor quite useful to the nobility?" he questioned. "Do you know his surname?" The retort caught Cray off guard. In his understanding, the bachelor's oath required them to relinquish their surnames, becoming servants to all of Westeros. Thus, he only knew him as Seomore, unaware of his family name. "Lannister, remember this, he is a Lannister. Do not be swayed by the drivel of a bachelor's oath. No matter how many chains of metal he wears around his neck, I can still perceive the repugnant stench of a lion emanating from him." At last, Cray comprehended why Count Waymond and the entire family held such a disdainful view of Seomore the Bachelor. Given his Lannister lineage, earning trust in the North was indeed a fool's errand. Cray pondered why a Lannister would venture to White Harbor to become a bachelor. Yet as a member of the northern nobility, he realized that despite the region's aversion to Lannisters, they could not simply execute Seomore. While it was possible to employ poison and other means to eliminate him, such actions were dishonorable and perhaps entailed other unknown reasons. Ultimately, the family's approach towards Seomore was one of cold indifference. Apart from the exchange of official documents with Winterfell, they allowed him no other role. Understanding this situation heightened Cray's caution regarding those around him, who knew what secrets lay behind the faces of those who referred to him as young master within the castle. Thankfully, he had inquired about the stock of a certain ingredient for Swallow's potion today, and fortunately, there had been no losses. Now, let me peruse the correspondence from Winterfell and discern its contents. Count Waymond disregarded the peculiar expression of Clay and unfurled the letter, slowly articulating its message. Chapter 33. The spy King Robert has descended to King's Landing with his new prime minister, Lord Eddard. Upon receiving the missive, all the nobles learned that the Lord of Winterfell would be none other than Eddard's eldest son, Robb Stark, who is to wield the guardianship of the North. That is the entirety of the letter, as Count Waymond has laid the parchment upon the table. The old man gazed at the note, furrowing his brow in silence. The harrowing tragedy of the previous Northern Duke and his son being burned alive after their descent still lingered in the memories of many Northern nobles, who were inwardly reluctant to accept the news. The man they revered, Eddard Stark, was once again stepping into the foul arena of power in King's Landing. Yet, akin to Clay, they felt powerless to influence the fate of their beloved Northern guardian. Eddard Stark's personal sentiments held little weight against the will of the king. Now, as Duke Eddard himself traversed the lands of the North, following the king's grand procession through the Weeping Waters, the vassal families of the North must deliberate on how to engage with the young heir, Robb Stark. "Clay, why don't you enlighten me on the character of this young Stark?" The old man sipped delicately from his goblet of crimson wine, feeling fortunate that his grandson had the opportunity to connect with the younger generation of Starks, granting him a perspective more authentic than mere trivial praises. In response to the old man's inquiry, Clay recollected the youthful visage he had observed in the training yard of Winterfell. How to evaluate him? For Clay, this was not a dilemma. He bore a striking resemblance to his father, or rather, his father was the figure he had idolized since childhood. The sole distinction lay in his youth and impulsive nature. That was Clay's response, and upon hearing it, the old man nodded, remarking, "A common flaw of youth. You are no exception." Clay understood the implication behind the old man's words and could only chuckle sheepishly in feigned ignorance. However, The old man had no intentions of pursuing that line of conversation further. Instead, he posed another query to Clay. Our King Robert has chosen Lord Eddard as his esteemed hand of the king. Do you deem this a judicious selection? This inquiry bore an element of examination, for at this juncture, it was hardly a matter Clay ought to concern himself with or judge. Yet, since the old man had asked, Clay felt compelled to respond. He could hardly say he was unaware. After some contemplation, although his recollections of Lord Eddard's fate were not favorable, the events unfolding could not possibly lead to the bizarre narrative of the king's demise or the prime minister's execution by the queen. King Robert, in essence, was a warrior king, or so it seemed to me. Rather than a king, he embodied the essence of a pure warrior. His choice of the deeply trusted Eddard as his hand surprised me not in the least. And what else? The old man inquired with a smile, pressing him for further insight. Moreover, since the onset of the War of Usurpers, the alliance of the four prominent families, Fish, Wolf, Eagle, and Stag, has been the cornerstone of the kingdom's stability. Following the demise of the former prime minister, John Arryn of Eagle's Nest, and excluding King Robert, the Stag Crown, Duke Hoster Tully has long been bedridden. Thus, Lord Eddard Stark emerges as his most favorable option. Upon hearing this, Clay observed his father's face break into a satisfied smile. He gestured towards the wine cabinet, indicating that Clay should help himself to a bottle, and Clay, not one to be rude, obliged. Although he was no connoisseur, his lack of discernment did not hinder his enjoyment of wine. He selected a bottle of summer red, identical to his father's, and uncorked it with a small knife from the table, relishing a generous sip. Your insights are largely accurate. However, one assertion is amiss. Lord Eddard is not merely his best choice, but his only choice. His father corrected him with a wave of his hand. Noticing the spark of interest in his grandson's eyes, he stroked his chin and continued at a leisurely pace. As you have observed in Winterfell, His Majesty the King shares our sentiments regarding the Lannisters, harboring no goodwill towards them. However, during these years spent in King's Landing, the King's court has seen a far greater presence of Lannisters than of Stag Crown loyalists. With a hearty gulp of wine, his father continued with a wry smile. Should our Lord Eddard audaciously reject His Majesty, he would not only incur the King's wrath, but would also compel His Majesty to vacate Winterfell for the Westerlands, seeking the old Lioness Council to serve as Prime Minister. Imagine the repercussions of such an outcome. The balance of power between the royal family and the Lannisters in King's Landing would be irrevocably disrupted, leaving the king himself unable to enjoy a moment's peace. Indeed, that is precisely the case. Our king, blessed with martial prowess by the gods, has been remiss in acquiring the acumen required for governance, a fact he is keenly aware of. Reflecting on this, Clay recognized the truth in his father's words, realizing he had previously focused too heavily on historical factors, neglecting the current political equilibrium. However, Clay discerned an underlying implication in his grandfather's discourse. After a moment's hesitation, he voiced his curiosity. Grandfather, how do you know of the King's sentiments towards the Lannisters and the situation in King's Landing? Upon uttering this inquiry, he found no surprise upon his grandfather's visage, as though he had anticipated such a question. Count Wyman chuckled softly, tapping the wine bottle with his finger, producing a delicate chime. Because among those who accompanied you to Winterfell, and within that cesspool of King's Landing, our Mandeville family has eyes everywhere, though you remain oblivious to it. Observing the look of astonishment on his grandson's face, his grandfather waved his hand dismissively and continued, Do not be astonished. This is not an extraordinary matter. In truth, our esteemed neighbor, the old skinflint of Harrenhal, possesses similar resources at play. Have you not heard the adage? In the flea-ridden lair of King's Landing, it seems there are more spies than impoverished souls. My goodness, how much more is there about you, shrewd and seasoned nobles, that I remain oblivious to? A profound astonishment enveloped me, as I found myself grappling with an unsettling sense of unfamiliarity in the world of A Song of Ice and Fire, a realm I once believed I knew intimately. Indeed, none of the ancient families that have stood for centuries on the continent of Westeros seem to harbor benign intentions. It is truly alarming, a society rife with schemers. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Cray sipped his wine, the sweet essence of summer red losing all flavor upon his tongue. Nearby, the elderly gentleman observed him with a smile, seemingly awaiting his digestion of this revelation. After approximately 10 minutes, Cray regained his composure, only to find the old man's unwavering gaze fixed upon him. Just as he prepared to speak, the elder's voice broke the silence. Our unit is called the White Sea. What do you think? Are you interested in becoming their commander? Chapter 34, Status and Marriage. Gazing at Cray in astonishment, Count Wayman's previously cheerful demeanor vanished, his face now devoid of mirth, completely shedding its earlier benevolence. He slammed the bottle onto the table and, with utmost seriousness, addressed Cray. Cray Mandler, you ought not to be surprised. Your astonishment reveals your failure to comprehend how pivotal you are to the entire Mandler family. In the presence of Lord Stark, I must uphold the family's reputation. Do you understand how relieved I felt when you, having slain a Lannister, were thrown into the dungeon by His Majesty in a protective manner? What are you staring at? Do you still hope for a fair trial by combat, as if the gods would grant you justice? Not to mention what His Majesty truly thinks. Let me assure you that should the Lannisters decide to escalate matters, the king would not confront them over you. You are simply not worth it. Furthermore, do not expect to receive any fairness or justice from the court and those Southerners. Had I not possessed a military force worthy of respect, you would have long since met the gods. The elder pulled Cray to the window, gesturing towards the bustling port outside, and spoke coldly. Consider your own situation. Both your father and your uncle are brutes who can only fight. To expect them to manage such a vast city is nothing but a dream. As for your sister and your younger sibling, their best prospects lie in marrying into a reputable family, ensuring that White Harbor secures 1 or 2 allies to mutually support one another. Recognize your own standing. You are the best and only heir of the Mandler family. You have become a warrior of Valyria without my consent. The waters have frozen solid, so I shall refrain from further comment. However, should you entertain similar notions in the future, you must inform me. The elder pointed to his graying hair, gasping for breath as he continued. I am already 60, and any day could see me returning to the embrace of the gods. The strength of the White Sea is your tool for strategizing and positioning White Harbor most advantageously. You must take charge. Clay remained silent. Until just recently, he had harbored a somewhat carefree attitude, subconsciously oblivious to the profound implications of the title of Mandalay Heir. Whether it was the furious slaying of the Lannisters or his handling of the assassin, he acted purely on instinct, entirely unaware that his every word and deed represented the vast and venerable Mandalay family, which had dominated White Harbor for millennia. The old man was not concerned about Clay wielding the family's power to gain corresponding authority. Rather, he feared that Clay would act rashly without considering the might of their lineage. As the elder had just articulated, if the heir was solely Clay, what harm could it be for him to possess a measure of power? Coming to this realization, Clay humbly acknowledged his misstep. I understand, grandfather. I will certainly consult with the family next time. With a couple of grunts, the Earl of Waymond seemed to have forgiven Clay, settling his substantial form back into his chair, the wood creaking under the weight. This time, the old man refrained from reaching for the wine bottle, instead casting his gaze out the window. Did you know? While you were still aboard the ship returning to Westeros across the narrow sea, that old codger, Malin, and I were already deliberating your marriage. Marriage? How do we leap to that? Clay pondered, taken aback. During your absence from White Harbor, I received an invitation from House Fry, inviting you to Riverrun for the naming day of Lord Walder Frey's umpteenth child, clearly to see if they could marry one of their daughters to you. Though the revelation was overwhelming, Clay nodded calmly, realizing that this development seemed entirely reasonable now that he had embraced his role as the heir of White Harbor for the nobility throughout the 7 kingdoms. Aside from the 7 great houses and the Greyjoys of the Iron Islands, Clay, as a prominent noble heir, was undoubtedly a highly desirable match. With White Harbor's stature akin to that of the old town of Hightower, devoid of the attributes of Old Town. So, grandfather, how did you respond? Clay inquired cautiously. Although he understood that such matters would be unavoidable in the future, the prospect of being thrust into an arranged marriage right after returning home, especially with the notoriously unlikable Fry family, was something Clay struggled to accept. Casting a sidelong glance at him, the Earl of Waymond grinned and slowly replied, I informed the tardy Lord Fry that you were still in Winterfell and would provide him with a response upon your return. Now, refrain from voicing your thoughts. Let me finish. The Earl raised his hand, interrupting his grandson's inclination to speak. My suggestion is that you write a letter to Lord Walder Fry. I can compose it if you wish, but it would be best for you to attend. In his 90-plus years of life, Lord Walder has never displayed a greater capacity for magnanimity. However, your visit should merely be for the sake of the Lord's prestige. After all, his stronghold is of paramount importance. Keep your wits about you, for the time for action has not yet arrived. The old man's words were somewhat crude, yet Clay grasped the underlying meaning. The Lord of the Twins, a late blooming member of House Fry, possessed considerable power but bore a notorious reputation. Thus, Clay felt compelled to act, though the old man had no interest in the women of House Fry. His sentiments likely echoed the views of many northern nobles. Reflecting on Robb Stark's subsequent betrayal of House Fry, which resulted in the infamous Red Wedding, One could surmise that this animosity played a significant role in the events that unfolded. What Clay did not anticipate was the vengeful nature of Lord Walder Frey. Consequently, the once invincible young wolf was struck down by a dagger bearing the Lannisters' greeting, resulting in a bloodbath that altered the course of the war. Clay found little room for resistance, merely nodding in agreement while questioning himself about the type of partner he would ultimately choose. If he had the authority to decide, he would undoubtedly select between Daenerys Targaryen and Margaery Tyrell, driven by the superficial allure of beauty. However, Clay was acutely aware that these were merely excuses. Having never encountered either Daenerys or Margaery, he possessed no clear image of their appearances. His attraction lay more in their titles, Queen or Empress, than in their physical beauty. The desire for conquest was his primary motivation. Conversely, as the heir to White Harbor, he recognized that any aspirations must remain concealed. In a world where noblemen and women predominantly pursued self-interest, particularly among the great houses, the pursuit of love was seldom a reckless endeavor. It would not be until he commanded an army of 100,000 and held titles that could make tongues stumble that he might freely determine his marital fate. For now, he must endure. Chapter 35. House Frey. Here lies the intelligence on the members of House Frey. Prior to your return, I instructed the White Harbor Guard to gather this information. The old man retrieved a small booklet from his desk and tossed it before Clay. As Clay picked it up, the old man added, "The former commander of the White Harbor Guard must meet with you before your journey to the Twins. He must transfer command of the entire guard into your hands before you depart." Apart from nodding, Clay could offer no further response. Deep down, he was genuinely curious about the extent of influence wielded by this enigmatic espionage organization of White Harbor. Opening the leather-bound booklet, Clay turned to the first page, where he found a portrait of remarkable artistry, clearly labeled with the subject's name, Walder Frey. The visage depicted was that of an elderly man, bald, with sagging skin, whom Clay felt bore an uncanny resemblance to a creature known as a weasel. Turning to the second page, he noted some characteristics and cautions regarding Lord Walder Frey. It was indicated that he bore a deep-seated grudge and possessed a formidable desire for revenge, and he was particularly averse to being referred to as the late Lord Frey. The preceding text describes a certain nobleman, known for his voracious appetites, who, upon returning to Westeros, wed his eighth wife. It advises the female members of the family to avoid solitary encounters with this marquis, or, ideally, to refrain from visiting the town of the Twins altogether. Furthermore, the intelligence report indicates that Lord Walder Frey exerts a formidable control over his family, with little dissenting voice within the clan. When engaging with the Frey family, one need not concern oneself with the sentiments of other Freys, but rather focus on the Marquis himself. The document spans 4 to 5 pages, and as Clay perused it, a vivid image of a lecherous old man residing in a remote castle took shape in his mind, underscoring the significance of intelligence work. In the room, only the elderly lord and Clay remained, accompanied solely by the crackling of the burning fireplace, the rustle of pages turning, and the sound of the old man pouring his drink. The section dedicated to Lord Walder Frey was the most extensive, while the remainder chronicled the various circumstances of 7 or 8 Frey offspring. This was to be expected, as this old libertine had 8 wives, 22 legitimate sons, and 7 legitimate daughters, along with a considerable number of illegitimate children bearing no Frey surname. Most of these individuals had long since faded from Lord Walder's attention, having exited the core of the Frey family's power, rendering them of little interest. Interestingly, the report mentioned 3 suitable matches for Clay, all of whom were likely candidates the Marquis would propose. To Clay's bemusement, 2 of these names were identical. Both were named Walder Frey. If applied to a male, it would have been Walder Frey, which added to Clay's exasperation. The first Walder Frey was the 8-year-old great-granddaughter of Lord Walder's eldest son, Stevrin, and while young, age holds no significance in noble circles. Arrangements can be made, and upon the girl's first menstruation, she would be sent for marriage. The second Walder Frey was the daughter of Sir Stevrin's third son, Warden Frey, renowned for her beauty and considered the most likely match at 18 years of age. The third candidate, named Marilyn Vance, held a comparable status within the Frey family, but had lost her surname due to her mother, Magda Frey, marrying into the Vance family. The report offered some character sketches of these 3 women, yet Clay found them inconsequential, and, to be frank, he was not particularly interested. Time passed swiftly. When Clay finally set down the booklet, nearly an hour had elapsed. The elderly lord patiently awaited his conclusion, though the empty bottles on the table had multiplied from 1 to 2. Having finished, "Do you have anything to say?" the old man inquired with a smile. Clay shook his head, expressing a sense of nostalgia as he remarked, "Our intelligence work in White Harbor is indeed commendable." The elder, Pondering over this rather novel expression of intelligence work, comprehended Clay's implication and nodded with a hint of pride, stating, "Of course. This is a strength that the Mandeville family has cultivated for over a century. Acquiring such information is hardly a challenge." Clay concurred with the elder's assertion once more. "Once you take over, you will discover that the White Harbor fleet is far more extensive than you might envision. However, you must possess this," the elder said, retrieving a pristine golden dragon from his coat pocket. This coin, minted during the Targaryen dynasty, appeared scarcely used, gleaming brilliantly under the sunlight without a trace of wear. "Our White Harbor fleet primarily operates in the Riverlands, the Westerlands, and King's Landing. Venturing further south proves futile, as our people find it quite uncomfortable to live there, incurring exorbitant hidden costs. Could we not recruit some locals?" Clay proposed. "No, this is a clandestine operation. Recruit locals? Humph. We would be forced to abandon it in 2 days due to infiltration by outsiders." The elder dismissed Clay's suggestion with a scoff. "Very well, prepare yourself. I will arrange everything for you. You are set to depart for Riverrun in 5 days. I will concoct a reason for your journey. You need not concern yourself with it. Just adhere to the narrative when the time arrives." 5 days did not seem overly pressing. Clay's demon-hunting army initiative had only just commenced, and the elder's caravans dispatched to procure materials and create diversions were only just finalized and prepared to set off. There was no use in hurrying. With nothing pressing at hand, 5 days would suffice. However, Clay pondered another matter. The three-eyed raven seemed to have promised to send a dragon egg to the Squire Heir in Winterfell. Would his journey to Riverrun result in the raven failing to deliver? Despite his inner skepticism regarding the raven's sincerity, he could not entirely dismiss the possibility. After all, he had no way of knowing what secrets the raven, enigmatic as it was, might possess after observing the North for nearly a century. What schemes the uncanny three-eyed raven was concocting remained a mystery to Clay. Nevertheless, since the raven had permitted Clay to harness the magic from the heart tree, there was no immediate need for conflict. Deep down, Clay believed that such an entity, with the ability to unveil the entirety of the map and invade the privacy of others, ought to be eradicated sooner rather than later. Alternatively, granting him that power would suffice. He had no desire to live in perpetual dread of being surveilled. With their conversation concluded, the elder yawned, prompting Clay to bid farewell as he exited. It was nearing noon, and after transforming into a diligent eater, he had other matters to attend to in the afternoon. Chapter 36. The mission. Since returning from Winterfell, Clay seemed to have become increasingly occupied. This afternoon, he was scheduled to conduct a patrol of the port area alongside Sir Marlon. Unlike King's Landing, wandering the streets here does not pose a deadly risk. For decades, Count Wyman has established a remarkably comprehensive surveillance system in White Harbor. There exists even a force akin to the gold cloaks of King's Landing, albeit on a considerably smaller scale. Nevertheless, for the sake of safety, Sir Marlon took the Count's orders and mobilized a detachment of 50 White Harbor guards to accompany Clay, thwarting his desire to experience the local life. After a hearty lunch of succulent sea fish and roasted meat, Clay barely had a moment to rest before Sir Marlon ushered him out of the castle. The newly erected castle, perched on a high hill, is located within the city, so Clay and his entourage traversed the road, crossing the walls of the inner fortress, and with some effort, entered the bustling outer city of White Harbor. As they reached Fisher King's Square, Clay intended to stroll through the lively square, but just as he prepared to mount his horse, he noticed a guard galloping towards Sir Marlon, whispering a few words. Calmly listening to the guard, Sir Marlon turned to Clay, and with a single glance, Clay sensed that his plans for a leisurely exploration of the harbor were likely dashed. Indeed, his intuition proved correct, for the next moment, Sir Marlon's voice reached him. "Clay, Lord Wyman has informed you that the candidates have been selected and are now assembled at the new castle's training ground. The Lord requests your immediate return." Lord Wyman had not divulged to Sir Marlon the purpose of this group, only instructing him to intensify the selection process and to exclude anyone deemed disloyal or overly enthusiastic. The old lord was unaware of the reasons behind such strictness. After the initial filtering, the final selection was to be completed by the lord himself, a process in which Sir Marlon had no part. His unwavering allegiance to the lord prevented him from inquiring further. "What about the patrol this afternoon?" Clay's intentions were unmistakable. "You may go, I will handle it for you. However, originally there were 2 patrols this week. This one is cancelled, but an additional one will be scheduled for the weekend." Accompanied by half of the 25 guards, Clay returned to the new castle. The gatekeepers, upon seeing their young master return, eagerly opened the gates without uttering a word, dutifully grasping the reins of Clay's horse. Accustomed to this treatment, Clay merely nodded at the nameless guard and proceeded towards the training ground with his retinue. in the expansive training ground. The number of individuals present was significantly reduced compared to the last time, with only 20 remaining. Upon spotting Clay, these individuals immediately stood to attention, the absence of the 22 candidates conveying a clear message. This young master, Clay, had standards far exceeding those of the average individual. Circling around them, Clay felt satisfied, as there were no candidates who were excessively tall or short, for either could impede their agility, a crucial factor for the tasks they were destined to undertake, where even the slightest deficiency in mobility could prove fatal. With a wave of his hand, Clay signaled to the White Harbor guards who had accompanied him to take their leave and rest, as he no longer required their presence for show. Clad in armor, the guards, who had followed the young master on his lengthy run, heaved a sigh of relief and, after bowing respectfully to Clay's departing figure, departed. Once the last guard vanished from view, the training ground was left with only Clay and the remaining members of the Mandeville branch. Clay commenced his inquiry. "Do you know why you have been chosen?" After a prolonged silence, one of them cautiously replied, "To serve as your personal guards." Akin to the royal guard serving His Majesty the King. Clay immediately turned his gaze toward the one who had spoken, his sudden intensity causing the young man to shrink back, unable to maintain eye contact. However, Clay was relentless, striding over and posing a direct question. "What do you deem most essential in serving as my personal guard?" Though his tone was not harsh, it was enough to intimidate the young man, rendering him mute, his head bowed in silence. Observing the lack of response, Clay provided his own answer, jabbing a finger at his forehead as he spoke earnestly. "I harbor no doubts regarding your loyalty. I trust Sir Marlin's judgment. However, what I require more is your intellect. In other words, I need you to think critically." Recognizing that his words were likely lost on them, Clay continued, "My personal guards must possess the ability to assess situations independently on the battlefield. They cannot merely be mindless drones executing my orders. If that were the case, I could hire a multitude of such individuals in this city for a few copper stars. What use would you be to me?" Increasingly feeling as though he were lecturing, Clay found himself at a loss, for the common folk of this era held an ingrained reverence for the nobility, despite their ancestors having once been core members of the Mandeville family, much like himself. Should Clay adopt a placid demeanor in addressing them, it would likely be met with indifference, yielding no effect. "Do you understand?" Clay bellowed, initially met with only a few scattered murmurs in response, too faint to discern. "Answer me. Do you comprehend?" After several repetitions, he finally received a unified, albeit fervent, roar. "We understand." "Excellent. I am aware that many of you are illiterate. But fear not. Henceforth, you will all be incorporated into the White Harbor Guard. Beyond your routine training, I require each of you to compose at least one letter within a month. I shall personally assess your progress after this period. Those who pass will remain. Those who fail or attempt to cheat will be dismissed. This place does not welcome you." Observing their bewildered expressions, Clay recognized the unreasonable nature of expecting this group of simple farmers to acquire basic writing skills in a single month. Nevertheless, what he sought was their capacity to learn. In Kree's vision, those who endure and achieve will eventually become the first generation of demon hunters, positioned as vanguards on the battlefield, capable of wielding the effectiveness of 100 men or more under favorable conditions. While swordsmanship and physical prowess are undoubtedly vital, Kree's foremost requirement is a cadre of autonomous thinkers. Rigid and inflexible minds would falter in the chaos of combat, leading to their demise once organization is lost. Preferring quality over quantity, Kree is determined to ensure that even if he cannot muster enough recruits, the caliber of those he selects remains impeccable. As the inaugural cadre of demon hunters in Westeros, Kree's elite guard cannot be comprised of the mediocre. Chapter 37. The thoughts of Valefield after assigning the tasks. Kree did not immediately depart the training grounds, but instead took a seat to converse with the despondent cadets from collateral branches. This time, Kree found no need to employ the subtle tactics he had previously used to reinforce the hierarchical relationship. He attentively listened to each individual as they introduced their circumstances, striving to commit their words to memory. Once the introductions concluded, Kree mentally distilled the characteristics of these fallen Mandellers into 3 salient points. First, despite their diminished status that distanced them from nobility, they or their families still possessed some funds, allowing them to procure a set or half-set of rudimentary armor. Second, the fathers of these individuals had nearly all fought alongside their lords, some in the War of Usurpers, while others had participated in campaigns against the piracy in the Narrow Sea, alongside the royal fleet led by Stannis Baratheon. The latter was more common, but at least they possessed a rudimentary understanding of warfare. Third, having resided in White Harbor for many years, the Mandellers still boasted several hundred collateral branches bearing their name. It was indeed a testament to their father's ingenuity that they could navigate such a complex web of social relations to identify individuals whose familial ties were straightforward and manageable. Cree selected a few individuals and casually inquired about their own or their forebears' experiences in battle, posing the question of how they would command a skirmish were they in charge. This inquiry was a test of their capacity for independent thought, as until now, each had merely been a soldier, summoned to execute the orders of noble lords. As the dialogue progressed, the initially reticent peasant youths began to open up, and the atmosphere shifted to one of lively engagement, with Cree's queries eliciting a flurry of diverse responses. Although the vast majority of their battlefield strategies appeared to Cree impractical, essentially tantamount to reckless sacrifice, he found satisfaction in the fact that no one resorted to sycophantic flattery, uttering phrases like, "We shall heed your lordship's every word," which would undoubtedly elevate his blood pressure. The afternoon swiftly slipped away amidst lively conversations, as the Mandeville branch discovered an admirable quality in the young Master Cree, who analyzed battles they had previously participated in with remarkable insight, far surpassing their initial misguided notions. While the intellect of Master Cree might exceed the wisdom bestowed upon them by the gods, he continually encouraged them to engage in independent thought and express their views. What astonished them further was the absence of reprimand after they cautiously shared their opinions, making each individual feel valued by the heir of White Harbor, whose status was undoubtedly far more illustrious than their own, unaware of the passage of time. It was only when the imposing shadows of the great walls and towering spires fell upon them that Master Cree concluded the discussion. The White Harbor Guard, who had long awaited at a distance, approached to escort Cree, who departed amidst the admiring gazes of the Mandeville branch. A tall and stern captain of the guard then approached them, instructing them to fall into formation as he would lead them to dinner, marking the beginning of their journey as members of the White Harbor Guard. Accompanied by the melodic chimes of the clock tower, Cree entered the Mermaid Palace. Since his return, Count Wyman had adopted a new custom, inviting the direct descendants of the family to dine together each evening, a practice that had not existed prior. Observing his handsome and youthful grandson, Count Wyman jovially inquired, "So, do these individuals meet your expectations?" As he spoke, the elderly gentleman playfully winked at Cree. With a smile inwardly, Cree understood that this was his grandfather's subtle reminder to avoid revealing the true purpose behind the selection of these individuals. If Cree were to express his thoughts, he would argue that the old man was unnecessarily anxious. He was fully aware of the importance of keeping this matter confidential. Pulling out a chair cushioned with silk, Cree sat beside his sister, Wilfred. Unlike the strictly disciplined Duke Ed, their grandfather did not prohibit his grandchildren from drinking, given that he himself was quite the wine enthusiast. The quiet Wilfred offered Cree a gentle smile, pouring him a glass of wine and softly suggesting, "Cree, today's white salmon is exquisite. You should indulge a little." Returning a natural smile to his sister, Cree accepted the drink, savoring a sip before turning his attention to the salmon before him. Present at the dinner was his father, Sir Wendell, who had spent most of his time in the military camp. His uncle, Wyllis, was unwell and had been taking medication, thus absent from the evening's gathering. Wendell had long wished to converse with his son, but with the ongoing equipment updates for the White Harbor Army, as a commanding officer of the infantry, he had to remain vigilant, knowing the potential for corruption if left unchecked. "Cree, are you recruiting your personal guards?" Wendell inquired of his son. "Yes, father," Cree replied. Cree chewed thoughtfully, nodding slightly. "Have the candidates been decided?" he inquired. "I must inform you that personal guards are meant to shield you from swords and arrows on the battlefield. We cannot recruit those of diminutive stature. If need be, I can procure several seasoned veterans from the army for you without much trouble." Sir Wendell, possessing a forthright nature, had always struggled to communicate with his son, resorting instead to assisting him in his area of expertise, albeit unaware that his suggestion would be quietly dismissed by his father. "Very well, Wendell, tend to your soldiers. I shall take charge of the guards for Cree. Keep your sword at the ready and strike down anyone who dares to lay hands on the soldiers' equipment. I do not wish to see our troops donning inferior armor." Instinctively nodding, Wendell had adhered to his father's directives for decades, much like his elder brother, Wyllis, both being competent soldiers and generals, a fact that displeased Count Wyman immensely. Having recovered from the disheartening events in Winterfell, Vera had reverted to her whimsical self, chattering animatedly to Cree and his sister, Wilfred, about sailors' tales she had heard from an unknown source. As they finished their meal and prepared to return to their quarters, Cree was halted by his sister, Wilfred. Confused, he followed her into the castle garden, where, after a moment of hesitation, Wilfred asked, "Are you planning to visit Twin Rivers to see the Freys? Did grandfather mention it to you?" Cray found it curious that Sir Marlon would not have mentioned such a thing, leading him to conclude that it must have been their father. Yes. May I ask you a favor? She continued. If anyone from the Fry family proposes my marriage to you, Cray, you must refuse them. Chapter 38. The commander of the White Sea Cray observed the urgency etched across Wilfred's face, and his mind began to race. It was not that he was contemplating whether to acquiesce to his sister's request. He was all too aware of Warden Frey's character and the nature of the Fry family, and he would never push his sister into a perilous situation. Today, with Wilfred's request, he became acutely aware that his sister was already 19 years of age, a fact that warranted serious reflection. According to Cray's understanding, as the legitimate heir of White Harbor and the granddaughter of Count Wyman, Wilfred, possessing considerable beauty, should have long been besieged by suitors from noble families seeking her hand. Yet to this day, he had only faintly heard servants speak of Count Wyman's previous harsh rejections of numerous noble families seeking to forge marital alliances, and as it stood, his sister remained without any engagement. Cray was not eager for his sister to marry. Rather, he was pondering what his father was truly scheming. I will categorically reject them. Wilfred, you need not worry, he assured her. Cray knew he could not linger too long in thought, as it would suggest he was carefully weighing the matter. Upon encountering Velfield, a palpable sense of relief washed over Clay, prompting him to inquire, Velfield, has grandfather ever mentioned your betrothal? However, before he could finish his sentence, Clay realized the inappropriateness of his words and promptly sealed his lips. To his surprise, Velfield seemed unfazed, shaking her head, her bright eyes fixed on Clay as she continued. Indeed, I am 19, yet grandfather has never broached the subject of marriage with me, until now that you have returned. This statement momentarily stunned Clay. He pondered what relevance he bore to his sister Velfield's betrothal. Suddenly, he recalled his sister Vera, and the intricate web of understanding dawned upon him. In essence, had their uncle remained without a male heir while Clay resided far in Essos, one could conjure a scenario wherein the old man might have arranged marriages for both Velfield and Vera, or at least secured their betrothals. While such actions in themselves were innocuous, an unforeseen extreme event, such as the demise of grandfather and the second generation, Wylis and Wendell, could lead to a situation where Clay, oblivious to the developments, would be absent. This was not mere alarmism. The grim reality of the War of the Five Kings had already claimed Wendell Mandler at the bloody wedding, and Wylis Mandler had been captured by the Lannisters. In such dire circumstances, who would inherit the Mandler family of White Harbor? The answer was Velfield. However, should she be bound by a betrothal at that moment? The precarious status of women in Westeros could result in White Harbor falling into the clutches of an unintended family. This was the fundamental reason why Earl Wyman had repeatedly dismissed the notion of Velfield's betrothal. The old man was prudently guarding against such eventualities. With Clay's return and the notarized endorsement from Duke Ed, his claim to inheritance was as solid as steel, ensuring that White Harbor would remain impervious to outsiders. Naturally, this provided grandfather ample reason to earnestly contemplate Velfield's matrimonial prospects. If Velfield was disinclined to wed Fry, Clay would certainly support her wishes, though he remained uncertain of her own sentiments. Clay was acutely aware of the families in Westeros that posed genuine peril. He would strive to shield Vera and Velfield from any association with them, as once one steps into such treacherous waters, escaping becomes a formidable challenge. Noticing Clay's unequivocal agreement, Velfield's face lit up with a smile, her exquisite features illuminated by the moonlight amidst the blooms. In that moment, Clay felt an overwhelming sense of familial obligation. He was resolute that the tragedies befalling the Stark family would not plague his own kin, not in the slightest. Deeply aware of the profound implications of the butterfly effect, Clay found himself summoned to the study by grandfather the following day. He initially assumed that grandfather had learned of his conversation with Velfield and sought to inquire about their discussion. Upon entering the study, Clay was unexpectedly met with the sight of a stooped, unsmiling elder standing before the desk, engaged in hushed conversation with his father. Upon hearing the creaking of the door, both men paused, and the Count Wyman, seated comfortably in an armchair, greeted Clay with a warm wave, beckoning him to approach. Clay scrutinized the unfamiliar elder closely. Although clad in dark trousers, it was evident at a glance that one of his legs was artificial. The thick calluses on his palms suggested that this man had once wielded a long sword with skill. His black cloak, coupled with his aged visage, marred by the loss of an eye, imparted a somewhat sinister air. Instinctively, Clay sensed an undercurrent of danger, despite the elder's physical impairments. He emanated an intimidating presence that transcended mere age. Perhaps it was a trick of perception, but Clay's heightened senses, awakened by his transformation, detected a potent scent of blood about the elder, a scent not fresh, but rather one steeped in the weight of time. At that moment, Clay heard his grandfather's introduction. Clay, this is Sir Bartimus, the former commander of the White Sea Guard I previously mentioned. So, he was the mastermind behind the vast espionage network of the Mandeville family? Clay couldn't help but regard him with renewed scrutiny. The man referred to as Sir was assuredly a knight with lands to his name. Yet, as the heir to White Harbor, Clay had never before crossed paths with him. It was fitting. If this man bore any resemblance to the debauched Kingslayer, Jaime Lannister, Clay would be incredulous that he could be the head of an intelligence agency. Good day, Sir Bartimus, Clay nodded in greeting. Sir Bartimus, in turn, appraised Clay. Only slightly younger than Count Wyman, he had witnessed the tumult of White Harbor throughout the years. He begrudgingly acknowledged that, at first glance, this young man appeared to be a competent heir, certainly more capable than those he had encountered in the past. In Clay, he glimpsed a youthful visage reminiscent of a 40 years younger Count Wyman, albeit far more handsome. Extending his hand, he shook Clay's briefly, merely nodding without uttering a word. While this might be perceived as somewhat impolite, particularly given their respective standings, Clay remained unperturbed, possessing ample patience for the man who had overseen the White Sea Guard for nearly 2 decades. Very well, Bartimus, this is my heir. Take him with you. He is both my successor and yours. Let him explore your domain, and allow him to sense the bloodshed that lurks behind White Harbor. Chapter 39. The Wolf's Den. The Wolf's Den stands as the oldest castle in White Harbor, its history stretching back nearly a millennium. When House Stark reigned as the kings of the North, a monarch named Jon Stark erected a formidable fortress at the mouth of the White Knife, in the vicinity of what is now White Harbor, to fend off pirate incursions. The initial inhabitants were the younger sons, brothers, and uncles of the Stark kings, whose descendants formed a branch akin to the selection of personal guards by the Grey family, known as House Grey Stark. This offshoot of the Stark lineage occupied the castle known as Wolf's Den for 5 centuries. However, during the conflict between the Red King of the Terror Castle and the Wolf King of Stark, they chose the wrong side. Though the majority of the Stark family were men of generosity, they could not abide traitors, particularly those of their own bloodline. After a bloody reckoning and the eventual capitulation of the Red King, the castle lost its master. Through numerous vicissitudes, it was claimed in succession by the Faithland family, the Locke family, and various houses from Winterfell, such as the Strat, Long, Holt, and Ashwood families, ultimately coming into the possession of the Manderley family. With the establishment and expansion of White Harbor, the Manderleys transformed into the wealthiest family in the North, rendering the modest Wolf's Den unworthy of their stature. Consequently, a new stronghold was constructed atop the high hill within the city, encircled by massive white walls that shielded both the city and the fortress, while the now desolate Wolf's Den was relegated to the title of Old Keep. Presently, it serves as the prison for the Manderley family and the headquarters for the entirety of the White Harbor Guard. Cray had visited this place before, albeit only on the outskirts, for it housed an ancient grove of sacred trees, though regrettably, the last of the heart trees within the ever-dwindling grove had lost much of its magic. Once again mounting his steed, under the protection of several White Harbor guards, Cray followed Sir Patimus into the venerable fortress. Upon entering through the raised iron gate, Cray sensed an unexpected relaxation in the demeanor of the knight, as if the prospect of meeting his lord in the new keep had been an uncomfortable affair for him. Cray observed that the soldiers, or rather the jailers, donned not the customary silver armor of the White Harbor Guard, but rather uniforms of a somber grayish hue. The silent guard stepped forward to seize the reins of Cray and his companion's horses. Although Sir Patimus had a broken leg, he nimbly dismounted, handing the reins to a scarred-faced guard. It was then that Cray first heard the voice of Sir Patimus, a raspy and unmelodious sound reminiscent of ceramic scraping against gravel. He uttered, "Young Master Cray, welcome to Wolf's Denver." The dry greeting bore no warmth. Instead, it exuded a chill as he gestured to the surrounding structures and continued. "What you see now constitutes the prison section of Wolf's Den, where all guilty souls shall face their judgment, and we are tasked with escorting them to meet the new and old gods." Cray desired to take a look around, but Sir Patimus obstructed his path, leaning on an oak cane while regarding Cray. "Once our handover is complete, you may explore at your leisure, but for now, Master Cray, it is prudent that we attend to the formalities." Cray had little to counter this. Although he had recently assumed the title of a noble, he had grown accustomed to flattery and sycophantic smiles. The sudden encounter with Sir Patimus left him somewhat disconcerted. As they traversed the dilapidated buildings, Cray perceived that there must be considerable space beneath them. Given the substantial population of White Harbor, it was likely that the prison capable of housing the criminals would not be insignificant. Their destination lay behind these prison edifices at the highest point of the Wolf's Den, a stout and towering gray keep. Near this structure, Cray observed a multitude of gray-clad guards. By their gait and the manner in which they wielded their weapons, he concluded that they could each manage to combat 5 opponents, albeit only if they coordinated their efforts. Ascending the stone staircase, Cray entered the tower, which had withstood the ravages of time for nearly a millennium. He had anticipated a scene reminiscent of the old rat tower from the Witcher universe, overrun with cobwebs, rotting wood, and an air of darkness. To his surprise, it was remarkably clean. Torches were affixed to the walls, quietly burning, and although the wooden structures bore age, it was evident that they had been meticulously maintained over time. The interplay of new and old timber created a patchwork of colors. Numerous windows adorned the tower, casting bright patches of light upon the tables and floor, illuminating the interior. In this room, which Cray occupied, there were 3 or 4 individuals gathered around a table, diligently recording information. The long table was neatly arranged with numerous notes, which Cray recognized as letters bound to the legs of ravens. Now he understood the stringent security measures. The sheer volume of raven messages was undoubtedly classified. Anticipating Cray's curiosity, Sir Batimus, who had the duty of elucidation, spoke. This is a compilation of intelligence from the White Sea Guard across 34 locations in the north, Riverlands, Westlands, and parts of the Vale. They are collated here. Good heavens, Cray thought, astounded. The number of renowned noble houses represented by these regions was indeed substantial, suggesting a comprehensive sweep of information. Though uncertain of the value of this intelligence, Cray nodded, recognizing the financial prowess of White Harbor evidenced by the deployment of personnel across so many areas. Sir Batimus led Cray to a chamber akin to a conference room, where a lengthy table stood at the center, flanked by ordinary chairs and dominated by a larger seat. Within the room, 5 individuals silently regarded Cray, their eyes fixed upon him. Cray was led to the grandest chair and, without hesitation, took his seat. Aware that he was about to assume control here, he could not afford to display any signs of weakness. The 5 individuals present were the overseers responsible for the previously mentioned 5 regions, tasked with delegating and executing specific missions. They were far more suited than I to address your inquiries. After speaking to Cray, Sir Batimus removed a somewhat dull-colored ring from his finger and pushed it toward Cray. Addressing the 5 individuals, the ring has been transferred. From this moment forth, Cray Mandler, grandson of the Earl, shall serve as the new commander of the White Sea Guard. Chapter 40. Intelligence Summary. Cray extended 2 fingers to grasp the ring, which appeared to be a token of identity. The ring was likely crafted from pure gold, adorned with a prominent trident design at its apex, and surrounded by an inscription that, due to wear, was somewhat obscured. However, Cray, well acquainted with his family's motto, managed to decipher it, Furor Maris. At the center of the trident lay a blood-red gem. Once a magnificent ring, it had succumbed to the ravages of time, now merely a somber emblem. Coincidentally, Cray had seen a similar ring in the possession of his late father, identical in shape and decoration, though that ring bore a blue gem, presumably representing the ocean beyond White Harbor. Upon donning the ring, the demeanor of the 5 individuals shifted from scrutiny to one of subservience, indicative of their acknowledgement of the ring's authority rather than the individual wearing it. This is my final moment in this chamber. Snow, you 5 shall report to Lord Cray in succession regarding your current tasks and the latest intelligence. Sir Batimus's command still held weight within this meeting room, but once he exited, unless the Earl Wyman himself arrived, he would no longer have access to this space. The man in gray, referred to as Snow, nodded slightly. Sitting in his chair, he opened a wooden folder, revealing some yellowed papers, though Cray could not discern their contents. Most of my scouts are concentrated in Winterfell, the Terror Fortress, Last Hearth, and Hood City, with the remainder distributed according to population among the major castles and their surrounding villages. This was Snow's report on the distribution of White Sea spies in the north. Cray refrained from commenting and instead inquired, during the king's stay in Winterfell, aside from my affairs, are there any other matters of significance you are aware of? Some lords will provide intelligence updates shortly, Snow replied with a nod. Cray was keen to assess the capabilities of these spies, as he himself was in Winterfell, and his prior memories could corroborate certain facts, allowing him to gauge the efficacy of their reconnaissance. Upon raising several inquiries, Cray realized that the esteemed Lord Snow had refrained from mentioning the matter of Bran Stark's fall from the tower. Such a significant event could not have escaped their notice. Thus Cray was certain of one thing. The three-eyed raven was undoubtedly influencing Bran Stark in a manner unbeknownst to him. However, this may be for the best. Rather than allowing him to plummet from the tower and crudely thrusting dreams upon him, ultimately leading to a disabled individual escaping the wall to inherit the mantle of the three-eyed raven. That would indeed be rather tragic. Next came the Lord of the Riverlands, Harwin, a man who had kept himself shrouded in the shadows. He began with a startling revelation. Duke Hoster Tully is gravely ill, having succumbed to unconsciousness multiple times. The Maesters have intervened repeatedly to revive him, yet the flame of life within this old duke is on the verge of extinguishment, merely awaiting the return to the embrace of the gods from his sickbed. Harwin had expected to witness a look of shock upon the youthful visage of his superior, but was met with disappointment. Cray merely furrowed his brow slightly and nodded for him to continue. Cray had long been aware that Duke Tully's days were numbered, and he would ultimately perish during the siege of Riverrun by the Lannisters. He pondered whether his own butterfly effect could possibly extend to the life of Duke Tully. Harwin, casting a look of approval at Cray, continued, "A scion of House Fry has escaped from the twins, only to be captured by Fry soldiers. The latest reports indicate he has already been hanged, and my subordinates are currently investigating the precise reasons for this defection." Fry? Cray's brow knit tightly. In merely a few days, he was to embark on a journey to attend an invitation from House Fry. It seemed imperative that he acquire more information regarding this family. Hence, he tapped the table and spoke softly. "I require a compilation of significant events concerning House Fry over the past 5 years. Is that feasible within a day?" "As you wish, my lord," was Harwin's response, his tone devoid of fluctuation, as if this were a matter of little consequence. According to Harwin's account, the majority of the White Harbor forces were concentrated in the Twins and Riverrun, for these two locations held the true value within the Riverlands. With perhaps the addition of the now-ruined Harrenhal, Cray concurred with this assessment. Whether it was Robb Stark marching south or the subsequent tug-of-war during the War of the Five Kings, one could hardly consider the presence of the Riverland nobility of any significance. The roots of this situation were sown back when Aegon Targaryen I conquered Westeros. The Riverlands, a region characterized by its hills and forests, had seen Aegon stand tall among the dwarfs. Thus, when the Tully family became the wardens of the Riverlands, their vassals largely remained discontent, particularly the Fry family, who found themselves isolated upstream on the Green Fork, far removed from the heart of the Riverlands. The feudal lords are weak while their vassals exhibit strength, reminiscent of the Tyrell family of Highgarden. However, the Tyrells, leveraging their wealth and adept political maneuvering, have generally succeeded in managing their vassals. In stark contrast, the ailing Duke Horst lacks such capabilities. After discussing the Riverlands, the next to speak was the steward named Hishan. Upon hearing his name, Clay understood that the names of these 5 stewards were derived from the illegitimate children of the regions they governed. Initially, he had assumed that the first 2 were indeed bastards. Compared to the previous 2, Hishan's report seemed rather unremarkable, as most of the intelligence was somewhat outdated. Nevertheless, according to him, the infiltration of the White Harbor Guard into the west would be exceedingly challenging and would likely incur significant casualties. This was akin to competing in financial prowess with the Duke Tywin of Casterly Rock, who was rumored to excrete gold. The Duke's own forces in the west possessed a similar strength, and both side spies had suffered mutual losses in their ongoing skirmishes. Had he not run out of things to say, Clay might have suspected he was soliciting funds, but currently, he had scant gold dragons to offer. As for the Vale of Arryn, most infiltration failures occurred upon entering the Bloody Gate, as spies are human, not dragons, and cannot simply soar to the eyrie like Queen Visenya, the Conqueror's wife. Furthermore, the Vale has been notably insular in recent years, shutting its doors to the outside world. Consequently, the White Harbor Guard has been unable to gather much intelligence, knowing only that the young Lord Robert Arryn appears to be in poor health and possibly lacks intelligence. The nobility of the Vale has expressed their discontent regarding this, but that is the extent of it. Finally, there is King's Landing, which has incurred the heaviest losses among the White Harbor Guard. Last year alone, over 10 were captured or betrayed. This is unsurprising, given their distance from White Harbor, compounded by the cunning of Littlefinger Peter and the eunuch Varys. Chapter 41. The first command. As Clay perused the lengthy list of the deceased and missing, he grasped the true meaning of the old man's mention of the stench of blood. Presently, Westeros has enjoyed over a decade of peace, despite enduring the rebellion of Balon Greyjoy, which was not a nationwide conflict. Yet, in unseen corners, this brutal slaughter continues to unfold day after day, year after year. Clay did not recognize any names on the list, nor could he feel sorrow for them, yet he could sense the underlying cruelty. I hope that the compensations for these deceased are not subjected to any deductions. After a moment of silence, Clay spoke slowly. That will not happen. No one would dare to withhold from them. It is the rule, and no one can contravene it. The speaker was Jon Snow, who was somewhat surprised by Clay's concern for this matter, leading to a slight shift in his perception of the young Lord of White Harbor. Nodding slightly, Clay furrowed his brow in silence, mentally organizing the information regarding the entire White Sea Guard. It was difficult to compare this organization with others of a similar nature. However, on the whole, it was a vast network with certain utility, albeit lacking in efficiency. Apart from the southern river bends, where storms in the Dorne region were beyond reach, branches existed in other areas, allowing for the acquisition of information such as the Duke of Tully's grave illness and repeated fainting spells, as well as the doubts expressed by the Valley nobles regarding whether Robert Arryn could shoulder the responsibilities of the Eyrie. Yet such news, particularly that which pertained to King's Landing, came steeped in blood. Clay was not apprehensive about providing a meager compensation to the families of the Death Scouts. With the old lord behind him, he could certainly muster the funds. The crux of the issue lay elsewhere. Gathering intelligence in times of peace was already arduous, and Clay genuinely doubted how long the White Sea Guard could sustain its presence in these regions once war erupted and other noble houses unleashed their intelligence networks. At present, having just assumed command, Clay found himself unable to alter this status quo. Nevertheless, he possessed an advantage. He knew which individuals warranted surveillance and could consolidate the dispersed forces of the White Sea Guard into several potent focal points. May I now exercise the authority of a commander, Sir Bartimus? Indeed, my lord. Upon donning that ring, this conference room, this tower, and the entire White Sea Guard are at your command, Sir Bartimus replied, his tone notably relaxed, as though shedding the burdens of command had been a relief for him. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, Clay issued his inaugural command within the confines of this chamber. Since I am now the commander, here is my order. First, withdraw all surveillance in the north, excluding Winterfell, and reorganize the resources to be dispatched to Winterfell, primarily to observe 2 points: whether Bran Stark has undergone any recent changes, in every conceivable sense, and to monitor Lady Catelyn's movements. Should she make any moves southward, report immediately. Snow, you are responsible for this task. Avoid personnel congestion and minimize exposure risks. Snow nodded slightly in agreement, preferring not to engage in a dispute with Clay, the newly appointed commander. To put it plainly, the White Harbor Guard belonged entirely to the Manderley family, and as the young lord, Clay's commands were difficult to contravene. Furthermore, he himself was quite curious as to why Clay sought to concentrate all efforts on surveilling Winterfell. Specifically naming Bran Stark and Lady Catelyn, what information did he seek to glean from them? Having organized matters in the north, Clay then turned to Lord Hightower. Lord Hightower, continue monitoring the Duke of Tully's condition in the Riverlands. Additionally, concentrate efforts in Riverrun. During my visit to House Frye, provide me with a means of assistance, as I may require your aid. Certainly, my lord. The White Sea Guard shall do its utmost to ensure your safety during your visit to Riverrun. The voice of the Lord of Rivers echoed from the shadows he occupied as Clay continued. Additionally, there is a long-term task I require: a structural map of the city gates of Twin Rivers. However, there is no urgency. I wish to avoid the scent of blood in this matter. The Lord of Rivers offered no response, and Clay assumed he had been heard. Such reckless behavior was indeed characteristic of the North, yet Clay did not condone it. Addressing the chief of the Western Intelligence Network, Clay instructed him to cease direct confrontations with the spies of House Lannister. Competing for information on Lannister territory seemed unnecessary to him. I do not care what methods you employ. Secure leverage over 1 or 2 members of House Lannister, preferably those who can access their stronghold. Unexpectedly, the chief shook his head and sighed. My lord, we have attempted this before with little success, resulting in the exposure of several individuals. Duke Tywin enforces stringent control over those who can enter the family stronghold. His words made Clay realize that the situation in the West was more intricate than he had anticipated. However, it could not be ignored. In the event of war, the North and the West would undoubtedly be adversaries. Sometimes, the outcome of a conflict hinges on a single piece of intelligence. Acknowledging the difficulties, Clay decided against hastily altering the current state of affairs. He took a step back, merely requesting that the chief maintain the intelligence network there and preserve his safety when appropriate. A temporary retreat was acceptable. Once he had the means, he would endeavor to develop the intelligence system in the West. There was little to be said about the Vale, and Clay had yet to formulate a plan for that region. As for the Crownlands, his orders were simple. The White Harbor Guard must not become sacrificial pawns in the divine conflicts of King's Landing. He instructed them to ascertain the frequent locations of the Master of Coin, Peter, and the Master of Whispers, Varys. He intended to enter King's Landing himself in due course, regardless of his guise, wishing to invite the two to experience the taste of the Seal of Aegon. Lastly, He assigned a particular task to the chief of the Crownlands, Wei Shui, involving an individual named Horley Liko. This name brought forth the first assassination of his life. The situation had been hasty, and Clay had no choice but to let him go, initially intending to eliminate him through Peter. Now, as he took command of the White Harbor Guard, Clay sought to determine whether this minor figure of the Liko family still lived. Should he be alive? Clay would send him greetings from House Mandeville. Chief Wei Shui furrowed his brow, having never heard of Horley Liko. He had, however, heard of the Liko family, which seemed to be a vassal of the Lake family from the town of Vale. Setting aside where Lord Clay had learned this name, he questioned the relevance of a person who likely held little worth. My lord, you need not concern yourself with this. Simply execute the order. I require his intelligence. Chapter 42. Secrets. Upon emerging from the walls of the wolf's den, Clay inhaled the frigid air of the north. My lord, I find them quite unsettling, remarked a young guard riding alongside him. Clay paid little heed to the guard's candidness, for he understood that he would likely visit this place many more times in the future. The Northerners predominantly worshipped the old gods, while the Mandeville family, who had migrated from the Riverlands, adhered to the faith of the Seven. Yet, the sincerity of their devotion remained known only to themselves. The Mandeville family did not interfere with the beliefs of their subjects, resulting in a coexistence of the old and new deities within the city. Outside the wolf's den lay an ancient grove of sacred trees, yet the lone fishbeam tree within had long shed most of its leaves, appearing withered and desolate. This was perhaps a heart tree older than the wolf's den itself, having witnessed the rise and fall of countless families within. Clay had visited that tree and touched its trunk, only to be disheartened by the meager magic it possessed, failing to elevate his own reservoir of power even slightly. As a scion of the Mandeville family, particularly as the heir, it was inappropriate for him to frequent a grove representing the old gods. Originally, Clay had no reason to venture inside again, but upon seeing Sir Bartimus, leaning on his cane and limping toward the grove, he changed his mind. He instructed the guards to remain behind and followed the old knight into the woods. The grove was modest in size, yet Clay had seldom entered. It was usually devoid of company. Amidst the profound stillness of the trees, he relied on his witcher senses to track the footprints on the ground. Winding through the grove, Clay finally discovered the half-dead ancient heart tree in the northeastern corner, where Sir Bartimus stood quietly beneath its boughs. Noticing Clay's approach from a distance, Bartimus managed a faint smile. Do you worship the old gods? Clay inquired, crossing a shallow puddle that encircled the sacred grove to stand before the old knight. Indeed, I have prayed beneath the heart tree for decades. It has become second nature, Bartimus replied in a calm tone, devoid of sorrow or joy, merely stating a simple truth. Clay observed a dark bottle embedded in the earth at the old knight's feet, its contents a mystery. Seemingly aware of Clay's gaze, Bartimus leaned against the heart tree, allowing his body to slide down slowly. He discarded his cane and flicked his finger against the bottle's neck. Speaking with tranquility, I once traded a leg on the battlefield for your grandfather's life. This was his gift to me, along with this castle. He said that when I stepped down from this position, we would share this bottle of wine together. Clay was taken aback, unaware that this unassuming bottle of wine bore such a poignant story. The old gentleman waved his hand, plucked a sprig of sorrel swaying in the breeze from the ground, and slowly chewed it while taking a moment to respond to Clay's inquiry. Indeed, I once contemplated raising a toast with your grandfather and the comrades of your. Unfortunately, to this day, only your grandfather and I remain from that time. To drink with him would inevitably evoke memories of those lost. It is not worth it. The old gentleman's tone was as serene as a still lake, yet Clay could discern a profound sense of desolation beneath the surface. Having surpassed 60 years, his grandfather was not alone in age, as Lord Bartimus was similarly advanced in years. As nobles, they enjoyed ample rest and nourishment, whereas ordinary folk, under the prevailing medical conditions, found it arduous to survive past 60 after returning from the battlefield. Come, give it a taste. By the god's grace, may it not turn into vinegar. The old gentleman drew a dagger from his chest pocket and deftly pierced the wooden cork at the bottle's mouth. With a soft pop, the somewhat moldy cork was removed, releasing a subtle aroma of wine that Clay's keen senses captured. He understood that this old vintage had fortuitously retained its original essence. Just an ordinary ale, a habit of the young master? The old gentleman passed the bottle to Clay, who accepted it without hesitation, grasping the vessel marked by the passage of time. Following the elder's lead, Clay could not help but be influenced by him. He took a hearty swig, discovering that it was indeed the most commonplace ale, perhaps even of inferior quality. Yet, it mattered little. He was not there to indulge in tasting. The two of them drank, sharing the moments, and soon, the alcohol emboldened Lord Bartimus, prompting him to speak more freely. His aged hand caressed the equally ancient trunk of a tree as he addressed Clay. "Young man, I do not oppose your desire for the White Sea Guard to fare better, but remember, never allow yourself to be overly generous." The old gentleman drained the scant wine left in his cup and exhaled deeply, continuing, "I am aware of your actions in Winterfell. It is commendable. Only one who has tasted blood can truly command this White Sea Guard. However, let me remind you, despite their ties to the Mandeville family, never place your trust in any of them. You are an astute individual, aware of my meaning. While we can infiltrate other noble houses, can you ensure that those fellows will not send someone to White Harbor with gold dragons to tempt and corrupt us? I can temporarily vouch for the loyalty of those 5, but the loyalty of those beneath them is uncertain. Here's a piece of advice. For all the information they provide, trust only half, and you shall encounter minimal errors." As Clay absorbed this invaluable wisdom, he recognized the truth in the old gentleman's words. The realm of power was rife with betrayal and deception. Thus, the most prudent strategy was to trust a little in everyone, but ultimately believe in no one. Their conversation shifted considerably, with the old knight boasting about his exploits alongside the elder during the War of Usurpers, recounting the formidable strength of the Northern Army to which he belonged. Eventually, the old knight wobbled away, his gait unsteady yet his back still straight, though his lord had relieved him of his command over the White Sea Guard. A vast expanse of land remained under his dominion. He splashed his face with the cool water from a puddle, the refreshing sensation dispelling what little intoxication lingered. Steadying himself against an ancient tree trunk, Clay brushed off the dust from his attire. Just as he intended to depart, a piercing caw of a crow halted his steps. Looking up, he beheld a massive, pitch-black raven perched upon his fingertip, its deep yellow eyes fixed intently upon him, glimmering with an intelligence that was unmistakable. Without a doubt, Clay recognized its identity. The monster hunter's senses were attuned, and indeed, the raven radiated a faint aura of magic, one he was familiar with. The three-eyed raven had arrived. Chapter 43, Blood and Fire from the Same Source. Once more, we meet, Avatar of the Other Gods. The voice of the three-eyed raven emerged from the depths of its throat, resonating like the sound of decaying wood. Ordinarily, a crow could not produce such human speech. But under the influence of magic, anything becomes possible. "I did not expect to encounter you here, Your Excellency," the three-eyed raven. Clay stood his ground, one hand resting on the hilt of his sword, his expression impassive as he addressed his unexpected visitor. This time, he did not invoke the Quinceal. He held no fear of this form of the three-eyed raven. However, he soon realized that the uninvited guests numbered more than one. A towering figure emerged from the woods, cradling a wooden box. His features appeared somewhat dazed, his corpulence evident, with disheveled hair, a typical visage of a northern man. From a distance, Clay's keen hearing caught the stammering murmurs of the hulking man. "Adieu, adieu." With a sigh, Clay recognized him. This was Adieu, the stableman from Winterfell, who in the original timeline had accompanied Bran beyond the wall to meet the three-eyed raven, a truly pitiable soul. The three-eyed raven continued to observe Clay, perceiving through its murky gaze that he was a vessel composed of intricate magic, a flow of unsettling power coursing through his being. This was precisely the aspect that unsettled it, and for this reason, it was willing to lower its stance and acquiesce to Clay's terms. Among beings like them, infused with magic, the most perilous fate was to become tainted by unknown forces. This could lead to the collapse of their bodily structure, resulting in irreversible damage. "Since you have spared that child, I shall naturally fulfill my promise, Avatar of the Other Gods." The three-eyed raven flapped its wings, almost as if genuinely believing itself to be a mere crow, and gestured toward Adieu, who, with a blank expression, approached Clay, cradling the wooden box. "As you wish. This is a dragon egg, a relic from the great dragon Vormax, which once descended upon Winterfell. Since discovering it, I have kept it close, never imagining that it would ultimately be bestowed upon you." Upon opening the box, Gray's gaze was immediately captivated by the oval creation resting upon its stand. Its deep blue hue was adorned with golden stripes, and the surface, reminiscent of scales, boasted an intricate texture. The eggshell appeared to be coated with a layer of glaze, akin to exquisite enamel crafted by a master artisan. Its size was substantial. Gray estimated that it would take both of his hands to awkwardly cradle it. Although he had often envisioned the appearance of a dragon egg, he could not deny that this might be one of the most perfect creations of the gods in this world. As he extended his palm to rest upon the surface of the dragon egg, a chill coursed through him. Indeed, the egg had long since turned to stone, having succumbed to the passage of time, and in an era when magic waned and dragons vanished, there was no one left to awaken it. Rationality dictated that, for him, this object was akin to a hot potato, yet he understood that he could no longer allow this dragon egg to slip from his grasp. "You seem quite fond of my gift, O avatar of the other gods," echoed the voice of the three-eyed raven in Grey's ears, pulling him from his reverie. "I must ask once more, why do you do this, my lord the three-eyed raven?" Grey's inquiry struck at the essence of the matter. As long as he dared to delay, the power of an adult dragon would rival that of the 5 marauders from the original timeline, a true weapon of mass destruction. The three-eyed raven was unfazed by Grey's question, responding with remarkable patience. "The answer remains unchanged. Both my master and I seek survival. If you and your deity cannot claim the southern lands, then Lareth and his avatar will do so. As I have said, his excessive power will lead to the imbalance of the entire world." Lareth's avatar? Grey's thoughts turned to a certain individual, the red-cloaked sorceress Melisandre, who altered the course of war. Thus, Melisandre's support for Stannis and his claim to the throne and her resurrection of Jon Snow through fire magic were, in fact, manifestations of Lareth's will. This fiend was indeed up to no good. He sought to elevate himself and seize the southern territories, clearly orchestrating a contest between himself and Lareth from the shadows. Upon grasping the implications of it all, Grey's countenance darkened, yet, given the circumstances, he could not refuse this gift. Gritting his teeth, Grey accepted the box containing the dragon egg from Adu's hands. The three-eyed raven had baited a hook, and Grey resolved to be a fish that, while tempted, would not be caught. "Now tell me the method to hatch the dragon egg. A king perished in the tragedy of Summerhall, and I am aware that ordinary means will not suffice to awaken it. Once, within the grand summer palace known as the Hall of Summer, the 5th of House Targaryen, Aegon Targaryen, sought to restore his waning lineage by reigniting dragons. He ignited wildfire within the palace to incubate the 7 dragon eggs he had collected. Whether through conspiracy or the miscalculations of a fire mage, the outcome was lamentable. The wildfire spiraled out of control, claiming the lives of both the king and his heir, severely wounding the royal family. It was amidst this inferno that Daenerys' brother, Rhaegar Targaryen, was born. Regarding this tragedy of his lineage, the three-eyed raven remained briefly silent before resuming the prior discourse. They failed not due to fire, nor merely because of Targaryen blood. Rather, they lacked a crucial element that you and I possess. You and I both. The realization struck Grey, and he blurted out, "Magic." The three-eyed raven inclined its avian head slightly, clearly in agreement. Indeed, magic. After the last dragon perished, the world's magic waned, and now, the conditions to awaken a dragon are high temperature, special blood, and magic. Such methods were unnecessary before the dragon's extinction, as dragons composed of magic could hatch naturally. However, in this current age, it is the only recourse available, with no alternatives. The three-eyed raven proposed its solution, leaving Grey in deep contemplation. No wonder, Grey pondered. Daenerys was able to hatch her 3 dragons. The essence of the unburnt allowed her to survive the flames, and Targaryen blood is indeed the most extraordinary substance in existence. By sacrificing that which, her husband, and her child, she acquired precious magic in this era of magical decline. Thus, with the conditions met, the dragon within the stone was awakened, and after a long summer, the stars wept blood, heralding the birth of the mother of dragons. Chapter 44. The Secret of Bloodline. Understanding the veracity of the three-eyed raven's words, Grey suddenly contemplated a question. Having obtained the dragon eggs, why did this former Bloodraven Duke, as a scion of House Targaryen, not ride a dragon himself? His gaze fell upon the unfortunate creature now possessed by the three-eyed raven, and reflecting on its current state, Grey swiftly grasped the reason. This was fundamentally a matter of sequence. When he was still the Bloodraven Duke, he had not yet encountered the dragon egg and possessed no magic. By the time he became the Green Seer, coexisting with magic, he could no longer extricate himself from that state. It was indeed a dark irony, with circumstances so unfortunate that the resurrection of dragons was delayed by a century. High temperatures were inconsequential. As long as the environmental conditions were suitable, it could be easily achieved. The remarkable feat of igniting fire was trivial. For as Daenerys' practical experience indicated to Grey, no matter how high the temperature, a dragon egg would not transform into a roasted egg. The issue of magic is not insurmountable. If necessary, he could make another journey to Winterfell, one hand caressing the heart tree while the other imbues the dragon egg with magic. Ah, how audacious he truly is. The most perplexing dilemma lies with the peculiar bloodline. Its essence is undeniably fantastical. The Targaryens can command dragons, as can the Valerians of Driftmark, and even the bastards of mixed lineage possess this affinity. Yet, what is the underlying principle? Demon remains uncertain, but he is convinced that the lineage traces back to the undull Mandalorian family, whose blood cannot resonate with dragons. How can I fulfill the condition of possessing such special blood? I am not a Targaryen, nor do I have any ancestral ties to them. The three-eyed raven shook its head, its tone unperturbed. You have misinterpreted the nature of lineage. Of course, this is not your fault. Were it not for my role as the emissary of my lord, I too would remain ignorant of the secrets contained within bloodlines. Daemon's curiosity was piqued by the mention of this lord. The raven's own power, beyond subtly influencing others and controlling beings to reveal their full vision, encompasses the vital authority of retracing history and foreseeing the future. Indeed, both the three-eyed raven and its master possess an air reminiscent of chroniclers of world history. Daemon remained still, awaiting the raven's elaboration on the subject of bloodlines. My lord has informed me that the ancient Valyrian Empire boasted dozens of dragon lords, all of whom could command dragons. But have you ever pondered why the ordinary Valyrians do not possess dragons? The truth is that those 50 or so dragonlord families are, in essence, of a superior Valyrian bloodline, distinctly separate from the common Valyrians. Dragons are beings forged from magic and fire. Thus, this superior Valyrian bloodline inherently embodies a natural affinity for fire magic. Only those of this lineage can master the great dragons and communicate with these fiery creations. As for you, the emissary of the other, your very being is an enigma beyond my comprehension. Not long ago, within the training grounds of this fortress, I observed you wielding fire magic. In my vision, you also employed a type of defensive magic of unknown composition, alongside a form of mental magic I have never encountered. This shattered my understanding, for within my knowledge framework, the coexistence of multiple types of magic is inherently contradictory, akin to the impossibility of ice and fire coexisting. Yet, you are an exception. At times, I find myself contemplating whether the deity behind you was once a powerful god obliterated during the era of potent magic, and you are merely their emissary in the mortal realm post-resurrection. A lengthy discourse, yet every word was etched into Daemon's mind, for it pertains to the lost history of this world and the essence of its origins. Unconsciously, his fingers brushed against the sword's hilt as he endeavored to assimilate this information, swiftly organizing his thoughts. Hence, according to your assertion, my ability to wield fire magic implies that I can communicate with dragons, suggesting that I, too, could command them like the Targaryens? No, it is not so. The three-eyed crow delivered a response that left Clay disheartened. The essence of one's being and innate abilities are not synonymous. If wielding fire magic granted dominion over dragons, it would be an affront to the esteemed Valyrian bloodline. The crux lies not in mere capability, but in one's lineage. While you may harness the flames of fire magic, it does not imply an affinity with the magic itself, a matter documented by my master, yet not the subject of our discourse today. Regarding the bloodline conundrum, I present you with a solution. The true dragon bloodline is possessed solely by two young dragons in the narrow sea, one concealed within a pack of wolves, and the other, a solitary sentinel within the Great Wall. Regrettably, you lack the ability to approach them. However, fortune smiles upon you. For I once was a bearer of the true dragon bloodline. As these words lingered in the air, Mud stood by, dazed, while a door, resembling a statue, miraculously produced a transparent glass vial from seemingly nowhere. Through the flawless glass, Clay beheld a dark crimson liquid within. This is my blood, the crow continued. Once, it brimmed with my master's power, but now, that power has been reclaimed. Now, summon your magical energy and attune yourself to the power encapsulated within this blood. Akin to how you draw from the heart tree's magic. The demon hunter system silently unfurled, and in Clay's vision, the vial contained not blood, but a conflagration of flames. He extended his hand, grasping the slender vial, unleashing the full capacity of his magical reservoir. The flames within, which had been smoldering quietly, transformed into a torrent of fire, surging into his body through his palm. Within the realm of normal perception, the dark red liquid began to bubble violently, akin to water boiling, releasing plumes of dark crimson steam that wafted into Clay's hand. Scalding. This was all Clay could feel. His right hand teetered on the brink of incineration, the searing heat permeating every muscle and bone in his palm and forearm, accompanied by an agonizing torment. This was a suffering unlike that experienced during the demon hunter transformation, yet undeniably, any ordinary person would have succumbed to unconsciousness long ago. The sensation, akin to molten lava coursing through his veins, began to ascend in tandem with the powerful rhythm of his heartbeat. Clay clenched his jaw tightly as the three-eyed crow's voice resonated in his ears. This is a gift from the gods to the dragon kings, and as an outsider, an avatar of the other gods, To relish this power, you must endure a pain far greater than that of the Dragon King's progeny. This is the price of power. The magical energy within him surged wildly, desperately converging towards the fiery intruder in his veins. Yet during this tumultuous period, Clay's magical reservoir showed no signs of replenishing. The remaining 120 points of magic were uncertain in their endurance. Before me, a flickering light appears, and the voice of the three-eyed crow resonates like a devout monk reciting sacred verses. As this blood circulates through your body and ultimately returns to the heart, it will find solace there. You must summon your magical powers and attempt to assimilate it. This is the creation of a wholly new lineage of Dragon Kings, a method possessed solely by my lord, who endures through the eons. I wish you luck, herald of the other gods. Chapter 45. To hatch or not to hatch? That is the question. When Krya's guards sensed something amiss and hastily entered the sacred wood, they found their young master wearily leaning against the trunk of the heart tree. Asleep. Surrounding him was nothing but an empty wooden box resting beside a puddle, and despite their efforts, the guards discovered nothing of significance. The sound of their iron boots crunching the withered leaves of the heart tree roused Krya from his deep slumber, yet he had no desire to rise. He was utterly exhausted, having endured indescribable agony. Now, he felt the searing blood finally settling at the position of his heart, as the three-eyed crow had foretold. With the promise fulfilled, only Krya's own challenges remained. The harsh, unmelodious voice of the three-eyed crow echoed through the ancient sacred wood as it took flight and vanished, while the figure of Adel from Winterfell faded into the dense vegetation. An overwhelming fatigue assailed Krya, and just before he succumbed to slumber, he placed the dragon egg into his Witcher inventory, akin to how he stored herbal remedies. "My lord, are you unwell?" The guards inquired anxiously, lamenting inwardly about their master. While young Lord Krya was kind-hearted and extraordinarily brave, his penchant for solitary ventures often troubled his protectors. Rumor had it that this was not his first such escapade. The captain of the guard, Horsta, who had accompanied him to Winterfell, had been reassigned to the smithy due to his failure to protect the young lord. All is well. Krya waved dismissively, having already concocted an excuse upon regaining his senses. "I shared a drink with Sir Bartimus. His wine is quite potent, and I find myself rather drowsy." Slightly sniffing the air, the guards indeed detected a faint aroma of wine emanating from their master, confirming his words. There was no need to verify with Sir Bartimus. As long as Lord Krya was unharmed, that sufficed. Whether his claims were true or not was of little concern to the guards. They never meddled in the affairs of the nobility. Two burly guards arrived to assist the seemingly intoxicated Krya onto his steed, flanking him to prevent any chance of him falling. Awkwardly perched atop the horse, Krya sighed inwardly, realizing that the charade of drunkenness must continue for the entirety of the journey. Thus, the young lord of White Harbor, beset by overwhelming fatigue, returned to Newcastle surrounded by his faithful guards. Kray was handed over to his sister, Wilfried, by the captain of the guard, who finally exhaled in relief. After a moment's contemplation, he turned and made his way to the Sea God Tower where Count Wyman resided. Sitting by the fireplace, Count Wyman listened to the captain's report, and upon hearing that Kray had succumbed to intoxication, he expressed mild surprise. In his memory, his grandson rarely drank to excess. However, when he learned that Sir Bartimus had been drinking with Kray, he paused, as if a realization struck him, and his expression turned peculiar. How could the old curmudgeon, who had promised to share a bottle with him, so easily indulge in drink with his own grandson? Was there no sense of camaraderie left among old friends? In the bewildered gaze of the guardsman, Count Wyman's expression shifted multiple times before he waved him away. Just as the door closed, the guardsman heard the sound of the count hurling objects, leaving him utterly perplexed by this sudden outburst of anger. Kray awoke the next day around noon, only recalling that he had entered the room leaning against his sister Wilfried's shoulder. As he regained consciousness, he found himself in his current state. Cursing himself for trusting the three-eyed crow, he decided to abandon the self-reproach, recognizing that he had allowed the creature to take the dragon egg, ultimately placing the blame on his own shoulders. Leaning against the plush headboard of his bed, Kray felt a faint warmth radiating from his heart. He understood that the blood of the Dragon King resided within him, and he needed to resolve this predicament swiftly. After assessing his magical reservoir, Kray noted that he had expended 40 points to alleviate his suffering the previous day, leaving him with 80 points of magical energy. Channeling his power, he sensed the transformation of the Dragon King's blood within his heart. His own blood, enveloped by the magic of the demon hunters, surged toward the distinct essence of the Dragon King's blood. The moment the two magical bloods made contact, a piercing pain shot through Kray's chest. Gasping for breath, His pallid complexion gradually returned to normal as he endured the agony. Cursing under his breath, Clay continued to attune himself to the changes in the Dragon King's blood. Following this collision and fusion, he sensed a faint warmth beginning to permeate his own magical blood. A realization dawned upon him as he persistently impacted his magical blood against the essence of the Dragon King's blood. A new strain of Dragon King's blood would eventually be born within him. However, judging by the pain he had just experienced, if he were to expend all his magical energy in a single collision with the Dragon King's blood, he would likely suffer cardiac arrest and meet an untimely demise. Thus, he understood that he must proceed with caution. Clay sighed, pondering the notion that enduring prolonged suffering was preferable to a brief, intense pain. It appeared that he would have to bear this enduring torment. Setting aside the matter of the Dragon King's blood for the time being, Clay contemplated another pressing issue. Now that he had secured the dragon egg, what should he do next? In the past, he often indulged in daydreams, imagining how he would act if he truly possessed a dragon. However, now that this possibility lay before him, Clay found himself compelled to deliberate carefully. Raising a dire wolf and nurturing a dragon were worlds apart. The former symbolized his family's legacy and the legitimate lineage of the North, while the latter would brand him as a remnant of a bygone era, deserving of eradication. If he were merely a nameless, insignificant family, Clay would have fled with the dragon without a second thought. Yet, he was the legitimate heir of House Mandeville, one of the wealthiest and most renowned families in all of Westeros, which complicated matters. Rationally, he could not forsake his identity and status for the sake of a dragon. Emotionally, thoughts of betrayal against people like Valefied, Vera, and his own father were simply unfathomable. Nonetheless, Clay wished to secure a contingency plan for across the narrow sea. A vengeful queen, accompanied by 3 mighty dragons, was destined to return to Westeros with an army. Should they encounter each other on the battlefield, his dragon might serve an unforeseen purpose. After all, at that moment, the true Dragon Lord of this world would be none other than Daenerys Targaryen. Though perhaps Clay could stake his own claim as well. Chapter 46. The journey begins. 5 fleeting days passed, and on that morning, the most elite squadron of armored cavalry from House Mandeville assembled at New Castle, prepared to escort the young Lord of White Harbor southward to Riverrun. A dozen blue mermaid banners fluttered above the entire troop, and as the dawn light touched their cloaks, the gates of New Castle groaned open. Clad in armor adorned with a golden trident emblem, Clay, with his long sword sheathed at his saddle, guided his steed towards his company. Each time he beheld this troop, he felt a surge of admiration. The heavily armored knights astride their warhorses embodied the kings of the battlefield in this era, with 200 elite knights accompanying him southward. This journey was not merely a passage, but a splendid opportunity to showcase their might before House Fry. A delicate hand grasped Clay's reins, and he turned to see his sister Valefied, draped in a simple white gown. "Remember your promise," she said softly, stroking the mane of his steed. Clay nodded, understanding her concern. As one of the largest families in all of Westeros, House Fry had an insatiable desire for alliances through marriage. "Fear not, sister. Should any Fry make demands, I shall resolutely decline on your behalf," he reassured her. In truth, his father had not uttered a word regarding this matter, an unmistakable signal that he wished to keep his granddaughter far removed from any ties to Riverrun. "Very well, I must take my leave now. Farewell, Valefied." Guided by his steed, Clay set forth on the path to the harbor, where they would embark on a vessel to journey southward, landing at the closest point to Twin Rivers City, which housed a rudimentary port. Though modest in size, it was ample enough for Clay and his contingent of 200 to disembark. Traversing much of White Harbor once more, Clay relished the reverent gazes of its citizens. For tales of his valor, his furious slaying of the Lannisters in Winterfell to uphold his family's honor, had spread throughout the port, courtesy of the minstrels in the taverns. As the young Lord of White Harbor, his renown had soared exceptionally high during this time, nearing the point where meals were practically complimentary. Passing through the city walls, Clay and his entourage arrived at the military port designated exclusively for his family's fleet, where ordinary merchant ships were strictly prohibited, and access was meticulously regulated. Even Clay, bearing the sigil of the mermaid, was granted entry only after revealing his identity. Since the Northern King, the burnt ship Brandon, incinerated the remaining warships of the shipwright Brandon, the North had been devoid of a formidable naval force for over a century. However, the Manderley family, guardians of White Harbor, stood as an exception. While their fleet paled in comparison to the Royal and Iron fleets, bolstered by White Harbor's immense wealth, Clay beheld a total of 24 warships, primarily comprising large sailing vessels and swift longboats. A robust man, clad in a coarse cloak and barefoot, led a few individuals at the port, and upon sighting Clay's party, he promptly approached. "My lord, this is the captain of our voyage. We shall embark on the Old Man of White Harbor to Twin Rivers City." Suppressing an internal critique of their naming prowess, Clay nodded, unperturbed by the captain's unrefined appearance. For he was acutely aware that he might appear no more refined than they once aboard. The Old Man of White Harbor was a grand sailing ship, primarily employed for engaging enemy vessels and asserting maritime dominance, an undeniable flagship. "Master Clay, I am Captain Ston of the Old Man of White Harbor. We shall ensure your journey is quite comfortable," the captain declared with a beaming smile as he led Clay and his entourage toward the imposing vessel anchored not far away. Their steeds would be accommodated on a smaller sailboat at the rear of the Old Man, tended to by dedicated hands. Observing Captain Ston traverse the swaying plank that connected land to the deck with ease, Clay inhaled deeply, under the watchful eyes of his guards. He was the first to step onto the plank. The moment his foot touched the wooden board, a strong sense of instability enveloped him at that moment. Even the Witcher's agility could not aid him, and his legs trembled slightly. Yet retreat was not an option. Resolute, Clay reminded himself of his excellent swimming ability. Even if he were to fall, he would not drown, merely suffer a moment of embarrassment. Still, it was far better than succumbing to fear and retreating. With immense determination, Clay gradually regained control of his leg muscles, cautiously traversing the wooden plank that he could have crossed in a mere 10 seconds. Once his body finally reached the deck, a sigh of relief escaped him. At that moment, Captain Stutton, who had been observing the entire ordeal, flashed a grin revealing his yellowed teeth and remarked, "Young master, you are far superior to the inept individuals I have encountered before. It is rare to see someone who has barely set foot on a ship navigate the plank with such speed and steadiness, maintaining an air of aristocratic composure." Clay nodded slightly, accepting Captain Stutton's praise, though internally, his calves still trembled. Turning around, he noted that the head of his guard, evidently accustomed to maritime travel, effortlessly crossed the plank in just a few strides. Most of the guards behind him were seasoned veterans, meticulously selected, and as soldiers of White Harbor. They were all well-versed in seafaring. Aside from a few inexperienced youths who had faltered, 150 guards successfully boarded the ship, while the remaining 50 were on the second vessel, tasked with overseeing the warhorses they had brought along. Clay observed that the first action of these guards upon boarding was to remove their heavy armor, leaving only a lighter chainmail for protection. The head of the guard remained close to Clay, and when he inquired, "Why the haste to shed your armor? While White Harbor poses little danger, the waters of Bite Bay are rife with pirates," the guard shook his head and replied in a hushed tone, "Young master, when aboard a ship, it is imperative to lighten your load. Otherwise, when the winds and waves rise, excessive swaying will exhaust you, draining your strength beneath the weight of your armor." Glancing at Clay's armor, he immediately began to assist him in removing it. "You are inexperienced in sailing, so this is quite normal. I will take this armor off you first. It serves little purpose. This is not a decade ago, and the pirates of Bite Bay do not possess the audacity to engage our White Harbor vessels in combat." Given the guard's insistence, Clay acquiesced, surrounded by so many protectors. He felt little concern for his safety, and in the unlikely event of a shipwreck, the iron armor would serve as the finest aid in sinking. Upon entering the independently arranged cabin that awaited him, Clay indulged in the novel experience aboard the White Harbor Elder. Chapter 47. Maritime dominance. As the initial sense of unfamiliarity faded, boredom from the unchanging sea surface settled in, accompanied by the disorientation caused by the ship's undulating movements. Although he had experienced seasickness on the journey back to Westeros, this time, Clay still felt unwell. The once spacious cabin now felt suffocatingly cramped, threatening to stifle him. Battling the rising urge to vomit, Clay pushed open the heavy cabin door, hoping the howling sea breeze would alleviate his nausea. Stepping outside, the evening chill of Bite Bay's waters sent a shiver down Clay's spine. Noticing his emergence, a vigilant guard swiftly draped a cloak over his shoulders. Nodding at the guard, Clay glanced at the tranquil deck and inquired, "Where is Captain Ston?" The guard, clad in a thin garment, yet impervious to the chill due to his busyness, gestured towards the wooden platform at the stern of the ship. "Captain Ston is up there. Would you like me to escort you, my lord?" Observing the slightly unsteady Clay, the guard expressed concern. Waving his hand dismissively, though still somewhat uncomfortable, Clay's formidable physique as a monster hunter ensured that such discomfort had its limits, and he could endure it. Ascending the wooden staircase to the platform, the silhouettes of the captain and the guard captain came into view. The last vestiges of crimson sunlight were about to vanish beyond the western sea of Bite Bay, leaving only the sound of crashing waves in his ears. Upon hearing footsteps, Captain Ston and the guard captain turned around, seemingly engaged in conversation. Upon seeing Clay approach, the guard captain hurried over. "My lord, what brings you up here?" He thought to himself that feeling queasy at sea, coupled with a weak constitution, could lead to illness in the chilling sea breeze, posing a significant inconvenience on this ship lacking in medical supplies. However, his concerns were unfounded. Clay's mutated physique rendered him immune to most ailments, not easily succumbing to the sea air. "It's nothing. I merely came up for some fresh air. The cabin was rather stifling," Clay stated, not wishing to indulge in trivial expressions of concern, redirecting the conversation. "Gentlemen, what were you discussing just now? May I listen?" Although phrased as a request, aboard this vessel, Clay was unequivocally the commander, and given his status, none aboard could refuse his demands. "Of course, my lord," Captain Ston replied with a rugged smile, sharing their recent discussion. "We were talking about this ship beneath our feet, my lord. Are you familiar with the fleet of White Harbor?" To this query, Clay could only admit ignorance. Since returning to Westeros, he had been preoccupied with various matters, leaving him little time to grasp the intricacies of his family's affairs. He vaguely knew of a small fleet at White Harbor, but lacked details about its size or composition. Noticing his lord's shake of the head, Captain Ston patiently began to enlighten him on the fleet's particulars. "My lord, currently, the fleet of White Harbor has been established entirely by Lord Earl, consisting of 10 large ships, 12 longships, and 2 galleys. In the grand scheme of Westeros, where do you suppose our fleet ranks? It is difficult to ascertain, but certainly, Lord Stannis's royal fleet could easily overpower ours. Their number of warships is threefold ours. Moreover, the Lannisters and Tyrells possess fleets that are no less formidable than ours." Clay nodded, finding this aligned with his assumptions, yet he discerned that Captain Ston had omitted a crucial detail. "What of the Iron Islands?" Captain Ston shrugged his shoulders, spreading his hands in a gesture of resignation as he remarked, "Them? The few companies I just mentioned combined are probably on par with them. Moreover, that group of Ironborn possesses no skills beyond shipbuilding. I firmly believe that given some time, they could effortlessly produce 200 vessels." Clay was aware that the Iron Fleet constituted the foremost naval force of Westeros, yet he was taken aback by the vast disparity. In naval warfare, devoid of any extraneous influences, the crux of the conflict rests upon the sheer number of warships. Furthermore, the proficiency of our sailors pales in comparison to that of the Ironborn. This is an unavoidable reality. They inhabit a realm where land is scarce, and many spend months living aboard their ships. It is indeed an insurmountable challenge, akin to asking the people of Westeros to compete with the Dothraki in horsemanship and outright injustice. The burgeoning ambition within Clay to traverse the narrow sea was swiftly extinguished. However, he remained undeterred and posed a question. If the Iron Fleet is so formidable, how was the Greyjoy rebellion quelled by King Robert? "Ah, that is a different tale altogether. Young master, you are indeed familiar with Lord Stannis, the commander of the royal fleet, are you not? It was he who orchestrated the near-total annihilation of the Iron Fleet at the Battle of Fair Isle. There exists a theory that had Lord Stannis not obliterated the Iron Fleet, King Robert's forces would have been rendered impotent, unable to do anything but stand idly on the shore, let alone breach the walls of Pike." As Captain Ston recounted the events of the Battle of Fair Isle, his enthusiasm was palpable, and he eagerly shared the intricacies of the war with Clay. In essence, Duke Stannis deployed a decoy to lure the Iron Fleet into the narrow strait between Fair Isle and the mainland, subsequently utilizing the terrain to command the royal fleet, effectively sealing off the exits to the north and south. Amidst the ensuing chaos, only a handful of iron ships managed to breach the encirclement and escape. The remainder were consigned to the depths by the resolute Stannis. The destruction of the Iron Fleet enabled the Baratheon dynasty to seize control of the seas surrounding Westeros, thereafter allowing Robert to wage war as he pleased, for he could land at any location on the Iron Islands at any time. Perhaps Captain Ston himself was unaware of how vividly the significance of naval supremacy was illustrated in his account of this conflict. Take the North, for instance. While the Neck is indeed a formidable barrier, it poses little threat to a naval force. If one were to approach by sea, such obstacles cease to exist. The Neck is difficult to traverse. I shall simply navigate around it. How did Theon Greyjoy manage to infiltrate Winterfell? He did not assault the Neck and march north. Rather, he landed directly on the scarcely defended western coastline of the north, penetrating the city at its most vulnerable moment. If an inland city could be so easily compromised, then my own hometown of White Harbor, situated right by the sea, would necessitate the Manderley family to maintain a sufficient garrison within Westeros's fifth largest city in the event of conflict. In the absence of naval supremacy, failing to retain sufficient troops would equate to relinquishing White Harbor to adversaries. It is crucial to recognize that a significant portion of the Mandeville family's strength is sustained by the immense wealth flowing from White Harbor. It appears I must counsel my esteemed father to invest in the establishment of a more formidable navy. Alas, I truly am a spendthrift. Chapter 48. King's Landing. As Gray rowed the old ship, the White Harbor Elder, from the mouth of the White Blade River into the biting bay. Bravely navigating the tumultuous seas southward, the guardian of the North, now the hand of the king, Eddard Stark, found himself ensnared in the quagmire of King's Landing. Seated upon a wooden dais, he observed the raucous antics of King Robert within the grandest of pavilions, his countenance icy enough to freeze the surrounding air. This tournament, held in his name, had squandered nearly 100,000 gold dragons. While this expenditure might not seem exorbitant for a vast kingdom, the pressing issue lay in the empty royal treasury. Not only was the coffers depleted, but the monarchy's external debts had surpassed 200,000 gold dragons, encompassing loans from Bravo's Iron Bank and the substantial debts owed to Lord Tywin Lannister of the Westeros. Even the costs of organizing this tournament and the promised prizes had been borrowed from the king's father-in-law, Duke Tywin. Upon learning this grim news, Eddard Stark yearned to terminate the tournament immediately. However, he was powerless to intervene, as it was his once brother, now king, who had orchestrated this event. Within the arena, two heavily armored knights charged at one another, their lances splintering upon impact. These specially treated jousting lances were prone to breakage and costly to procure. Watching the two attendants present their masters with new lances, Eddard felt his heart bleed. Without funds, how could he, as hand, manage the realm? The royal household's daily expenses and the maintenance of the royal fleet demanded glittering gold dragons. From where could he conjure such riches? He had no intention of soliciting funds from the old lion. At times, he found himself admiring the current master of coin, Peter, who had managed to sustain the royal finances for years despite the significant deficits. Truly, he was a capable individual. Yet, Eddard understood all too well that Duke Tywin was not altruistically supporting his kingly son-in-law. The Iron Throne owed vast debts to Casterly Rock, and while Tywin had not pressed for repayment, in exchange, a multitude of Lannisters had entered the Red Keep over the years. As for King Robert, despite repeated reminders from the former hand, Jon Arryn, he remained oblivious to these pressing matters. After spending some time in King's Landing, Eddard discerned that the scent of lions here was far more potent than that of stags. He had no desire to partake in what he deemed a meaningless game of jousting. True martial prowess was forged on the battlefield. This child's play, aside from eliciting the shrill cries of extravagant noblewomen, served little purpose. However, with his own daughter present in the stands of the tournament, and thoughts of his sister Lyanna weighing on him, Eddard Stark found his impression of the event further diminished. Nonetheless, this compelled him to set aside his duties and attend the spectacle. Robert had informed him that his heir, Joffrey, was betrothed to Sansa. Yet, as fate would have it, when Loras Tyrell presented a flower to Sansa, Eddard's breath caught momentarily. His countenance darkened, but upon reflection, he realized that the Knight of Flowers seemed to bear no engagements, and the Tyrells were not particularly close allies of his. Gazing at the young knight clad in resplendent armor, Eddard, seasoned by the trials of battle, discerned that the Tyrell lad was likely more show than substance. Having just heard the herald's announcement, he noted that this young man's opponent was the infamous Mountain. Oh, Navi Tyrell, let the Lannister hound teach you a lesson. Thus, seated in a corner, Duke Eddard straightened his posture, directing his attention to the arena. The competitors stood on either side of the field, separated by less than 200 meters, a distance deemed quite safe. No matter how swift the steed, such a span could not be entirely closed. With insufficient speed, the impact would lack sufficient force to protect the fallen southern lords. Eddard glanced to the opposing side, where Ser Gregor Clegane loomed like a mountain, exuding an oppressive presence. In contrast to the somewhat frail form of Loras Tyrell, Eddard surmised that in this clash, the Knight of Flowers would surely be unseated. As the competitors readied their mounts, their steeds began to accelerate, yet such distance could not enhance their speed. Regardless of their equestrian prowess, the two knights soon closed in on one another, but to Eddard's surprise, it seemed that the Mountain's horse had encountered a problem, utterly disregarding its rider's commands. As they charged towards each other, Loras thrust his lance forward with his slender arm, while the Mountain's steed broke free of his control. In Eddard's view, a mass of ironclad flesh crashed to the ground, accompanied by a collective gasp from the audience. Frowning, Eddard found a certain grim satisfaction in the Mountain's failure, for he harbored no fondness for this Lannister brute, leading the Lannister forces in the slaughter of the Targaryens, and having committed heinous acts such as the murder of Rhaegar Targaryen's wife, Princess Elia Martell, and her children. The Mountain-S deeds during the fall of King's Landing were deeply abhorrent to Eddard Stark. Yet, standing behind him was Lord Tywin, leaving Eddard with no recourse but to endure the Mountain's display of power, even as he now held the title of Hand of the King. As the victor, Loras reveled in the accolades of the surrounding women, brandishing his ornate longsword. Yet, in the next moment, the furious Mountain, having risen from the ground, seized the longsword from the hand of a nearby attendant with a roar. With a swift arc of the blade, he severed the neck of the steed that had led to his defeat in the contest. Vivid crimson blood gushed forth from the severed artery, saturating the ground marked with hoof prints, and the jubilant cheers of the crowd seemed to have been abruptly halted. All present stood in stunned silence, gazing at the enraged loser whose fury had erupted without explanation. Soon, the first piercing scream from a woman in the audience shattered the stillness, quickly followed by a cacophony of similar cries. Eddard Stark found no pleasure in this turn of events. It was not the sight of blood that unsettled him. He had no fear of bloodshed. Since his arrival in King's Landing, the city had consistently surprised him with its unpredictability. Unbidden, the words of Prime Minister Jon Arryn, uttered repeatedly before his demise, echoed in his mind. The seed is strong. Although he could not yet decipher the meaning behind those words, he was acutely aware that the phrases uttered in one's final moments must hold profound significance for the speaker. The pungent scent of blood invaded his nostrils, provoking a deep discomfort within him. Chapter 49. The Riverlands. The scent of blood from King's Landing could not reach the tranquil Riverlands. Newly disembarked, Clegane stepped onto a weathered boulder at the water's edge. While behind him, the White Harbor Guard was completing their assembly. The captain of the guard, now donned in lighter yet formidable armor, treaded carefully on the sandy, earthy ground, making his way to his young lord's side. In the Riverlands, which belonged to the south, he felt no chill despite the brief distance traveled. Instead, sweat began to bead down his back, for this place was far warmer than White Harbor. My lord, we should be ready to depart in about an hour. Despite the Riverlands' dense population, no signs of life were visible on the rugged beach. While Clegane's party was well supplied with provisions, finding human habitation swiftly was paramount. The captain had traversed this route before, yet it had been a year since their last departure from White Harbor to Riverrun. The dilapidated dock remained in its original position, but the path leading inland, once clear in his memory, had vanished. The first disembarking guards searched extensively, and finally discovered traces of a former passageway amidst the dense undergrowth. Curiously, this dock did not appear neglected for an entire year. Many vessels sailing from White Harbor to the Riverlands had likely taken this route. Had they maintained it themselves? The captain was uncertain. After briefly reporting the situation to Clegane, he stood by, awaiting his lord's commands. For the elder had specifically instructed him that any decisions along this journey required Clegane's directive. His extensive experience allows him to voice dissent, albeit only after Clay has made his decision. Captain Ston has already departed aboard the grand vessel, the Elder of Whiteport. As per their agreement, once Clay leaves Twin River City, a raven will be dispatched to Whiteport, and upon receiving the message, he will return with his fleet to this location. Observing the darkening sky overhead and the encroaching thicket of jungle, Clay resolved to establish camp. They would ignite a fire for cooking and assign personnel for night watch patrols. For this was no longer their domain. The captain of the guard had originally envisioned seeking refuge in a nearby village, which he recalled was not far from the forest. A house would provide shelter for the night. However, contemplating the overgrown path obscured by wild grass, he felt uncertain about the village's existence. Under these circumstances, he deemed it unnecessary to oppose the young master's decision, especially since, despite the authorization granted by Count Wayman, he would not dare openly defy Clay. With orders given, 200 trained soldiers swiftly commenced logging, seemingly anticipating such an eventuality. Upon their arrival, they had already prepared approximately 50 pieces of camping equipment. Clay, sword in hand, began to meander among them, occasionally engaging in brief conversations with soldiers who had paused to rest. Though much of the dialogue was rather mundane and devoid of substance, it was evident that the soldiers were far more relaxed than before. As the sun vanished once more beneath the horizon, the soldiers had erected a rudimentary encampment, with horses safeguarded by a wooden enclosure and numerous sentries dispersed around the perimeter. Outside the camp, 2 teams of 10 experienced hunters were dispatched, fully armed, into the woods. Their task was straightforward: to drive away nearby beasts, ensuring the camp remained undisturbed through the night. Of course, should fortune smile upon them, capturing some game would not be met with disapproval among these hunters, as a bountiful dinner would be a welcome reward. At dawn the following day, under the guidance of the captain of the guard, Clay, accompanied by 200 cavalry, plunged into the relatively modest forest. To label it merely a forest would be somewhat inaccurate. The vegetation resembled towering shrubs. The leading guard captain had to locate a suitable path to avoid injuring the steeds with the hard thickets. After spending most of the day traversing the woods, Clay finally encountered the King's Road, which connects north and south. The sight of this path confirmed their direction was correct, permitting them to advance further. 3 days later, they unexpectedly came across the patrol of the Flory family near the Green Fork River. The timid soldier, upon witnessing the sudden appearance of 200 fully armed cavalry, turned pale, drawing his sword in alarm. Had he not recognized the banners of the mermaid fluttering among the Whiteport forces, he might have fled in panic. Greetings, Flory family. We are the army of Whiteport, escorting young Master Clay to Twin River City to pay a visit to the esteemed Marquis Wade Flory. The captain of the guard deliberately emphasized the term my lord, as there were several individuals bearing the name Wade Fry within the Fry household. He wished to avoid any unnecessary complications arising from such trivialities. It was likely that the Fry family had informed them of Clay's arrival, and it appeared that the entire household was quite welcoming of him, for the guard's demeanor quickly shifted to one of utmost respect. My lord, I shall escort you to Twin River City. Unaware of Clay's identity, he bowed to the crowd, as he could not inquire further without Clay's indication. Nodding slightly, Clay felt a measure of relief as they finally reached their destination. The latter half of this journey bore little distinction from an expedition through the wilderness, save for a brief encounter with a few people on Kings Avenue. The soldier from the Fry family led the way, and Clay, contemplating the situation, summoned the captain of the guard who was riding nearby. Engage him in conversation and see if you can glean any information about the Fry family. Additionally, I must ascertain who he intends to introduce us to. We cannot afford to make a misstep at the gates of Twin River City. After contemplating the young master's words for half a minute, the captain understood his intent. He was well aware of the complexities within the Fry family's factions. Yet he would not adopt the noble's perspective, as he was not one himself. For Clay, it was imperative to meet the Marquis Wade Fry in person. As for the other phrase, he would devise a plan once he established contact with the White Sea Guard operatives stationed there. Meeting with the other phrase prematurely could plunge him into unforeseen complications, which Clay found bothersome and was wholly disinterested in. Before departing, the chief of the White Sea Guard, D1, had informed him that he had dispatched all available personnel from the Riverlands to Twin River City, and that someone would reach out to him upon his arrival. As they progressed under the guidance of the Fry soldier, Clay finally glimpsed the Green Fork River, the bridge, and the countless fluttering double-tower banners atop the fortress at the bridge's entrance. Upon witnessing Twin River City for the first time, a single thought consumed him. If he were leading the charge, how would he conquer it? Chapter 50. The phrase here are numerous indeed, as Clay had anticipated. The sentinel guiding them toward Twin River City belonged to one of the Fry family's factions. According to the captain of the guard, who returned to Clay's side, if he did not inquire, they would be taken directly to meet Sir Innes Fry, based on the intelligence Clay had reviewed regarding the Fry family in White Harbor. Innes Fry was the third son of Wade Fry, the current lord of Twin River City. Following Clay's directive, the captain maintained proximity to the sentinel until they were fully within the line of sight of the Twin River City watchtower, at which point a heavy horn sounded, reverberating across the banks. Cavalry was approaching. Although the city gates were not immediately shut, the keen-eyed Clay observed the frantic rush of farmers and merchants into the city, evidently terrified of the suddenly appearing horsemen. As the venerable head of the Fry family, Marquis Ward had long maintained a firm grip on his family's affairs for decades. Upon learning of Clay's arrival, he immediately recognized the significance of the event. Engaged in a rambling conversation with one of his great-granddaughters, he was quick to release her hand, which he had been tenderly caressing, and rose from his plush armchair with evident delight. He commanded his steward, "Our esteemed guests from White Harbor have arrived. Go and extend to them the finest hospitality. The heir, Clay, is it not? Please invite him to meet me." "Yes, my lord," the steward replied with a bow, prepared to depart when the Marquis called him back, cautioning, "Ensure that my foolish sons or grandsons do not intercept the heir from White Harbor. Instruct them to behave themselves." As a powerful noble of the Riverlands, the Fry family had amassed their wealth through the bridge over the Green Fork River. Traders and farmers alike were required to pay a substantial toll to cross, which had elevated the Fry family to the status of the second most prominent noble house in the Riverlands. To speak frankly, without such clout, Ward Fry would hardly hold any significant position within the family, for if his lineage were weak, he would have no authority to make choices. Having experienced the weight of these truths, Ward Fry was acutely aware of the formidable resources possessed by the House of Mandeville, which, while not renowned for its martial prowess, commanded respect that could not be dismissed lightly. It is widely understood that wealth begets soldiers, Even if a soldier's combat effectiveness is questionable, can 3 not prevail against 1? As long as there are gold dragons, an army is never a concern. Initially, the Manderleys had no male heir, which piqued the interest of the Freys, who sought to propose marriage to Wyman's eldest daughter, Wilfrid. Wyman, aware of their intentions, deftly rebuffed their advances, dismissing them after their overtures. For a time, Ward Fry had quelled his ambitions regarding White Harbor, but upon hearing of Clay's return, without any existing betrothal, his aspirations were reignited. Though it was certain that a daughter of House Fry would be married into White Harbor, who could claim that a woman had no opportunity to influence the affairs of the realm? Consider Lisa Tully, the wife of John Arryn, who now cradles her son. The newly appointed guardian of the Vale, Robert Arryn, does she not wield considerable power? While this authority may appear tenuous, it is Lisa's own predicament. Ward Fry was confident that his family could manage far better. Thus, with the intention clear in his mind, the esteemed Lord Ward Fry wasted no time, sending raven after raven to White Harbor. At long last, his endeavors bore fruit, as the Merman banner finally graced the city of Twins. The steward, understanding his master's intent, nodded in acknowledgement and turned to leave, just as Clay's forces arrived at the city gates. Due to the diminutive size of Twin River City, the army of the Fry family was stationed outside its walls, leaving Clay unable to bring all 200 cavalry into the city. After some deliberation, the captain of the guard accompanied Clay with 50 men across the bridgehead of Twin River City. Upon entering the city, not having ridden far, the guiding sentinel could no longer contain himself and candidly expressed his thoughts. "My lord, allow me to escort you to Lord Innes, the third son of Marquis Wade Fry. It will certainly be effortless for you to meet the Marquis with his guidance." Seeing that the sentinel was no longer feigning formality, Clay had no desire to indulge in pretense and was about to decline when a knight clad in light armor, adorned with the Fry family's double bridge emblem, galloped towards them. It was evident that he possessed a great confidence in his equestrian skills as he charged between the sentinel and Clay, only to be halted by the White Harbor Guard, who had already reached for their swords. Noticing the unfriendly expressions of the White Harbor contingent, the knight's unattractive visage contorted into a grimace as he introduced himself. "Which of you is Lord Clay?" "I am Paetier Fry, the grandson of Sir Stephen Fry, the Marquis's eldest son." Indeed, he was a descendant of the Fry lineage, yet Clay felt no inclination to regard him favorably. Observing the knight closely, Clay noted that he appeared to be of a similar age, yet the unattractive features and dark complexion rendered him looking considerably older. According to intelligence reports, Sir Stephen Fry, the knight's grandfather, was the legitimate first heir of Marquis Wade Fry. Thus, was he representing the line of the Fry family's eldest son? After posing this question, Paetier Fry lashed out at the sentinel with his whip. The sentinel, recognizing his failure, dared not resist and slinked away amidst Paetier's harsh invectives. Once the sentinel was dealt with, Paetier seemed oblivious to the disdainful and contemptuous gazes of the White Harbor Guards, reiterating his previous inquiry. "Is Lord Clay present?" "I am Paetier Fry, the grandson of Sir Stephen Fry, the Marquis's eldest son. I shall take you to meet my grandfather, who will introduce you to the Marquis." Clay found himself perplexed. Having been directly invited by Marquis Wade Fry, why did they all assume he must go through them to meet him? Who did they think they were looking down upon? However, ignoring this scion of the Fry family was not a viable option either. Clay had come to Twin River City with the intent of navigating the situation adeptly, and if he could manage to appease them, he would. After some contemplation, Clay rode out from the throng and calmly addressed Paetier Fry. "I am Clay Mandler, of the Fry family, Paetier. It is a pleasure to meet you." He did not indicate his agreement to meet Sir Stephen Fry, remaining steadfastly in place. In truth, he had no desire to meet this Stephen, even if he was the first heir apparent of Marquis Wade Fry. Just as he hesitated, an elderly voice shattered the impasse. "Paetier, step aside. The Marquis wishes to directly invite Lord Clay to ascend the tower. You may return." Upon witnessing the sudden pallor of Paetier Fry's countenance, Clay pondered that in this brief moment, he had encountered 3 or 4 Freys. The concentration of Freys in this city was indeed rather high. Chapter 51. Guess Twins River City is not particularly large. It may even be inaccurate to refer to it as a city, for its core structure is essentially the bridge itself. What is termed Twins River City consists of a bridge flanked by 2 imposing fortresses at either end. Clay and his companions entered the city through the fortress on the eastern side of the Green Fork, and they were now not far from their initial entry point. Upon surveying the surroundings, Clay discerned that the individual before him, who evidently held a higher status within the Fry family than the scion Paetier Fry, was unknown to him. Paetier Fry, visibly distressed, departed hastily. He could not afford to offend this venerable steward, who had served the Marquis for decades. In the Fry family, apart from a few exceptions, who would dare to cross this seemingly unremarkable elder? To incur his displeasure meant trouble, as the nonagenarian Marquis often rendered exceedingly arbitrary judgments on family matters. As the soldiers and knights departed, the unfamiliar figure before Clay made no move to introduce himself. He simply turned and led the way. Noticing Clay and his party remained stationary, he paused to add, "I am the steward of the Marquis. No one in this city would dare impersonate me. My lord invites you to the stronghold, where he has prepared salt and bread for you. This is the renowned custom of guest right in Westeros. Guests who partake of their host's salt and bread are granted protection from harm during their stay. Any violation of this sacred law incurs the wrath of both the old and new gods. The nobility of Westeros truly abides by this tradition. As history recounts countless bloody conflicts on battlefields and ruthless intrigues in courts, yet few have dared to trample upon this ostensibly unenforceable law. Despite this, Clay, acutely aware of the Fry family's true nature, harbored no faith in their adherence to the sacred guest right. In some ways, his innate magical abilities positioned him closer to the divine than most, and he dismissed the notions of the old and new gods with skepticism. The infamous Red Wedding had transpired, with the Fry family trampling upon guest right, yet it bore little consequence. Walder Frey's son ascended as the Lord of Riverrun, and the family's lands expanded swiftly. As for the subsequent targeting by the Brotherhood without banners and Arya Stark's assassin, that bore no relation to the gods, merely a failure in their security measures. After consuming a small piece of somewhat salty bread, Clay partook in the ritual of guest right while standing in the great hall of the Twins River stronghold. Opposite him, elevated slightly, a massive black oak chair was situated, upon which sat a frail old man clad in gray, his small eyes fixed intently upon Clay. Undoubtedly, this was the current Lord of Twins River, the venerable Walder Frey, now aged 90. Though deeply reluctant, given his age and status, Clay felt compelled to bow first. The Mandeville family sent their regards, esteemed Lord of Twin River City. Clay Mandeville expresses his gratitude for your generous gifts. The sight of a sagging-skinned, bald, and toothless old man smiling lacked any semblance of beauty, especially when his appearance was particularly unattractive. Marquis Wader Foley was pleased with Clay's demeanor. This young heir was certainly more courteous than his grandfather, that old eel. With a raspy voice emerging from his aged vocal cords, Marquis Foley welcomed him, saying, "Welcome, Clay Mandeville. I trust you will find the hospitality of Twin River City to your satisfaction. The Foley family shall ensure your safety." Inwardly, Clay thought it better to drown himself in the Green Fork River than to trust such words, yet he maintained a facade of smiles, bowing respectfully to Marquis Foley, thus concluding the ceremonial greeting for guests. Under the guidance of the steward, Clay departed the hall. With evening still some time away, the formal introductions would take place at the evening banquet, where all key members of the Foley family would be present, including the wife prepared for him by the Foley family. For reasons unknown, despite White Harbor being by the sea and Twin River City by the river, the rooms here were far more humid than those in White Harbor. Upon entering his chamber, Clay's sensitive nose immediately detected a musty odor, suggesting that the house had its share of mold. Frowning at the subpar living conditions, he opened all the windows, though it did little good, as he could see the Green Fork River flowing southward through them. The 50 guards he had brought were assigned to a separate building where other Foley family guards resided. But at the insistence of the captain of his guard, 10 guards along with their leader were accommodated in nearby quarters. After ushering Clay into his room, the old steward stood like an unyielding dead tree at the staircase landing of that floor. Initially puzzled by this behavior, Clay soon understood as waves of individuals attempted to ascend to this level. Evidently, Marquis Wader Foley had stationed a sentinel for him. This action, it must be said, aligned quite well with Clay's desires. He had no wish to be disturbed, at least not at that moment. The captain of his guard insisted on inspecting Clay's room, and Clay acquiesced, unbeknownst to this loyal captain, having trained in the foundational Wolf Clan swordsmanship, coupled with 5 magical seals and a robust constitution that rendered him immune to most poisons. Clay was not easily vanquished. Moreover, he had committed no egregious acts against his betrothal. Why then would the Foley family wish to harm him? Should he perish here, he was certain his father would declare war on Twin River City without hesitation. Upon his arrival, it is prudent for him to maintain a low profile. He awaits an opportunity to connect with the clandestine members of the White Sea Guard, for the convoluted familial dynamics of the Foleys are far better understood through the insights of these intelligence operatives than through the erratic analyses of others. Although Clay is acutely aware that he can trust only half of what he hears, the sun hangs low in the west, casting a crimson hue across the sky, and Clay feels no chill in the air. A series of firm knocks resound at the door, and from within his solitude, He hears the aged voice of the steward. Lord Clay, the banquet is prepared. The Marquis requests your presence in the main hall of the fortress. Please follow me. With a slight nod, Clay adjusts his already splendid attire. While such appearances may seem frivolous at times, they can prove to be of great significance on certain occasions. As he traverses the narrow and dimly lit corridor, approximately 10 minutes later, Clay arrives at the grand hall he visited earlier that afternoon. Through the half-opened, heavy oak door, he perceives a cacophony of voices. It is not merely the shouts of a few individuals, but rather the collective murmur of many engaged in quiet conversation. It appears that the Marquis was indeed correct. The majority of the Foley family members are in attendance, for such a gathering would not occur otherwise. Taking a deep breath, Clay pushes open the door that seems to separate two worlds. Chapter 52. A game of pretense. Clay's entrance momentarily quiets the already bustling hall. But soon an elderly gentleman raises his glass and booms. Welcome, our esteemed guest, Clay Mandler. His words elicit a chorus of responses from the Foley clan, with many raising their goblets or clapping their hands against the darkly hued long table in acknowledgement, creating a resounding applause. The Marquis of Ward Foley extends his gnarled hand, gesturing towards the chair before him, indicating that Clay should take his place at the head table. Today, he is the guest of honor. Clay, exhibiting no hesitation, strides forward and takes his seat at the chair prepared for him. The Marquis observes him intently and remarks with a serious tone. It seems that the old eel from White Harbor has a worthy heir, unlike myself, who is burdened with a multitude of foolish sons and grandsons. Clay discreetly furrows his brow. Had it been anyone else, such a reference to one's father would likely not have been tolerated. Yet, before this venerable man, who is 90 years old and whose age surpasses that of Clay and his father combined, he can only harbor unspoken indignation. Choosing not to respond to the remark, Clay remains seated in silence, awaiting the Marquis's next words. Previous intelligence had indicated that this Marquis possesses a profound sense of familial loyalty. Indeed, the Marquis, unfazed by Clay's lack of response, eagerly begins to introduce his family members. He points to the gentleman who had welcomed Clay upon his entrance, Stephen Foley. My eldest son and my heir. He is even older than your grandfather. Alas, he is burdened with the misfortune of having me as a father. Upon finishing his words, Lord Fry appeared to be quite pleased, though it was unclear whether this was due to his heir or his advanced age. In any case, he took a hearty gulp of red wine, his laughter reminiscent of a night owl. The lad, Peter, who had intercepted you on the road today, is his grandson. Although he spoke with a smile, the lightness of his tone was sharply contrasted by the noticeable discomfort on Sir Stephen's face. With a single statement, the old lord conveyed his absolute dominion over the information regarding Riveron, while simultaneously admonishing his son. The intricate dynamics within the formidable Fry family were evidently complex. Clay offered a respectful nod to Sir Stephen, as there was no need for him to withhold such customary gestures. Lord Walder Fry spared his eldest son and directed attention to the far end of the long table, pointing to a tall, bald man. This is my third son, Edmure. As for my second son, that fellow is strictly under the thumb of his wife, a golden-haired Lannister lioness, and has not graced my presence in quite some time. Clay was already aware of this situation, as the Chief of Staff had alerted him in a prior report that Lord Fry's second son, Eamon, exhibited a strong inclination towards the Lannisters. The root of this was his alliance with a Lannister woman, whose formidable connections were underscored by her brother, Tywin Lannister. The report had strongly advised against any engagement with Eamon Fry and his offspring remaining in Riveron, a counsel that Clay wholeheartedly endorsed. As the banquet continued, Lord Fry introduced his remaining sons who had attended the gathering, while he displayed little interest in mentioning his grandchildren, as a man of 90 might be expected to do. Clay acknowledged each of these sons, whose ages spanned over 50 years, though their appearances were less than commendable, perhaps due to genetic factors. The males of the Fry lineage bore a striking resemblance to weasels. With the introductions concluded, Lord Fry clinked his glass, announcing the official commencement of the banquet. The hall erupted into a cacophony of noise, as the majority of invitees were not genuinely connected to the event's theme, attending solely in response to Lord Fry's summons. However, a few stood apart. The long table was pulled apart, creating a spacious area designated for dancing. Such was the nature of noble gatherings in Westeros. Noticing Clay's reluctance to take to the floor, Lord Walder Fry exchanged a knowing glance with the steward. Consequently, a group of Fry family members, both men and women, began to step into the dance floor, alleviating the earlier awkward atmosphere. Clay knew how to dance, having undergone training in his youth, but he was far from proficient. Initially, he worried that his skills might bring shame to White Harbor. However, Upon witnessing the Fry family's dancing, he quickly realized that such concerns were entirely unfounded. It cannot be described as merely eye-catching, to put it succinctly. It is a scene of couples, men and women, embracing and frolicking together, with many hands being rather indiscreet, often yearning to touch something. This is the overwhelming majority of the situation. It is abundantly clear that today, dancing is an inevitability for him, yet Clay remains seated, a smile plastered across his face, sipping his drink in small gulps while occasionally offering his applause. During this time, Clay perceives at least 5 or 6 gazes fixated upon him, without diverting his eyes. He subtly glances back. Women, women, and once more women. The age range appears to span from 12 or 13 to nearly 30. Clay comprehends that these are the women the Froey family has prepared for him. The quiet, handsome young man does not remain undisturbed for long. One of the Froey women, who had just been observing him, adjusts her skirt and approaches his direction. Sir Stephen's voice then timely reaches Clay's ears. "My Lord Clay, this is my granddaughter, Veda, who is of a similar age to you." The implication is clear to Clay, upon hearing that they are of comparable age and that she is Stephen's granddaughter. He connects the dots instantly. This is the Veda Froey mentioned in the report. Clay senses numerous eyes, both overt and covert, flitting between him and Veda Froey. Though he finds this attention distasteful, he remains indifferent, as it truly does not concern him. Veda Froey, often referred to as the beautiful Veda, speaks in a manner befitting her youth. Her voice is fresh and direct. However, in all honesty, Clay does not believe her appearance lives up to her epithet. At best, she is merely adequate. "My Lord Clay, may I request the honor of a dance with you?" Veda Froey boldly inquires, exhibiting little shyness. At least in Twin River City. This is a request Clay cannot refuse at present. Nodding, he sets down his intricately designed cup and rises to his feet. Under the somewhat approving gaze of Sir Stephen, Clay takes the hand that Veda Froey extends towards him. Chapter 53. A sleepless night. The air is thick with a potent fragrance as Clay strides forward with a stiff gait, engaging with Veda Froey's clearly rehearsed inquiries in a half-hearted manner. As a man, he naturally appreciates the compliments of women. However, the realization that these words are entirely premeditated dissipates any sense of achievement he might derive from them, vanishing like a wisp of smoke. Veda Froey's attire is also meticulously chosen. In essence, it is quite form-fitting, seemingly intended to accentuate her rather generous bosom. Throughout their dance, Clay finds himself repeatedly encountering soft curves brushing against him. He deftly sidesteps these moments, his complexion remaining unflushed, treating it as if nothing has occurred. At this juncture, maintaining control over his composure is of utmost importance, for he is acutely aware of the pitfalls that the Froey family presents, fully understanding their intentions regarding him. Interestingly, as he spun with Veda Val Fry in his embrace, Clay noticed a shadowy figure leaning against a stout stone pillar in the hall. He felt an unsettling gaze from this individual, akin to that of a romantic rival. TSK, he mused, it was only to be expected that such gossip would arise. The Val Fry family was immensely large, and it was quite normal for the individuals therein to be unable to restrain themselves. As the music concluded, Clay felt no lingering attachment. He decisively released Veda's hand, offering her a polite smile, while turning his back to her somewhat wistful gaze, and returned to his seat. Clay did not touch the cup he had previously left on the table. Instead, he called upon a passing servant to procure a new one. Although, as a monster hunter, he harbored no fear of common poisons, he opted for caution and chose to switch cups. He was well aware that his actions would not escape the attentive eyes of Marquis Val Fry above, but what of it? To expect himself to drink heartily in unfamiliar surroundings was nothing but folly. Clinking his glass with that of Sir Stephen, Clay heard the latter's inquiry. "My Lord Clay, what do you think of my granddaughter? To be candid, she is the most beautiful young woman along the banks of the Green Fork." The words were rather blunt, and Clay could only respond with a courteous smile, his gaze drifting to Veda, who had resumed her seat, chattering animatedly with the Val Fry ladies. He sighed inwardly. Just a month prior, she might not have even known her own identity, yet now she was approaching him with her family's ambitions in tow, even attempting to seduce him. How much of this could be sincere? Only she would know. Truly the whims of fate are merciless. As the banquet approached its conclusion, Clay counted himself among Sir Stephen's 2 granddaughters, as well as Geoffrey Val Fry's granddaughter, who had danced with him, and had shared tales of his adventures in Essos with a 13-year-old granddaughter of Innes Val Fry. And there was Ailey Val Fry, daughter of Simon Val Fry, who, despite being of a higher generation than those previously mentioned, was still a year or 2 younger than Veda. In summary, after enduring this gathering filled with Val Fry maidens, even the formidable nerves of a monster hunter like Clay felt an overwhelming fatigue, as though his very essence had been drained. The host feigned delight. At least on the surface. Once Marquis Valfry took his leave for rest due to his advanced age, the atmosphere of the banquet grew increasingly raucous, filled with coarse shouts and sporadic shrieks from women, resembling a chaotic revelry. Seizing an opportunity, Clay pretended to succumb to intoxication, allowing the captain of the White Harbor Guard, who had finally arrived to rescue him, to escort him back to his chamber. "Young master, are you unwell?" he inquired, ensuring no one lingered outside. The captain stationed 2 guards at the door, closed it behind him, and turned to observe the suddenly alert Clay, perplexed by his demeanor. "In your heart, do you think it would be so easy for this bunch of flares to bring me down?" With a sidelong glare at the captain of the guard, Clay spoke with evident irritation. Even the dimmest of minds soon realized that their young master was feigning inebriation. The captain rolled his eyes, lost in thought. Clay noticed the captain's gaze was somewhat unusual, scrutinizing him intently. After a moment of hesitation, the captain cautiously remarked, "Young master, we shall not guard the door for you tonight. If you require anything, simply call out to us." With that perplexing statement, the captain departed, wearing an expression that suggested a mutual understanding among men, shrouded in mystery. "What on earth? Wait, what have you all conjured in your minds?" Clay was utterly speechless. While he wasn't concerned about their neglect of his safety, he genuinely could not comprehend the meaning behind the earlier expressions. Time passed swiftly, and the moon outside had traversed a significant distance across the night sky. As the clamor of Twin River City gradually faded into the night, Clay knew that the banquet must have come to a close. He intended to linger here for a week, then devise a reason for his father to summon him back via the Raven. In truth, the manner of his return was inconsequential, for this invitation was never predicated on a betrothal. With White Harbor behind him, Clay felt no apprehension that these flares would hold him to any contract. Nor would they offer him a flare woman, unless, as this thought crossed his mind, Clay began to grasp the underlying meaning behind the captain's so-called silver smile. At that moment, he heard the soft creak of the door being opened in the darkness, the lock being turned. Who could it be? Clay's heart raced, and his hand instinctively reached for the long sword he had laid on the bed. The sword was kept unsheathed, ready for any danger that might arise, saving him precious moments in a crisis. However, he was soon enveloped by an increasingly potent scent of perfume, familiar, for he had encountered it just a few hours prior. Veda Flare, my heavens, how could she be here? The next moment, under the luminous moonlight, Clay beheld Veda Flare stealthily entering the room, having changed into a different outfit. Seemingly unaware that Clay had not been asleep, she appeared startled upon meeting his gaze, her expression shifting dramatically. "Miss Veda Flare, it is rather late." "And you?" Clay began awkwardly, seeking to break the silence, but before he could finish, he noticed Veda's hand resting on her shoulder strap. At this juncture, any ignorance of her intentions would render Clay a fool. She was poised to consummate their encounter. Was it truly necessary to proceed in such a manner? It felt as though he could hear Veda's breathing grow increasingly heavy. Clay sprang up from his reclining position. "Goodness, this simply cannot be allowed," Clay lamented inwardly. Chapter 54. The efficacy of the Yakeshi seal. Although it had been presented to him, Clay felt no inclination to engage with the somewhat attractive Veda Furii. Indeed, should he become entangled with her, it would likely lead to endless complications. "My lord," she began, her voice imbued with fervor, but before she could finish, Clay's palm appeared before her, a faint green triangle symbol flickering momentarily. Fortunately, I possessed the Yakeshi seal, Clay thought, relieved that he had his demon hunter sigil to counter the unexpected turn of events. Temporarily restraining the disheveled Veda Furii, who was precariously exposed, Clay exhaled softly. To maintain focus, he commanded her to dress and stand at the doorway. The most pressing concern now was discerning whether her actions were of her own volition or directed by another. If it were the former, Clay could simply dismiss the incident, assuring Veda Furii that nothing had transpired. However, if it were orchestrated by someone else, it would complicate matters considerably, suggesting that her movements were being monitored. The longer she lingered, the greater Clay's troubles would become. Frustrated with himself for not preventing the captain of the guard's departure, he chastised his own naivety, realizing too late that he had overestimated the moral boundaries of the Furii family. Yet, dwelling on such thoughts was futile. Clay quickly resolved to inquire, "Veda Furii, did someone send you to find me tonight?" The woman, devoid of vitality, turned her back to him and replied in a mechanical tone, "Yes, my lord. My father, Walden, instructed me to climb into your bed. He will come by tomorrow morning." "Stop, you needn't say more," Clay replied. Taken aback by this bizarre scenario akin to an otherworldly seduction, it felt like an ill-fated twist of fate. "Did anyone else know you were coming to see me? Aside from your father?" "My grandfather, Stephen, was aware, but he rejected my father's proposition." At least the number of those in the know was limited. And the fact that the other party would not arrive until the following morning provided Clay with some time to devise a strategy. However, he could not fathom the madness of these individuals, so eager to deliver their daughter into his hands, seemingly unconcerned about the potential repercussions. Clay realized he had gravely underestimated the Furii family's ambition to offer him a legitimate wife bearing their surname as the heir to White Harbor. It was indeed absurd. Silence enveloped the room. Despite being alone together, there was no hint of intimacy in the atmosphere. After a brief pause, Clay declared, "Veda Furii, you sought Clay Mandler tonight. But you have mistaken his room and failed to find him. Now, leave and return to your quarters to rest. In any case, this woman must vacate his presence promptly. Otherwise, any unforeseen incidents could lead to insurmountable misunderstandings." "Yes, my lord." The responses remained mechanical and rigid as Waterfall walked slowly out the door. Clay watched him descend the stairs until he vanished into the distance, finally exhaling in relief. He promptly returned, making his way to a location not far from his own chamber, where the captain of the guard resided. As Clay approached the door, before he could even raise his hand to knock, the heavy oak door creaked open. Illuminated by the flickering candlelight in the hallway, Clay discerned the peculiar expression on the face that greeted him. "Come here, let us speak in my room," Clay said coldly. If it weren't for this individual misinterpreting his intentions and causing trouble, he would not have had to endure such a terrifying episode that evening. He nearly fell prey to the malicious designs of the Full family. Noticing the master's displeased demeanor, the captain of the guard realized he might have committed a grave error. 10 minutes prior, he had caught a glimpse through the door crack of Waterfall seeking out his master. And he had even envied Clay for the latter's encounter with such a voluptuous figure. He hadn't entertained the notion that any trouble could arise. In his subconscious, he believed that handling such a situation could simply be dismissed afterward, a course he would have taken himself. Moments later, Waterfall exited Clay's room with stiff strides, having just scorned the master's combat prowess in his thoughts, only to find Clay darkly approaching him. "Did you foresee this turn of events?" The captain was taken aback by the question, uncertain of his master's intent. He could only respond honestly, "Master, I assumed you were not intoxicated and were merely awaiting such a situation. Miss Full's behavior is quite common among the noble gentlemen." Clay was rendered speechless once more. What was there to say? Perhaps he was too naive, or the captain was overthinking the matter. After a lengthy pause, Clay abandoned the line of questioning and directly commanded the captain, "From this moment forth, express your thoughts clearly. No more of this mutual understanding nonsense. Bring your men. I do not wish for anyone to enter after midnight." The captain left, stunned. After surveying the orderly room, he quickly grasped that perhaps nothing had transpired. He soon realized he had misunderstood his master's intentions. He thought Clay was aware of the situation, but in reality, Clay was completely oblivious, possibly caught off guard by Waterfall. With this realization, cold sweat drenched his back. He gathered the guards he had dismissed for the evening, disregarding their complaints, his eyes scanning every corner of the floor. Just because Clay had not pursued him this time did not guarantee he would be so fortunate in the future. Clay's handling of Waterfall was not a spur-of-the-moment decision, although his current arcane seal level was insufficient to create lasting effects on memory. It was adequate to disrupt Waterfall's thoughts. Wada returned to her dwelling, unaware that she had been hypnotized. In her mind, on one hand, there was Kree telling her she was lost, and on the other, memories of her ascending to Kree's abode. Regardless of the chaos of these memories, she could at least comprehend that her mission had undoubtedly failed, and that was sufficient. The events had not transpired, apart from her father, Walden Frey. No one could substantiate her visit to Kree's chamber, rendering her claims of having shared his bed utterly untenable. The crux of the matter was that when her father, Walden Frey, came seeking her the following morning, he would discover that his daughter was utterly absent from her bed, thereby exonerating Kree. No matter what Wada Frey might assert subsequently, it would be of little consequence. This was indeed troublesome. Kree pressed his forehead, gazing at the flickering candlelight, unable to return to slumber. Through this incident, he realized he possessed far more principles than the venerable nobility of Westeros. This was hardly a commendable trait. In a world rife with intrigue and betrayal, lowering one's standards often led to a more prosperous existence. Clinging to one's inner sense of justice could ultimately lead to being consumed by it. Chapter 55. The city gates. The next morning, an impatient Walden Frey, accompanied by his entourage, forcefully breached the Mandeville family residence, only to be halted by the captain of the guards. As tensions escalated, a perplexed Frey knight rode forth, delivering news that left Walden utterly astounded. His daughter, Wada Frey, was not within the Mandeville residence at all, but was instead dutifully ensconced in her own chamber. precisely where she belonged. The enchantment of Jacques had prevented her from fulfilling her father's task and had muddled her memories. Frustrated, Walden Frey departed hastily, leaving Cree unconcerned about how he would manage his bewildered daughter. With a flicker of magical energy, the icy force conjured by the sigil of Aldef extinguished the candles. As Cree stood upon the platform, coldly observing the retreating figures of the Freys, unlike the future predicament faced by Robb, who would find his northern forces ensnared beneath the walls of Riverrun, compelled to accept the Frey family marriage pact to secure a swift crossing. Cree was free from such apprehensions. He could choose whom to wed, or opt to remain single altogether, at least in the public eye. No one had the authority to compel him, which was precisely why he could approach Riverrun with such confidence. After breakfast, Cree departed the residence with his guards. The social engagements of the previous day had concluded, and now he intended to pursue his own desires, such as meticulously examining the fortress on the Green Fork. The Frey family had lingered here for 6 centuries, and since their establishment of this stronghold, no one had ever successfully breached its defenses. It was not that the fortress was under any spell. In truth, it was merely a conventional bastion of brick and stone, with walls that were not particularly imposing. In Cree's eyes, the walls of Riverrun paled in comparison to the colossal barriers of White Harbor. However, the crux of the matter lies in the formidable advantage possessed by this fortress, the ever-flowing Green Fork River that traverses its core. The presence of this river renders any adversaries attempting to besiege it incapable of completely encircling the stronghold, let alone achieving even half of such an endeavor. As both fortifications present only one face towards the shore, more disconcerting is the fact that due to the relatively modest size of the bastion, the battlefield for the siege is quite constrained. Even if the opponents from Twin River City boast a significantly superior force, they can only deploy a fraction of their troops in each assault, reducing their efforts to mere skirmishes. Prior to the conquest by Egan, Twin River City had not encountered any formidable adversaries far removed from the riverine land, and the exorbitant tolls enabled it to amass a formidable army of 3,000. Thus, this diminutive Twin River City and its lord, the Frey family, gradually grew in strength, transforming into an indomitable stone upon the Green Fork River that could not be easily dislodged. Presently, no one in the north has contemplated what to do when this bridge truly obstructs their way, while Clay, aware that war is inevitable and preparations must be made, personally arrived at this fortress in search of its vulnerabilities. Clay and his party found themselves in the castle on the eastern bank of the Green Fork River, where the Frey family's main stronghold was also situated. Consequently, Clay decided to inspect the eastern gate. Although Clay lacked military expertise, it did not imply that others were similarly uninformed. During their journey, through casual conversation, he had gleaned from the captain of the guard, an old veteran who had participated in the Usurpers' War, an approximate understanding of the methods to breach a fortress. The Frey family had stationed guards at the entrance of the Mandeville family's residence, and upon seeing Clay emerge, a small-statured member of the Frey family, whose name Clay could not recall, immediately approached with a beaming smile, inquiring, "My Lord Clay, where are you headed?" Casting a disinterested glance at this unremarkable figure, Clay replied coolly, "I am merely taking a stroll along the city walls. You need not accompany us, under this sun. I trust that there is nothing Lord Marquis is unaware of, is there?" With a pat on the embarrassed Frey family member, Clay proceeded towards the city gate with his guards. Inside the modest fortress, there was a lively atmosphere, with various vendors displaying their wares along the roadside, vociferously hawking peculiar items that even Clay could not recognize. Occasionally, soldiers adorned with the Frey family's twin tower insignia would pass by. Yet they did not trouble these street merchants, not out of kindness, but rather because the entrance tax had already filled their pockets, rendering them dismissive of these pitiful souls lacking in wealth. Pretending to send his guards to the nearby stalls to procure some items, Clay stood by the city gate, his gaze sweeping over the crowd as he meticulously scrutinized the eastern city gate of Twin River City. It was a formidable black steel gate, each bar robust enough to rival the girth of Clay's own calf. On the exterior of the steel bars, there stood a black oak door, which Cree had noticed upon entering the city. It was not particularly imposing, suggesting it would not offer substantial defense. However, in the event of a siege, the attacking force would need to completely destroy this wooden door to access the steel gate beyond. After contemplating for some time, Cree concluded that there were 2 potential strategies to address this gate. The first was to prevent it from descending, or to have someone raise it during the siege. This presented a challenge: how to position the individual controlling the gate precisely at the onset of conflict. Cree recalled his White Sea Guard. Perhaps this would become their next line of duty. Coincidentally, Cree also intended to gather information from the local White Sea Guard. The second strategy entailed bypassing the gate entirely. As long as the army could encircle the city for an adequate duration, Kree could source enough craftsmen to tunnel beneath the gate, as such artisans were available in White Harbor. However, this method required time and would serve only as a contingency if the situation grew dire. Kree mused that having a few woolly mammoths would simplify matters greatly. With such creatures, they could simply be pulled apart, eliminating all complications. After selecting a few favorite items, each one carried by a member of the White Harbor Elite's Guard, they gradually returned to Kree's side. Once the last individual arrived, Kree nodded in approval of their discerning taste and led them up onto the city walls. In the past, during his patrols atop White Harbor's fortifications, Kree's view had been dominated by the vast ocean, bustling sailors, and throngs of citizens. Yet, upon ascending these walls, an inexplicable sense of decay washed over him. Not merely due to the fluttering twin tower banners, but also because of the moss that crept through the cracks of the stone. The humidity from the Green Fork River had thoroughly eroded this fortress, leaving it damp and dismal. While on the walls, Kree unexpectedly spotted a familiar figure, Sir Innis Froey, the third son of Marquis Waiterfrey, whom he had encountered at the banquet the previous day. Chapter 56, The Deal. As Kree's gaze met that of Innis Froey, he realized that the latter was intentionally awaiting his arrival. It appeared that the Froey family held considerable concern over his presence in Twin River City. Kree noted with growing caution, though his face maintained a warm smile. He gestured for his captain of guards to halt and approached Innis. Despite his reluctance to involve himself in the Froey family's affairs, the current circumstances left him no choice. Having made eye contact, Kree could not allow it to be said that Kree Mandrell from White Harbor had turned away from a member of the Froey family. This had little to do with his personal honor, but rather, the majority of Northerners and some Southerners adhered to such social conventions. What might have been a trivial encounter could easily be twisted into something significant under the influence of rumors, which was not a scenario Kree wished to encounter. He did not stray far from the guards, maintaining a delicate distance that did not imply any conspiring with Sir Edmure Tully, yet ensured that their conversation remained obscured from the ears of the sentinels. Rather than approaching the very spot occupied by Sir Edmure, he gestured towards a nearby crenellation and proceeded to it himself. Although Sir Edmure was nearly thrice his age, it was evident that Westeros was not a realm bound by the traditions of venerating the elderly. This was a dialogue between the Manderleys and the Tullys, where such niceties were cast aside. Leaning against the damp stone of the battlement, the lush forest that Clay had traversed to arrive was visible beyond. Sir Edmure followed suit. Resting against a nearby parapet, they stood in silence, appraising one another. Clay was in no haste, eager to discern what this third Tully, who had awaited him with intent, wished to convey. "My Lord Clay, what are your thoughts on our Tully family?" After a few minutes of silence, it became evident to Sir Edmure that the lad before him possessed a remarkable composure, one that would not yield to impatience. Reluctantly, he resorted to this question, devoid of a definitive answer, to shatter the stalemate. "My opinion bears little significance. What truly matters to you is the stance of Lord Walder Tully himself, or rather, his disposition towards the entire Tully clan. During his stay, Clay had sensed that Lord Walder exerted an extraordinary control over the Tully family. Each member trembled in his presence, while simultaneously seeking his favor with utmost caution. The lively festivities would fall into a hushed silence at the mere sound of the elder's cough. Even should it merely be the result of a sip of wine gone awry, the Lord had the power to humiliate any family member without restraint, even those who had long since been referred to as grandfather or otherwise. To Clay's unexpected response, Sir Edmure had not anticipated any profound insight. Yet this seemingly handsome young Manderley had struck a chord within him. Slowly nodding, the over 50-year-old Sir Edmure realized that he could no longer judge this youthful Manderley by his years. "You speak truth. My father has occupied that black chair for decades. From my birth to that of my grandson Genos, who is now 7 years old, while my father still clings to that seat. My brother Stephen and his progeny. How pitiable they are, having waited for so many years." As he uttered these words, Sir Edmure sighed deeply, a gesture laden with regret, seemingly lamenting the prolonged wait endured by his brother, Sir Stephen. Clay mirrored this expression of regret, though internally, his vigilance surged to its zenith. For the implications of Sir Edmure's words were unmistakable. It was not his brother who felt the weight of injustice, but rather, himself. More critically, while he would not be surprised by such words from any member of the Flay family, one must ponder why he would share them with an outsider from White Harbor. What is his intention? We have only met once, and we are hardly acquainted, are we? Does he not fear that I might turn and directly divulge this to his father, the Marquis Ward Flay? Lord Clay maintained his smile, though it felt as if it might soon contort beyond recognition. Yet, Sir Innis Flay, having uttered those nonsensical remarks, seemed to have forgotten his prior words and swiftly posed a new inquiry. Lord Clay, I have heard that your grandfather, the Earl Wyman, has two granddaughters whose beauty is renowned throughout the north, namely, your two sisters. Clay thought of his sister, Wilfred. In terms of beauty, Wilfred undoubtedly could live up to Sir Innis Flay's claims of her illustrious reputation. As for his younger sister, Vera, with her round, youthful face, Clay knew such assertions were mere fabrications. Why bring up Wilfred and Vera? Clay had a nagging premonition of what Sir Innis Flay was about to propose. Indeed, as he suspected, this balding man with a tuft of gray-white mustache articulated his proposition. Lord Clay, I have heard that the two Mrs. Mandler are unbetrothed, which is quite unacceptable. My grandson, named after King Robert, Robert Flay, would be fortunate indeed to forge an engagement with one of the young ladies. I believe the Flay family would become your steadfast ally, provided you and the entire Mandler family lend your support. At this point, Clay comprehended the underlying motives behind Sir Innis Flay's earlier perplexing dialogue. This was clearly a man adept at spinning enticing tales. First, he hinted at instability within the Flay family, suggesting that both he and his brother, Stephen, did not wish for the Marquis to enjoy a lengthy life. Under this pretext, Innis began to weave his ambitions. Using his grandson's potential engagement with Vera or Wilfred as leverage, he sought to convey that should this union materialize, and should the Mandler family bolster him after he takes action, he would lavish generous rewards upon Clay. Yet, Clay found it curious why Innis was so assured that he would involve himself in such a crude scheme. Whether this notion was a spur-of-the-moment whim or a well-considered plan, Clay understood one thing. Innis Flay harbored ambitions regarding the Flay family's inheritance. The Marquis Ward Flay had no reason to send his third son to probe him on such matters. Thus this scheme could only be the brainchild of Innis himself. Discarding the illusions Innis had crafted, Clay discerned his ultimate objective. He sought Clay's consent to marry either Wilfred or Vera into his family, thereby binding Clay to his ambitions. In due course, whatever Innis intended to pursue, Clay, unless wholly indifferent to the safety of Wilfred and Vera, would have no choice but to adopt a stance of either support or acquiescence. With a silent curse, Clay did not mind others playing tricks on him, but could not tolerate being treated as a fool. With your grandson, even the waters of Green Fork would flow backward, he thought to himself. Chapter 57. Refusal emotionally. If Clay were to choose 1,000 times over, he would never allow his family to marry into such a family, one rife with intrigue and deception, where even a peaceful night's sleep would be a luxury. If Clay were to consider his position as the heir of White Harbor solely from the perspective of family interests, it would be a matter of exploiting advantageous circumstances. He recalled the times when his grandfather had taken his sister, Wilfred, to Winterfell, likely when that young Robb had yet to awaken to the realities of life. Reflecting on the description of Robb's later wife, Jane Westerling, Clay mused, rather than marrying a nameless Fry, why not explore the Stark family? The Fry family relied solely on the bridge that could obstruct the Northern Army's passage across the Green Fork in future conflicts. However, if Clay were to succeed in finding a way to open that bridge during his southern venture, the Fry family would possess little value beyond their 3,000 soldiers. Thus, rationally, Clay had no inclination to agree to this marriage proposal, especially since he had already promised his sister, Wilfred, as the heir of White Harbor. The future indisputable lord of White Harbor, Clay was entitled to have a say in the marriages of the women in his family, which is why Sir Edmure Fry sought him out. In fact, prior to Clay's arrival, the Fry family had discussed this matter, seeking not only to secure a betrothal with Clay, but also to arrange marriages with Wilfred or Vera, particularly with his sister, Wilfred. Observing the seemingly sincere expression on Sir Edmure Frey's face, devoid of any pretense, Clay silently scoffed. My lord, your proposal is commendable, but regrettably, such a significant matter requires discussion with my grandfather, sister, and mother. I respect their opinions. With a similarly sincere demeanor, albeit with a furrowed brow and a hint of complexity in his expression, Sir Edmure endeavored to convey his genuine support for Clay's decision, albeit acknowledging that he could not make the final call. Dissatisfied with Clay's response, the elder Fry, in his 50s, pinched the gray-streaked tuft of his beard and remarked disdainfully, Clay, as the heir of White Harbor, the most valued scion of Old Eel, why can you not make a decision? This is your rightful authority as the heir. At this, Clay's countenance darkened, losing the lightness it had held moments before. He felt a strong aversion to the condescending tone embedded within those words. Did he need a Fry from twins to instruct him on what he could or could not do? His voice noticeably subdued, Clay fixed his gaze on Sir Edmure's reddened, glistening eyes and coldly replied, How the Manderley family decides its affairs is our own business. Your concern is unwarranted, my lord. As the conversation reached this point, even the dim-witted Innis Fry realized that he would not be able to reach any agreement with the somewhat impetuous Clay today. His expression soured, and after muttering a few coarse expletives typical of the Riverlands, the aggrieved Fry departed in frustration. Only the two of them understood the true extent of their anger. Upon witnessing Fry's departure, the vigilant captain of the guard, who had been observing from a distance, hurried over, squinting in the direction Fry had taken, and softly inquired, "Young master, what just transpired?" "Nothing of consequence. Innis Fry wishes for his grandson to ally with the Weirfields and the Velis. I would rather descend into the depths of hell than consent to such a union. Remember, instruct everyone not to speak of our meeting." The captain nodded promptly to the young master's command, though he found it difficult to comprehend the nearly palpable animosity in Clay's words towards the Fry family. After all, the North had once been closely allied with the Riverlands in opposing the Targaryen dynasty. Although Lord Fry had arrived late, many of those veterans still held a favorable view of the Riverlands' nobility. Concerned for Clay, the captain hesitated for a moment before speaking. "Young master, has the Fry family done something to displease you?" "It's not that serious." "Why do you ask?" "Then may I inquire why you harbor such disdain for the phrase?" "I mean no offense. I merely wish to say, young master, that in Fry territory, it would be wise to avoid conflict with them." Shaking his head, Clay understood the captain's concern, yet he was aware of the importance of discretion and had no intention of escalating matters with Fry. "Tell me, how many unmarried offspring does Lord Walder Fry have?" I apologize, my lord. I am not quite sure. There are many, in any case." Though the captain was puzzled by Clay's inquiry, he answered honestly. Clay smiled, withdrawing his hand from the damp cobblestones, smoothing his wind-tossed hair before resting it gently on the captain's shoulder, saying softly, "No, you know very well that the word many itself suffices. The Freys are excessively numerous. That surname is hardly worth a few golden dragons. We have no need to send our kin into such a grave-like place for the mere possibility of support from the Fry family." Clay did not expect the battle-hardened men to grasp the nuances of the situation. Westeros was a society with an exceedingly rigid class structure. If your ancestors were not nobility, you would likely never think like one. Of course, there were foolish nobles, and quite a few of them, but at least the majority were shrewd individuals. The sultry breeze of the Green Fork brushed against Clay's skin, leaving him with an uncomfortable stickiness, and in that brief moment, he had already cast aside thoughts of Innis Fry. "Let us move on. We shall continue our walk along this wall," he remarked to the captain, who was still lost in thought, prompting the latter to quickly conclude his contemplation and follow closely behind Clay. As footsteps tread upon the moss-covered stone tiles, it appears that rain had recently graced this place, with shallow puddles lingering in the damaged sections of the city walls. The stationed soldiers of the Fry garrison remain oblivious to the recent events, and even if they were aware, it would not concern them. For the military authority of Twin River City has long been firmly held in the hands of the Marquis of Wade Fry himself. Only the elder Sir Stephen Fry commands a modest retinue, while the rest of his progeny are strictly prohibited by the Marquis from possessing armed forces exceeding 50 men within Twin River City. The Fry soldiers, upon noticing the arrival of the White Harbor individuals adorned with the mermaid emblem, made no attempt to halt their passage, as they recognized them as esteemed guests of the Marquis and understood their inability to intervene. As he ambled along, Clay ascended the city walls through the gate, traversing the southern segment of the fortifications. Upon his return to the gate, he formed a judgment in his mind. This was an aging fortress, lacking remarkable defensive capabilities and in dire need of maintenance. Given sufficient time, even a battering ram could breach its defenses, though it would pose some inconvenience, as the Freys could flee through another route, which would be rather bothersome. The question then arose, how could the city be effectively besieged? Or how could they be prevented from escaping? In Chapter 58, Clay's fingers adorned a ring set with a blood-red gemstone, a symbol of his command over the White Sea Guard. His presence here would undoubtedly draw the attention of the members of the White Sea Guard lurking in the shadows, and this ring served as the finest emblem of authority. Before his departure, Governor Heaven informed Clay that upon his arrival in Twin River City, should he require the support of the White Sea Guard, he need only etch a trident symbol upon the outer wall of the grandest temple dedicated to the 7 gods. In Twin River City, the members of the White Sea Guard within the city would recognize this emblem and would find a way to approach Clay, using the code phrase Black Sea, White Waves. While the process appears straightforward, the verification of identity is somewhat intricate, requiring a degree of confidentiality and anti-counterfeiting measures. If overly stringent conditions were imposed, it would render the entire operation exceedingly fragile, greatly diminishing its practicality. Prior to his visit to Twin River City, Clay had merely intended for them to monitor the internal affairs of the Fry family, without having devised a concrete plan for their subsequent mission. However, through the insights gleaned over the past 2 days in Twin River City, along with snippets of information from his guards and the recent remarks of Innis Fry, Clay had come to understand that the Fry family was precariously perched upon the edge of a volcano. The Marquis of Wade Fry, excessively domineering and wielding familial power for decades, at the venerable age of 90, still showed no signs of significant frailty or diminished vigor. On the day of his 90th birthday, the venerable old man, who could rival 5 or 6 of the younger generations, astonishingly wed his 8th wife, Jojoane Fort. It is noteworthy that the bride was merely 16 years of age, nearly the same as Clay himself. The king, both formidable and long-lived, despite the inexorable march of age, showed no signs of relinquishing his power, while Stephen, the prince for decades, along with many other Freys, grew increasingly impatient. They eagerly anticipated the old man's return to the embrace of the 7 gods, all the while engaging in ruthless competition among themselves, willing to go to any lengths to win the favor of the aging Marquis. Innis Fry's words today, though heavily laden with deception, contained an underlying intent to court the Mandeville family as allies. Although the laws of inheritance held supreme, they were often subject to the whims of absolute aristocratic authority. Clay began to walk towards the northern city wall. The southern wall, though sufficiently weakened, revealed no exploitable flaws. Towers stood tall, and while the stones were cloaked in moss, no cracks threatened collapse. The captain of the guard, walking beside him, heard the low murmur of the young master's voice, discernible only to them. If you had 4,000 men, how would you seize this Twin Rivers city? The captain, taken aback by the question, swiftly turned to survey his surroundings. Relieved to find no souls other than the numerous White Harbor guards trailing behind, he realized that the young master had long pondered this question, selecting a secluded spot to voice it. Inquiring about tactics for capturing Twin Rivers within the domain of House Fry was a bold inquiry, one that only a young man like Clay, unafraid to confront the Lannisters, could dare to pose. Initially, the captain thought the young master jested, but upon glimpsing the serious demeanor on Clay's face, he understood the gravity of the inquiry. My lord, with 4,000 men, I would likely be unable to take Twin Rivers. The Fry Marquis can muster over 3,000 troops. In a siege, the odds would be nearly 1 to 1. With little chance of victory, he candidly answered his lord's question. As a seasoned veteran of the battlefield, such inquiries did not daunt him. Yet, as he gazed at his pensive young master, tumultuous thoughts swirled within him. What could be the young master's true intentions for this journey to Twin Rivers? As the captain, personally selected by Count Wyman, he held a certain standing within the White Harbor Guard and was aware that his lord had initially come to visit the Marquis of Wade and to discuss matters of his betrothal. However, he now suddenly realized that from the very beginning, young Clay had shown no genuine interest in the marriage. His thoughts were not on the women of House Fry, but rather on the entire Fry family, or perhaps Twin Rivers itself. As he pondered, Clay was abruptly confronted with the next question. I am aware that the Fry family's standing army consists of merely around 500 men. You assert that there are over 3,000, which implies that an additional 2,500 are hastily recruited peasant soldiers, correct? Indeed, my lord. Then let me inquire, if conditions permit. Theoretically, we would only need to station a maximum of 1,000 men to block the gates of Twin River City, thereby preventing the 2,500 peasant soldiers of Marquis Ward from entering the city at all? Yes, that is accurate. However, my lord, Twin River City possesses 2 gates. We could at most seal the eastern gate, but as far as I know, the primary estates of Twin River City seem to be located on the eastern bank, while the western side is adjacent to mountainous terrain and likely has a sparse population. That is indeed correct, my lord. He had to concede that his master's somewhat whimsical notions held a semblance of truth. If certain disruptive factors were eliminated, it could indeed be achievable. The population in the river valley is dense, yet apart from Duke Tully's flowing city, no other house commands a standing army exceeding 1,000 men. Warfare typically entails subordinate knights summoning peasant soldiers from their own estates, gathering them, equipping them, and then marching to the battlefield. However, this necessitates ample time. Should they manage to eliminate the enemy before they arm their peasants, it would significantly diminish the enemy's combat capability. Regardless of the rationale behind his master's perilous thoughts, from the perspective of a seasoned veteran, once war is declared, nobles will invariably summon soldiers to their castles or assemble them at a designated location. For this plan to have any chance of success, it must take everyone by surprise, leading troops concealed in the woods on the eastern bank, launching a sudden attack. and sending cavalry directly to blockade the gates of Twin River City. Yet, the Fry family is not naive. They undoubtedly have numerous scouts on their territory, making it improbable to remain entirely undetected prior to making a move. My lord, for your plan to succeed, it is imperative to eliminate the eyes of the Fry family hidden in the woods on the eastern bank. Otherwise, our forces from White Harbor will be detected as soon as they approach. Ah, that is not for you to concern yourself with. Clay chuckled, pulling out a piece of paper from his pocket and handing it to the bewildered captain of the guard, his tone suddenly turning grave as he said, "The design on this paper must be entrusted to a most reliable member of your guard, who should carve it onto the church's outer wall. You personally must not go. Remember, seek those whom you trust, individuals who are generally honest, and ensure there are no oversights." Now, he was curious to see what the White Harbor Guard's hidden eyes in Twin River City had truly observed. Chapter 59. The stage and the shadows. These matters were beyond the purview of Clay, who stood at the center of attention. Countless eyes were fixed upon him, and it was equally inappropriate for the captain of his guard, who was perpetually by his side, to engage in such actions. The White Harbor Guard, numbering 200 in total, had among them the most inconspicuous individuals, who were indeed the most suitable for this task. Furthermore, they were entirely unaware of the significance of carving something onto the church's outer wall. Even if interrogated, they would reveal nothing, for they genuinely lacked knowledge of the matter. Upon stepping onto the southern land, the old gods wield no power here, signifying that the omnipresent gaze of the three-eyed crow has lost its efficacy, allowing Cray to momentarily set aside concerns regarding leaks. In the northern realms, he cannot prevent the crow as prying eyes from observing him. However, it dares not act against him, as Bran and the Heart Tree are its Achilles heel. Receiving a seemingly ordinary piece of paper, the captain of the guard recognized it as the most common type of stationery. As he unfolded it and beheld the uniquely designed trident emblem at its center, confusion clouded his mind. He could not fathom what his young master was scheming. The Mandeville family, equally devout in their faith to the Seven. Was this some sort of special prayer ritual? Cray paid him no mind, confident that there was no need for repetition, as the guards would manage the task effectively. The walls had been circled. The conditions of the northern and southern walls were comparable, with a damp sensation permeating every brick, yet no substantial vulnerabilities were detected. This meant Cray could not identify a specific point for a concentrated breakthrough and would have to resort to alternative strategies. Descending from the ramparts at the city gate, Cray cast his gaze towards the sun, now high in the sky, silently praying that his upcoming lunch would not be interrupted by a certain Lord Fry. However, fate had other plans, for just as he prepared to depart, he was halted by the distinctive raspy voice of Sir Stephen Fry. "Cray, my father has requested your presence for lunch. I trust you will honor his invitation?" Momentarily taken aback, Cray wondered what business Lord Ward Fry had with him. Yet, his face quickly adopted a courteous smile. Internally cursing several times, Cray deduced that Ward Fry's invitation was not merely for a meal. Rather, it was a pretext for inquiries of a more serious nature. Entering the main hall of the castle for the third time, the chaos left by the previous night's feast was no longer visible, save for a faint, lingering aroma of wine in the air. A 6 or 7 meter long table was centrally positioned in the hall, laden with an abundance of rich dishes. Lord Ward Fry himself occupied the middle chair, engrossed in tackling a perfectly crisp roasted piglet. Surprisingly, Cray noted the absence of women by Lord Fry's side, a rarity for a man so frequently surrounded by them. The hall contained only 2 chairs, one for Lord Fry and the other, naturally, for Cray. As the heir, Sir Stephen Fry was not granted a seat at this table. He discreetly pilfered a chicken leg from a plump bird at the edge of the table, exchanged a greeting with his father, and departed, thoughtfully closing the hall door behind him. Having arrived, Cray felt no need for formality and took his seat, his gaze beginning to search for the dishes he yearned to savor. He harbored no concern about the possibility of poisoning. His physique was entirely immune to common toxins. As for the refined essence known as the Tears of Reese, it was uncertain whether Waiterfly could procure it, and even if he did, there would be no reason to apply it to himself. "Suit yourself, young Mandler," he remarked. "I, an old man, cannot consume much." The Marquis waiter cast a glance at Cly, silently indicating that he was free to indulge. He refrained from mentioning the purpose of his invitation, and Cly, equally oblivious, selected a few of his favorite dishes and began to savor them leisurely. The wine, however, was exquisite. A full bottle of golden grape wine from Qingting Island sat beside Cly, who poured himself a glass and relished the fragrant liquid, pondering how long this old fellow could maintain his composure. The meal lasted approximately half an hour. Neither was particularly swift at dining. Cly's slow pace was a mere habit of his, while Marquis Waiter was engaged in a battle with his aging masticatory muscles. Setting down his glass, the Marquis exhaled with satisfaction, observing Cly, who had also paused his knife and fork. A semblance of a smile crept onto his face as he finally ventured, "Young Mandler, it seems you have garnered considerable favor from my foolish progeny these past few days." Understanding his implication, Cly shrugged nonchalantly, his expression unchanged, and replied in a calm voice, "Indeed, I am grateful for the hospitality extended by the Waiter family. They have shown great warmth." The Marquis snorted derisively, eyeing Cly, who continued to feign ignorance, and decided to be more direct. "My great-granddaughter, Wada Waiter, has expressed a desire to share your bed. It appears she ultimately failed. Do you know what transpired?" As he spoke, the Marquis's previously squinted eyes widened, capturing every subtle shift in Cly's expression. However, he was soon disappointed, for Cly's visage remained as placid as the surface of Lake Shenyan, undisturbed. The young Mandler replied at a leisurely pace, "My Lord Marquis, I am entirely unaware of Miss Wada's affairs. I trust that the Waiter family upholds a strict code of conduct. Such tales are likely mere rumors." Cly had initially intended to add that with a discerning elder like him, how could his descendants behave in such a manner? Yet he refrained, recognizing that while it might be gratifying, there was no need to provoke the old man at this moment. The Marquis scrutinized Cly's face for a while, then exhaled and nodded, stating coolly, "Yes, you are correct, young Mandler. It must be mere gossip. It seems some tongues ought to be restrained." Cly offered a congenial smile, refraining from responding to the Marquis's remark. With no fruitful outcome from that inquiry, the Marquis shifted to another question, his slate-gray eyes gleaming with intrigue. "So, young Mandler, might you enlighten me about your conversation with my dim-witted third son on the eastern city wall this morning? I have been informed that he was specifically waiting for you there. It is a fact that, aside from the White Harbor Guard on this side, there were also some soldiers loyal to Marquis Valdevere present at that time, and Clay could not deny that the event had transpired. He was uncertain whether Innis Valfry had already acquired all the information from his father, but it mattered little. He knew what to articulate. Chapter 60. The meeting. Clay did not respond to the inquiries of Marquis Valfry, but instead posed a question to him. "My Lord Marquis, do you wish to hear the truth or a fabrication?" The elderly Marquis, with his waxen complexion appearing even more pallid in the flickering candlelight, squinted slightly as the skin on his face twitched subtly. With a stoic expression, he replied, "Do not play tricks, young Manderley. I can comprehend your truth, and I am curious to hear what your falsehood might be." With a faint smile, Clay leaned back in his chair, adopting a relaxed posture, and slowly articulated, "The falsehood is that Sir Innis and I are deliberating on how he might replace his elder brother, Sir Stephen, as your heir, while the truth is that he wishes to marry one of my sisters to his grandson." In fact, both statements held a kernel of truth. However, the manner in which they were presented compelled the listener to instinctively choose one. Regardless of Sir Innis' fear of his father, he would never utter such words that could be deemed rebellious. Thus, the truth could only pertain to Clay's comments regarding the marriage proposal, while any other matters could be conveniently disregarded. "Ah, and how did you respond to my foolish third son?" Valdevere paused momentarily, opting to trust Clay's truth. In his memory, this son was cautious and would not confide such thoughts to an outsider like Clay. "I declined his proposal. To be honest, Sir Innis' request was rather abrupt, and I barely knew who they were. Moreover, my Lord Marquis, the Valfry family has many young individuals. Why should I not seek a suitable match for my sister or brother?" In the presence of Marquis Valfry, Clay felt no need to employ the same rhetoric he had with Innis. He spoke plainly. Upon finishing his statement, Clay realized that this so-called luncheon had reached its conclusion. The Marquis had summoned him merely to assert his dominance, like an aged spider demonstrating his control over the entire web. The specifics of the inquiry were, in fact, of lesser importance than the preceding exchange. Clay's responses had not exceeded the Marquis's expectations, and thus, with no further questions, the luncheon came to an end. With a nod, the Marquis, his voice hoarse and unappealing, stated, "Very well. Inter-family unions are significant matters and cannot be rushed. Given your inclination, I shall send some suitable heirs to White Harbor to assess the situation, and whether it yields results will depend on their capabilities." In the Marquis's mind, the most pressing concern from Clay's words was the final sentence. He was eager for the family lineage to intertwine with the Manderley bloodline, thereby enhancing the influence of the Valfry family. Upon receiving such a request, Clay readily acquiesced, pondering little over the matter. Was it truly so difficult to handle? Once they arrived in White Harbor, he could easily retract his consent. If he could manage to deceive a few direct descendants of Steve, especially with the impending war, seizing them would certainly aid in taking Wana City. If that failed, the renowned Fry faction presented an intriguing alternative. Surely, the illustrious Lord Fry, with his numerous progeny, would appreciate the gifts presented by the Manderley family. Before dinner, the captain of the guard returned with a report, stating that arrangements had been made for individuals to engrave the designated symbol upon the walls of the Seven Gods Church, following the blueprint provided by Clay. Displaying a modicum of intelligence, the captain refrained from inquiring about Clay's intentions behind such actions. Clay's current task was to await the arrival of the White Harbor guards lurking in the shadows. Go and remove that Fry from the entrance. His presence is bothersome, he instructed. The captain, having nodded and clenched his fists in preparation to depart, was halted by his master's voice. Wait, once the area is cleared, ensure someone is stationed to watch the entrance. If anyone arrives and presents the symbol you were instructed to carve, and the password checks out, admit them at once, but do so with a guise of familiarity. Do you comprehend my meaning? At this juncture, even the dullest of minds would grasp that the engraving of the symbol was far from a mere ritualistic prayer. It functioned as a signal for communication. Clay harbored no concerns regarding the potential for the captain or his guard to divulge secrets, for the trident emblem bore a distinctive pointer that would be updated periodically, with each time frame designated to a singular direction. Should the emblem reappear beyond its allotted time, it would solely inform the White Harbor guards that a breach of secrecy had occurred, compelling them to vacate immediately. As dawn broke the following morning, Clay, having just finished his breakfast, practiced the sword techniques of the wolf school in the courtyard. Engaging in the experience of waiting, he was struck by the realization of how scarce entertainment was throughout Westeros. Aside from alcohol, leisurely pursuits seemed limited to brawling and contests, which included, but were not confined to, wrestling, dueling, and archery. Among the Iron Men, a particularly gruesome finger dance had even gained popularity. As night descended, the situation became even more predictable. Whether in beds, on carpets, balconies, or even in the woods, all engaged in the same activity. With his keen hearing, Clay could discern the wretched cries echoing through the night. In his boredom, he taught the captain of the guard to play Go. After winning 2 matches with ease, he found little joy in continuing, while the captain, thrilled by the challenge, began to share the game with his subordinates. Lacking sufficient paper, it wasn't long before the courtyard was filled with groups of guards, armed with daggers or sticks, drawing symbols in the mud. Witnessing this spectacle, Clay felt his eyelids flutter in exasperation. When they eventually departed, the Freys arriving to clean up would likely scratch their heads in confusion at the multitude of circles and crosses strewn about, utterly perplexed by their meaning. At this moment, Clay began to reminisce about the game of Gwent, which had once brought him immeasurable joy and earned him the title of Witcher. How he longed for a deck in his possession now. He envisioned the scene vividly. Clay and his sister, Wilfrid, engaged in a match, with Clay summoning Robb Stark, whose ability allowed the invocation of the Frostwolf, Grey Wind, from the deck. However, Wilfrid countered with a wildfire card, directly obliterating the Frostwolf he had just summoned, triggering a burning effect in the melee positions of both players. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Clay couldn't help but feel a surge of inspiration. The deck composition was readily available. Stark, Tully, Arryn, Lannister, Baratheon, Martell, Tyrell, Greyjoy, and perhaps even a Targaryen or Night's Watch edition. Great Lords could serve as hero or leader cards, while dragons, frostwolves, and shadowcats could function as summoned units. Such whimsical musings flooded his imagination. He even envisioned the 2 armies preparing for battle, only for the commanders to pause and exclaim, "Isn't that the seasoned player? Let us set aside the conflict and play around first." A smile crept onto his lips, lost in his reverie until the voice of the captain of the guard jolted him back to reality. "My lord, the individual has arrived, and the insignia and password are in order." Clay snapped back to attention, gazing at the diminutive man before him, clad in the attire of a traveling merchant, who extended a hand adorned with a ring symbolizing the authority of the White Harbor Guard. Upon sighting the ring, the man immediately knelt on one knee. "Anti-Haven of Twin Rivers, I greet you, Commander." Chapter 61. Intelligence without a moment's hesitation. Clay once again felt the weight of the trident ring embedded with a crimson gemstone, a symbol of absolute authority within the White Harbor Guard, which truly recognized only the ring and not the man. "Rise, and come inside to speak," Clay commanded, although only the captain of the guard was present. The courtyard was hardly a suitable location for a discussion of intelligence. Swiftly rising, Anti-Haven uttered no further words, following the unfamiliar commander into the 3-story building adorned with the mermaid banners of White Harbor. He was already aware that this was the residence of the Manderley family in Twin Rivers and felt no particular concern for his safety. Making his way directly to the unoccupied study, Clay seated himself in his designated position and signaled to the captain of the guard who had followed him in. The captain nodded in understanding, bowed, and exited the room, closing the door behind him. Turning to the now unfamiliar Antihaven, Clay gestured towards the chair opposite him, inviting him to sit and speak. Upon his first impression, Clay could summarize Antihaven in a single word: ordinary. Indeed, had it not been for the verification of his identity, anyone observing would have deemed Antihaven merely an unremarkable merchant, clad in a tattered outer garment, with cracked fingers and a weathered face etched by the elements. Severe where marked his shoulders, a testament to years of bearing heavy loads. His skin, yellowed and darkened, bore no resemblance to the fair complexion of the pampered nobility. Cray acknowledged that the individual known as Antihaven was indeed a competent member of the White Sea Guard. After all, the best spies are often those who least resemble one. And it was evident that this Antihaven, bearing the surname of a river's illegitimate child, was excelling in his role. "Would you care for a drink?" he inquired. "While the selection is not particularly exquisite, there is an ample supply of ale to soothe the throat." At Cray's invitation, Antihaven paused momentarily before nodding. Clearly not one to express himself freely, Cray selected a seemingly fine bottle from the wine crate, flipped over 2 inverted glasses, and adeptly uncorked the bottle, allowing the pale liquid to cascade gently into the glasses. Once the pouring was complete, Cray raised his glass, and Antihaven reached out, delicately grasping the elongated stem. With the preliminary pleasantries concluded, Cray had no intention of dawdling. It was not that he wished to hasten Antihaven's departure. Rather, the longer he lingered, the greater the risk of attracting unwanted attention in this Twin River city, where many eyes were upon him. "You know who I am, so I shall dispense with trivialities. The information entrusted to you by the overseer, as well as recent intelligence, I trust you have organized prior to your arrival. Now, I require your report." Antihaven exhaled softly. He was well aware of Cray's identity. His greatest concern had been that this young lord from White Harbor might prove to be a superficial dandy, prone to aimless chatter or condescension, which would present a considerable headache. However, it appeared that this Lord Cray was remarkably direct and efficient, eschewing unnecessary banter and promptly addressing the matter at hand, a quality Antihaven greatly appreciated. As a spy, he harbored a profound disdain for trivial formalities. From within his coat, Antihaven produced a small notebook he had meticulously prepared and placed it upon the table. Cray's gaze fell upon the cover, which indicated it was a common tome of the 7 gods. Without keeping his commanding officer waiting, Antihaven unveiled the cleverly concealed cover and retrieved a neatly folded sheet of paper. "Commander," he stated, "I have compiled various pieces of information from Twin River City, along with the intelligence conveyed to you by Overseer Antihaven. Please review it." Cray was thoroughly pleased with Antihaven's caution. The preservation of such critical intelligence was paramount, as any inadvertent loss could jeopardize the mission, should the information fall into the wrong hands. The members of the White Sea Guard would have ample opportunity to evacuate Twin River City. As he unfolded the paper, Cray's eyes fell upon the first line: "Jon Snow, the illegitimate son of Eddard Stark, has departed Winterfell, accompanying his uncle Benjen Stark to the Wall to become a Night's Watchman." Upon reading this, Cray realized that Jon had indeed remained steadfast in his ideals, embarking upon his vigil at the Wall, forged from ice and magic. Subsequently, he glanced at the second line: "Tyrion Lannister has returned from the Wall to Winterfell and is currently heading south, expected to travel along King's Road through the Neck in the near future." Regarding the small demon he had only met a few times and with whom he had no acquaintance, Clay found himself devoid of any particular thoughts. This was primarily due to Bran's fate being altered by his own actions, which consequently prevented Catelyn from encountering the assassination attempt directed at Bran. As a result, she lacked the reason to journey south to King's Landing to inform her husband, Eddard Stark, of the supposed Lannister plot against Bran. Furthermore, during her return to the north, she would not fortuitously cross paths with Tyrion. If Tyrion remained unapprehended, then Lord Tywin would not summon his vassals to march into the Riverlands amidst a time of peace in the 7 Kingdoms. After considerable contemplation, Clay realized that, aside from slightly altering Bran's destiny, the greatest beneficiary of his arrival was, unexpectedly, Tyrion, an ironic twist of fate indeed. As he pondered, Clay shifted his gaze to the third line, and upon reading it, he instinctively held his breath. Upon investigation, it was confirmed that Hall Lyco indeed existed. He was a member of the noble Lyco family, a vassal of the Crownlands, and the only son of Rufus Lyco, the lord of the Lyco family. The Lyco family's liege was the Lannister family of Lufftown. The latter part of this information held little significance for Clay, yet the fact that Hall Lyco was still alive surprised him. especially since Littlefinger had not made a move against him. The intelligence provided a brief overview of Hall Lico, describing him as a peculiar character currently residing within his family's castle. However, the report did not clarify why he served Littlefinger. The White Harbor Guard was unaware of this detail, and it was not surprising that they could not uncover it, given their limited influence in King's Landing. Nonetheless, this information sufficed. With Hall Lico still alive, Clay felt compelled to seek him out during his journey south, offering the most sincere greetings from House Mandeville. While it would be advantageous to extract some insights regarding Littlefinger from him, it was not essential. If Clay remembered correctly, during the time when the head of the Lico family was off to war, the significant power in Lufftown was wielded by the Lico family, who were vassals. As the sole son of Rufus Lico, Clay surmised that this former assassin, now a minor noble of the Crownlands, could potentially become a valuable asset in the future. Chapter 62. The Second Command. Having reviewed the 3 pieces of intelligence, Clay reached a conclusion. The war would be delayed longer than originally anticipated, granting both himself and House Mandeville a precious opportunity to accumulate strength. Before his departure, the elder had dispatched a caravan to procure ingredients for herbal remedies, which was already traversing the lands of Westeros to acquire the necessary materials while also purchasing other goods to obscure their true purpose. By the time Clay returned from his visit to Twins River, he would address the issue of magical power and immediately commence the formation of his monster hunting team. As for the events transpiring within King's Landing, despite being a formidable monster hunter, he was but one man. In a city where he was unfamiliar, it would be impossible for him to stir the waters alone. The reason he maintained the presence of the White Harbor Guard in King's Landing was to ascertain the precise moment when war would erupt, should tensions rise within the city. As indicated by a significant signal such as Lisa Aaron's departure, it would herald the impending mobilization of both Cray and the powerful Manderley family, along with the entire North. As a young nobleman, Cray lacked a plausible justification for inaction and would inevitably lead the Manderley forces southward along the King's Road to join the Northern Alliance in battle. If he failed to prepare during this invaluable window of time, he would find himself ensnared by the war, rendered reactive rather than proactive. As the recruitment and equipping of the Witcher army, dragons, and common soldiers posed significant considerations. Diverting his gaze from the parchment, Cray looked towards the quietly seated Antihaven, who had remained silent throughout. With a furrowed brow, he inquired, "How many members of the White Harbor Guard are stationed in Riverrun?" Clearly well-versed in this matter, Antihaven answered without hesitation, "There are 63 members of the White Harbor Guard under my command, all at your service, my lord." 63 individuals? That is quite a number. These are not mere farmers plucked from the fields. Sir Patimus had once informed Cray that every lowest-ranking member of the White Harbor Guard underwent rigorous swordsmanship and survival training in the Wolf's Denver. Thus, 63 individuals represented an equivalent force of 63 soldiers clad in civilian attire. Should the army encircle Riverrun yet fail to breach its defenses, judiciously employing this strength could yield remarkable results. Contemplating this, Cray posed a second question to Antihaven. "If I were to task these 63 individuals with infiltrating the Fry family's gate guards, would that be feasible?" Upon hearing this query, Antihaven, seasoned in the field, displayed a far superior response than that of the guard captain. He swiftly grasped the implications behind the question, his previously relaxed brow furrowing as he replied earnestly, "My lord, of the 63, 12 are already affiliated with the Fry forces. Given 2 months, I could arrange for at least 20 to penetrate their ranks." However, he hesitated for a moment before continuing. "You must understand that once hostilities commence, the location of the guards is unpredictable. I cannot guarantee that they will all be positioned at the gate. Furthermore, we have only one hinge operator within. With no additional support, the risk is too great." Cray sat back in his chair, swirling the red wine in his glass, lost in thought. He had to concede that Antihaven's words held a measure of truth. War was no trivial matter, and the deployment of soldiers was fraught with uncertainty. Relying solely on the infiltration of 20 individuals would undoubtedly be insufficient. To seize the city gates, reliance on internal support is imperative. He requires these individuals to be positioned near the gates of Wana City, capable of dispersing the guards and delaying them long enough to ensure a substantial army can storm into the city. Otherwise, it would be a futile sacrifice. Observing the silent commander, he remained perplexed by Clay's inquiry. He could not believe that someone endorsed by several high-ranking officials and Sir Patimus could be a mere aimless youth. "Sir, might you enlighten me as to why you exhibit such concern for the Fry family, even contemplating the conquest of Wana City? Forgive my ignorance, but I fail to discern any signs or reasons for a conflict between White Harbor and Wana City. It is not merely the army of White Harbor, but but rather the entire northern forces, Clay mused. Warden Fry cherishes Wanha City as a prized possession. Having dealt a significant blow to House Stark, the roots of the Red Wedding are firmly planted here. Clay requires the Fry family to be utterly subservient, rather than retaining formidable power that could sever the Northern Army's retreat at any moment. The two scenarios are entirely distinct. Regardless of whether he would remain a vassal of House Stark in the future, controlling the critical point of Wanha City is essential for Clay. Should any unforeseen incident befall White Harbor's fleet, with enemies blocking the sea, the significance of this bridge becomes abundantly clear. You need not grasp every detail. Simply follow my directives. Before I alter this command, you must infiltrate the Fry forces while ensuring the covert status of the White Harbor Watch. You will soon comprehend my intentions. Nodding in understanding, the commander recognized that, given the nature of his orders, as a member of the White Harbor Watch, compliance was non-negotiable. After all, those who defied such commands had long since departed, in every conceivable sense. Clay's directives were not yet concluded. He could sense the urgency of time gradually escalating. Since he had arrived in Wanha City, he intended to organize affairs here meticulously. Additionally, I require you to compile information on the military strength and population distribution of the various knights or minor noble estates along the eastern shore of Wanha City, including any small castle-like structures. Once compiled, send this information immediately to the Wolf's Den in White Harbor. Remember, speed is of the essence. This command was not overly challenging, yet he pondered the utility of such information. Antihaven had no immediate leads, but that did not deter him from acknowledging his commander's orders. He now understood that this young commander of the White Harbor Watch was undoubtedly planning significant actions in Wanha City. As intelligence personnel, they naturally appreciated having a proactive and visionary superior. Moreover, he discerned that the commands issued by the commander, when viewed collectively, suggested that this future heir to White Harbor seemed certain that a war would soon ensue. Tasked solely with overseeing Wanha City and temporarily gathering intelligence from the Riverlands, he lacked the sufficient information to believe that the Seven Kingdoms, which had enjoyed a prolonged peace, were on the brink of war. Yet, the commander's perspective undoubtedly surpassed his own. Perhaps a war may ensue, or perhaps it may not. Nonetheless, it is always prudent to prepare for the unforeseen. His gaze fell upon the hand of Clay resting upon the desk, more specifically, the trident ring adorned with a blood-red gemstone. This ring represented the very faith of the White Sea Guard, a will that none dared to defy. Chapter 63, The Bloodstained Letter. It was clear, Clay did not wish for Antihaven to linger here for too long amidst the throngs of curious eyes. He sought to avoid unwarranted complications for the White Sea Guard in the city of Twin Rivers. You have heard the mission, proceed with it. Should any disturbances arise in Twin Rivers, dispatch a raven to the Wolf's Den to contact me immediately. However, I must caution you, gather intelligence without revealing your identity. The time for desperation has not yet arrived. With an endless stream of contemplation, Antihaven transformed back into a familiar merchant among the guards of White Harbor. He patted the shoulder of one of the sentinels, clutching a bottle of inferior ale, feigning a staggering gait as he departed from the Mandeville family's residence. In truth, there remained some intelligence meticulously organized by Antihaven, yet Clay saw no necessity to have him wait while he perused it. After all, they were still on the territory of the Flory family, and caution was paramount. Through the window of the study, Clay watched as Antihaven melded into the crowd. It was not until he could no longer discern the already unremarkable silhouette of Antihaven that he slowly returned to his chair, his right hand picking up the intelligence resting upon the desk. Beyond the aforementioned details, the remaining information pertained to members of the Flory family. Antihaven had gathered intelligence on several women who had come into contact with Clay, as well as information on a few significant members of the Flory lineage. For these individuals, Antihaven appended his recommendations and elucidated the rationale behind them. He advised against Clay Mandrill's further interaction with Veda Flory, the daughter of Lord Walton Flory. Due to rumors circulating throughout Twin Rivers that the enchanting Veda was entangled with a member of the Flory family, Blackwood. After thorough verification, this information proved to be accurate, thus reinforcing his recommendation that Clay Mandrill should maintain a strict distance from Veda Flory. Reading these words quietly, Clay understood that this message stemmed from the orders he had issued while in the Wolf's Den of White Harbor, deliberately omitting any mention of the White Sea Guard. This lack of explicit subject matter served as a protective measure for both Clay and the White Sea Guard. Veda Flory. Clay mulled over the name, recalling that harrowing night. Goodness, was Veda Flory savoring the dish while still coveting what lay upon his plate? He also reminisced about the moment in the grand hall of the Flory family's stronghold when he danced with Veda Flory. There stood a man leaning against the wall. his eyes filled with jealousy, a gaze that Clay still vividly remembered. Perhaps he was the infamous Blackwood? In the days that followed, Clay received various invitations from the multitude of Florys whose names had begun to blur in his memory. Apart from the initial intervention by a representative of Lord Veda Flory, it seemed there was no longer any resistance to these overtures. In response to these invitations, Clay resolutely declined them all. He had accomplished his purpose in Twin River City and saw no reason to entangle himself with the intricately connected phrase. The intricate designs he had laid out in Twin Rivers could not be discerned without his personal inspection. For instance, how could he possibly orchestrate the infiltration of the White Harbor's guards from afar, manipulating them to seize the city gates amidst the chaos of war? The current discord among the Fry family members had yet to surface publicly, rendering it of no use to him. He had neither the time to linger here to observe, nor to select his bets judiciously. With the groundwork now initiated, Clay began contemplating a reasonable exit from Twin Rivers City. He had come at the behest of the Fry family, under their lofty expectations. Yet he had not secured any betrothal, nor had he yielded an inch regarding the matrimonial affairs of his sisters. Although not strictly necessary, he needed a plausible rationale for his departure. Leaving without explanation would be decidedly inappropriate. As dusk fell, reclining in a chair adorned with soft cushions, Clay relished the exceptionally pleasant breeze of the southern lands. The golden-orange sunlight cascaded over him, the glass of red wine in his hand gently swaying, while before him lay a simplified map of the Riverlands. In every regard, this territory proved far more hospitable to human existence than the frigid north. The Green Fork, the Red Fork, and the Blue Fork rivers threaded through the land, bestowing ample moisture upon it. Consequently, aside from the verdant river bay lands further south, the Riverlands stood as the most densely populated region in the Seven Kingdoms. However, as the lords of the Riverlands, the Tully family neither controlled the eastern Bloodgate nor the western Golden Tooth. Though merely two fortresses, lacking dominion over these locations was inconsequential in times of peace, but could be fatal in the face of war. This implied that the Riverlands could not hinder the Valley Knights from surging forth from the Bloodgate to the east, while to the west, Tywin Lannister's elite forces could directly invade the defenseless plains of the Riverlands, laying siege to the capital, Riverrun. Moreover, despite the nominal ownership of the greatest castle in the Seven Kingdoms, Harrenhal, by the Riverlands, Riverrun's influence over it was virtually non-existent. Enemies advancing from the south along the King's Road would find the nobles of the Riverlands bereft of any stronghold to serve as a refuge. As for the north, the formidable Twin Rivers City, perched on the upper reaches of the Green Fork, had grown increasingly dismissive of Duke Hostine Tully of Riverrun, who had long been bedridden. In summary, the Riverlands represented a vast plain caught in the throes of conflict, yet its nobility remained persistently weak compared to their counterparts throughout the Seven Kingdoms. Presently, the young heir of Riverrun, Edmure Tully, had not rallied the people. His reputation was eclipsed by the shadow of his house. Thus, it could be said that should an external threat arise, the Riverlands would swiftly dissolve into disarray, crumbling without resistance. Furrowing his brow, Clay gazed at the land with a sense of mounting frustration. The alliance between the Icefang wolves and the Trout is destined to endure until the demise of the Stark and Tully families, and until such a calamitous event occurs. The North remains steadfastly allied with the Tullys. As preparations for war unfold, it is imperative for him to contemplate how to fortify the strength of the Riverlands, minimizing the attrition suffered before the arrival of reinforcements from the north. To expect the nobles of the Riverlands to unite closely under the banner of the Silver Trout and vanquish the seemingly invincible Lannister forces is nothing short of delusional. For even doubling the current strength of the Riverlands army would be a monumental challenge. There exists no deity of war in the Riverlands capable of mitigating the invader's siege on even a handful of castles. Any such defense would be considered extraordinary by the lords of the Riverlands. However, while it is vital to curtail losses, it is equally crucial that he remains a member of the North until he can either establish his own enterprise or pursue an alternative path. It is evident that the North's manpower cannot withstand consecutive defeats. Once, when rallying the entirety of the North, alongside the forces of House Fry, King Robb Stark commanded a mere 23,000 men. He could triumph over the Lannisters once, twice, thrice, but should the Lannisters inflict a single devastating blow, he would be compelled to retreat. Lost in thought, he was abruptly alerted by the sound of iron boots clattering upon the wooden staircase. Someone was approaching. In the next moment, the door was hastily flung open, and the breathless captain of the guard presented a rolled white scroll to him. "My lord, a message." Puzzled by the captain's fervent reaction, he unrolled the parchment and was taken aback by its contents. The opening line read, The merchant caravan from White Harbor was ambushed northeast of Riverrun, resulting in the deaths of 48 of the 54 members, with 6 others missing. Commander, please exercise utmost caution. This missive was penned by Anthewon, and the trident emblem at the bottom confirmed its origin. Through the pristine letter, a palpable scent of blood wafted to him. Chapter 64. Preparations to depart. Having meticulously perused every word of the letter, the remnants of his previous good spirits vanished entirely. The incident transpired near the neck, to the north of Riverrun. Upon receiving the news from a scout in the Riverlands, the White Harbor Guard promptly relayed the information to Riverrun. He surmised that ravens from the White Harbor Wolf's den had likely taken flight. The letter did not specify the assailants. It was probable that the sender had only received the news afterward, yet the gravity of the situation was unmistakable. A caravan of over 50 individuals was undoubtedly transporting substantial goods, and aside from the laborers, based on his knowledge of his own caravan, at least half would have been armed guards. While the specific cargo being escorted remained unknown, the sensitive location of the neck instilled within him a foreboding sense of dread. The formula for the potion brewed by the Witcher includes ingredients sourced from the neck marsh. If fate is unkind, encountering bandits would be unfortunate. However, what truly concerns Kree is the possibility of someone fixating on the recently acquired procurement orders upon his return to White Harbor. He recognizes that the time has come to depart from Twin River City. Given the gravity of the situation and his proximity to the events as the heir to White Harbor, he must urgently journey north to address the matter. The captain of the escort squad exhibited a similarly grim demeanor. Although their return route does not traverse the land through the neck, the path through the forest to the eastern coast remains perilously close. The thought of ambushing a merchant convoy from White Harbor, comprising dozens of individuals, incensed the veteran. Let us first ascertain the facts. This is first-hand intelligence, and our knowledge remains scant, Kree declared, casting aside his wine glass and rising from his chair. He paced the room, deep in thought, before inquiring aloud, based on your experience, how many men would you require to execute an attack on a convoy similar to the one described in the letter? The escort captain shook his head, responding in a subdued tone, Young master, your question lacks precision. I find it difficult to answer as I am unaware of who perpetrated this act. Our merchant convoy's guardians are clad in light leather armor, armed only with swords. Should I deploy my cavalry, a mere 50 men would suffice to conclude the battle. However, such a scenario seems implausible, does it not? Kree articulated the unspoken thoughts of the captain. Indeed, the neck is rife with marshes. Aside from the Lade family of Greywater, it is predominantly inhabited by marsh dwellers. To suggest that someone could surreptitiously maneuver over 50 heavily armored cavalrymen past countless watchful eyes to appear in the neck is sheer folly. Kree and his companions had traversed by sea, and aside from the Mandeville family, there exists no formidable military presence in the waters of Biting Bay. The logistics of transporting 50 individuals along with their equipment while remaining undetected are utterly unattainable. Could it truly be bandits? Kree harbored doubts. While the region has a historical association with brigands, the annihilation of the 50 individuals would necessitate at least 100 men equipped as bandits. Regardless, he must embark on this journey. The information at hand is limited, and further insights shall be gleaned upon arrival. Yes, young master, that seems improbable. What shall we do now? The captain nodded, standing by in quiet anticipation of Kree's directives, confident that his young master's temperament would not allow him to remain idle in Twin River City. Gather all the White Harbor Guard stationed in Twin River City. When I return from Marquis Vardafree, I expect 200 men. None shall be absent. Even if they are engaged in personal matters, I require you to summon them back. Kree commanded with a stern tone. Despite his youth, his long tenure as the heir to White Harbor imbued his words with an unintentional authority that compelled the captain to nod in acknowledgement. Having confirmed the orders, he promptly turned to execute them. Good news seldom travels beyond the confines of one's home, while bad news spreads like wildfire. It is likely that the influential Fry family, whose reach extends throughout the upper Green Fork River, has already received word of the unfolding events. At this moment, Marquis Wade Fry is undoubtedly awaiting my arrival. Having composed myself, Clay departed from the Mandeville family residence accompanied by 2 guards, making his way directly to the stronghold of Marquis Wade Fry. With steady footsteps, Clay arrived at the castle's entrance, adjusting his expression and slowing his pace. In such moments, appearing overly eager often invites derision. The sentinels of the Fry family, adorned in black armor emblazoned with the Twin Towers emblem, recognized the mermaid insignia on Clay's armor as he approached, and promptly granted him passage. Where might the Marquis be? I require an audience with him immediately. Being unfamiliar with the inhabitants of this fortress, Clay had no choice but to inquire of the soldier stationed at the gate. However, it was not the soldier who responded. A familiar voice called out from behind him, "Young Master Clay, allow me to escort you to my father. There is no need for you to inquire further." Turning around, Clay was taken aback upon recognizing the speaker. It was Inez Fry. What was he doing here? Previously, during their encounter at the Eastern Gate, their conversation had faltered, and Inez had departed in evident frustration. Clay had secretly ridiculed his misguided hopes, yet here he was, extending a greeting. Inez Fry wore a remarkably affable smile as he approached Clay, patting him on the shoulder and saying, "I intended to visit your residence to find you, but the Mandeville people informed me of your absence. I surmised you would be here." Clay shrugged off his hand, his gaze fixed on him, eager to discern the reason behind Inez's visit to the Mandeville residence and how he could be so certain of Clay's whereabouts. Seemingly aware of Clay's thoughts, Inez led him towards the staircase of the stronghold, speaking in a disjointed manner. "The crows of the Fry family are managed by myself and the scholar. Oh, my father would never allow his fate to be governed by outsiders." While the statement lacked context, Clay grasped its significance. Inez was in charge of the crows, implying that he was indeed aware of the massacre involving the White Harbor caravan. Upon failing to locate Clay at the Mandeville residence, he had immediately deduced that Clay had sought out Marquis Wade Fry. Furthermore, Inez's words hinted at another layer of information. The scholar of the Fry family appeared to have been sidelined, much like his own family. Yet, unlike his own, the Fry family's predicament stemmed from the Marquis's own fears. A renewed sense of vigilance surged within Clay. A member of the Fry family wielding partial scholarly authority, yet still able to greet him with a smile following Clay's rejection, was undoubtedly a figure deserving of careful consideration. Aware that he still had words to utter, the enigmatic smile at the corner of his mouth conveyed to Cree that he had not yet relinquished hope. Chapter 65. Northward. Following in the wake of Sir Innes Fry, Cree found himself embarking on his fourth visit to the tower that symbolized the pinnacle of power in Twin River City, this time to bid farewell. Having long since acclimatized to the incessant gazes of the phrase that surrounded him, Cree traversed countless damp, shadowy black tiles as he accompanied Innes Fry to the study situated high within the tower. As the door swung open, Cree was met with a wave of warm air, an indication that a fire had been kindled in the hearth, creating a striking contrast in temperature between the interior and the exterior. This minor detail keenly alerted Cree to the relentless passage of time, which was gradually eroding the frail body of Ward Fry, akin to withered wood. While he felt no chill, the 90-year-old man before him had ignited the fireplace. Time, it seemed, was fair to most, a decree of the gods. Yet, in this world, some beings defied such edicts, like the red priests of the south and the frost god's servants hidden within the snowstorms of the north, not to mention Cree himself. The door creaked as Innes Fry ushered Cree into the room, where the crimson sunlight seeped through the partially closed window, meandering across the dark oak table. The master of Twin River City was ensconced beneath a thick fur blanket, reclining in his chair with eyes closed in feigned slumber. Cree noticed a raven's letter resting upon the table. Having likely heard their footsteps, Marquis Ward Fry took 5 seconds to rouse himself from his stupor, transforming back into the irascible and stern nobleman. He scrutinized Cree and the son standing beside him. After a moment, the diminutive old man issued a sharp and acrid inquiry, directing his ire at his son. "Innes, you uncouth wretch, why did you not inform me of our guest's arrival? With a son like you, I feel as though I dwell in the depths of the 7th circle of hell. What could possibly preoccupy you so that you lack even a moment to greet your father?" Cree was taken aback, unable to comprehend the sudden outburst of ire from Ward Fry. It was rather unbecoming to chastise one's offspring in the presence of others, a spectacle that could only elicit ridicule. "And you, my esteemed guest from White Harbor," he continued, "do enlighten me. What brings you here alongside my foolish son, disrupting the reverie of my sweet dreams with your clamor?" With a slight frown, Cree perceived that Ward Fry seemed indifferent to the propriety of his words. While one could understand a young man in his teens or 20s speaking in such a manner, it became profoundly unsettling when uttered by a 90-year-old man who had recently wed an 18-year-old girl, his utterances devoid of any decorum, evoking a sense of indescribable ugliness, bordering on repulsion. "My Lord Marquis, I have received word that our caravan from White Harbor was beset by marauders near the neck of the Heir River, north of Twin River City, resulting in the tragic demise of many. As the heir, I must depart immediately to attend to this grave matter. As I bid farewell to our guests, it is my duty as the host, Lord Valdfrey, to return their steeds, marking the conclusion of their rights as visitors. Alas, may the 7 bless them and lead those unfortunate souls back into their embrace." Such words, though seemingly devoid of substance, serve as mere platitudes of comfort. Yet, when spoken with a disingenuous smile and a face reminiscent of a weasel, the solace they intend to convey is utterly lost. Furthermore, it appears that this esteemed marquis had already been apprised of the situation, showing no sign of surprise. His bald head bowed slightly before raising again. Perhaps a gesture of mourning? Regardless, it is of little consequence. I doubt the departed souls of White Harbor would find solace in Waldfrey's lamentations. Very well. You may take your leave, Innes. Go and return the horses to our friends from White Harbor, and bring along a few companions to investigate the scene. After all, the lands south of the Neck, traversed by the Green Fork River, still belong to our Waldfrey lineage. The ensuing dialogue became a mere murmur, unclear to Cree, who stood beside Innes. The latter, having greeted his father, turned and exited the room. Coming to his senses, Cree followed suit, departing from the study that bore the scent of burning timber. Upon stepping outside, Sir Innes Waldfrey leaned against the dark wall, one hand resting upon his chin. Playing with a tuft of silver-white beard, this appeared to be one of his habitual gestures. In the silence, a profound gaze was exchanged between Cree and Innes, the dimly lit corridor resembling a crypt, with only the flickering candle upon the wall as a witness. Regarding my earlier proposal, Cree Mandler, we shall discuss it further at a later time. I am indifferent to the source of your information. I will now share what I know. After a brief pause, he continued, the attack likely occurred last night, first discovered by a traveling merchant leader the following morning. That area is the northernmost nightly fief of our Waldfrey line. And upon hearing the news, that individual promptly informed me via Raven. As for the identity of the assailants, their methods, and the number of casualties, to be frank, I am unaware. The incident transpired under the cover of night, leaving nothing behind but a field of corpses, devoid of any identifying evidence. Thus, as the heir of White Harbor, it is only fitting that you investigate the fate of your kin. As a scion of the Waldfrey family, I too must ascertain how a band of silent, enigmatic marauders could so effortlessly claim the lives of dozens upon our ancestral land. He shrugged, his voice tinged with resignation. This is not my task, but rather that of my elder brother, Stephen. Regrettably, he is currently preoccupied with other matters. So, let us proceed. My friend from White Harbor, bring along your troops. I shall await you at the city gate, and we can converse further on our journey. Though evening had descended, Clay was certainly not the type to retreat indoors for another slumber, leaving the corpses of the White Harbor merchant caravans to languish for yet another night. Clearly, Innes Flay was also eager to uncover the identity of this enigmatic force. Riding out of the city, armored and resolute, Clay rejoined the protective company of 200 cavalrymen. Beneath the flickering light of torches, he surged northward alongside 100 assembled Flay riders, racing towards the blood-soaked grounds of the brutal slaughter. Before his departure, he had already released a raven bearing news. His father would receive it promptly, regardless of whether the message pertained to the shipment of the raw materials. Clay was confident that his father's keen insight would lead him to that conclusion. What was lost could not be reclaimed. Ensuring the safety of the caravan still en route was of paramount importance. Chapter 66. Every family has its own difficult scriptures, almost retracing Clay's route from White Harbor to Twin Rivers, upon reaching King's Road. The path back to White Harbor veered eastward directly to the sea, while the site of the ambush necessitated a continued northward journey along King's Road. Throughout the night's swift passage, Clay overheard numerous curses and complaints from the Flay soldiers. Any grievances that reached Innes Flay's ears were met with the resounding crack of a whip slicing through the air. However, the 200 cavalrymen from White Harbor expressed little discontent. The slaughter of their merchant caravans ignited their fury. Their tempers, molded by the harsh northern climate, rendered them silent, consumed with the singular desire to locate these scoundrels and hang them from the trees. The distance ahead was not insignificant, and the further north they traveled, the more arduous the terrain became. The once straight and spacious King's Road had not seen a single gold dragon allocated for maintenance throughout Robert Baratheon's years in power. Shoots of vegetation emerged from the packed earth, their roots burrowing deep, shattering the soil into fragments. Such trivial matters reveal the true state of the Baratheon family's rule in King's Landing, outwardly resplendent, yet fundamentally decayed. When the renowned Robert met his demise beneath the tusks of a wild boar, his dynasty stood on the precipice of collapse. As night enveloped them, Clay and Innes Flay, along with a contingent of over 300 men, established their encampment near King's Road. Within the throng of soldiers, Clay felt no apprehension that anyone would dare to assault the armed contingent of 300 cavalrymen. To discreetly eliminate them would require no fewer than 1,000 men. Far-off sentinels dispersed into the darkness, while Clay and Ennis Flay sat by a crackling campfire. A hapless deer, processed by the guards, dangled from a branch, suspended over the flames. This marks the third night since their departure from Twin River City. Clay stood outside the study of Waiter Frey, awaiting the arrival of Innes Fry. His words were left unfinished, and it appeared that tonight, Innes Fry had come specifically to speak. Drawing a glistening dagger that shimmered coldly in the moonlight, Innes Fry severed a piece of still-bloodied flesh from a deer leg, skewering it upon the tip of his blade before bringing it to his lips. Clay could hear the crunching sound of his chewing. Lord Clay, who do you think is capable of such deeds? We both know that it requires no less than 100 individuals to accomplish this. Innes Fry initiated the dialogue. Having endured until this day to emerge from his encampment solely to seek Clay, for according to their journey, they would reach the site by noon tomorrow. Sir, that is a question you ought to ponder. 100 armed men appear on your family's territory without a trace. Do you believe I possess any insights? If they were bandits, is there truly such a large scale of banditry near Twin River City? Innes frowned, the firelight casting a crimson hue upon his previously pallid visage, one hand instinctively gripping his sparse facial hair. After a lengthy pause, Innes Fry provided his answer. You are aware that I bear significant responsibility for events beyond Twin River City. As far as I know, there have been several small bands of thieves operating in the vicinity, though none are particularly numerous. The largest comprises no more than 30 individuals. Thus, theoretically, the combined numbers of these small bands could indeed amount to 100. Clay was not surprised by the mention of bandits. The scarcity of banditry in the north was not due to the high morals of its inhabitants, but rather a consequence of its vast, sparsely populated expanse. One could not claim dominion over the land without facing starvation. However, in the densely populated south, during this era marked by a severe lack of governance, 3 or 5 deserters could easily vanish into the woods with their arms, establishing their trade, as long as their actions did not provoke too much uproar. The noble lords sheltered within their castles would refrain from sending troops to eradicate them. Them? Innes Fry scoffed, continuing, indeed, in terms of numbers, it is entirely plausible that they are responsible. However, do you truly believe there exists no discord among these bandits? For them to unite and engage in commerce is utterly inconceivable, unless King Robert were to approach them bearing a sack of gold dragons. Then perhaps they might gather temporarily. Nodding, silence fell once more by the campfire. Clay understood that Innes Fry had not come merely to debate the identity of the culprit. The topic had been exhausted over the past 3 days, rendering his visit unnecessary. Lord Clay, there are no others present. I believe we should shift our conversation to another matter, such as the betrothal of your sister. After a circuitous discussion, Innes Fry inevitably redirected the topic back to this issue. Clay tightened his brow, his voice icy. Sir Innes Fry, I believe I made myself abundantly clear atop the eastern wall of Twin River City that day. I am not in a position to decide this matter. Clay found himself perplexed by Innes Flay's fervent desire to forge a marital alliance with his Mandeville family. Among the numerous noble families across the 7 kingdoms, many were keen to marry off their daughters, yet it was unexpected that Innes displayed no anger upon Cray's brusque rejection. Instead, a cryptic smile crept across his face as he took a swig of ale and murmured, My Lord Cray, you need not utter such words before me. When you dispatched the Lannisters in Winterfell, did you not claim to lack authority? Listen closely, for I wish to propose a transaction. With narrowed eyes, Cray remained silent, intrigued by Innes's machinations. My father is now 90 years old, and apart from the old steward who has served him for decades, he trusts no one. Do not be deceived by his cordiality towards my brother, Steve. The old man is most wary of him. He is acutely aware that my brother, Steve, is over 60, and who knows how much longer he has to live. Do you grasp the implications? Not only Steve, but also his sons and grandsons. All eagerly await the old man's demise. In the absence of any Fry soldiers, Innes's disdain for his family members was palpable. To ensure his own safety, the old man has forcibly divided some of my brother's powers, or else it would have been Steve accompanying you on this journey. I still remember Steve's whispered threats. Once he becomes a lord, he swore to eliminate me, swearing an oath to the 7. Locking eyes with Cray, Innes's bloodshot gaze brimmed with emotion as he pronounced the most venomous words. In that case, I shall have no choice but to send them to meet the 7 before they strike against me. Chapter 67. The plan. Why must it be me? Cray furrowed his brow, feeling the absurdity of the situation. The clarity of Innes's intentions was unmistakable, yet he struggled to comprehend why Innes had fixated on him. Such matters could not be broadcast indiscriminately, as that would be sheer folly. Because you, along with the Manderley family behind you, possess what I seek, gold dragons. After I attain the title of Fry Lord, I will require a substantial amount of gold to placate these unruly individuals. Additionally, the support of your Manderley family would alleviate considerable pressure on me. Ines retracted the ferocity that had briefly surfaced, restoring his expression to that of an inscrutable mask. He retrieved a gold dragon from his pocket and tossed it directly to Cray. You desire the gold dragons of my Manderley family, and you wish for me to betroth a sister or a daughter to your grandson. You expect my support in your quest to commit fratricide against your father and brothers. Pray tell, what do we, the Manderley family, stand to gain from this arrangement? It is evident that the Mandeville family is poised to make significant sacrifices, and the potential risk of their reputation being tarnished due to exposure necessitates a commensurate reward. Innis Fry requires the Mandeville family to intervene, stabilizing the situation with gold dragons and influence after he completes his patricide. Naturally, Clay seeks a favorable bargain, and he is somewhat intrigued by the wealth of Wana City. While White Harbor boasts a greater abundance of gold dragons, beyond a certain threshold, gold dragons merely represent a numerical value. Acknowledging the necessity of returning to this matter, it transcends the concerns between him and Clay. It is a negotiation between the Mandeville and Fry families, provided Innis can indeed represent the phrase. After the roaring bonfire, Innis Fry extended 3 fingers and spoke with utmost seriousness. First, your sister or daughter shall marry my future heir, Robert Fry. I assure you, their descendants will govern the entirety of the Fry family. Secondly, should matters conclude favorably, Wana City will relinquish any tax obligations to the Mandeville family before I meet the 7 gods. You understand the magnitude of that wealth. Thirdly, in the event of war, the Fry family will unconditionally stand by the Mandeville family, regardless of whether their enemies lie to the south, north, east, or west. Upon hearing Innis Fry's terms, Clay could not stifle a cold laugh within himself. What audacity to attempt such a grand deception. As for the first condition, it seemingly integrates the Mandeville bloodline into the ruling lineage of the phrase, should Innis Fry's plan succeed. However, conversely, if the Mandeville family were to marry their daughter not directly to your heir, would they be marrying into a collateral branch instead? White Harbor, after all, is the 5th largest city in Westeros, with a population exceeding 200,000. The desirability of Clay's status as heir is intrinsically linked to the substantial size of White Harbor. According to Innis Fry's proposition, to use a marriage to his heir as leverage is utterly nonsensical. Regarding the second condition, there is some substance here. Wana City has been under the dominion of the Fry family for many years. Although the tolls collected do not compare to the total trade volume of White Harbor, they still represent a formidable figure. Waiving taxes for the merchants of White Harbor would indeed conserve a considerable sum. Yet the issue remains that this is merely a castle in the air. Firstly, Innis Fry is already over 50, and it is highly improbable that he will live to the age of his father, even if fortune smiles upon him. White Harbor would only enjoy a maximum of 20 years of tax exemption. Secondly, the imposition of taxes is beyond White Harbor's control. If Innis Fry decides to resume taxation one day, what recourse would White Harbor have? Would they take up arms? And on what grounds? Is the rationale behind this tax exemption something that can be articulated? In summary, this arrangement remains a mere promise, and whether Clay and his Mandeville family can partake in its benefits ultimately hinges on the whims of the Fry family. Lastly, there lies the third point, the commitment to the Fry family, which may indeed be more absurd than having Robert Baratheon lick Daenerys Targaryen's toes. When faced with enemies at White Harbor, can Catelyn truly expect support from Riverrun? Dream on. Thus, while the 3 points proposed by Edmure Fry appear to bind the two families together, the Tully family need only sacrifice a daughter devoid of inheritance rights to secure a substantial future fortune and gain an additional ally in times of war. What a splendid arrangement, were it not for the constraints of circumstance. Catelyn would relish the opportunity to deliver a swift kick to Edmure Frey's face and sternly inform him, "You are quite adept at proposing conditions, but do refrain from doing so in the future." Initially inclined to rise and conclude this seemingly pointless negotiation in Catelyn's eyes, he hesitated and suppressed the impulse to stand. "My good sir, might I inquire how you intend to execute your plan, sending your family to meet the 7 gods with your benevolence? In the ancient laws of Westeros, regardless of special circumstances, the act of kinslaying could lead to immediate execution for the unfortunate or a lifetime of disgrace for the fortunate. Much like the Kingslayer, Jaime Lannister, who, despite being a member of the Kingsguard, betrayed his king and plunged a dagger into him beneath the Iron Throne, though he emerged on the victorious side. He remains a pariah. Therefore, for someone like Edmure Fry, who proposes such a heinous plan, Catelyn sees no reason to show mercy. Disdain and mockery are the appropriate responses of a true Westerosi. Indeed, Edmure Frey's skin appears thicker than the wall itself, as he seems oblivious to the scorn in Caitlyn's words, maintaining a solemn expression as he replied, "Lord Caitlyn, you must understand, I hold certain authority over the scholars. And my father, for the most part, resembles the man he was before we departed Riverrun, profoundly lethargic. He is profoundly slothful. The only one he trusts is his lifelong steward. Yet I must inform you, the steward's only grandson has taken a liking to my granddaughter. When the time comes, I can assure you he will stand by my side. After all, should the old man perish, Stephen will not spare him." "As if you would do so," Caitlyn scoffed coldly. "Perhaps," Edmure Frey replied with a sly grin, continuing, "My father will abruptly depart during a banquet with Stephen, and all blame, save for what the seven gods know, will fall upon my dear brother, whom I shall execute in the name of kinslaying. I must remind you that even should all your previous assertions come to fruition, the line of succession seems to favor your second brother, for you rank third." The smile of Euron Frey remained utterly unaffected by Cregan's words. He shook his head, his voice devoid of any emotion. "My poor second brother, wed to a Lannister wife, is not even in Riverrun. The deed is done. I am the Lord of Riverrun now. Do you truly believe that Lord Hoteen Tully would permit a Frey, reeking of lion's fur, to take command of Riverrun? Moreover, even if he could arrive, the journey appears fraught with peril. After all, there are bandits about. Encountering misfortune would not be entirely unreasonable, would it? Ultimately, the lords of the Riverlands would welcome such an eventuality." Chapter 68. The scene, regardless of whether this plan entails any complications or how much blood might be spilled in its execution, Cregan remained indifferent, for he had never intended to genuinely acquiesce from the outset. However, observing the facade of calmness maintained by Sir Euron Frey, with a hidden glint of madness and anticipation in his gaze, a thought suddenly surged within Cregan's mind. Why not feign his agreement for the time being? Such verbal commitments bear little weight when unrecorded on paper. Their persuasive power is negligible. You know it, I know it. As long as I do not acknowledge it, you cannot convince others of its veracity. If, during the advance of the northern armies, one could incite chaos within Riverrun, leading the Frey family to turn against one another, complemented by the actions of the White Harbor Guard within the city, Cregan's plan to seize Riverrun would gain a greater likelihood of success. As for the consequences, they are hardly significant. Firstly, marriage cannot simply be declared as such, even if Euron were to send emissaries to White Harbor. It would take 2 or 3 months to unfold. By then, Cregan should have already commenced his march southward. Should he indeed capture Riverrun, Euron could simply be ignored when he sought to hold Cregan to his promises. The city would be firmly in the hands of the northern armies, rendering the prospect of fear moot. All that is required is to seize an opportunity to make Robb and the other northern lords aware that the true fratricide within the Frey family is none other than Euron Frey himself. Cregan need not lift a finger. In the name of the king in the north, Robb would surely take his head. For the honorable Stark family does not permit such individuals to thrive. Upon returning to his tent, Euron Frey was filled with immense excitement, for Cregan Manderly, who had remained non-committal until now, finally endorsed his plan after Euron painted a picture of splendid prospects and engaged in vigorous negotiations. He was to pledge 50 years of tax exemption to White Harbor and, upon the conclusion of the affair, announce an alliance between their houses. Should the Manderly family face enemies, the Frey family would undoubtedly provide support. Otherwise, it would be a sacrilege against the Seven. Simultaneously, the inheritance rights of any children born to women of the Manderly family must be guaranteed, and he must travel to the Flowing City to publicly declare this to all the lords of the Riverlands. Before he acted, the Manderly family would send Cregan's sister or sister-in-law to Riverrun and establish a betrothal with his grandson, Robb Frey. This Manderly woman would secretly bring a dowry valued at 50,000 golden dragons to facilitate Euron Frey's dealings with the key figures of Riverrun. Finally, after the completion of his plan, the Mandrell family would publicly endorse the authority of Innis. Although the Mandrell family hailed from the north, their considerable influence in the region was undeniable. At this juncture, Innis Frey sensed that his ambitions were finally gaining traction. The financial power of his family had never been within his grasp, and he had expended an incalculable amount of gold dragons over the years in an attempt to secure the allegiance of key figures. Once the support from the Mandrell family was solidified, his depleted treasury would naturally receive a much-needed replenishment. Clay was oblivious to the thoughts of the exhilarated Innis Frey, who had spent the entire night awake with excitement. Unburdened by any psychological pressure, he awoke promptly at 6:30 under the influence of his biological clock. When the still enthusiastic Innis Frey found him, Clay had already finished breakfast and was diligently practicing his swordsmanship with unwavering determination. Witnessing this scene, Innis Fry could not help but reflect on the tenacity of Clay Mandrell, a previously unremarkable youth who demonstrated remarkable discipline, practicing his swordplay punctually every day with precision and methodical grace. This was no mere pastime of the young, but rather a true art of combat. Sheathing his sword and accepting the towel offered by his attendant to wipe away the slight perspiration on his brow, Clay donned a friendly smile akin to that of an ally and exclaimed, "Good morning, Sir Innis." This demeanor was notably warmer than before. Innis Fry felt a sense of reassurance as he observed Clay, whose pale countenance now bore a hint of a smile. Nodding in agreement, he remarked, "Young Master Clay, your swordsmanship appears truly commendable." This was merely a courteous compliment, and Clay did not delve into inquiries about its merits or feign modesty about his capabilities. He simply acknowledged it with a nod. With his smile subdued, Clay's performance in this exchange concluded, for he had more pressing matters at hand. Mounting his horse, he addressed Innis Fry, "My lord, let us depart. We must identify the debtor responsible for the blood debt of the White Harbor merchant caravan." With a swift nudge to his horse's belly, Clay surged forward. After several hours of rapid travel, Clay finally reached the last stretch of their journey. Upon encountering the knight of the Fry family, who bore the Twin Tower insignia and was the lord of this territory, Clay wasted no time in interrupting the knight's inconsequential prattle. Raising his whip, he commanded, "Take me to the site where you discovered the bodies." By now, the corpses had undoubtedly been removed from the vicinity of King S Avenue, but Clay was determined to inspect the scene. It was far more illuminating than any verbal account. Internally chiding Clay's assertiveness, the knight, being merely a landed knight with far inferior status compared to Clay, found himself silenced, especially with Innis Fry trailing behind. Adopting a posture that placed Clay in a position of authority, bowing his head in acquiescence, the knight led the way on horseback. As they traversed a stretch of land, Clay surveyed the surrounding terrain, a sense of apprehension creeping into his heart. Two hills undulate alongside the road, adorned with lush vegetation. While the King's Road stands as the sole exit amidst this landscape, it is indeed an ideal ambush site, elevated and poised to block the escape route. The convoy would find it impossible to turn around in such terrain, and even horses would struggle to flee. A glance at the captain of the guard behind him revealed that, as a seasoned veteran of the battlefield, he too recognized the peril at hand. With a swift motion of his hand, the cavalry behind him charged towards the flanking ridges. Innis Fry was a moment slow to react, but soon realized the gravity of the situation, his whip cracking against the back of the leading knight, prompting the Knights of Vori to follow closely in pursuit of the White Harbor cavalry. If there were indeed ambushers lying in wait, the high ground would pose a significant threat, and despite commanding 300 men, he would be in danger as a conspicuous target. What a fool, he thought in silent anger, unable to discern the obvious and lacking the wit to issue a warning. At the same time, he cast a surprised glance at Clay, who sat resolutely upon his steed, no longer advancing and remaining silent. This lad had never seen battle, yet possessed a keener perception than himself. A man well-versed in the face of death. Why could he not have offspring as remarkable? Innis Fry felt a twinge of envy towards Count Wyman, recalling his own sons, who seemed only interested in chasing after women, and sighed inwardly. Chapter 69. The demon hunter senses a perfect location for an ambush. Clay understood that in such terrain, one might not even need 100 men. Under the cover of night, descending from above to block the exit, a massacre could easily ensue. This was a meticulously chosen battlefield, where plans had long been set in motion to ambush the merchants of White Harbor. Akin to a hunter lying in wait within the underbrush, poised to strike at the most opportune moment. "Young master, be cautious," urged the captain of the guard, who had fallen half a horse's length behind, drawing his sword to shield Clay. Raising his hand to press down on the captain's grip, Clay shook his head and calmly replied, "It's fine. Go inform everyone to search the woods for anything unusual, and additionally, look for any tracks left by men or horses on the ground." With that, Clay gently nudged his horse and rode towards the scene. It was not that Clay was overly bold. He held no belief that after ambushing the merchants of White Harbor, anyone would dare to launch an attack in broad daylight against a cavalry unit of nearly 300 in the same location. Upon halting at the valley's mouth, he had already utilized his formidable demon hunter senses to ascertain that no traces of magical energy lingered here. Thus, any violence would be wrought by steel, without unforeseen complications. As a demon hunter, he possessed an unparalleled acuity, and while he could not capture every minuscule detail, he could reconstruct the events of that night 4 days prior with each step across the land. Evidence of struggle lay in the disturbed earth, indicating that someone had been forcefully thrown to the ground, not from a simple fall, but rather, indeed, as if trampled by a horse, upon a large patch of mottled grass. Clay fixed his gaze intently, his mind replaying the circumstances of the incident. He was certain that someone had been flung into the air and landed here. Yet he could not ascertain whether this individual hailed from White Harbor or was a victim of some enigmatic force. Equally ambiguous was the nature of the horse that had caused the impact. Was it a pack horse from a merchant caravan or a steed employed for battle? These two concepts were entirely distinct, and the presence or absence of a horse would yield vastly different evaluations of the force involved. Dismounting, Clay halted the guard trailing behind him from alighting as well, gesturing for them to spread out. He then crouched to the ground, picking up several clumps of soil exuding a dark red hue. Blood. It appeared the person who had been struck was grievously injured. A mere collision would not result in such pronounced external wounds. This substantial volume of blood suggested that either the individual had been previously wounded or had met a more sinister fate at the hands of another. Casting aside the earth, Clay turned to the guard behind him, selecting the one nearest and instructing, "You, relay to your captain that if there are hoof prints, I require an accurate count of the horses." "Yes, my lord." The soldier straightened his posture, acknowledging with a nod before swiftly spurring his mount towards the ridge to the right. Uncertain of what Clay discerned from the ground, Sir Innis Foley, who had been following closely, contemplated inquiring, but upon seeing Clay's tense countenance, he refrained. He felt an unsettling transformation in the young Mandeville, who had stepped onto the battlefield, as if he had become an entirely different person. The bodies had already been gathered by the knight who held dominion over this territory, directing his farmers and guards in the grim task. Initially, the corpses had been piled in a corner of the valley, but after 4 days in the southern summer heat, they had become unbearable. Consequently, the knight retained only 3 bodies in a lesser state of decay. The rest had been interred in a mass grave, their names forgotten, marked only by a crudely carved mermaid on a stone. Clay could easily distinguish the newly formed footprints, though it was evident that the removal of the bodies had obliterated many valuable clues, yet he could not blame them for it. "Can you tell me if all the bodies succumbed to blade wounds? Or rather, were any killed by weapons such as crossbows or longbows?" Clay posed this question to the knight of the Foley family, the lord of this land. The middle-aged knight, with his graying hair, stepped forward quickly, a sycophantic smile gracing his face as he readily answered Clay's inquiry. "No, my lord, they all died from sword wounds." "Are you certain?" Clay scrutinized the bloodshot eyes of the knight. "Absolutely. When I buried them, I examined each one, I assure you," he replied, nodding. Clay chose not to continue regarding his face, waving him away as he resumed his search for clues within the narrow mouth of the valley. "My lord Clay, have you discovered anything?" Innis Foley, who had been trailing him, finally voiced the question that had been pressing on his mind for quite some time. Clay did not respond directly. Instead, he inquired, "My dear sir, I initially estimated that it would take 100 men to completely annihilate this band, but now I believe that may be a rather extreme assessment. In your opinion, how many would be necessary to ensure that not a single one of the 50-odd individuals escapes?" Innis Fury instinctively rested his right hand on the tuft of silvery gray mustache beneath his chin, a clear indication of his contemplative habit. After a moment's reflection, he offered his own assessment. "My lord Cray, if they are indeed bandits, then absent any armor, even with the advantage of terrain for a surprise attack, it would likely require at least 60 men. However, if they are not bandits and possess sufficient equipment or horses, then 30 individuals, divided into 2 teams, could potentially decimate half of the merchant caravan's defenses in a single charge, and by the end of 3 such assaults, the majority would likely be lying on the ground." This was a reasonable assertion, and Cray nodded in agreement, softly stating, "Whether or not they possess horses will be clarified once they finish surveying the hills on either side. Let us observe, sir, perhaps we will uncover something of significance." As Cray parted ways with Innis Fury, he repeatedly replayed the battlefield scenario in his mind. The hoofprints on the hills, both ascending and descending, were ambiguous. Given that the merchant caravan from White Harbor already had horses, this greatly complicated Cray's investigation. Suddenly, a critical question struck him. "Tell me, did you notice any wagons at the scene? Moreover, was the cargo being transported still present?" Cray's expression shifted to one of helplessness as he saw the approaching knight from the Fury family. Upon hearing Cray's inquiry, the knight answered without hesitation, "I did not find any, my lord. When I arrived, there was nothing here but corpses. It appears the mountain bandits targeted the goods of the White Harbor caravan, leading to this unfortunate incident." At that moment, Cray's gaze sharpened as he peered over the knight's shoulder. On a small mound of dark red earth, he discerned a peculiar mark. Waving his hand, the knight instinctively stepped back, but remained nearby, anticipating that he would soon be summoned for further questioning. Cray paid him no mind and approached the small mound, which still emanated a faint scent of blood after 4 days. He crouched down, brushed aside the soil, and his expression quickly soured. Before him lay a tiny earth cavity, and in the light, Cray could discern the congealed blood within, evidence of a crossbow bolt having struck the ground. A sudden shock coursed through him, and he covertly cast a glance at the knight, who was idly wandering nearby. Cray's heart sank. He is lying. Chapter 70. Conspiracy as the heir to White Harbor. The well-traveled Cray immediately recognized that such marks could only be left by a powerful crossbow, capable of piercing steel plates at close range with its short bolts. The small earthen burrow created by the crossbow bolt lies beneath a mound saturated with blood, a feat far beyond the capabilities of an ordinary merchant caravan. Such a modestly operating merchant group would never carry the intricately crafted, exorbitantly priced, and difficult-to-maintain crossbows. Thus, this particular bolt could only have originated from an assailant. The attackers, emboldened to strike at the White Harbor caravan on the King's Road, which was fraught with the potential for discovery, would not be inclined to meticulously cleanse the battlefield after committing their gruesome acts under the cover of night. The very notion that they would take the time to unearth a bolt buried deep in the earth, rather than hastily fleeing with their spoils, raises questions about their audacity. This mindset is not characteristic of assailants. Moreover, if they employed crossbows, longbows would certainly be present as well. Could they truly have recovered every single arrow after encircling a caravan of over 50 individuals? More critically, Cray had previously inquired of the knight whether all had perished from sword wounds, to which the knight had emphatically confirmed, only sword wounds. So, what then accounts for this crossbow bolt? In light of these considerations, only one explanation remains: the knight was lying. He had hurriedly buried the bodies of other caravan members to obscure the truth of the weapons used in their demise. Was this directive from House Froey? The thought flashed through Cray's mind, yet he swiftly dismissed it. House Froey had no justification for an assault on White Harbor at this juncture, especially with him present in the vicinity, making such an act exceedingly perilous. Who, then, was this knight deceiving on behalf of whom? Cray felt an overwhelming urge to confront him, to press him with a firm grip until he divulged all the truths he concealed. Yet the current circumstances did not permit such overt actions. Cray quickly deduced that the scene had indeed been tampered with by the knight and his associates, implying that he had prior knowledge of the impending attack. They had calculated that by the time he arrived, the surface of the corpses would have decomposed and become fetid, thus deliberately selecting 3 bodies that bore only sword wounds to mislead him, while those felled by crossbow fire had long been interred. The absence of laden carts and the singular presence of sword injuries were orchestrated to misdirect Cray and his companions into believing that this was the work of inept bandits. Cray surmised that the disordered hoofprints on the surrounding ridges were likely similar fabrications. Rising from the ground, Cray nonchalantly discarded the dark red soil in his hand, brushed off his palms, and silently made his way toward the gathering of his family's cavalry. He was determined to prevent a recurrence of the events that had transpired 4 days prior, despite now commanding a well-equipped force of 200 horsemen. As he approached his cavalry, a squire promptly led his warhorse before him. Stroking the cheek of the magnificent white steed, Cray mounted with purpose. At that moment, the captain of the guard galloped down the hillside on horseback, heading towards Creema's team. He reined in his steed 5 paces before Creema. "What have you found? Just tell me directly," Creema urged. The captain produced a waterskin from his saddle and tossed it to him. After taking a couple of hearty gulps and regaining his breath, the captain reported, "There are indeed wool tracks from a cart on the ridge, as well as footprints, but it has been 4 days. And it seems it has rained a bit in the last 2 days, so many of the traces are not very clear. There are numerous hoofprints. I roughly estimate around 20 horses. My lord, that is likely the number of pack horses in our caravan, not far off." The captain frowned as he relayed the information. But having spent so much time with him, Creema could read the unspoken concerns etched on his face. The captain's gaze kept darting cautiously towards Creema's back, signaling that what he was about to say might not be meant for the ears of the Foleys. Taking a few steps forward, away from Innis Foley, who was inquiring of his cavalry, the captain immediately whispered, "My lord, something seems amiss." "What do you mean?" Creema narrowed his eyes. "I sense discrepancies in several areas. First, I recognize the carts made in White Harbor. The wheelwrights there have a tendency to craft wheels larger than those of the Southerners, owing to the frequent rains and muddy terrain we face in the north. However, while examining the tracks, I noticed not only our broad wheel impressions, but also several narrow ones. Where did those come from? If they were bandits, would they have preemptively prepared carts? Moreover, the number of horses is inconsistent. There are indeed over 20 hoofprints on the ridge heading east, but after this battle, Isn't it peculiar that not a single horse was slain or injured? I just checked, and all the tracks are solid. There isn't even a single shallow print from a limping horse. Lastly, what about the west? Why are there no traces there? It seems that only if the area was surrounded on both sides could our people have been completely annihilated. Why are there only human footprints on the western side? With no signs of horses? His barrage of questions indicated that the captain had discerned several inconsistencies. Although these inquiries failed to weave a coherent narrative, it mattered not. Once Crema realized that this knightly lord was lying, he understood that everything here was meticulously staged for his benefit, undoubtedly a fade. But where was the truth? The answer lay in the opposite direction. If he could establish that the attack originated from the east, then the question arose, where did the western path lead? The answer was clear, to the estate of this very knightly lord. Crema's mind began to form an indistinct perception. All that lay before him was likely a conspiracy orchestrated by this lord in collusion with the mysterious forces arriving from the east. After all, how could a mere landed knight possess the power to utterly decimate a caravan? As a local tyrant, he may have already informed the other party of the whereabouts of this sluggish merchant convoy, subsequently laying an ambush on the western side, while the mysterious force positioned itself in the east. Once the attack commenced, he would block the ridge from the west to prevent any escape from the merchant convoy, allowing that force to carry out the final slaughter. Clay was now fervently eager to ascertain the contents of the wagons. If they contained any demon-hunting potion recipes, it would jeopardize his significant plans. However, aside from the option of directly confronting the knight with a well-aimed strike, the suspicions he currently held were insufficient to serve as evidence. As the heir of White Harbor, he had two tasks at hand. The first was to commemorate the deceased, and the second, of course, was to identify the perpetrator behind these heinous acts and exact retribution by severing their heads. Chapter 71. Urgent recall. I understand. Have you disclosed these findings to anyone else? Clay inquired coldly of the captain of the guard who had just reported to him. The latter shook his head, casting a cautious glance around, as if fearful of being overheard. Not at all, my lord. How could I share such matters with others? I sense something amiss here. I strongly advise you to depart for White Harbor immediately. We shall not wait for the fleet, but take the land route through the neck. Once we reach the north, no one can challenge our 200 men. Having survived the battlefield, the captain, with his keen instincts, detected an unsettling scent in this peculiar battleground and instinctively tightened his nerves. Patting his shoulder to encourage him to relax, Clay spoke in a low, expressionless tone. How can we leave? There are no orders from my grandfather commanding my return. Departing now would signify that our 200 men are afraid. The time is not yet ripe. We could easily slip away, but given the nature of the Forth family, my reputation as the heir of White Harbor within their reach would likely suffer greatly. I may disregard honor, but the Mandlers cannot. We value it even more than the Southerners do. Pausing momentarily, Clay pointed toward the ridge to the west, murmuring to himself, at the very least, I must uncover who has laid hands upon you. The blood debt of the Mandler family must be repaid in blood. Having scoured the scene and finding nothing of significance, Clay, appearing somewhat angered and frustrated, urged his horse slowly toward the western side of the mountain, where a hastily arranged grave mound awaited his inspection of the fallen. The earth had been freshly turned and roughly smoothed over, with a stone about half a man's height standing in the open field, bearing a crudely crafted mermaid design. This was the last remnant of the White Harbor merchant convoy in this world. Clay did not know their names. Only upon returning to White Harbor and consulting the records of the municipal officials could he discover them. Thus, standing there, he drew his long sword from his waist and plunged it into the ground. The 200 cavalrymen dismounted in unison, forming a silent line to pay their respects, a solemn tribute that was all Clay, the heir of White Harbor, could offer to these lost souls at that moment. A solitary cry of an eagle shattered the silence, marking an end to the moment of mourning. Innis Fry approached the silent Clay, sensing a need to offer solace to this youth, barely 20 years of age. Yet, Clay required no comfort. Rather than lamenting the departure of the few, he was indignant, grasping a formidable army yet lacking a target, while the truly suspicious remained untouchable. My lord, upon my return to White Harbor, I shall dispatch individuals to escort them back. Though the Manderley family devoutly worships the Seven, these ordinary northerners are fervent adherents of the old gods. They ought to rest beneath the heart tree, under the watchful gaze of the old gods. Clay's voice was measured, devoid of discernible grief or joy. Innis Fry could not refuse his request. With a nod, he withdrew the hand he had poised to rest on Clay's shoulder and replied, "As you wish, my Lord Clay." Turning away, Clay searched the crowd in vain for the landed knight of House Fry who had accompanied them earlier. Frowning, he addressed Innis Fry. "It seems the lord of this land has abandoned us guests, displaying a lack of hospitality. Would you not agree, Sir Innis Fry?" Innis Fry understood the implication. Here stood a White Harbor heir and the son of the Fry patriarch, yet this minor knight had vanished. He mentioned there were matters to attend to within his domain and suggested we amuse ourselves. I deemed there were no leads to pursue here, so I allowed him to attend to his affairs. "Do you still seek him for something, my Lord Clay?" Innis Fry found it peculiar. Throughout their journey, Clay seldom adopted such a sardonic tone, usually embodying the polite demeanor of a noble youth from the chivalric tales. "Nothing of consequence. Since the Lord has not invited us to his residence for a tour, and we have not partaken of salted bread, we shall not intrude upon him." A cold mirth flickered in Clay's heart. This landed knight was indeed swift to depart, were it not for his own restraint. In stark contrast to the stubbornly proud northern lords, the cavalry would have already surged into this knight's manor. While the Fry family had extended the rights of hospitality to their guests, Clay could assert that this knight had unceremoniously abandoned them, a justification that held merit. Nevertheless, Innis Fry remained perplexed by Clay's reasoning. He did not believe Clay was vexed by the absence of a tour of the rustic noble's estate. As the rightful heir of White Harbor, he had seen much grandeur and had no need to behold a mere wooden house amidst fields. At that moment, the sound of hoofbeats reached Clay's ears. Everyone was dismounted, having just completed their moment of silence. Who could be approaching now? Suddenly turning, Clay looked toward the source of the sound, which originated from the direction of King's Road, just below the ridge. Just as Innis Fry realized what Clay was watching, he faintly heard the sound of hooves after a brief pause of 5 or 6 seconds. Instinctively, he drew his sword, while the nearby guards had already mounted their steeds. "Do not panic, there are only 2 horses. They must be from your household, come to convey a message to one of us," Clay reassured Innis Fry, who was about to mount. As they conversed, 2 flags emblazoned with the Twin Towers crest appeared on the ridge. Clay's assumption proved correct. The riders were indeed cavalrymen of House Fry. After casting a careful glance at Clay, Innis Fry could not help but say, "Congratulations, young Master Clay. It seems your conjecture was accurate. Come, let us see who these 2 reckless individuals seek." To label them as reckless was, in truth, a modest understatement. Were this a time of war, such a hastily approaching cavalry would have faced arrows regardless of the banner they bore. This was not recklessness, but a blatant disregard for their lives. "As you wish, Lord Innis," Clay replied. The already mounted Fry and the White Harbor guards intercepted them. The 2 cavalrymen dismounted and exchanged words with the guards. Shortly thereafter, Clay and Innis observed as their weapons were removed, and they were escorted toward the guards. Just as they came to a halt, Innis lashed out with his whip and directly inquired, "You too? Who sent you?" The Pain Guard, clearly aware of Innis Fry's identity, dared not resist. He inhaled sharply and responded, "My lord, it is the Marquis who sent us." "For what purpose?" "The Marquis instructed us to deliver a letter from White Harbor, purportedly penned by Count Wyman, addressed to young Master Clay Mandeville, urging him to proceed to the eastern port immediately, as his fleet awaits." One of the men produced a letter from his breast pocket, which Clay seized and opened. It bore his father's handwriting, conveying a singular message: "Return to White Harbor with utmost haste." Chapter 72, Return My Lord. "Why is there such urgency for us to return to White Harbor? Does the letter explain?" asked the captain of the guard, visibly taken aback by Count Wyman's missive. It seemed this letter had been sent directly from White Harbor to Twin River City, and those in Twin River had pursued them upon receiving it. Considering the timeline, their numbers were greater but their pace slower. These 2 cavalrymen from House Fry had taken half a day longer to arrive, indicating that Count Wyman's letter reached Twin River City just a day after their departure. The Raven's flight from White Harbor to Twin River City required little time, yet it highlighted a crucial point. Count Wyman had not awaited their reply from Twin River City before dispatching this letter. "I do not know," the guard replied. "My grandfather did not elaborate in the letter, only insisting we return to White Harbor without delay. There is no room for negotiation." Cray shook his head, acutely aware of the temporal implications of the letter's arrival. Its existence implied that the moment the old man received news of the merchant convoy's ambush from the Wolf's Den, he immediately sent for Cray to return to White Harbor. While he had numerous conjectures, he lacked the necessary evidence. The old man would not divulge such sensitive information in a letter that would equate to sharing intelligence with the Flory family. This correspondence disrupted his plans. He had intended to remain here for another night, to stealthily infiltrate the knight's residence after midnight, executing a daring raid, pressing the arcane seal against his face, and demanding to know which scoundrels had participated in the ambush. However, he now had no choice but to depart. The letter was clear. He must hasten eastward to the coastal port, where his fleet awaited him, revealing the old man's urgency. With a deep sigh, he glanced back at the solitary grave standing in the fields. Cray mused that upon his return, it might very well be as a commander leading troops southward. He intended to address the individuals involved. He had no plans to let them escape. Meanwhile, Innis Fleury, observing Cray deep in thought, recognized that he was about to leave. Having considered him an ally, Innis felt the suddenness of the situation had caught everyone off guard. Yet, he could not voice a plea for retention, as the direct order from the head of the Mandeville family indicated that this matter must be handled solely by him. Lowering his hand from his chin, which bore the weight of his thoughts, Innis placed a reassuring hand on Cray's arm and spoke softly, "My Lord Cray, allow me to manage the affairs here. You may send representatives from White Harbor, and I assure you that I will ensure all those involved are returned. Since it is Lord Wyman's command, you must set forth. However, do remember our agreement. You are still young, while I am already over 50. I cannot afford to wait." Understanding the gravity of his words, Cray snapped back to the present and posed a counter-question. "Then, Sir Innis Fleury, when do you intend to commence your plans? Such a benevolent scheme is intricate and requires thorough preparation." Innis rested his hand on his beard once more, smiling as he nodded, his voice lowered. "Indeed, my Lord Cray. You shall know when the time is ripe. However, your journey to White Harbor must involve persuading your grandfather to formalize a betrothal between our families." Cray smiled, opting for silence. A betrothal, he thought, would require patience. He would have to wait a little longer. Uncertain of what transpired in White Harbor, he could not afford to linger. Mounting his horse, he carefully surveyed the land where an entire merchant convoy from White Harbor had perished, committing its visage to memory. With no further attachment, he turned his steed eastward. His destination was the small harbor where he had last landed, situated approximately 3 days southeast from their current position. This is the swiftest route back to White Harbor, should one take Kings Avenue northward, crossing Carlin Bay before veering east. It would take 10 days to half a month, a considerable waste of time. Such delays on the journey are best minimized, as Cray prefers. He deliberately followed the traces left by a mysterious force in the eastern ambush, pursuing them for a distance. However, it was evident that these individuals had intentionally created footprints, hoof prints, and wheel tracks, only to erase them upon entering the woods. Even with Cray's keen hunter's instincts, he could not ascertain their direction, which underscored a crucial point. These individuals were certainly not mere bandits, as such professional techniques were beyond the capabilities of common rogues. "My lord, we have lost their trail," the captain of the guards lamented to Cray, striking a nearby tree trunk with his fist, causing a small patch of dry bark to splinter off. The frustration of losing the trail after such an extended pursuit left him both enraged and helpless. "Never mind. We shall eventually hold the accountable parties to account, but that is not our concern at present. Let us traverse this forest swiftly. I am not fond of the scent here." The return journey was uneventful. The first half of the expedition had been tolerable. However, the latter part took an unexpected turn. Initially, they were alarmed to hear of the merchant convoy's ambush and hastened to the scene, only to uncover hidden intricacies. After a thorough search, they finally unearthed some clues. But just as they were preparing to investigate further, an urgent missive summoned them back to White Harbor, a most regrettable twist of fate. On the third day at dusk, Cray, accompanied by his 200 cavalrymen, finally reached the shore, where he beheld 4 grand sailing vessels anchored in the harbor, 2 more than when he had departed. A group of individuals stood at the port, and upon spotting Cray and his men, they promptly rowed over. The fluttering mermaid flag indicated that both parties were part of the Mandeville family. As Cray approached and recognized the leader, he was momentarily taken aback. "Sir Marlon?" he murmured to himself, astonished that he had crossed Biter Bay to fetch him. There appeared to be at least 100 individuals standing on the dock and the ships. What was their intention? Upon nearing, Sir Marlon immediately inquired, "Cray, did you encounter any troubles on your journey?" This question caught Cray off guard. "Troubles? What troubles?" Shaking his head, he rowed alongside Sir Marlon towards the dock, responding, "No. The journey was exceedingly smooth. We received word of the ambush south of the neck, and we hurried to the port, arriving in 3 days." "That's good," Sir Marlon replied, his tone somewhat subdued, and Cray sensed a slight release of tension from him. "Sir, what exactly has transpired? Why is grandfather so anxious for my return?" Anticipating Cray's inquiry, Sir Marlon sighed and replied gravely, "Do not ask. Your grandfather will inform you upon your return. For now, let us board the ship. Only with you among the troops can I truly feel at ease." Chapter 73. Bloodlines and Seals. Sir Marlon brought over 200 individuals from White Harbor, slightly more than the contingent that Clay had taken to Twin Rivers City. while Clay's journey had been a distant venture, necessitating the presence of 200 cavalry for the demonstration of military might. One must ponder why Sir Marlin deemed it essential to bring such a multitude for his reception. When accounting for the crew, the 4 vessels harbored approximately 500 souls, a number not insignificant in the sparsely populated north, where even minor nobles, without full mobilization, could scarcely muster this many forces. Under Sir Marlin's incessant urging, Clay and his troops boarded the ships without a moment's delay. The old knight, exuding the essence of a soldier as he stood at the bow, commanded the fleet to set sail back to White Harbor without hesitation. Filled with a myriad of questions, Clay eventually approached Sir Marlin and inquired, "My lord, is there truly a necessity for such haste?" Sir Marlin, slightly exasperated, glanced at the air of White Harbor. Having spent 2 years in Essos, upon returning to White Harbor, he had scarcely accumulated 10 days there, the remainder spent traversing various locales. Why could this young lord not remain peacefully in White Harbor? Such restlessness was indeed troubling. It seemed prudent to return and request the Earl to assign him some duties, to minimize his incessant wandering. Nonetheless, this urgent summons could not be solely attributed to Clay's idleness. It was a command from Earl Wyman. Though the precise reasons eluded him, it was evident that the family's caravans dispatched further south, despite avoiding attacks, had suffered from severe inspections. Typically, caravans passing through checkpoints would have their gold dragons well greased. Yet this time, the inspectors outright refused the bribes offered, adopting a facade of moral righteousness while rigorously scrutinizing the cargo. This was evidently an unusual occurrence, suggesting that significant figures had taken an interest in the influx of caravans to White Harbor following Clay's return, eager to ascertain the nature of these goods. While Sir Marlin, unacquainted with the specifics of Clay and Earl Wyman's arrangements, could not grasp the intricacies at play, he was nonetheless aware that someone was investigating Clay. "We require your presence at the Mermaid Palace to reassure both me and your grandfather," Sir Marlin stated, wishing to refrain from extensive explanations. Believing that Earl Wyman would convey more to his grandson, he shifted the conversation, asking, "Having spent such an extended period in Twin River City, what insights have you gleaned?" "From my observations, the second generation of the Flairs are embroiled in fierce internal conflicts. While Marquis Ward Flar has attempted to maintain a balance, at 90 years of age, his efforts seem rather ineffective, potentially exacerbating the discord." Nodding slightly, Sir Marlin had indeed heard whispers regarding the internal dynamics of the Flar family. Suddenly, he cast a stern glance at Clay, his demeanor shifting to seriousness as he demanded, "Young man, I am aware of the true purpose behind your journey. Pray, do not tell me you have entangled yourself in the Flar's disputes and returned with a marriage contract." In response to this matter, Clay immediately expressed denial verbally, yet inwardly mused that he had indeed arranged a marriage contract with the Mandrick family, albeit one he had no intention of fulfilling. Such sentiments were not suitable to share with the esteemed Sir Marlin before returning to White Harbor, where it would be more appropriate to discuss with his father. On the swaying vessel, it was quite challenging for someone accustomed to terrestrial life to find slumber. Clay lay in his cabin, gazing out the porthole at the moonlit, shimmering sea. During his extensive time in Twin River City, he had persistently endeavored to envelop his blood with his own magical essence, striving to confront the Dragon King's blood that resided within his heart, gifted to him by the three-eyed crow. That blood clot, approximately 3 to 4 centimeters wide, had been largely assimilated through Clay's efforts, the cost being that he had to endure the torment of cardiac pain almost every night, leading the uninformed to assume he was a heart patient. As a thought crossed his mind, the Demon Hunter system activated within his retina. Demon Hunter system, level 2, potions, expand to view, bombs, expand to view, equipment, expand to view, mana pool, 80 unlocked signs, Quinn, level 1, Erden, level 1, Axii, level 1, Igni, level 1, Ard, level 1, items, expand to view. Clay opened his inventory and retrieved the blue golden dragon egg that lay quietly within. The egg remained icy to the touch, yet Clay sensed a profound connection to it, fueled by the magical essence within his blood. He had a premonition that once the Dragon King's blood fully coursed through his being, it would be the moment he could awaken the life within the egg. Under the moonlight, the blue golden shell of the dragon egg shimmered radiantly, evoking an unbearable longing within Clay, for it was a tangible yet unattainable feeling. However, he understood that acquiring power without investing time and effort was an impossibility. Retrieving the dragon egg, Clay redirected his focus to the 5 unlocked signs. Amidst his busy schedule, he had not taken the time to thoroughly assess his abilities. Through his tests and reflections, He found that the efficacy of these 5 signs as a demon hunter paled in comparison to the sign capabilities of the Griffin School in the world of demon hunters, likely due to the low level of his signs. Overall, Clay perceived this as akin to the comprehensive sign abilities of the Wolf School. Human nature is inherently greedy, and he certainly desired greater advancements in his signs. For ordinary demon hunters, the capacity of their signs may become relatively fixed upon the moment of mutation, with subsequent growth relying solely on the relentless passage of time. However, Clay's demon hunter system spared him from that arduous process. Currently, his sign abilities were all at level 1, and to ascend, he required a substantial accumulation of magical energy. Advancing from level 1 to level 2 necessitated 300 points of mana, comparable to the magical consumption he endured during his initial transformation into a demon hunter, exempting him from the series of adverse effects that followed. In the Southern Seven Gods Church, Cree had previously visited, and despite the exquisite craftsmanship of the statues within, they appeared to him, through the eyes of a monster hunter, as utterly lacking in the tangled magical essence that clung to them, feeble and intermittent. Indeed, the words of the three-eyed crow rang true. The 7 gods, who once boasted a vast following in the south, may now be in a state of utter decline, or perhaps their very essence is intrinsically weak. One cannot help but wonder whether the Grand Cathedral in King's Landing and the church in Old Town could harness the power of the 7 for Cree's purposes. He had already encountered the three-eyed crow, an avatar of the old gods, and felt a deep curiosity about whether the 7 also had creatures in Westeros that embodied their will. However, as it stands, Cree could only seek sufficient magical energy from the heart trees of the north. Thus, upon his return to White Harbor, this matter would need to be prioritized. Chapter 74. The docks, New Castle. 4 grand ships adorned with mermaid designs sailed upon the tumultuous waters of Bite Bay, a force that no one dared to provoke. Although the pirates inhabiting this region could likely overpower Cree's fleet, doing so would incur the wrath of House Manderley, a fury that would be formidable indeed. Over 20 warships may not seem significant in the grand scheme of the 7 kingdoms, yet they were more than capable of dealing with the longships of the pirates dominating Bite Bay. Throughout the journey, Cree had observed several pirate longships lurking in the distance, trailing behind the fleet of White Harbor, but when Sir Malin commanded the sails to be unfurled and approached them, these ruffians vanished with remarkable swiftness. On a stormy afternoon, heavy clouds looming above heralding impending rain, the fleet of White Harbor, with their young lord, finally returned to their home port. Breathing in the briny scent of the sea, Cree stood at the bow, surveying the bustling harbor and the imposing silhouette of New Castle on the distant hills. Just over a month ago, he had made a similar voyage back to White Harbor, then a novice in Westeros, utterly ignorant of the world around him. Now, while the hustle and bustle of the harbor persisted, he had transformed. Docking a grand ship is a complex affair, yet fortunately, White Harbor boasted the largest deep-water port in the north, sparing Cree the need to row a small skiff to reach land. Upon his arrival, he quickly spotted his sister, Veilfied, standing amidst a throng of attendants, her white dress making her presence unmistakable. Cree was puzzled by the absence of Vera, given her spirited nature. She would likely seize any opportunity to await him at the docks. However, her absence suggested she might have once again incurred their father's ire and was confined to her room as a result. As Cree stepped off the gangplank and set foot upon northern soil once more, he took a moment to compose himself, not waiting for his guards to retrieve their mounts from the ship before striding toward the crowd. The throngs parted to allow him passage as he approached his sister, grinning as he teased, "Sister, you look so splendid. Are you waiting for someone special?" In response, Weirfield cast an imperceptible sidelong glance at him. She then pulled Clay along, saying, "Grandfather asked me to welcome you here. I have brought a horse for you. He can hardly wait to hear about your journey to Twin Rivers City." Clay was well aware that the old man would never divulge the so-called Valyrian super-soldier matters to Weirfield. Such matters were not suitable for a woman to hear. He smiled at the gathering crowd that had come to greet him, and as he surveyed the assembly, he was somewhat surprised to spot a few familiar faces among the outer guards. Those were the candidates for his demon hunting team, also his personal guards. It seemed that during his absence, they had made some progress in their training with the White Harbor Guard. Before he left, he had instructed the old man on what to assess them on. It was likely that the selection process had yielded results. The thought of personally crafting the first demon hunting squad in all of Westeros made Clay's heart race. But he was quickly reminded of the merchant convoy that had perished south of the Neck and the words of Sir Marlin aboard the ship. He silently prayed that the herbs required for his herbal remedies were unharmed, lest all plans be delayed. After the pleasantries, Clay helped Weirfield onto her horse before mounting his own. Under the protection of a throng of guards and his personal retainers, Dozens of horses kicked up dust as they made their way toward the Mandeville family's new castle. Clay, was your journey to Twin Rivers City uneventful? Weirfield began but hesitated. Clay understood her unspoken concern. He had promised her before his departure that he would not betray his word. As he rode, his body swaying with the rhythm of the horse, he offered his sister a reassuring smile. He had no intention of disclosing the matter of Ennis to her. It was neither useful nor necessary. The Fry family has indeed mentioned an engagement concerning you, but rest assured, no Fry can take you away from White Harbor. I guarantee it. Upon hearing Clay's words, Weirfield, who had been anxious, finally felt a sense of relief. Deep down, she understood that as the heir to White Harbor, Clay possessed some authority over her future marriage. During his absence from White Harbor, she had feared that one day, a missive would arrive from Twin Rivers City announcing that Clay had found her an unattractive husband among the Frays, forcing her to prepare herself, board a carriage with her dowry, and depart White Harbor for good. She had been awakened by such nightmares multiple times, but now, hearing Clay's assurance, she knew she would enjoy a peaceful night's sleep. At the Sea God Tower, in Count Wyman's study, Weirfield did not follow him inside, but halted her steps at the door after escorting Clay. The old gentleman remained unchanged, casually sipping summer red wine as if it were water. Upon seeing Clay enter, he instantly perked up, rising from his seat to circle around Clay, babbling excitedly, his words tumbling out in a rapid stream that Clay struggled to comprehend. Young man, it seems the Frays are not as formidable as I thought. They haven't managed to ensnare you. I assumed you would have returned after charming a few of their lot. Despite the gravity of his tone, there was an unmistakable levity to his words. With a resigned shrug, Clay took a seat under his grandfather's watchful gaze, pouring himself a glass of summer red wine rather than indulging in the direct approach his grandfather favored. Grandfather, I can still maintain control, can't I? He retorted, his words echoing the defiance his father once displayed in his youth. The very next day, I found him in his room, the old man chuckled, evoking memories of Clay's father's rebellious days. Clay felt exasperated. Why should his grandfather's anecdotes from his father's past be applied to him? After all, what noble scion hasn't exhibited a touch of recklessness? To be candid, Clay was not averse to maintaining propriety. Rather, he found the idea of mingling with those of dubious character repugnant. The thought alone caused him to grimace, leaving him feeling uneasy. Enough of this banter. I know you wish to understand why I summoned you back, the old man stated, pausing momentarily before his expression turned grave. Clay, the merchant caravan from Neckwater carries precisely what we require. Furthermore, all the other caravans, aside from those from the north, have been scrutinized by legitimate means. Most critically, the news from King's Landing indicates that Lord Eddard is scouring the realm for the king's illegitimate offspring. The old gentleman concluded his discourse with a sense of foreboding. In that city, I detect an unsettling scent. Chapter 75. The situation: the king remains alive and in his prime. Judging by his physique, he could indulge in revelry and pleasures for decades before meeting the seven gods. Given King Robert's temperament, he would likely wield his warhammer against them if they summoned him prematurely. Despite the king's indulgences with numerous beautiful women and his myriad of illegitimate children, he is still the father of 2 legitimate sons and a daughter, though the current heir is hardly favored by anyone other than his mother. As the esteemed hand of the king summoned from King's Landing to Winterfell, Eddard Stark ought to be diligently managing the chaos left behind in King's Landing. What purpose does he serve in searching for the king's bastards? Whether present in King's Landing or distant from that mire, the noble lords with eyes on the situation are well versed in the intricate game of power. Throughout the realm, it is well known that Eddard Stark embodies fairness and honor, a truth that even the unyielding frost of the north cannot obscure. Given his friendship with King Robert, it is implausible that he would pursue the king's illegitimate children on behalf of others. Thus, this matter possesses an unusual flavor. The king would never permit his close confidant to unearth all these illegitimate offspring and subsequently legalize them en masse. Within the Red Keep lies a lioness with curly fur. Only a king in a state of folly would undertake an act that would utterly provoke this lioness. Therefore, my lord Eddard Stark, what is the urgency behind your quest for these heirs? The rumors surrounding the king's 3 children, who bear an uncanny resemblance to their mother and uncle, have long circulated among the noble class of the 7 kingdoms as a source of jest. If the intention is not immediate legalization, might it be possible that Lord Eddard is investigating a matter or preparing for something? Reports from the White Harbor Guard stationed in King's Landing indicate that the chaos following Jon Arryn's untimely demise shows no signs of abating during Lord Stark's month-long presence in the capital. Instead, King's Landing is rife with whispers. Even the destitute beggars can be seen sharing mysterious tidings with one another. As the widow of Jon Arryn, Lisa Tully, accompanied by the young and frail Robert Arryn, has fled King's Landing in a desperate bid to return to their ancestral home, promptly ordering the closure of the Bloodgate. Though it remains unclear what she fears. Having weathered the storms of Westerosi politics for decades, the seasoned noble Wyman Mandeville senses an unsettling undercurrent in the current climate. Coupled with the repeated attacks on caravans procuring medicinal supplies, the elderly lord grows increasingly anxious, summoning his heir from the Rivermen lands to his side. The veteran nobles, who once participated in the War of the Usurper, are acutely aware that when war erupts, regardless of the adversary, the Riverlands become a focal point for contention. Should the heir remain in Riverrun, it would unwittingly offer a substantial bargaining chip to the enemy if Riverrun were to fall. Lord Wyman cannot afford such negligence, as it would be a dereliction of duty to the entire Manderley lineage. This is not merely the ramblings of an old man. One must ponder the spark that ignited the War of the Usurper. Ultimately, it was the elopement of a Stark maiden with a Targaryen heir, which led to the downfall of a dynasty that had endured for over 2 centuries, bathing the realm in blood. Presently, Lord Eddard Stark's investigation into the cause of Prime Minister Jon Arryn's death, along with his fervent search for the king's illegitimate children, who theoretically possess no claim to the throne, raises concerns. The various messages relayed from their informants in King's Landing undoubtedly stir the anxieties of those sensitive to the prospect of war. Observing his grandfather's grave expression, Cleos comprehends the impending turmoil within that city. His own butterfly effect merely spares Bran from witnessing what he ought not to see, indirectly shielding Tyrion from false accusations and thereby delaying the onset of war. However, as Eddard Stark delves deeper into his investigation, the meaning behind the Duke of Jon Arryn's dying words regarding the strength of lineage will inevitably lead him to uncover the true identities of the so-called 3 children of the king through his bastard son, and atone the genealogies and histories of the major noble houses of the 7 kingdoms. By then, regardless of the outcome, war will be unavoidable. The Lannisters' power in King's Landing is overwhelmingly formidable. With Robert's demise, Queen Cersei can disregard any opposition and easily topple Lord Eddard, who clutches the royal decree but stands isolated and vulnerable. Stannis commands the royal fleet stationed at Dragonstone, while the Duke of Storm's End, after fleeing King's Landing, will don a crown in the Riverlands, uniting the forces of Storm's End and the Riverlands to muster an army of tens of thousands to march upon King's Landing. This is akin to a cascade of falling dominoes, an unstoppable tide of fate. Grandfather, we cannot concern ourselves with the matters of King's Landing for now. We must discuss our next steps. Clay understands that the situation is becoming increasingly urgent, which is precisely why he is eager to focus on the plan he previously discussed with the old man. Sir Malin and the Elder have already selected the candidates for him. Everything is in place, save for the materials for the herbal concoction. The old man sighed deeply, a hint of vexation on his brow as he waved his hand dismissively and settled back into his chair, resting his chin on his palm. He spoke gravely. During your absence, some materials have gradually arrived at White Harbor, but the majority have been seized by the newly emerged inspectors. The delegation for negotiations is already on the road, but this will require time. All things considered, according to your specifications, we can currently muster no more than 10 sets for you. The remaining materials are difficult to procure, and we have encountered complications. Clay knew precisely what the old man was alluding to, the ambush he witnessed at Neckwater. Grandfather, the ambush against our merchant convoy at White Harbor likely harbors deeper implications. You are aware that it must have been orchestrated by significant figures, yet I must assert that local nobles also participated. I was present at the scene. Clay recounted his discoveries to his grandfather in detail. Having previously confided in him about his transformation, he did not conceal how he had uncovered the anomalies. Grandfather, given the current instability, we shall temporarily set aside the matter at hand. Once the situation stabilizes, I will lead a sufficient force to directly raise that knight's estate and uncover the truths behind it. Clay calmly conveyed his forthcoming intentions to his grandfather. We have a few materials. Let us recruit as many people as we can from what we possess. Only the power that rests in our own hands is genuine. Chapter 76. Material compilation. Nodding in agreement, the old man concurred with his grandson's assessment. It was indeed a predicament. Acquiring intelligence through the inspection of merchant convoys is, in fact, a common yet unsavory practice among the nobility of Westeros. For instance, the Riverbend region is vast and fertile, renowned for its abundant grain production, with the local aristocracy generally enjoying considerable wealth. However, there exists a significant issue. The area lacks high-quality iron ore. If, for a certain period, the affluent nobles of Riverbend were to invest heavily in procuring large quantities of iron, what would one surmise? In this era, Iron serves primarily one purpose beyond the crafting of agricultural tools and minor objects. It is essential for the production of various weapons and armaments, including but not limited to longswords, shields, armor, and arrows. Furthermore, the preservation of iron artifacts is notoriously poor. A typical noble would not stockpile such materials unless iron is sourced locally. Thus, if a particular noble or a cluster of nobles were to engage in extensive purchases of iron through trade caravans, what might their intentions be? Trade caravans themselves function as excellent conduits of information. Many matters that the nobles would prefer to deny become glaringly apparent through the very goods they procure. Regarding the investigation of the White Harbor caravan, both Kree and his venerable patriarch find themselves at an impasse. This is an unspoken rule among the aristocracy. By the time the individuals from White Harbor journey southward to reclaim their seized caravan, the details of the cargo would have long been uncovered. Although the patriarch took precautions by pairing each required herb with a plethora of inconsequential items, the process of seizure and subsequent retrieval via White Harbor is undeniably time-consuming. The grandfather and grandson engaged in a discussion about their future arrangements and the various intrigues involving the Flays in Twin River City. The elder expressed his disdain for the name Flay, while simultaneously deriding Kree's account of Ennis Flay's plans. In the patriarch's words, should the young scion wish to stir up trouble, let him do so and witness the chaos he could unleash upon Twin River City. He would find it quite entertaining. The elder conveyed his approval of Kree's feigned agreement to the betrothal with Ennis Flay, relishing the prospect of exacerbating the turmoil within the already beleaguered Flay family. Even if Ennis were to send envoys, Kree could simply refuse their claims or eliminate them altogether. If he could placate Ennis enough to carry out the scheme, all the better. Should it be discovered, he would then understand the true implications of the Mandeville family's intentions. By the time their discussion concluded, much of the day had passed, and the two of them had consumed 4 bottles of golden wine from Chinting Island. However, both were quite resilient drinkers, impervious to ordinary alcohol. It was yet another routine banquet, where Kree encountered his father, uncle, and sister, Vale Field, as well as his downtrodden sister, Vera, who had been confined by their patriarch for the day. Lying on his bed, after once again experiencing the agonizing, heart-wrenching pain, Clay felt the increasingly potent Dragon King's blood coursing through his veins. In the enveloping darkness, a satisfied smile graced his lips as he finally relaxed the tense nerves that had plagued him for days, gradually succumbing to slumber. The following morning, Clay arrived early at the Sea God Tower. At the pinnacle of this towering structure lay a storeroom that had remained vacant for many years, filled with family relics that had long been neglected. However, it had recently been organized by Count Wayman, who had stored all the materials brought over within its confines. The key to this storeroom was a solitary one, which he had not even retained for himself. It was entrusted to his grandson, who lacked the knowledge to make use of it. Retaining a key would only heighten the risk of exposure regarding the medicinal recipes. With this specially crafted key in hand, Clay unlocked the heavy door, pushing it open to reveal a peculiar aroma wafting from within, which his keen sense of smell immediately detected. Taking a moment to inhale, Clay quickly recognized that the scent emanated from a mixture of herbs used for brewing medicinal concoctions. Stepping inside, he was greeted by the sight of a massive table, adorned with various ingredients, some preserved under blocks of ice to maintain their freshness, alongside a substantial bundle of herbs like copper grass. Clay was baffled by the method employed by the trading caravan, for these herbal materials exhibited remarkable freshness. On the opposite side of the long table stood a smaller, round wooden table, cluttered with an assortment of bottles and jars. This was not what Clay had requested. It was likely accumulated by his father, either from hearsay or personal judgment, believing these items necessary for potion making. If Clay were an ordinary demon hunter, he would indeed require a complex alchemical workstation, enduring countless failures before mastering the art of brewing medicinal herbs. Yet, fortunate individuals often find assistance in certain endeavors. He had a system at his disposal. With each concoction of medicinal herbs he prepared, the system flawlessly executed the process for him. If one were to consider the quality of the final product, it would undoubtedly be of the highest standard, albeit unsellable. However, this creation did demand a measure of his energy. He could not simply synthesize one potion after another with the ease seen in games. He required moments of rest. In any case, with only one key to this storeroom residing in Clay's possession, he could secure all the herbs within his inventory, thus providing an additional layer of protection. The Mandeville family's trading caravan had intermingled these herbs among a plethora of other goods, and any investigation would likely result in a mere cataloging of the types of supplies, significantly diminishing the chance of reconstructing an accurate recipe for the medicinal brew. Yet, should the contents of this room fall into the hands of a discerning individual, it would equate to an outright exposure of the formula. Although the synthesis was exceedingly challenging, and mutations themselves fraught with difficulties, it nonetheless signified a potential leak, an eventuality that Clay could not abide. Moreover, the grass potion is not only an essential element for the Witcher's transformation, but is also a highly toxic substance in its own right. In the absence of a mage's assistance, this seemingly innocuous elixir resembles a version of the Tears of Lisa, potentially yielding effects akin to those that vanquished the great Emperor Joffrey. Thus, it was prudent for Cray to store the herbs away, simultaneously addressing the preservation issue. Although cold temperatures would slow decay, this is merely a temporary solution. Placing them in a space where time stands still eliminates such concerns altogether. Cray dedicated approximately an hour to meticulously organizing these materials into his system inventory. Commonly acquired items like sentinel bark, wraithgrass, and copperleaf were plentiful, yet the critical ingredient, the lizard lion's venom gland, was a different matter. The elder had stated that only 10 could be procured, with this particular item being the scarcest. It was a local specialty of Nekmar, and the stock in White Harbor was already limited. The remainder had encountered unforeseen circumstances on the journey. Chapter 77. Cray's Potion. Well regarded by all who have tried it a week ago in King's Landing. News emerged that Eddard Stark had commenced the search for the king's illegitimate offspring. Only a fool would overlook the significant number of black-haired children and fail to realize whose progeny Joffrey, Tommen, and Myrcella truly were. It was merely a matter of time. Cray had previously struggled to predict when turmoil would erupt in King's Landing, which had influenced his itinerary in Twin Rivers. However, upon returning and hearing of the city's unrest, he recognized that this was his final window of opportunity. Let the tension be what it may. First, I must concoct a batch of grass potion. Cray mused inwardly. The Witcher's mutagenic elixirs are categorized into distinct schools, resulting in varying transformation effects. Cray was aware of this, and perhaps, with the aid of the system, he could endeavor to refine these mutagenic potions in the future. Currently, the Witcher system was at level 2. How to elevate it to level 3 remained unclear, as this rather laid-back system offered no definitive guidance. Yet Cray had a hunch that once he created a Witcher himself, the system would undergo another transformation. As for himself, should he be able to produce the improved grass potion or some variant of mutagenic catalyst from Westeros, Cray was eager to experiment with secondary mutations. After all, no one would refuse the opportunity to become stronger. Enough of this for now. I shall focus on the task at hand. Cray shook off the distractions within his mind and selected the reusable dragon bone, wraithgrass, copperleaf, sentinel bark, lizard lion's venom gland, and adult marsh leeches from his inventory, proportioning them according to the system's specifications into the potion synthesis location. Immersed in the process, Cray felt the herbs undergoing alchemical transformation in an indescribable space, his mental energy gradually depleting. Fortunately, crafting these potions did not consume magical energy. Otherwise, with merely 80 points remaining in his mana pool, he might not have been able to sustain the effort. As for the magic, he has reached an accord with the three-eyed crow, allowing him, at this stage, to unreservedly draw upon its resources. However, this may not hold true in the future. The three-eyed crow is essentially investing in his campaign to conquer the South, with the intention of confronting Larlo at an opportune moment, creating a scenario reminiscent of the Three Kingdoms. Sun Quan supported Liu Bei to counter Cao Cao, as he could not face Cao Cao's vast army alone. Yet, once Liu Bei established himself in Shu, the alliance between Sun and Liu evolved into a precarious balance of power. Should Liu Bei and Zhuge Liang muster enough resolve to launch a northern expedition and seize the Guangzhong region, one might wonder if the Sun-Liu alliance would transform into one between Sun and Cao. Circumstances can shift dramatically. Similarly, in the game of Westeros, Krell currently possesses only the White Harbor, a meager foothold insufficient to instill fear in the three-eyed crow, who represents the old gods. However, should Krell establish a firm foundation in the south, the support he currently enjoys may not be guaranteed. It remains uncertain whether human belief significantly influences the existence of deities. Krell has yet to comprehend the intricacies of magic or the divine in Westeros. He does not regard humanity as particularly vital to the gods. Otherwise, why would the seven, the most widely worshipped, have waned to such an extent, while the old gods in the sparsely populated north remain robust? The three-eyed crow continuously emphasizes the importance of the south, not its inhabitants, leading Krell to believe that the land itself may hold greater significance than the beings upon it. Though he does not dismiss the possibility of being misled by the crow, engaging in a battle of wits with a being whose lifespan far exceeds that of mortals and who can navigate the currents of history with ease demands Krell's utmost caution. Certain thoughts must remain unspoken, lest he attract unwanted scrutiny. As time flows gently by, Krell awaits in silence. During his initial attempt to brew the herbal remedy, it seemed to be a gesture of camaraderie from the system, imposing no mental strain upon him. However, in this second endeavor, he must contend with the toll on his spirit. In the dimly lit chamber, Krell lost track of time until the familiar sounds of ethereal bubbles bursting and water flowing reached his ears. This reassuring symphony invigorated him. He understood that the second batch of herbal remedy for Westeros had successfully brewed. Indeed, the familiar icon appeared in his inventory, prompting him to focus his mental energy towards examining the still warm concoction. Title: Herbal Potion Version 20. Effect: induces mutation in ordinary individuals to become Witcher. Side effects: significant neural damage can be mitigated. Severely diminished fertility can be mitigated. Pupil dilation can be mitigated. Base success rate 40 can be improved. Remarks: a potion of superior quality. Imbibe it, and your chances of survival will slightly surpass those of your predecessors. The gateway to becoming a Witcher shall open for you. However, it is imperative to emphasize, steer clear of pitchforks and women of magic. They are beyond your control. Taking a deep breath, Krell regarded the potion's remarks, his lips twitching slightly. What does this mean? Has the pitchfork truly become a conventional weapon for Witchers? Moreover, what is meant by women of magic? If one intends to refer to sorceresses, it should be stated plainly. The notion of being beyond control left Krell feeling somewhat discriminated against. Are there sorceresses in Westeros? Suddenly, an image of a striking woman in a red robe flashed in Krell's mind. Her words could indeed classify her as a sorceress, albeit a peculiar version from the realm of ice and fire. Recalling the deeds of the red-robed Melisandre, Krell felt it prudent to exercise caution. He had learned that heeding advice can lead to sustenance. The system suggested that he might be out of his depth. Krell was adamant in his denial. Yet exercising caution could never be detrimental. Besides, he was eager to witness the followers of the Red God R'hllor, to experience firsthand the essence of R'hllor's magic through his Witcher vision. He hoped he wouldn't encounter a walking sun, he mused. Nonetheless, Krell noted that this latest iteration of the herbal potion appeared to be an upgraded version, having improved the base success rate by 10%, a significant advancement indeed. It is worth noting that, in the case of a true Witcher mutation, even with a plethora of mages and supporting personnel present, the success rate achieved by the Wolf School, where a certain J resided, barely reached 40%. In light of this comparison, Krell's Witcher system was remarkably benevolent. The herbal potion produced by Krell was indeed a commendable product. He recalled the young men meticulously selected by the old master, a peculiar smile gracing his face. Fear not. Drink up. With my presence, aside from a bit of discomfort, I shall resolve the remaining issues. After all, this herbal potion is exceptionally considerate, is it not? Chapter 78. The future Witchers. Upon completing the first batch of warm herbal potion, Krell felt a slight fatigue, which was acceptable and did not hinder his actions. He toyed with the 3 small vials of the improved version of the herbal potion, unable to discern any difference from the original with the naked eye. After pondering for a moment, he returned the vials to his inventory. If memory served him correctly, this concoction lacked any preservation capabilities. It needed to be utilized immediately upon creation. Krell could not allow it to be exposed for too long. If it were to lose efficacy, all his efforts would be in vain. At present, I shall refrain from furthering my pharmaceutical endeavors. Instead, I must venture to observe those individuals who have been selected, in hopes of identifying a fortunate candidate to succeed me as the second demon hunter. Krell mused to himself, propped on one hand, as yesterday. His esteemed father had apprised him of the situation. Sir Marlon had completed the selection process, and during Krell's absence, his father had been diligently indoctrinating these individuals. As descendants of the Mandeville family's offshoot, having split from the main lineage over the millennia, they were already immensely excited to meet the patriarch, Count Wyman, of the Mandeville family. Now, the knowledge that they had successfully navigated the rigorous selection process and would soon return to their ancestral stronghold at Newcastle, pledging their allegiance to none other than the future Earl of White Harbor, young Clay Mandeville, filled them with optimism for their future. With his father's continual brainwashing, extolling Clay's exploits in Winterfell, while subtly hinting at his fortuitous encounters in Essos, they were eager to partake in the experiences that had shaped their master. According to his father, these individuals had performed admirably, and now Clay was keen to ascertain the nature of those who had met his father's approval. Having already joined the White Harbor Guard, ostensibly as Clay's future personal retinue, The initial cohort of 22 who had successfully passed the selection awaited in the guardroom of New Castle, mingling with other attendants. Yesterday, their master, Clay Mandeville, had finally returned from the Southern Territories, and with immense excitement, they had welcomed him at the port as his personal guards for the first time. Though none among them could rival the stature of Clay's sister, Wilfred, this did not dampen their spirits as they participated in the welcoming. 22 pairs of eyes were fixated on the young man disembarking from the ship, adorned with a sword at his waist and of tall stature, eager to etch his visage into their memories. Lying in bed, Crizin Mandeville caressed the ancestral armor resting beside him, his mind wandering to visions of future endeavors. This armor had once belonged to his great-grandfather, who wore it while serving the Earl of White Harbor during battles. As a knight bestowed with lands in the northern territories of White Harbor, his great-grandfather had enjoyed a prosperous life. However, his grandfather and father, lacking acumen and stewardship, squandered the family legacy, leading to its decline, and by the time it reached Crizin, only this armor remained, untouched for decades. Initially, for Crizin, selling this armor, which once embodied countless honors, seemed to be the sole avenue for survival in the face of future uncertainties. Yet one fateful day, the renowned Sir Marlon Mandeville of White Harbor approached him, offering a life-altering opportunity to rejuvenate the family legacy by becoming the personal guard of Clay Mandeville, a figure he had never encountered before. From the myriad of peculiar discussions echoing through the alleys of White Harbor, Clisson became aware of the audacious young lord who dared to confront the Lannister family with sword drawn in the very presence of his majesty. Clisson had not inherited his father's penchant for idleness, yet he had absorbed the disdain shared by both his father and grandfather towards the Southerners, particularly the Lannisters, who had sullied their honor during the War of the Usurper. Clisson held immense anticipation for such a master, in the words of Sir Marlon. Wherever the edge of Grey's sword pointed, that would be their destined path. As he contemplated this, Vito Mandel, brandishing a chicken leg and reveling in the thrill of combat, approached Clisson's bedside, gesturing towards the steel sword resting on the headboard with a grin, inviting him. "Would you care to spar in the courtyard, Sir Clisson?" The title Sir was a playful moniker bestowed upon Clisson by his peers, as he consistently exhibited the utmost diligence and dedication in both training and study. They jested that such earnest effort was a bid to catch the eye of young Lord Grey, who might one day knight him and restore his title. Though his achievements did not place him at the pinnacle, he consistently garnered praise from Sir Marlon. Sometimes, attitude outweighed innate talent. As Vito Mandel, one of his closest companions among the 20 or so present, extended the invitation to duel, Clisson felt no inclination to decline. With a chuckle, he sprang from his bed, donned in simple attire, seizing his long sword, and following Vito Mandel, who had already dispatched a chicken leg, out into the courtyard. The two stood in the open space, familiar with each other's strengths and weaknesses, confident that neither would inflict harm upon the other. This was a principle emphasized by Count Wyman during his visits. They, as personal guards, were to become warriors who could entrust their backs to one another, focusing solely on the foe before them while relying on their comrades to safeguard their rear. "Come on." With a decisive shout, Vito Mandel, whose swordsmanship did not match Clisson's, launched the first strike. A large crowd had already gathered, eager to witness the duel between the brothers, which was their most anticipated spectacle. Observing this scene with a calm demeanor from the periphery was Grey, who carefully scrutinized every attack and defense exchanged between the two combatants. No matter how eloquently one might speak, true skill was revealed in action. The circle of spectators was not tightly packed, allowing Grey to approach slowly, his gaze sweeping over each individual without missing a detail. Ultimately, he redirected his focus back to the dueling pair. With his seasoned insight and keen observational skills, he had surmised that the dark-haired guard was destined to lose. Fighting exacted a tremendous toll on physical stamina, and no one was exempt from its demands. Breathing heavily, with stiffening arms, the signs of exhaustion were evident. While their swordplay was closely matched, the dark-haired guard was slightly inferior in endurance compared to his opponent. Indeed, 10 seconds later, after a fierce clash, Vito, with his raven-black hair, lost his grip on the hilt of his sword, which was knocked from his hands. In the next moment, a dark, intricately crafted longsword was thrust before him, its tip poised ominously at his throat. He had lost. This outcome had been anticipated in the recesses of his mind, yet its actualization rendered him momentarily speechless. Observing his despondent friend, Crizin had intended to offer some words of consolation. However, he was taken aback to find Vito seemingly entranced, staring blankly at something behind him. Feeling a sense of unease, he turned around, only to have a hand rest upon his shoulder, accompanied by a gentle voice whispering in his ear, "My loyal guardian, as the victor. Shall you accept my challenge? Suddenly turning back, Crizin beheld the youthful visage and instinctively called out, Lord Clay. Chapter 79. The first candidate. None noticed how their young master, Clay, had silently appeared among them, akin to a shepherd dog blissfully unaware of the wolf's kiss upon its throat. As a guardian, lacking sufficient vigilance could prove disastrous on the battlefield. After the victor of the duel had called his name, Crizin stood as still as a statue, prompting amusement in Clay's heart. Understanding the sentiment of his counterpart, he spoke. What is it? Exhausted from the recent exertion? Fear not, I can wait. As if awakening from a dream, Crizin regained his composure, greeted by the young master's soothing smile, which inexplicably tightened his nerves. It is not that, Lord Clay. I fear I may harm you. His words stumbled, yet they conveyed his intent. He had witnessed the young master wield his sword only once, under circumstances where everyone was overly cautious, refraining from genuine combat. In the midst of so many, he had never had the chance to face the young master in a duel. After a period of systematic swordsmanship training, Crizin believed he had made substantial progress. Hence his apprehension. Clay sensed a hint of disdain directed at him, though he understood it was unintentional. Such trivial social exchanges were distinctly different from the core matters involving him and the old master. It was only natural for one to falter in conversation. Shaking his head, Clay flicked his wrist, and with a swift motion, his finely crafted steel sword was unsheathed with a crisp sound, the long sword dancing in his grasp, casting a fleeting silver shadow. What is your name? Clay inquired calmly. Momentarily taken aback, Crizin realized the young master was asking for his name and responded with a hint of shyness. Crizin. Upon uttering his name, Clay's voice surged forth like an arrow shooting through the air, piercing Crizin's eardrum. Crizin, I shall remember your name. Now, as my loyal guardian, Clay Mandeville, I command you to take up your sword. As the sword was raised halfway, it was evident to Clay that Crizin was hesitant. Seizing the moment, he stoked the flames of provocation. Do you lack even the courage to lift your sword? If that is the case, it would be wise for you to depart from here. This place has no need for cowards. No sooner had the words left his lips than Cray observed a sudden determination in Crizin's gaze. Unbeknownst to Cray, it was not the insult of being called a coward that spurred Crizin into action, but rather the notion of being sent away by Cray. The weight of restoring his family's honor and reclaiming his status as a knight loomed heavily upon him. He could not bear the thought of being disgracefully expelled from the personal guard. Absolutely not. At last, the blade was raised. Crizin fixed his eyes upon Cray, who stood before him, and solemnly declared, Be cautious, my lord. In response, Cray merely pointed the tip of his sword at him. Drawing upon the teachings of Sir Marlin, Crizin instinctively advanced, seeking to test his opponent. In a one-on-one confrontation, the first to strike often leaves themselves vulnerable to a more patient adversary. However, Crizin soon realized that Cray pressed forward relentlessly, offering him no opportunity to counterattack. Their blades clashed and then parted. Yet Crizin found himself gradually forced backward by Cray's advancing stance. He could not gamble on his lord's patience. Should he retreat further, he would lose any chance for a counterstrike. With no other choice, he gritted his teeth and lunged forward, thrusting his sword. Unsure of Cray's strength, he held back slightly, hoping that if Cray seemed unprepared, he could quickly withdraw his force. The disparity in their ranks weighed heavily upon him. Yet, in the next moment, he realized the folly of his thoughts, for Cray effortlessly dodged his thrust by tilting his head aside. Then, like a serpent, Cray's sword struck Crizin's wrist with a resounding impact. A stifled grunt escaped Crizin as he staggered backward, the searing pain in his wrist dispelling any arrogance he once held. Had Cray utilized the blade's edge in that moment, Crizin would have lost not only his weapon but also his entire right hand, which would now lie upon the cold, tiled floor. Cray nodded at him, signaling to continue. With a graceful flourish, he repositioned his sword, its tip facing skyward, resting against the back of his arm. That earlier strike had merely served as a reminder for Crizin to take the duel seriously. Taking a deep breath, Crizin recognized that Cray's swordsmanship was likely on par with his own. The Northerners, known for their martial prowess and direct demeanor, demanded full commitment to earn respect. After another tentative exchange, Crizin swung his sword with great effort, targeting the vulnerable spot beneath Cray's left arm, a strike that was notoriously difficult to defend against, as it involved a reverse grip that left the defender at a disadvantage. In the blink of an eye, Crizin observed Cray's sword standing firm, like an unyielding pillar, absorbing his strike with a thunderous clash. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, Cray's unoccupied left hand seized Crizin's wrist with an iron grip, pulling him closer. Crizin felt a tremendous force surging through him, The wrist that had just been struck by the hilt of Clay's sword was under attack once more. An unbearable pain shot through his nerves, reaching his brain with alarming swiftness, as the command to persist in wielding his sword barely took root in his mind. His instincts betrayed him, causing his weapon to clatter to the ground. With a firm tug, Clay pulled Krizen's throat to the edge of the blade. The outcome was inevitable. Clay's keen hearing captured the sharp intakes of breath from the surrounding guards. It had all transpired so swiftly. Within mere exchanges, Krizen had lost his weapon and succumbed to defeat. Targeted at the same vulnerable spot, they all knew of Krizen's swordsmanship. Though he occasionally faced defeat at the hands of others, he was undeniably among the elite. Having spent time together, they were acutely aware of his prowess. Yet, even so, Krizen was being toyed with by Clay, akin to a child. Anyone could discern that it was not Krizen who was holding back, but rather Clay. Well then, Krizen, it appears I am the victor. I welcome you to challenge me again, to reclaim your title, Clay remarked with a smile, helping the disheartened Krizen to his feet, sheathing his sword while cheerfully addressing him. My lord, your valor is unmatched among those I have encountered. Krizen managed to stammer, his compliment awkward and dry. Clay chuckled, patting Krizen's shoulder. This is the essence of White Harbor. In the vast expanse of Westeros, I shall take you to witness the skills of southern swordsmen. He silently added that this would likely occur on the battlefield. He had already made up his mind. Krizen would be his first choice. Krizen, I have a task for you. I wonder if you can accomplish it. Clay's expression turned serious. Without a moment's hesitation, Krizen stood tall like a spear thrust into the ground, exclaiming, Your sword's edge, my direction. With the selection made, Clay entrusted him to his father, who would escort Krizen to a secretive underground chamber, the site of his trials. Meanwhile, Clay had departed from the new fortress alone, for he was headed to the sacred woods on the outskirts of Wolf's Den, seeking counsel from the esteemed three-eyed raven for a touch of magic. Upon becoming a demon hunter, one's magical abilities would gradually replenish. Yet, at present, Clay assumed the role of a stabilizing mage in preparation for Krizen's transformation. To mitigate the dreadful side effects, this journey was essential. Chapter 8. The Abundance of Magic. All things prepared. The sacred woods were as tranquil as ever, with robust trunks supporting a vast sea of diverse foliage, suspended more than 3 meters above the ground. This area lay near the ancient Wolf's Den, a place shunned by the people of White Harbor. Clay's arrival might very well mark him as the first visitor to this ancient grove today. Previously, before embarking on his journey to the Twin River City, he shared a bottle of memory-laden, subpar ale with Sir Batimus, the commander of the White Sea Guard. Now, Sir Batimus has departed from these woods, returning to his domain, while Clay finds himself back here, once again communing with the ancient powers of the old gods of the north. With his acute senses, Clay swiftly traverses the periphery of the sacred tree grove, finally beholding the venerable heart tree at its center, its base still cradling the familiar pond, just as he remembered. Circling the pond, Clay approaches the foot of the heart tree, its purplish-red leaves swaying above him, whispering softly as they brush against one another. In this serene and enchanting milieu, it is, at first glance, a realm that stirs the heart. However, Clay is acutely aware that this ancient heart tree, marked by the passage of time, serves as an eye planted here by the three-eyed crow. When the three-eyed crow departed last, it left behind a wealth of magical essence, which Clay had no time to extract as he hastened southward. Now, the moment has finally arrived to claim this gift. With his palm gently resting upon the heart tree's cool bark, Clay's demon hunter system unfurls in his mind's eye. He summons his magical reserve and embarks on the second extraction of magic from the heart tree. Unlike the last time, when he nearly succumbed to the overwhelming surge of magical energy, he now possesses the ability to effectively regulate the influx of power. Although the magic pool does not indicate a limit, Clay's physical form does have its constraints. The magic of the three-eyed crow, the essence of the old gods, is inherently complex, a fusion of myriad forces that cannot be wielded directly. It must undergo purification through the system's magic pool before it can be utilized. Should he attempt to harness such magic directly, Clay senses that consuming a herbal concoction under such circumstances would be fatal, even with 10 versions of himself at his side to assist. According to the three-eyed crow's theory, this represents the disparate magical systems where differing energies constitute a lethal poison for magical beings. Clay surmises that without the filtering mechanism of his demon hunter system, he would be utterly incapable of accessing the essence of the old gods. As the magic flows steadily into him, the numbers within the magic pool fluctuate, moving from an initial inventory of 80 points to a target of over 200. With an increased success rate of 10%, he conserves a portion of his magic to ensure the safety of Krizen. beyond the issues of reproductive exemptions and a series of side effects such as feline eyes. Having over 200 points of magic would suffice for the creation of 2 demon hunters. At this stage, he feels at liberty to utilize the three-eyed crow's magic as he sees fit, recalling vividly the discomfort of his previous experience in the sacred tree grove of Winter City, when his body was painfully engorged with magic. The surge of magic coursed through Kree, who continued to draw upon its essence. He was acutely aware that the three-eyed raven could sense his actions. In a sense, his current behavior was akin to plucking its feathers. How could it remain indifferent? Beyond the Great Wall, in a concealed cavern ensnared by countless vines, the three-eyed raven, resembling a gnarled piece of driftwood, opened its blood-red singular eye. It turned its rigid head, casting its gaze toward the south. Why is it that my power, once it enters your body, leaves me devoid of perception? The more secrets you harbor, the greater my trepidation. Even my master is unaware of the true force behind you, and this fills me with concern. The avatar of the alien deity whispered silently through the dim space, laden with profound suspicion and unease. The three-eyed raven had observed the heresy in this northern land countless times, yet to this day, it had gleaned no insights. What power could it be? It yearned to know desperately. Half an hour passed, and Kree finally ceased his actions, withdrawing his hand from the rough-textured trunk. He had accumulated 220 points of magic, sufficient for his forthcoming endeavors. Well then, that concludes my work. I must return. If I linger too long without appearing in White Harbor, I can only imagine how many will grow anxious. Indeed, it has been many years since anything has felt this significant. With a self-deprecating thought, Kree turned back. His demon hunter senses enabled him to discern the footprints clearly, one must admit. These senses proved exceptionally useful even for those directionally challenged. While others relied on direction, the directionally impaired demon hunter navigated home through footprints. Truly, what a unique situation. Retracing his steps, he emerged from the sacred woodlands, finding his steed still leisurely grazing outside. It was not the simplicity of White Harbor-esque folk that protected it, but rather the merfolk crest emblazoned upon the saddle and gear that deterred others from coveting it. Mounting his horse and stroking its mane, Kree gently nudged his feet, prompting the well-trained steed to gallop forth under his command toward Newcastle. For Krisen, he never anticipated that a mere word from Master Kree would transport him to the core of the Mandeville family's stronghold, the Tower of Poseidon, where he would meet Lord Wyman, the patriarch of the Mandeville clan. Upon understanding Krisen's purpose for visiting, the elder immediately recognized that this young man was the first choice of his grandson. Although he was unsure why only he had been chosen, Lord Wyman had complete faith in his grandson. Take him underground. There's a room painted red next to the armory. You know the place, Lord Wyman instructed the guard. Seeing the guard nod, he turned to Krisen, a smile spreading across his flushed cheeks. Young man, follow my guard to a place and wait there. That rascal Kree should return to find you shortly. Krisen nodded in confusion, unaware of the true purpose behind his summons. However, Lord Wyman was acutely aware of the uncertainties plaguing the young man. However, it is more fitting for Clay to recount this matter, as he is the one in charge of his personal guards and cannot be expected to assist him in every situation. Indeed, for Clay, the challenges that these guards will face far exceed those of any noble personal guard. It would be exceedingly inappropriate if they did not bear his mark. Riding his steed, Clay ascended and returned to the courtyard, where he entrusted his horse to a servant. Now, he was headed to the mutation chamber for demon hunters prepared by the old lord. At this moment, he was brimming with magical energy, with potions in hand, fully equipped and merely awaiting the moment of transformation. Chapter 81. The trial begins. Krisen was escorted by the guards of Count Wyman to the underground of the Sea God Tower, into a room marked with a crimson emblem. He had inquired about the purpose of this room, but it was evident that the guard was not privy to any more information than he was. The room was illuminated by numerous candles, suggesting it had recently been tidied, as there were few traces of solidified candle wax beneath them. The furnishings were sparse, a solitary table adorned only with a candlestick. In the center lay a bed, if it could be called that, constructed from thick steel bars, with a hollow space in the middle, seemingly capable of accommodating a person. He noticed that there were unfastened metal clasps at the hands, feet, and neck positions, the purpose of which eluded him. Surrounding the room were several chairs, and he even spotted a cabinet near the door stocked with enough water and food for an extended duration. Besides this, the room was devoid of anything else, save for the dark brick walls and the countless flickering candle flames in his line of sight. The guard instructed him to wait for young Master Clay, and then exited, locking the door behind him. Krisen pushed against it and confirmed his entrapment. Being confined in a claustrophobic space often stirs feelings of fear, and Crizin was no exception. His thoughts drifted as he pondered the reasons for his confinement. Was it due to his performance during the afternoon competition that displeased the young master? Shaking his head, he dismissed the notion, as his sword had not even grazed the young master's clothing throughout the encounter. So what was the reason? Crizin reflected repeatedly without arriving at an answer, and though there were numerous vents, he still felt a somewhat suffocating sensation enveloping him. Of course, Clay was unaware of this. He had merely requested the blacksmith of the Mandeville family to craft a bed for the mutation process and instructed the old lord to send provisions into the room. When he underwent his own transformation, it was completed in a mere night, but that did not imply that others would experience the same. A typical mutation for a demon hunter requires a considerable amount of time, although Clay had the advantage of a system that expedited this process. It could not guarantee that others would transform in a similar manner. Upon entering the courtyard, Clay fortuitously encountered a guard emerging from the underground and learned that Crizin had already been taken to the basement. Just right. It spared him the trouble of running to the Sea God Tower to inquire where his esteemed father was. Although the Sea God Tower itself was heavily guarded, for Clay, it was home. His unmistakable visage served as the finest pass. Descending the spiral stone staircase, the underground of the tower was shrouded in darkness, illuminated only by torches and candles affixed to the walls, casting a dim ambience. Upon reaching the ground floor, Clay effortlessly located the chamber marked with a red seal on the door. A gentle push revealed it was locked, momentarily taken aback. He quickly realized this was a precaution set by his father's guards. He possessed the key, as his father had entrusted it to him long ago. The fist-sized lock ensured security, and with a bit of force, Clay found the seemingly simple lock yielding to him. Upon opening the door, he immediately spotted Crizin, who was fidgeting within the room like an ant on a hot stove. The sheer delight on Crizin's face upon seeing him was unmistakable. Anyone confined for an extended period would feel exhilarated at the sudden appearance of a visitor. "Young Master Clay," Crizin exclaimed, his faith in the words of the guards restored at the sight of his master. However, he wondered what circumstances warranted such a clandestine meeting. "You appear to be in distress," Clay observed with a smile, noting the beads of sweat glistening on Crizin's forehead under the flickering candlelight. It wasn't he particularly warm in the room, suggesting his anxiety was the cause. Gesturing towards a chair, Clay encouraged him to sit and relax. "If I recall correctly, your name is Crizin Mandler," Clay remarked, settling into his seat himself. He began to converse with the still visibly tense Crizin, understanding that he had little time to cultivate trust with these personal guards. Time, after all, was a precious commodity, often worth more than one could imagine. Clay inquired about the situation at home, the reasons behind Crizin's choice to serve as his guard, and invited him to share his thoughts and experiences from the recent training. Trust between individuals is forged through communication. It is unfathomable to expect complete faith from someone with whom one has never conversed, regardless of their status. Clay uncorked a bottle of wine, no need to mention its name, as it was a fine variety shipped from the south. After a few sips, Clay discerned that his guard likely had never tasted such a complexly brewed spirit before. As he felt no effect, he noticed Crizin's face already flushed with the telltale signs of intoxication, clearly under its influence. Feeling a sense of pride in his own tolerance for alcohol, Clay intervened to prevent Crizin from reaching for the cup again. Offering him this drink was intended to ease the impending pain he would face, and surprisingly, the effect was remarkably beneficial. "No more drinking," Clay cautioned, knowing that should Crizin succumb to slumber, any ensuing transformation would be tantamount to a death sentence for him. "Crizin, do you believe that with your current strength, you can serve as my personal guard? You cannot even withstand my 3 strikes. On the battlefield, will you protect me? Or shall I protect you?" Suddenly, this piercing question from Clay left Crizin speechless. His face flushed, and after a moment of silence, recalling his performance from earlier, he finally sighed and whispered, "My lord, I have disappointed you." Clay chuckled and replied, "Then, would you desire to possess strength and speed akin to mine, along with some powers beyond your imagination?" Observing Crizin's sudden uplifted gaze, Clay's smile widened, and he continued, "You should know that I returned home after 2 years of wandering in Essos. During that time, I acquired some intriguing abilities. Would you care to try?" Fixing his gaze upon Crizin's eyes, Clay posed one final question, striking deep into Crizin's heart. "As the first individual I have chosen as my personal guard, I am aware of your ambitions. If you accept this power, you shall once again become a knight. So, what say you, Lord Crizin?" The final title, Lord, seemed to possess an enchanting quality, rousing Crizin from his stupor. Without hesitation, he firmly nodded, declaring, "My lord, your sword's edge shall be my guiding light." This was the ultimate response, and it brought great satisfaction to Clay. He gestured toward the iron bed, his voice imbued with seriousness and anticipation. Then, Crizin, lie down. I shall administer 3 potions, which will bestow upon you an unforgettable agony. However, if you endure, believe me, you shall not regret it. Securing Crizin's limbs and fastening the restraints around his neck, Clay bound him firmly to the iron frame and retrieved 3 small vials containing a herbal concoction. As he observed Crizin slightly tilting his head back, he steeled himself and administered the herbal remedy in order. In the next moment, the veins on Crizin's neck bulged, and he clenched his jaw tightly, for Clay knew the pain had begun to radiate throughout his body. Placing his hands upon Crizin, the magic within him surged through his palms and into Crizin's being. Hold on. When you next open your eyes, you shall be reborn. The herbal remedy, originally intended for intravenous administration, was altered to a liquid form for practicality's sake, considering the complexity of the original method, which might have been too shocking. Chapter 82. My kin Clay was uncertain whether Crizin regretted his earlier decision, but at present, the herbal remedy was transforming his body from within, and all he could do was grit his teeth and survive. Magic flowed from his outstretched palms, and with the system's assistance, Clay had become a true mage. He had to channel his magic to stabilize Crizin's collapsing form, otherwise, he would not endure. A grown man struggled on the iron bed, his hands and feet clanking against the iron rings with a resounding clatter. Clay refrained from administering a Yaxifa seal, for although it would bring a semblance of tranquility, it would significantly heighten the probability of unforeseen consequences. The agony of the situation was evident as Crizin appeared almost deranged, his body writhing restlessly. Yet, this was not the most critical predicament. Up to this moment, apart from the sound of his teeth clenching, Clay had not heard a single utterance from Crizin. Remarkably, he still possessed the ability to control the crucial muscles of his jaw, preventing them from parting and releasing instinctual cries of anguish. This was precisely why Clay had chosen this subterranean refuge. Atop the sea god tower, one must never underestimate the resonance of human screams within such a circular structure. Hold on, Crizin, he urged, invoking the ancient techniques of Valyria. Endure, and you shall emerge as a formidable warrior of the ancient Valyrian Empire, just as I have. Guided by the system, Clay's magic transformed into a stable spell, reverberating through Crizin's form repeatedly. He was uncertain whether his words of encouragement reached Crizin, yet it was better than silence. However, the next moment dispelled his doubt, as he beheld a grotesque smile contort Crizin's anguished visage. He heard him muster, I can still endure, my lord. Each word was a monumental exertion for Crizin, accompanied by labored breaths reminiscent of a bellows. As he struggled to convey his resolve, having anticipated the impending pain after Clay outlined the situation, Crizin recalled a prior training incident where a fellow guard had inadvertently slashed his arm, an agony he believed had been his limit. Yet, he was unprepared for the onslaught of torment that surged through him as the 3 vials of elixir slipped down his throat, nearly shattering his threshold for suffering as the pain radiated from his stomach to engulf his entire being in mere moments. In a daze, he pondered how Clay had endured such suffering. This ordeal bore no progress bar. The relentless pain caused every cell in his body to writhe in silent agony, an interminable torment with no indication of an end. From Clay's perspective, Crizin was drenched in sweat, resembling someone pulled from the depths of a river, his clothing clinging to him, thoroughly soaked. Though he refrained from touching Crizin's skin, his senses assured him it must be sticky and reeking, reminiscent of his own past self. Crizin was no longer the frenzied figure of moments prior. He had succumbed to a state of calm, as if in slumber. Yet this did not afford Clay any sense of relief, for it did not imply that the pain had subsided. Rather, it signaled that the relentless suffering had drained Crizin of his strength, rendering him even more vulnerable. Damn it, I am not like others, Clay muttered under his breath, reflecting on how the system had truly saved his life. Without the direct infusion of magic into his being, he would surely have perished within the sacred woods of Winterfell. A stroke of sheer luck indeed. Taking the prepared gauze from the cupboard, Clay wiped away the blood streaming from Clissen's nose. The body's deterioration could occur anywhere, and such capillary ruptures were rather trivial. He freed one hand to probe the pulse at Clissen's feverish neck. Fortunately, though rapid, it was strong and vigorous. After all, the extensive training coupled with the intake of high nutrition foods had provided some reserves for his body. Had he been a pallid and emaciated peasant, he might have succumbed to organ failure upon ingesting the potion. For the weaker the body, the greater the risk. The stable output of magical energy and its consumption rate were as expected, yet the duration of this process remained uncertain. Clay had a premonition that it would last longer than the single night required for his own transformation, although he could not ascertain precisely how long it would be. This is the first experiment in the expansion of my Demon Hunter Legion. You must persevere, Clay murmured softly. In the cramped basement, the only sounds were those of Clay shifting his stance and Clissen's occasional convulsions against the iron frame, while silence enveloped the rest. Clay had long instructed that no one was to enter unless he emerged, and this command held true for all in White Harbor except for the old master. What remained was a prolonged contest between Clay's magic and Clissen's body. It felt as if he had plunged into an unfathomable dream. When Clissen opened his eyes once more, he was momentarily disoriented, unaware of his surroundings. In the dream, he witnessed his past, a boy clutching a rusted suit of armor, struggling through the rain-soaked streets of White Harbor. He also glimpsed his future. It was a night, yet everything in the darkness was strikingly clear. Clad in formidable armor, he stealthily approached a granary, surrounded by flags. He could not explain how he knew it was a granary. He simply did. It seemed he possessed a unique power, for as Clissen was spotted by a guard, he instinctively made an unfamiliar gesture. In an instant, green runes flickered, and the guard, as if blind to his presence, continued on his way. Soon after, flames erupted from the granary, and he moved like a specter in the night, unseen by any. As the dream drew to a close, he suddenly realized what the banner depicted, a golden roaring lion. In the next moment, the dream shattered, and he heard a weary voice declare, "You are awake." It was not a question, but a statement. Blinking in confusion, he took half a minute to recollect his location and the identity of the speaker. He sprang from the now loosened iron frame bed, and his gaze fell upon the numerous candle flames illuminating the figure of Master Clay, who was resting in a chair, chewing on bread to regain his strength. Crisson toppled from the iron bed, but as soon as he landed, he fell to the ground. Witnessing this scene, Clay chuckled. "Be careful. Your newly transformed body requires some acclimatization." Transformation? A sudden recollection struck Crisson, reminding him of why he found himself lying on the iron bed. He scrutinized his body closely, instantaneously sensing an extraordinary power coursing through him. With astonishment, he raised his gaze, incredulously staring at the one who bestowed this strength upon him. Rendered speechless, at that moment, he heard Clay's voice. "Congratulations, you are now my compatriot." Chapter 83, System Upgrade. Clay had ceased the magical stabilization output on the evening of the second day following the transformation. This perilous metamorphosis spanned over a day, inflicting twice the agony he had endured during his own transformation. After experiencing a tumultuous array of symptoms, blood spurting, vomiting, erratic shouting, and a frenzied demeanor, Crisson finally settled into tranquility. The magical energy coursing through him from Clay awaited its conclusion. Despite the prolonged magical output being within tolerable limits, the toll on his mental and physical stamina was undeniably substantial. Upon the final withdrawal of the stabilization spell, Clay nearly collapsed to the ground, taking a considerable time before he managed to reposition himself into a chair, gasping for breath. What an exhausting ordeal. This was the entirety of Clay's sentiment. After waiting for a considerable duration, the elder grew somewhat anxious. He approached the door, inquiring about the situation within. Only upon receiving Clay's reassuring response did he reluctantly depart. He understood he was of no assistance. Such formidable magical capabilities appeared akin to usurping the divine authority, enabling an ordinary individual to wield godlike power. Surely, such a feat was not easily achieved. During the process of waiting for Crisson to recover and regain consciousness, Clay encountered an unexpected delight. His Monster Hunter system, having facilitated the creation of the second Monster Hunter in Westeros by his own hands, had leveled up. With a thought, the Monster Hunter system unfurled before his retina. Monster Hunter system, level 3, potions, expand to view, bombs, expand to view, equipment, expand to view, magic pool, 110 unlocked sigils, Quinn, level 1. Yarden, level 1. Alder, level 1. Igni, level 1. Axii, level 1. Items, expand to view. Retainers, Crisson Mandrill, transformation count, 1. Notably, the most conspicuous change was the newly added retainers section. Clay accessed Crisson Mandrill's information and was instantly astonished. Before him, the system displayed various physical data regarding Crisson Mandrill, including numerous dimensions, cough. Yet, this was not the most significant revelation. Upon selecting the name of this retainer, he sensed the individual's location through an instinctive awareness, not merely through visual signals. Moreover, he was capable of grasping the general thoughts of the individual, enabling him to swiftly detect any unfavorable intentions that might arise in the future. Ultimately, through the system, Clay could transform his thoughts into the subconscious of the chosen retainer, seamlessly assimilating them as natural inclinations. In summary, Clay recalled a certain renowned real-time strategy game featuring an apparatus known as the Mind Interferometer. Although the underlying principles differed, the effects were remarkably similar. To put it in a more fitting context, he felt akin to the progenitor of a vampire lineage, while the demon hunters he created resembled his blood descendants. The introduction of this retainer option, in conjunction with the auxiliary origins of the Mandeville family branches, nearly resolved the issue of betrayal to a near certainty. When he initially planned to forge a legion of demon hunters, he harbored concerns about potential treachery from those he had meticulously crafted, for in this world of ice and fire, one could hardly claim noble status without having endured a betrayal. However, now, with the number of his demon hunters surpassing his ability to monitor them all, the issue was almost directly addressed before he could overlook any individuals. This mechanism functioned as a one-way communication device from Clay, where all these retainers acted as receivers. Once operational, it was likely to yield even more delightful surprises. Furthermore, the system had opened up enhancement options for potions, particularly for herbal brews, a feature Clay had yet to thoroughly explore. In the realm of demon hunters, the mutation potion formulas of various schools were inherently distinct, resulting in demon hunters exhibiting differing performances across various domains. The Cat School excelled in speed and assassination, but lacked proficiency in magical signs, while the Griffin School mastered magical signs, but fell short in other areas compared to other demon hunters. This posed numerous questions. As demon hunters with different capabilities suited diverse battlefields, Clay was determined to experiment with this in the future. Other potions, such as those related to blizzards, also possessed advanced enhancement options. However, overwhelmed with myriad tasks, he found himself with little time to contemplate the crafting of those potions. Finally, upon the awakening of Clisson, Clay disregarded the various impurities upon him and welcomed his rebirth with a smile. Pulling him up from the ground, Clay inquired, "How do you feel? Is there any noticeable change in your body compared to before?" Clisson, with a face full of bewilderment, sat in a chair and pondered the alterations within his body. After considerable deliberation, he articulated, "My lord, I sense a newfound strength within me, yet I cannot discern how to wield it." Clay understood that he was describing the magic that had just manifested within him. Being familiar with magical signs, Clay could utilize them, whereas Clisson remained oblivious to their function. It was only natural. A true Valyrian warrior, having endured the recent trial, still had much to learn. For instance, as Clay flicked his finger, an extinguished candle on the table ignited instantaneously. Clisson gazed in rapt attention, certain that the young master possessed neither matches nor similar implements. "This is a manifestation of the power within you. Come, extend your left hand and form this gesture." Clay demonstrated the Igni sign, bending his index finger to touch the upright middle finger, while the remaining 3 fingers stretched forward, separated. Clisson struggled for a long while before finally replicating the gesture. Clay made slight adjustments and then explained, "Now, communicate the power within you, concentrate, and release it." Clisson attempted for what felt like an eternity in Clay's eyes. Magical energy gathered in his left hand, yet it could not find a channel for release. At last, a tiny spark emerged from Clisson's left hand, instinctively retracting his hand. Clisson was startled. Unlike Clay, he was not mentally prepared for the sign. "Very well, once more. Just like before, continue to focus." Clay encouraged him, emphasizing that only through persistent failure could one master a sign. The acquisition of power is not easily attained. Gritting his teeth, Clisson formed the Igni sign once more, concentrating his attention on his palm. After countless attempts at producing sparks, he finally unleashed a torrent of flames that swept across the ground, lacking any flammable materials. Only a scattering of sparks and flickering embers remained. In disbelief, Clisson stared at his hand. Astonished, he stood up from his chair and took a step back, only to be steadied by Clay's outstretched hand. "Sir, what is this?" Clisson's voice trembled, overwhelmed by a complex blend of fear and exhilaration, as this power, entirely beyond his comprehension, emanated from his own hand. Clay smiled, softly answering Clisson's question. "The sign, Igni.